Madman of the Sword Chapter 401 to Chapter 481. Some of the major forces wanted the spiritual void pill, so they wanted to invite Lin Xian over. However, Lin Xian was very fast and did not seem to have any intention of staying in Blackfeather City. Those forces were afraid of the Mansion of Spirits and did not continue to follow Lin Xian. However, a small group of forces continued to follow. The leader wore a black robe with a golden eagle on it. It was the young master of the Eagle Fortress, Xianxia. At this moment, he led 8 martial arts experts and rushed toward Lin Xian. I must get the spiritual void pill. Xiaoxiang's face was fierce. He only had one purpose for getting the spiritual void pill, and that was to be a match for Jiang Yuding. That kid is speeding up. Hurry up and catch up. Lin Xian was in a hurry, so he was faster than usual. It did not take long for him to leave Blackfeather City. During this time, he had received many invitations, but he had politely rejected them. He did not come to Dragonstar to refine pills for these people. Not long after leaving Blackfeather City and entering the forest, Lin Xian frowned. Relying on his soul power, he could clearly feel that there was a team behind him that was quickly approaching him. It's this guy. When Lin Xian saw Xiaoxiang, he raised his eyebrows. Xiaoxiang had opposed him during the Jiang family's meeting. Lin Xian did not have a good impression of this person. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The people behind him suddenly accelerated and turned into colorful lights, instantly overtaking Lin Xian. Whoosh! In just a moment, these people surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, his body was as straight as the heavens. He turned around and looked at Xiaoxiang with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Xiaoxiang's voice was cold. If you know what's good for you, follow me back to refine pills. As long as you can refine the spiritual void pill, I can guarantee that you'll be fine. This is not the Eagle Fortress, and it's not a place where you can order people around. Get out of here, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Xian said coldly. Lin Xian was not a member of the Eagle Stronghold, so Xiaoxiang's commanding words made him extremely unhappy. Brat, don't be arrogant. Don't think that you're amazing just because you can refine pills. Besides, even if I kill you in the wilderness, no one will know. So, your best choice is to obediently follow me back. With that, Xiaoxiang looked at Lin Xian with a mocking expression. In his opinion, if Lin Xian wanted to keep his life, he would definitely follow him back obediently. After all, he had brought 8 elite warriors with him, and he himself was a late harmonious spirit warrior. With such a lineup, Lin Xian, an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, would not be able to escape. 8 harmonious spirit realm warriors surrounded Lin Xian. Their bodies emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. When the aura gathered together, it caused the void to tremble. Lin Xian glanced around and found out that the strongest among them was a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. The remaining 6 were early harmonious spirit realm warriors. Such a lineup would be considered as a tyrant in Xia country, but right now, they were only hired thugs. One had to admit that Longxing country was very strong in martial arts. It was not something that Xia country and other countries could compare with. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Don't provoke me. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Xian said coldly. You don't want to do this? Go. Xiaoxiang shouted. Immediately, the 8 warriors rushed forward. Heavenly Eagle Hand. Great Sorrow Heaven Splitting Palm. For a moment, all kinds of attacks were thrown at Lin Xian. Even a late harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to withstand these attacks. However, Lin Xian just waited coldly. When these attacks were about to reach him, he suddenly pulled out his sword with his right hand. Buzz. A blue sword light flashed and appeared in the sky, drawing a half-moon trajectory. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. With Lin Xian as the center, a blue sword wave quickly spread out in all directions. This sword wave contained 50% of the Great Dragon Sword intent. Its attacking power was extremely strong. With the help of the Star Extinction Sword, a mid-grade Zhong Spirit Realm treasure, even a late harmonious Spirit Realm warrior would not dare to take this attack head-on. Puff. Puff, puff. The defense in front of 3 warriors was ruthlessly torn apart. The blue sword light split them in half. The other 3 warriors were sent flying while vomiting blood. They were severely injured and had lost their ability to fight. 1 sword wave, 3 dead and 3 injured. This horrifying scene immediately stunned the other 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors and Xianxia's group. What is this kid's background? He doesn't look like an alchemist at all. The 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors were sweating profusely. Xianxia's face was also gloomy. Although the Eagle Fortress was strong, harmonious spirit realm warriors were not like cabbages. How dare you kill the people of the Eagle Fortress? You will die today. Xianxia's voice was filled with killing intent. Young master, this kid is stronger than we thought. Should we retreat first? No need. His sword should be a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. I think he relied on that treasure to attack just now. You guys help me from the side. I will do it myself. Xianxia took a step forward. His aura was like an erupting volcano. The shadow of a goshawk appeared behind him. It was extremely sharp. Don't think that you are the only one who has a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. I will let you know the true power of a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. After saying that, Xianxia took out a pair of dark green gloves and put them on his hands. Space-splitting cross-attack. Xiaoxiang's body was like an arrow leaving the bow. He quickly rushed out and waved his hand in the air. The air trembled. A few 10-meter-long blood-red claw marks appeared. The void was torn apart by the claw marks. Lin Xian's feet flashed and his body suddenly disappeared. A few deep claw marks appeared at the place where he was standing before. Each of the claw marks was like a sword cutting through the earth. Humph. Let's see how long you can hide. Xiaoxiang waved both of his claws. Countless goshawks flew up and surrounded Lin Xian. Thunderclap. Lin Xian held the star extinction sword tightly with both of his hands. The tip of the sword faced the sky and suddenly fell down. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled. 5 blue lightning formed a pentagram and fell down. Clang! 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 The goshawk shadow beside him was hit by the lightning and made a metallic sound. The lightning dispersed, and the shadows of the goshawks that filled the sky disappeared. Xiaoxiang and Lin Xian were hit by the energy and both of them took 3 steps back. At this time, 2 mid-harmonious spirit warriors suddenly attacked from both sides of Lin Xian. 2 30-meter-long blood-red eagle claws swept across the sky, grabbing at Lin Xian. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian's body suddenly rotated and quickly rushed out. He used the wind mentality and merged it with the Wind Emperor's sword. There was no dazzling sword light or terrifying aura. This sword was like a gentle breeze that no one noticed. When Lin Xian appeared again, the pupils of the 2 mid-harmonious spirit warriors gradually enlarged. Their faces were filled with fear. Plop, a line of blood appeared between their eyebrows. Their bodies slowly fell down. On the opposite side, Xiaoxiang's pupils shrank. He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. The sword just now was too ordinary. He didn't notice it at all. However, such an ordinary sword strike had killed 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors. He was no longer as arrogant as before because the 8 elite warriors he brought with him had all fallen. Lin Xian had only swung his sword 3 times throughout the whole process. The 3 sword strikes seemed simple, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each sword strike contained 50% of the fire monkey's great dragon sword intent, and the last strike was infused with the wind concept. Even a late harmonious spirit realm warrior would not dare to take on such an attack, let alone a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Don't let me see you again. Xiaoxiang snorted and turned to leave. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian's cloak fluttered as he appeared in front of Xiaoxiang. How dare you block my way? You're courting death. Xiaoxiang was furious. Who was he? He was the young lord of Eagle Fortress. Normally, he was the one who bullied others in Blackfeather City. No one was like Lin Xian and dared to block his way. What do you want? Xiaoxiang asked coldly. What do I want? Lin Xian sneered, you brought people to kill me, and now you want to leave because you can't beat me? How can there be such an easy thing in this world? I, Lin Xian, am not a pushover. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Price? What price do you want? I am the young lord of Eagle Fortress, what can you do to me? Xiaoxiong became arrogant again. If you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian pulled out his star extinction sword. You dare to kill me? Xiaoxiong laughed, aren't you afraid of Eagle Fortress revenge? Do you think I'll return to Blackfeather City? Lin Xian said coldly, today, I'll teach you a lesson. You'll have to pay the price for what you've done. A blue sword light suddenly flashed out as fast as lightning. Flying Rainbow, the fourth style of Azure Cloud Sword Art. With the support of Lin Xian's 5 cities dragon sword intent, the sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, floating down. Eagle splitting the sky. Xiaoxiong's aura burst out as he also unleashed a terrifying attack. As a late harmonious spirit realm warrior, Xiaoxiong's strength was extraordinary. Coupled with the fact that he also had a mid-grade spirit treasure, this attack was extremely terrifying. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Xiaoxiong laughed madly. I also have a mid-grade spirit step artifact, and my cultivation is 2 levels higher than yours. How are you going to kill me? I will capture you personally and turn you into a pill slave so that you can refine pills for our Eagle Castle forever. Resisting Lin Xian's sword Qi, Xiaoxiong's confidence soared. Eagle soars the earth. He soared into the air and made strange movements in the air. Like a goshawk, he pounced towards Lin Xian. An indescribable power appeared, and at this moment, Xiaoxiong was truly like a heavenly eagle, spreading his wings and soaring. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, and a gale swept up within 100 meters. The momentum was shocking. Flying Star. Looking at the terrifying attack in the sky, Lin Xian once again used his ultimate skill. 70% of the great dragon sword intent gushed out, Lin Xian turned into a meteor and soared into the sky. At this moment, his whole body was burning with a dark blue light, dragging a long tail of light, drawing a strange arc in the sky. Swoosh, the whole sky seemed to have been split into 2, and a large area of vacuum appeared. Xiaoxiong's body trembled and froze in the air. He lowered his head slightly and saw that the defensive barrier in front of his body had been completely shattered, and a fist-sized bloody hole had appeared in his chest. You. He wanted to open his mouth, but could only spit out blood. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Xiaoxiong's pupils were dilated, and his face was filled with fear. He felt that his consciousness was rapidly weakening. At this moment, he suddenly regretted his actions. If he didn't provoke Lin Xian, perhaps he wouldn't have died now. But time couldn't be reversed, and he could only pay the price for his mistake. Boom! Xiaoxiong's body fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Lin Xian quickly flashed, took his storage ring and the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves, and then used thunder and lightning to burn the body to ashes. Although he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by the Eagle Fortress, he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble for himself. The other bodies were also disposed of. After doing all this, Lin Xian quickly hurried and disappeared into the forest. Far away from Blackfeather City, Lin Xian summoned the Golden Frog, and began to searching Xiaoxiong's storage ring. It had to be said that as the young fort lord of the Eagle Castle, Xiaoxiong was extremely wealthy. Just the middle-grade spirit stones he carried with him were more than 30,000. In addition, he also had some spiritual martial arts techniques. Of course, the most expensive thing was the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves. Although he didn't need them, he could sell them for a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. After putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Half a month later, he arrived at the Baiyun mountain range. Looking at the misty Baiyun mountain range, Lin Xian took a deep breath. In this half a month, his cultivation had improved again. The art of longevity was indeed a magical technique. It allowed him to improve again in just half a month. Opening the yellowed scroll, Lin Xian looked for the marked location on the map. According to the scroll, the Wind Shadow Sword was in a tomb, and this tomb was the tomb of a spirit-detecting expert called the Evil King. The 32nd Mountain. Lin Xian looked at the mountains, then put away the scroll and patted Xiao Jin. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the mountain. The Baiyun mountain range was covered in dense forests. Birds, beasts, and apes cried, and it was full of vitality. In the mountains, there was a group of martial artists with steady footsteps rushing toward the 32nd mountain. This group of people had dark red killing intent on their bodies. Their faces were ferocious, and it was obvious that they weren't good people. "Second Master, is there really a treasure here?" a few of the martial artists asked. "It can't be wrong. It took me a long time to find this information. There must be a peerless treasure here. After I get those treasures, I will no longer be the second master. I will be the real leader of the Black Tiger Gang. You are all heroes who have helped me. After I become the leader, I will reward you." "Thank you, boss." The group of martial artists was excited. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man with messy brown hair. There was a cross-shaped scar on his face, which made people feel intimidated. This middle-aged man's aura had reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was very powerful. The martial artists behind him were also at the harmonious spirit realm. None of them were weak. This group of people was also looking for the evil king's tomb. "Boss, what is in the tomb?" a young martial artist asked. The middle-aged man looked back. "You just broke through to the harmonious spirit realm. It's normal that you don't know. The evil king, Xianxia, was very famous in the Longxing country. He didn't care whether he was righteous or evil. He did everything according to his personal preference. That was why he offended many forces. However, his cultivation was very high. He had reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Ordinary forces in the Longxing country couldn't do anything to him. Later on, there were experts from the top forces who tried to encircle him, but he still managed to escape. However, after that battle, he was seriously injured and went into seclusion. It was said that he had the 4 ultimate skills of wind, flower, snow, and moon. After his death, these 4 ultimate skills were buried in his tomb. "As long as I can find one of them, I won't be afraid of Wanhu anymore," the brown-haired man said. "Hee, I heard that the evil king called himself the Flower Sect. Who knows how many beauties of the Dragon Star Kingdom he had raped. If boss can get this technique, you will be happy." "Ha ha ha ha." The brown-haired man laughed wildly and led the group to the 32nd mountain. Soon, this group of vicious people arrived at the top of a steep mountain. "The entrance to the evil king's tomb should be around here. Hurry up and find it," the brown-haired man ordered. The group dispersed and began to search for the legendary evil king's tomb. There's someone." A disciple of the Black Tiger Gang noticed the situation. "Boss, there's someone in front." The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He quickly gathered his men and led them forward. The group moved forward cautiously. They saw a young man in a black robe standing at the top of the mountain. He seemed to be looking for something. "Kid, who are you? Why are you here?" a skinny man next to the brown-haired man shouted. The young man in black robe turned around and glanced at the group with a sharp gaze. Those who were glanced at felt a chill in their hearts as if they were pierced by the sword light. Even the brown-haired man frowned. What a sharp gaze! This young man was Lin Xian, who came to find the Wind Shadow Sword. He looked at the people behind him and raised his eyebrows. The others were ignored, but the brown-haired man made him feel pressured. Peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian's heart sank. His current strength was enough to defeat a late harmonious spirit realm expert, but there was still a gap between him and a peak harmonious spirit realm expert. But even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't leave them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer and instead asked a question, the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were furious. But they didn't dare to be presumptuous when they thought of the sharp gaze from before. The brown-haired man snorted, "Just an early harmonious spirit realm brat. I will be kind and spare your life today. Get lost." "With just you?" Lin Xian sneered. A sharp aura gushed out. Immediately, the sky changed color. Everyone felt a shocking sword chi, as if it was going to split them in half. What a terrifying sword chi. Who is this person? How could he be so powerful? The Black Tiger Gang's hearts palpitated. They could not remember when such a powerful young man had appeared in the White Cloud Mountain range. The brown-haired man's eyes were gloomy. His cultivation was the highest, so he could sense the difference. This sword chi contained an indestructible will, like a slumbering ferocious beast. This aura, could it be sword intent? The brown-haired man was bewildered. Forget it. Maybe he's just a disciple of some big sect passing by. There's no need to cause trouble. The evil king's tomb is more important. The brown-haired man ignored Lin Xian. I have something to do today. Count yourself lucky. Let's go and take a look at other places. Soon, these people left. Could it be that these people are also here to look for the evil king's tombstone? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that more than one person knew about this? Shaking his head, Lin Xian stopped thinking about these things. The most important thing right now was to find the entrance to the evil king's tomb. Lin Xian spread out his soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. At the same time, Wine Lord could also sense everything that was going on outside from the mysterious little sword. Although Lin Xian did not know how to find the evil king's tomb, with Wine Lord's ability, he should be able to find it. How is it? Lin Xian asked. Found it. It's 350 meters ahead. Wine Lord said. 350 meters ahead? Lin Xian was stunned. It was no wonder that he was shocked. He was now standing near the cliff. 350 meters ahead of him was a bottomless abyss. Lord Alcohol, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Xian asked again. How is that possible? Who am I? Wine Lord snorted. Anyway, I've already told you the entrance. It's up to you whether you want to go in or not. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Although harmonious spirit realm warriors could fly, this cliff was very strange. There was an inexplicable suction force below that could suck living things down. Not long ago, Lin Xian saw a 7th-grade demonic bird being pulled down the cliff. Forget it. Since Wine Lord said so, then so be it. Lin Xian spread out his soul power and quickly found the corresponding position. According to Wine Lord, there could not be any difference in this position. Otherwise, he would be sucked down the cliff by the suction force. Found it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He then jumped up into the sky. This scene was seen by the Black Tiger gang. Damn, it's a stupid kid who wants to jump off the cliff. What bad luck. A group of people cursed. However, Lin Xian was not sucked into the abyss as they expected. Instead, he suddenly disappeared in midair. Eh? What happened? The Black Tiger gang disciples were confused. The brown-haired man's face was gloomy. He quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. Could it be the entrance to the evil king's tomb? The brown-haired man was surprised. It was said that the entrance to the tomb was very strange. Ordinary people would not be able to find it. Moreover, they had been searching here for half a day, but they did not find anything suspicious. However, that young man disappeared into thin air. He could not help but be suspicious. You try. The middle-aged man said to the warrior beside him. Boss, this is a bottomless abyss. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be sucked to the bottom. The disciple said with a sobbing tone. What are you afraid of? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. That kid went in. This must be the entrance. Hurry up and open the way for me. Be boss. The warrior still wanted to say something, but he was kicked away by the middle-aged man. Ah! He screamed and his body flew forward in a parabola. The strength of the kick was a little too strong. Even though he adjusted his body in the air, the inexplicable suction force locked him down and dragged him down. The miserable scream echoed at the bottom of the mountain. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Motherf asterisk cur, that's too much strength. The brown-haired man cursed in a low voice. Who saw the distance that kid jumped? Hurry up and come here. After sacrificing 3 warriors, the Black Tiger gang finally found the mysterious entrance. Fuck. Why is it in such a dangerous place? The evil king is really a bastard. The group cursed in their hearts. This was the rhythm of sending them to their deaths. However, they finally found the evil king's tomb. The sacrifice was worth it. Follow me. the middle-aged man shouted and quickly jumped into the tomb. The other warriors also jumped in one after another. However, not long after the brown-haired man jumped in, two figures quickly rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a long robe and a silver mask with golden patterns on his face. He looked mysterious. The woman's face was like a peach blossom. She was wearing an emerald green dress and two accessories made of bones on her hands. The two looked at the Black Tiger Gang's warriors who were entering the tomb and sneered. "Old thing, you really know how to find a place. You actually put the tomb in this place." The mysterious masked man said coldly. "Senior brother, don't be angry. We found it anyway," the emerald green girl said in a sweet voice. At this moment, the Black Tiger Gang's disciples who had not entered the tomb turned around. "What are you doing? This is the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Get out of here or I will kill you all. What a beautiful girl. Why don't you play with me?" The warriors laughed evilly. Soon, they couldn't laugh anymore because the mysterious young man with the half mask was emitting a terrifying aura. Spirit Transformation Realm Warrior. The Black Tiger Gang's disciples' faces changed. They quickly jumped toward the entrance of the tomb. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, several pink flower petals flew out, drawing a strange arc in the air and piercing the warriors' bodies. Suddenly, the warriors' bodies stiffened. Pink light rushed out from their bodies. Finally, their bodies were split into several pieces and exploded. It only took a moment for them to escape and die. They didn't even have time to scream. This was the power of a Spirit Transformation Realm Warrior. He could instantly kill a harmonious Spirit Realm Warrior. "Let's go and see what's so special about our teacher's tomb," the masked man said. If someone was here, they would definitely scream. These two were the disciples of evil King Xianxia. The two of them quickly entered the King of Evil's tomb. Ripples appeared in the air and spread out like a whirlpool. When Lin Xian came back to his senses, he found himself in a strange space. There was the sound of water flowing in front of him. He could hear it from far away. "There is the sound of water. What a magical place," Lin Xian exclaimed. He remembered that he jumped into the sky but ended up in this place. It seems like this is a small, sealed space. Spirit detecting realm cultivators don't have the ability to open up spaces, so this place must have been discovered by that person by chance, Wine Lord said. However, he actually dares to call himself the Evil King. He sure has guts. Fortunately, this is a remote place. If he were on the other continent, he would have been killed with a single palm strike. Wine Lord muttered to himself. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly and flew out like a rainbow. Soon, he arrived at the riverbank. It was a large black river. The river water was torrential and it flowed endlessly. However, with his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed a cold and corrosive aura from the lake. That feeling was somewhat similar to that of the Xianxia. However, it was even more sinister than the Xian River. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and several figures landed quickly. "Brat, you really came to explore the Evil King's tomb." The brown-haired man looked at Lin Xian, his eyes cold. "Yes, so what?" Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Even if the opponent was a peak harmonious spirit realm cultivator, as long as he wanted to leave, the man would not be able to stop him. Moreover, this strange space was very wide, so the man could not seal him. "Humph." The middle-aged man harumphed coldly, "You? An early harmonious spirit realm cultivator dares to touch the Evil King's tomb? You really have guts. Let's see if I dare or not." Lin Xian held the black scabbard tightly. Just as the battle was about to break out, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. Its furry little head was holding the worn-out bowl. Its black gem-like eyes kept looking around. Then, it took out 2 dice and threw them into the bowl. Ding dong. The 2 dice shook and finally stopped. Woo-gee woo-gee, the snow-white monkey held the bowl again and pointed to the right. Lin Xian frowned. Since when did this guy become a fraud? Seeing that Lin Xian did not believe it, the snow-white monkey jumped up in anger. All right, I believe you." Ignoring the Black Tiger Gang, Lin Xian's body swayed and ran to the right like a Ghost. The people on the Black Tiger list were dumbfounded. How could such a big man believe a monkey? This was too much of a joke. You ran fast enough, or else I would have let you know the power of my iron fist. The middle-aged man harumphed coldly, "You three, follow him and see what he is up to. The rest of you, follow me to the left." The middle-aged man led a group of people to the left side of the river, while the other three quickly followed Lin Xian. Under the Snow-White Monkey's guidance, Lin Xian ran all the way. Along the way, the light was dim, but with his outstanding soul power, he was safe. Splash. Stepping into the pool of water, Lin Xian's body moved horizontally. At this moment, the black liquid in the pool suddenly emitted a black light. Countless black needles flew out from the pool and attacked Lin Xian. Get lost. Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it backwards. A blue half-moon lake sword energy rushed out from his back and hit the black needles. Dang dang dang, all the black needles were cut off. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a sense of danger. His black cloak fluttered and his body moved 10 meters to the side to dodge. Dozens of black curved light blades bombarded the place where he was standing. After dodging these strange attacks, Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly turned around and covered his body with silver lightning body. Suddenly, a black figure rose from the pool. Liquid kept dripping from his body. An aura comparable to a mid-harmonious spirit realm expert was emitted. What is this thing? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't feel that there was a living person in the pool. I'm afraid it's derived from the corpse dissolving water. It's normal that you can't feel it. Wine Lord explained. With your strength, it shouldn't be hard to deal with him. Thunder Tyrant Fist, Lin Xian swung his fist again and unleashed a bolt of silver lightning. At the same time, his 5 fingers formed into a claw, forming a huge palm in the air and grabbing at the black figure. Above him, the silver palm was like a small mountain, bringing with it an endless pressure. Gulp. The black figure suddenly opened his mouth. The mouth was dozens of meters long. His sharp black teeth were like 2 rows of cutting machines, glowing with a dark light. He bit at the silver palm in the sky. At the same time, he swung his 2 arms forward. They instantly lengthened and slapped at Lin Xian. This strange attack was not something that a human could perform. Moonbreak. Lin Xian placed the star extinction sword in front of his chest and drew out a half-moon arc. A blue sword light quickly flew out like a blue moon and hit the lengthened arms. Chi-chi, the two collided, producing the sound of fire and water mixing. The long black arm quickly melted the half-moon sword energy. The half-moon sword energy contained the great dragon sword intent and quickly destroyed the black arm. The sword intent was invincible. This was not a boast, it was the truth. The great dragon sword intent represented an offensive saint art. It could even kill strange creatures like the corpse dissolving water. The black creature felt Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent and was frightened like a mouse. It was no longer attacking but quickly turned into a puddle of water and ran towards the ground. Trying to run away? Lin Xian used his wind intent and dragon counterstep to reach the extreme. He arrived in front of the black creature in a flash. Lightning intertwined as he waved his palms. A huge cage enveloped the creature. In a flash, dozens of lightning bolts drilled into the black creature's body. Drip, drip, the black creature turned into a puddle of black water and fell to the ground, returning to the black river. After dealing with the black creature, Lin Xian ran towards the right again. After a while, his speed gradually decreased because a stone cave appeared in front of him. The stone cave was blocked by a thick and heavy stone door. It was covered with vines. It seemed like it had not been opened for a long time. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was slightly happy. It seemed like the little white monkey was not bad. He wanted to go forward and check, but a few sneers came from behind him. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually found a treasure cave. This cave is ours. You can get lost now. The voice was so domineering that it did not put Lin Xian in its eyes at all. Lin Xian turned around and found 3 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors standing not far away. They formed a triangle with a fixed distance between each other. The advantage of this was that they could attack or retreat, forming a small group. Obviously, the 3 of them were battle veterans. You want this treasure cave? Lin Xian showed a faint smile. Cut the crap and get lost. Otherwise, you will stay here forever. The three of them emitted 3 waves of qi that merged into one. It was like 1,000 zhang tall mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. To be honest, they were shocked by Lin Xian's sword intent when they were outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious when facing an early harmonious spirit brat. However, the three of them were very confident that they could defeat a late harmonious spirit warrior with their combined attack. However, Lin Xian possessed 70% of the great dragon sword intent, so he was not afraid of their combined attacks. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's gigantic sword shadow appeared behind his back, pressing down on the 3,000 zhang tall mountain like a heavenly pillar. Rumble, the void trembled as if a huge explosion had occurred. Under the horrified gazes of the three, Lin Xian's firmament sword slashed the 1,000-foot-tall mountain in half as if it was tofu. Then, with a boundless aura, it pressed down on the three. Retreat. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated at lightning speed. Wind Emperor's sword. Since he had made his move, Lin Xian had no reason to stop. The absolute star sword turned into a cold light and blended into the void. After comprehending the wind intent, his understanding of the wind had become more skillful. He could unleash a profound sword art with just a raise of his hand. His sword pierced toward a man wearing a blue scarf. There was no sword light or terrifying aura, it was like a gust of wind. The absolute star sword arrived in front of the man in a flash. Block it. The warrior wearing the blue scarf shouted crazily. Both of his palms converged in front of him. The surrounding spiritual energy was pulled over like flowing water, forming a thick spiritual energy defense in front of him. An earthy yellow light surged out of his body, and ancient patterns appeared in the air. Eh? He even has an inner armor. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The long sword in his hand became even sharper. 50% of the sword intent exploded, and the wind intent was also integrated into it. Crack! 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 3 cracking sounds were heard. The absolute star sword instantly pierced through the spiritual energy barrier. Immediately after, the man's defensive inner armor was also split in 2. His body's defense was even weaker, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. The man wearing the blue scarf flew out. It seemed that he would not survive. At this moment, the 2 companions beside him suddenly attacked Lin Xian. They attacked viciously. One of them attacked Lin Xian's head. It was a mace that was as thick as an arm. It was like a small mountain, smashing toward Lin Xian. The other person kicked Lin Xian's waist. At the same time, 2 hidden weapons were shot toward Lin Xian's eyes. The 2 of them cooperated well, and in an instant they attacked quickly. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword. Lin Xian held his long sword in front of him and spun it quickly. The wind intent spread out. The indestructible absolute star sword seemed to have become a soft willow twig, circling around him. Dang! 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 All the attacks were blocked by the sword screen. The returning Wind Whisk's willow sword was a consummate skill of the sword pool mansion. At this moment, under the effect of Lin Xian's wind intent, its power was even more powerful. The blue sword light was like a willow twig swaying in the air. It was hard and soft, and it was impossible to guard against. Qi, the martial artist on the left, was swept by the absolute star sword. Dozens of sword qi instantly wrapped around him. Instantly, countless sword marks appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Flying willow kill. The long sword moved, and the sword qi in the sky floated like willow catkins. There was no pattern to it. The other person tried his best to dodge, but he was still pierced by countless sword qi. After easily dealing with the 3 of them, Lin Xian put away the absolute star sword and walked toward the stone door. The stone door was tightly sealed. There must be a formation mechanism. Little Xian, let me test you. See how you've learned? Wine Lord smiled. During his free time, Ninth Master imparted all his knowledge to Lin Xian. And now was a good time to test Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. His gaze quickly swept around, and he quickly found something. There are no obvious mechanisms. It should be a secret groove or a formation mechanism. According to my observations, the mechanism should be on this stone door. Lin Xian's left hand released lightning and touched the stone door. Instantly, the withered vine turned to ashes and fell to the ground. He placed his palm on it and carefully examined it. There really is a formation. Lin Xian sensed it. Then, his fingers moved, and several inscriptions entered the stone door. Suddenly, obscure patterns appeared on the stone door, quickly forming 3 small holes. Each hole was as thick as a chopstick. It's done. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. Not bad. Wine Lord nodded slightly. Looks like you've understood everything I taught you. Lin Xian smiled and injected spiritual power into the 3 holes. Suddenly, the entire stone door trembled. The stone door opened, revealing an even wider space. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he entered the stone door. Just as Lin Xian entered, 2 more figures appeared in the evil king's tomb. It was the man and woman who called the evil king their master. The 2 of them looked around with excited expressions. He's in, he's finally in. The mysterious man with the half-mask took out a jade scroll and quickly compared it. Soon, the 2 of them swayed and rushed to the right. However, not long after the 2 of them left, 2 more figures came in and quickly disappeared. These 2 figures were very fast. They didn't stop at all. One could only see the 2 figures, one white and one red, enter and disappear from the riverbank. This time, there were more forks in front of him. There were a total of 3 paths that led to different directions. Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey. The little monkey was very excited. It took down the broken bowl on its head and threw 2 more dice. Clank, the little monkey was like a little charlatan, pointing at the middle path. Lin Xian quickly stepped into the middle path. Not long after, the man and the woman arrived at the stone door. Someone actually opened the stone door. Senior brother, what should we do? The woman in the green dress asked. It should have just been opened. Plus, this is only the outer area of the graveyard. I think that person opened the stone door by chance. But we have the map left by our master. No one is more familiar with this place than us. The masked man was very confident. After the 2 entered the stone door, they chose the right path. Lin Xian walked along the middle path. Soon, he saw a stone house. After walking in, Lin Xian found 2 shining prized artifacts. After so much effort, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He glanced around. After confirming that there was no danger, he went to grab the 2 treasures. One of them was a purple armor, while the other was a jade green belt. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab the 2 treasures, a black smoke suddenly came out of the box where the purple armor was placed, covering everything in an instant. The box where the green belt was placed shot out countless green poisonous needles. Each of the poisonous needles carried a frightening baleful aura. In an instant, Lin Xian increased his spirit energy to the extreme and quickly dodged the black smoke. He also used the black cloak to create a clone to block the poisonous needles. Meanwhile, his real body quickly grabbed the green belt and retreated. All of these happened in an instant. When Lin Xian's real body retreated to the corner, his clone and everything around him were covered by the black light. That was close. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He found that the purple armor had been corroded by the black smoke. That was a spirit-grade treasure. It was extremely hard. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior couldn't break it. However, such a precious artifact had been damaged by the black poisonous fog. One could only imagine how terrifying the poisonous fog was. If Lin Xian had been a step slower, she might have become a corpse by now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked at the jade belt in his hand. For it to be placed together with the purple inner armor, it was enough to show how extraordinary this belt was. It must also be a spirit step treasure. Hey, this is a storage belt. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. His storage ring's grade was very low, and the space inside was limited. Apart from some precious items that he carried with him, the rest of his spirit stones and other things were all distributed in other storage rings. However, a spirit-grade storage belt was completely different. The space inside was several hundred times larger than a normal storage ring. It was more than enough to hold everything. Lin Xian's soul force surged and rushed towards the storage belt. At first, he felt a rebounding force. As expected of a spirit-grade storage belt. It actually has a self-protection function. He chuckled. His soul force turned into an awl and suddenly pierced into the belt. A 1-mile-wide storage space appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian exited the space in his belt and placed everything inside. Then, he tied the belt around his waist. Walking out of the hut, Lin Xian ran towards the second hut. However, he was stopped this time because the Black Tiger Gang also appeared near the second hut. Looking at Lin Xian's figure, the middle-aged man Bao whose face turned gloomy. "Kid, hand over the things you got." He clearly saw Lin Xian coming out from the first hut. The things that could appear in the evil king's tomb were definitely not ordinary items. Therefore, he coveted the things that Lin Xian got. Lin Xian sneered. How could he spit out what he took? Not only would he not hand over the things he got from the first hut, he would also fight for the things in the second hut. If you want the treasures, you have to talk with your strength. Lin Xian coldly said. At the same time, his body turned into a blur and rushed into the hut. Stop him! Bao Hu angrily shouted. In an instant, the 4 martial artists beside him quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The 4 of them joined forces to form a terrifying attack. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword intent tore through the sky and instantly sent the 5 of them flying. Kid, you dare! Bao Hu's figure leaped out. A huge palm covered the sky and slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian once again used the black cloak to form a clone. He used the clone to block the terrifying palm while his real body went into the hut. Boom, the heaven-shaking palm shattered the clone. Bao Hu was like a meteor as he also rushed in. Everything in the hut was broken, but there was a golden inner armor in the center of the table. The golden light was like the sun. Although it was bright, it was not dazzling. Mid-grade spiritual treasure. Bao Hu was overjoyed. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were not common. Even he only had one. In the Dragon Star country, low-grade spiritual treasures were more common. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were also rare items. With this golden inner armor, it could even block the attack of a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Lin Xian also liked it. Although the Silver Thunder body was strong, it could not withstand a single blow from a spirit transformation realm martial artist. With this inner armor, he could make up for his lack of defense. Therefore, he had to get this inner armor. Woo woo woo, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Dozens of black lights intertwined in the air and blasted towards Lin Xian. This was Bao Hu's surprise attack. He used 80% of his strength in this punch. The terrifying aura caused the air to tremble. If this hut was not a strange existence in the evil king's tomb, it would have already been destroyed. Lin Xian was already prepared. His Star Scar sword slashed towards the air. 50% sword intent was integrated into the sword light, as if it could cut through everything. The terrifying attacks collided. Sword chi filled the hut, forming a terrifying killing light. Lin Xian and Bao Hu fought together, quickly approaching the golden inner armor. Iron arm suppressing mountains and rivers. Bao Hu took a step forward and punched out with both of his fists. The violent energy sucked the air out of the hut. Wind slaying. The absolute star sword swept out. Wind mentality and 50% sword intent were integrated into the sword light. Boom, a huge explosion occurred in the hut. Cracks appeared on the hard walls. It could not be helped. Although the hut was an ancient building, it still cracked under such a terrifying attack. The golden inner armor was blown into the sky by the overflowing chi. Outside the hut, the Black Tiger Gang members' eyes were red. They all jumped up. 2 of them were the fastest. They were at the late harmonious spirit realm. They arrived in front of the golden inner armor almost instantly. Wind Emperor's sword. The absolute star sword pierced through the air. 5 sword chi blended into the wind. Buzz buzz buzz, on the other side, the air around the golden inner armor vibrated. Translucent sword chi appeared and attacked. Pooh, a late harmonious spirit realm warrior was caught off guard. He was hit by the sword chi and one of his arms was blown away. You are looking for death. Bao Hu roared. As a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior, he could not take down Lin Xian. This made him lose face. Boom, the spirit power in his body burned like a ball of flame. This time, he used all of his power. He clenched both of his fists and punched down like a huge hammer. Star explosion. Countless amounts of spirit chi swirled around him like thousands of wind blades, forming a strange power. This was the fifth style of the green cloud sword art. It allowed the spiritual energies to move in different paths and collide with each other, creating a terrifying explosion. If it was before, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use this technique. But now, he had comprehended the concept of wind and had the star extinction sword, which allowed him to use the star explosion technique. Like a beautiful meteor, it bombarded Bao Hu's body in an instant. Boom, in a flash, a huge explosion occurred in the dazzling sword light. A blue energy ball formed on the spot and gradually expanded, covering an area of 100 meters. Strong winds swept across the area, causing the spiritual energies to scatter. Some of the weaker ones were swept up by the strong winds. When they touched the energy ball, they were instantly crushed into a bloody mist. This scene frightened the rest of the Black Tiger gang. They quickly retreated and ran for their lives. Hu Pachong. Bao Hu's eyes turned red and he roared. Black stripes appeared on his body and his body grew 10 meters taller. An aura similar to that of a demon king was emitted from his body. It was extremely ferocious. Roar. With a low roar, the surrounding spiritual energies gathered and formed a ferocious black tiger head behind him. The shadow instantly entered Bao Hu's body and emitted a dazzling light. Brat, I want you dead. Bao Hu's body was covered by a terrifying energy, forming a destructive attack. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly and used the dragon counter step to retreat quickly. Some parts of his body had horrible cracks. Some of them were caused by the energy of the starburst explosion, but most of them were caused by the tiger head behind Tiger Burst. Fortunately, the silver lightning mark was extraordinary. It could withstand the attack of a peak harmonious spirit realm expert. Suddenly, a roar was heard. The terrifying energy ball suddenly split from the middle as if it was torn into two halves. A big hand covered in black stripes quickly grabbed the golden inner armor in the sky. Lin Xian's expression changed. That hand was obviously Bao Hu's. Bao Hu jumped up. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were cold. He grabbed the golden inner armor in his hand and roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. Brat, I'm going to cut you off bit by bit. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Moreover, he was injured by an early harmonious spirit brat. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make Lin Xian beg for death. It's too early to say that. Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't want to reveal his trump card, but he had no choice but to use it now. Holding the absolute star sword in his hand, a horrifying sword intent gushed out. The 50% sword intent annihilated everything around him. Humph, so what if you have sword intent? You still can't hit me if you don't have enough strength. Lin Xian ignored him and continued to urge his sword intent. There seemed to be a dragon's roar in his body. Then, an even more violent sword intent surged out. Lin Xian's spiritual energy vibrated, forming a gust of wind that soared into the sky. Behind him, a ferocious azure dragon spiraled upwards. The 70% great dragon sword intent was completely displayed by him. The sky changed color as if countless divine swords were flying across the sky. In the distance, the disciples of the Black Tiger gang looked at Lin Xian in horror. Many of them were so scared that they peed their pants. In the sky, Bao Hu's face turned gloomy. This sword intent was enough to threaten his life. Damn it, he's just a young man. How can he have such a powerful sword intent? Bao Hu was shocked. He looked young, but he was actually over 100 years old. In these 100 years, he had seen countless experts, but it was his first time seeing someone as young as Lin Xian who had such a powerful sword intent. This brat can't be left alive. In a flash, Bao Hu made a decision. He couldn't allow Lin Xian to live in this world. Otherwise, his future would be a nightmare. Brat, I don't care who you are. Die today. Bao Hu stretched out his palm. A ferocious tiger head appeared in the sky. Its cold eyes looked down at Lin Xian without a trace of emotion. The black tiger head let out a wild roar, and countless black lights rushed towards Lin Xian. Heavenly meteor. Lin Xian held the star extinction sword in his hand and rushed into the sky. He had already used his 70% sword intent and wind essence without holding back. His body disappeared instantly. Above the ground, countless black lights pierced into the ground, forming a bottomless black hole. Not good. Seeing Lin Xian disappear, Bao Hu's pupils shrank. He subconsciously put up a defense. Crack. Crack, but just as he was about to defend, the cold sword tip suddenly pierced his body. In a flash, the violent dragon sword intent was like a flood. It drilled into his body and destroyed everything. Impossible. Bao Hu was still shocked. He didn't see the sword's trajectory. He didn't even have time to defend. Puff, Bao Hu spat out blood and fell down powerlessly. Phew. Lin Xian landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale. The heavenly meteor was magical. As his cultivation increased, the power of the sword became stronger. Just now, he tried his best to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But that sword still consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, after entering the harmonious spirit realm, a warrior could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth at any time. Plus, Lin Xian's art of long life absorbed spiritual chi at a very fast speed. So, he didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy. Boom, Bao Hu's body fell to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. His hand was still holding the golden inner armor. He didn't put it on until the moment of his death. Lin Xian walked over and took off the golden inner armor. He quickly put it on and let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. More than half of the Black Tiger Gang members were killed in the battle, but there were still more than 10 warriors who survived. When these people saw Lin Xian, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Dozens of sword chi were formed and sank into these people's bodies, destroying their spiritual chi whirlpools. I won't kill you, but I can't let you continue to do evil. Now, I'll destroy your cultivation. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. A moment later, 2 figures appeared in the ruins. They were the 2 disciples of the evil king. What a fierce battle. It seems like someone has already started fighting. The lady in green said with a delicate voice. Eh? It's those people from the Black Tiger Gang. Isn't that Black Tiger? He was killed? The masked man frowned. Although he didn't think much of Bao Hu's strength, it was still out of his expectation that a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior could be killed. Are there other spirit transformation realm warriors in this place? The lady in green was puzzled. No, if they were spirit transformation realm warriors, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to kill Bao Hu. The masked man shook his head. Look at the traces of the battle. It's obvious that they were people of similar strength. Moreover, these cuts contain sword intent. It's obvious that they were swordsmen. Swordsmen? The lady in green was surprised. Are they here for the Wind Shadow Sword? You guys, get over here. The masked man, Jade-Faced Playboy, looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang whose cultivation had been destroyed. Who killed Tiger Bao? Devil, devil. Those people looked frightened and kept shaking their heads. Jade-Faced Playboy's expression was cold. His 5 fingers formed a claw and suddenly grabbed one of the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. The next moment, that person's head was pierced. Traces of blood rose and quickly evaporated. Jade-Faced Playboy closed his eyes slightly and then opened them. It turned out to be a young man. He revealed a relaxed expression. Just now, he used a special soul-searching technique and saw the scene when Lin Xian killed Tiger Bao. Could it be a disciple of a top sect? Jade-Faced Playboy was confused. At this age, only the disciples of the big sects could have such means. There was almost no other possibility. No matter who it is, as long as he dares to have ideas about the evil king's tomb, I will let him come and go. He had a trace of an evil smile on his face. Let's go and meet this swordsman. Jade-Faced Playboy took out a folding fan and gently waved it. Suddenly, a blood mark appeared on the necks of the disciples of the Black Tiger gang. Dozens of people died. Then, the two figures swayed and disappeared into the ruins like ghosts. After a long time, a slight sound suddenly came from the ruins. Tiger Bao, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes with difficulty and a trace of blood appeared. Damn it, fortunately, I mastered the art of fake death and deceived Jade-Face Playboy. This hatred, I will definitely take revenge. Tiger Bao struggled with difficulty and began to crazily absorb the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His storage ring had been taken away by Lin, so he could not get any elixirs to nourish himself. Little thief, today's hatred will be repaid 100-fold. Tiger Bao's voice was hoarse with endless murderous intent. As the second in command of the Black Tiger gang, he had never suffered such humiliation. Today, he almost died in the evil king's tomb. However, although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to take revenge. Moreover, he had a deep fear of Jade-Face Playboy. Jade-Face Playboy, I didn't expect him to come. Tiger Bao's voice was dignified. It was rumored that Jade-Faced Playboy was the disciple of the evil king. He was even crueler than the evil king. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors wouldn't be able to survive if they met him. Even spirit transformation realm warriors wouldn't dare to provoke him. It seemed that he could only use the blood demon body fusion technique. Bao, whose expression was solemn. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He propped up his broken body and quickly formed a strange seal with his palms. Immediately, the surrounding blood gathered and rushed into his body. Soon, his body was enveloped by a ball of blood. After a long time, the blood mist exploded, and a withered figure appeared above the ruins. That figure's entire body was withered like a zombie. It did not look like a human at all. This was Violent Tiger using the 10,000 secret technique. The peak of the harmonious spirit realm. This time, I will definitely kill that brat. Bao, whose voice was cold. Then, he flew away like a gust of wind. Everywhere he went, blood chi shot up into the sky. After Lin Xian obtained the golden inner armor, he ran like mad. Finally, he arrived in front of a huge stone cave. Countless gusts of wind formed into astral energy, blowing out from the stone cave. The energy was like a sharp sword light blowing on a person's body. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors couldn't withstand this astral wind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind, so this astral wind had no effect on him. His body was erratic, like a willow in the wind, drifting with the wind. If one looked closely, one would find that Lin Xian's every step was very mysterious, as if he had merged with the wind. Such a terrifying wind force, is this stone cave related to the wind shadow sword? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He came to the evil king's tomb to find the wind shadow sword to increase his strength. Now that this stone cave was very suspicious, he wouldn't miss it. Brat, run quickly, a spirit transformation realm warrior is coming. Wine Lord suddenly reminded. Lin Xian also felt a violent force quickly approaching. This force was very strong, far stronger than Violent Tiger. With his current strength, he couldn't stop it. He didn't dare to stay. His body turned into a gust of wind, quickly entering the stone cave. However, the moment he entered the stone cave, the violent force behind him had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. Stay! A cold voice rang out. Then, Lin Xian felt the spirit energy around him quickly condensing. Like two mountains pressing down on him. Such a terrifying use of spirit energy. Lin Xian was shocked. He fully utilized the concept of wind, allowing his body to cooperate with the astral wind. Spirit transformation realm warriors not only had a strong cultivation, but they also had a better understanding of spirit energy. A harmonious spirit realm warrior could only manipulate spirit energy, but a spirit transformation realm warrior could turn the surrounding spirit energy into a part of his body, making it even more powerful. Lin Xian relied on the concept of wind to narrowly escape the calamity. He turned into a sword light, quickly entering the stone cave. He actually dodged it. Jade-Faced Playboy was surprised. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would have a hard time dodging her attack. Lin Xian was only an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, Yet he was able to enter the stone cave safely. You have some skills, worthy of being the swordsman who killed Violent Tiger. Jade-faced playboy sneered, but it was still not enough to face me. Senior brother, is this stone cave the place where the Wind Shadow Sword is kept? The green-cloaked girl asked. It is indeed the place where the Wind Shadow Sword is sealed, but I don't know how this brat knew about it. Let's go in quickly, before that brat gets there first. The Wind Shadow Sword is not that easy to get. Even if he went in 100 years earlier, he still wouldn't be able to get it. Jade-faced playboy was very confident. However, he didn't want to waste any time, so he waved his palm. The violent astral wind tore apart, creating a vacuum in the middle. The two quickly entered the stone cave. Lin Xian ran madly after entering the stone cave. He was able to find this stone cave because of the snow-white little monkey. There was another world inside the stone cave, but Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it, and he didn't dare to stay. After all, there was a spirit transformation realm warrior behind him, who could take his life at any time. Wooji Wooji, the snow-white little monkey, did a divination, then pointed in a direction and shouted. Lin Xian understood and was about to go. Suddenly, a terrifying spirit energy fluctuation came from behind him. Brat, be a good boy and stay here. A large crystal-colored hand grabbed at him. There were strange patterns on the palm, causing the surrounding spirit energy to tremble. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the person behind him to catch up so quickly. Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel steps with all his strength, increasing his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he activated the black cloak, increasing his speed once again. At the critical moment, he finally brushed past the large jade hand. The terrifying spirit energy fluctuation made him continuously retreat. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian waved his long sword, splitting the spirit energy rushing towards him. At the same time, the soundless sword light rushed towards jade-faced playboy. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the soundless sword chi was shattered, quickly dissipating in the air. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Jade-faced playboy waved the folding fan in his hand. He was very calm. Wind Slayer Sudden Thunder. Lin Xian brandished his sword twice in a row, and a green sword light quickly surged out. At the same time, a pentagonal lightning array descended from the sky. Too weak. Yu Langjun waved his folding fan and drew an arc in front of him. All of a sudden, all of the attacks were blocked outside. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan and blocked all of Lin Xian's attacks outside his body. In front of me, you are just an ant. Do you think an ant can shake a giant dragon? Jade-faced playboy laughed disdainfully. Now it's my turn to attack. Killing geniuses is a very fun thing to do. Jade-faced playboy took a step forward with a folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. As he waved his fan, a heart-palpitating power gushed out. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He instantly used the black cloak to create a doppelganger, while his real body retreated. Puff, the black-cloaked clone was instantly sliced in half, and intense stellar energy swept out in all directions. Lin Xian's true body was shaken out of the void and staggered back. Interesting. It can even create doppelgangers. This cloak is not bad. I want it. Jade-faced playboy strolled leisurely, as if he was the ruler. Damn it, the gap is too big. If I can break through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, I might be able to fight a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian's heart sank. However, it wouldn't be that easy to take his life. Alright, game over. Jade-faced playboy had obviously lost his patience. He waved his palm and launched a mysterious attack towards Lin Xian's forehead. Soul Sword. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used a soul attack. The runes in his right eye scattered, and his soul power formed an invisible sword, stabbing towards jade-faced playboy. This sword attack had gathered all of Lin Xian's soul power, and it also contained 70% of his sword intent. It could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the soul attack was strange and unpredictable. It was really impossible to guard against it. Jade-faced playboy was instantly hit by the soul attack. His body trembled, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Once a warrior entered the harmonious spirit realm, other than being able to use the power of heaven and earth, his soul power would also increase along with his realm. Although Jade-Faced Playboy wasn't a warrior who specialized in soul power, he was a warrior in the spirit transformation realm, so he quickly regained his senses. However, the piercing pain that penetrated deep into his soul drove him crazy. Clang, the absolute star sword collided with Jade-Faced Playboy's body, creating countless sparks. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb, and he quickly retreated. The defense of a warrior at the spirit transformation realm was incomparably strong. He was actually unable to break through in a short period of time. "Brat, I will use the cruelest means to kill you." Jade-Faced Playboy's face was ferocious. Since his debut, he had never suffered such a loss. Moreover, his opponent was a little cultivator who was far behind him. For a moment, Jade-Faced Playboy's heart was filled with killing intent. He wished he could chop Lin Xian into pieces. On the side, the green-cloaked woman's beautiful face also turned pale. She knew how powerful Jade-Faced Playboy was. He only needed one move to kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. However, this young man who was only at the early harmonious spirit realm had repeatedly created miracles. First, he used his clone to avoid a fatal blow. Then, he used his strange soul power to injure Jade-Faced Playboy. She had followed Jade-Faced Playboy for dozens of years, but she had never seen such a thing. Fortunately, Jade-Faced Playboy was very powerful. It was impossible to kill him. "Go to hell." Jade-Faced Playboy waved his folding fan. The spirit energy in the sky rolled, forming countless pink petals that floated toward Lin Xian. These petals looked beautiful, but they contained endless killing intent. Each petal was able to kill a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, these petals seemed to contain a mysterious intent realm. Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Senior brother even used the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. It seems that Brad is dead for sure. The woman's heart calmed down. Jade-Faced Playboy was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Naturally, he had also comprehended the intent realm. Moreover, the Peach Blossom Intent Realm was even more powerful. It was incomparably illusory. It could often kill enemies without them noticing. Lin Xian could also feel the terror of this intent realm. He immediately used the Wind Intent Realm, causing the surrounding airflow to become extremely strange. It blocked the sky full of peach blossoms. At the same time, he fully activated the 70% Great Dragon Sword intent. He held the Star Extinction Sword with both hands and slashed toward the void. Lin Xian had just comprehended the Wind Intent Realm. His usage of the Intent Realm was not as good as Jade-Faced Playboy's. Therefore, his Wind Intent Realm was defeated by the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Fortunately, his 70% Great Dragon Sword intent was extremely powerful. It had already surpassed the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was not high enough, with the help of the Great Dragon Sword intent, he was still able to forcefully create a small cut. What? Impossible. He actually split open the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. The green-cloaked woman exclaimed in shock. Jade-Faced Playboy's face was ferocious. His gaze was uncertain as he looked at Lin Xian. To be honest, he did not want to believe that this little brat could split open his Peach Blossom Intent Realm. However, the truth was right in front of him. Besides the sword intent, there is also the Wind Intent Realm. Who is this little brat? How can he comprehend two intents? Jade-Faced Playboy was jealous. Intents were not something that could be found anywhere. Generally, only peerless geniuses could comprehend them. As the evil king's disciple, he had only comprehended one intent realm. However, Lin Xian was actually able to comprehend two intents. This was simply impossible. Moreover, that sword intent was really terrifying. It actually threatened his Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Since he is an enemy, I will definitely not let him grow. Jade-Faced Playboy had a deep fear of Lin Xian in his heart. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian's cultivation was too weak. He could easily kill him. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius. However, since you have offended me, you can only die. Jade-Faced Playboy laughed sinisterly. The peach blossoms in the sky suddenly spun quickly. Each petal was crystal clear, like a divine weapon, piercing through the void. The peach blossoms from all directions all rushed toward Lin Xian. Not good. The peach blossom intent realm has become stronger again. Lin Xian clearly felt the changes in the peach blossom intent realm in the sky. His expression changed. It seemed that a spirit transformation realm warrior was indeed not someone he could fight against. However, it would not be so easy to kill him. Secret blood sacrifice technique. Lin Xian instantly integrated the essence blood in his body into the black cloak. His body turned into a streak of blood and quickly rushed out. This speed was very fast. It even surpassed the speed of an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior. Whoosh, Lin Xian quickly dodged. The place where he was originally standing was covered by the petals and turned into ruins. He dodged again. Jade-faced Playboy's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His body was slightly trembling. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, it was very embarrassing for him to let a little brat escape from his hands one after another. Was the bloodline just now the effect of the cloak? Jade-faced Playboy's eyes were sharp. He did not believe that Lin Xian had this ability. He thought that he must have borrowed the power of the black cloak. The black cloak seems to be a spirit-level treasure. Moreover, the sword in the kid's hand is also a spirit-level treasure. After you die, these two treasures will be mine. Jade-faced Playboy sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, countless strong astral winds suddenly blew in all directions. The strong killing intent contained in the wind caused the surrounding walls and the ground to have terrifying cracks. This is sword qi. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The fierce wind swept in all directions as if it could destroy everything. Jade-faced Playboy also felt the sword qi and immediately looked at the sky in horror. This is the power of the wind shadow sword? There was a trace of excitement in his voice. Buzz, the void vibrated and a green sword shadow appeared in the sky. It was like an illusory door, emitting a hazy light. After the illusory door appeared, the surrounding air fluctuated and rippled. Countless black qi rushed into the void. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He used his eye technique to look at the void. He saw that the sky was densely packed with fingernail-sized black insects. Not good, these are bloodthirsty poisonous insects. These insects can kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Leave quickly. Wine Lord quickly transmitted his voice. What? Lin Xian was surprised. If one insect could kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior, then there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? If he forced his way in, he would certainly die. However, the entrance of the wind shadow sword was right there. If he left, he would lose his last chance. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dilemma. Jade-faced Playboy was also in a dilemma. He looked at the sea of insects in the sky with a face as black as an iron pot. Damn old thing, it's actually a sea of bloodthirsty insects. Jade-faced Playboy no longer had his previous calmness. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. The old thing he was talking about was naturally the evil king. This kind of insect sea was not only something a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be afraid of, but even a spirit transformation realm warrior would find it difficult to resist. Perhaps only a spirit detecting realm warrior could break through the sea of insects and enter the illusory door. Senior brother, what should we do? The woman beside him was worried. She was completely unable to resist this terrifying insect sea. Let's try. Jade-faced Playboy gritted his teeth and said. He was unwilling to give up just like that. His body emitted a powerful qi. At the same time, countless pink peach blossoms around him. Peach blossom concept. As soon as he came up, Jade-faced Playboy used his strongest artistic conception to attack the sea of insects. Buzz buzz buzz, ding ding, peach blossoms danced in the air. Each peach blossom contained boundless killing intent. When they collided with the black bugs, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Jade-faced Playboy's peach blossom intent realm could kill any harmonious spirit realm warrior, but this terrifying attack only created countless sparks when it hit the black insect. The insects were pushed back by the terrifying force, but they didn't die. Instead, they surged forward even more violently. The sea of insects in the sky was like a layer of black gauze, quickly enveloping Jade-faced Playboy. You go first. Jade-faced Playboy said to the woman in green. He unleashed the peach blossom concept with all his might to resist the sea of insects. As long as he could repel these insects, he would be able to enter the green sword shadow. Lin Xian tried to attack as well. He displayed 70% of the sword shadows and slashed out a resplendent sword chi towards the void. The sword radiance flashed, forming a crescent arc that slashed toward the void. Countless bugs were forced back, but those bugs were still intact and flew over again. Don't waste your energy. These bloodthirsty bugs are very hard. Those below the spirit detecting realm can't kill them. You should leave quickly. Wooji wooji. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped up. It patted its chest and looked at me with an expression that said, "Look at me." You have a way? Lin Xian was surprised. I almost forgot about this monkey. Maybe it can. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes shone with hope again. The snow-white monkey kept jumping up and down. Its body emitted an indescribable aura. Although this aura was very faint, it contained an inviolable king's aura. These black bugs felt this aura and their bodies suddenly trembled. They unconsciously made a path. Lin Xian opened his eyes wide. He was curious about the snow-white monkey's identity again. The snow-white little monkey squinted its big eyes and cheered on his shoulder. Lin Xian didn't delay. His body swayed and rushed toward the green sword shadow in the void. Kid, how dare you? Jade-faced playboy, who was still in the sea of bugs, was furious. The scene just now almost made him vomit blood. He tried his best but couldn't move forward. However, Lin Xian could easily enter. Jade-faced playboy looked up to the sky and roared. The wind shadow sword was the evil king's sword. Although it wasn't his main goal, he didn't want to miss it. His body emitted endless light. Jade-faced playboy quickly absorbed the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding peach blossom concept became stronger and stronger. Finally, it formed a peach blossom storm. However, more and more black bugs pounced on him, gnawing away at everything around him. Holes appeared in his peach blossom concept. Some of the petals were eaten by the bugs. Crack, crack. His body defense was bitten, revealing a fist-sized hole. Countless bugs drilled into it. Jade-faced playboy was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His body turned into a pink light and quickly ran outside. At the same time, he pushed the peach blossom concept to the extreme, knocking away all the bugs nearby. In the end, he managed to escape. Jade-faced playboy's hair was disheveled. There were many holes on his body. He looked very embarrassed. Senior brother, are you all right? The green-clothed girl hiding in the distance ran over. Jade-faced playboy didn't answer. His eyes were like divine spears, looking at the cyan shadow in the void. When he saw Lin Xian step into the cyan sword shadow, he roared angrily to the sky. The spirit energy in his body vibrated, forming a strong impact. Ah! Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Jade-faced playboy roared angrily. The cyan sword shadow was so close to him, but he couldn't get in. On the contrary, that hateful little bastard walked in without any effort. He couldn't accept it. After Lin Xian entered, the sea of bugs in the sky quickly disappeared into the cyan sword shadow. Buzz, the cyan sword shadow completely disappeared from the sky. Senior brother, what should we do? The green-cloaked girl asked anxiously. Why don't we wait here for that brat to come out? Then we can kill him and take the wind shadow sword. No, since the wind shadow sword has been opened, the other 3 treasures should also be opened. Even if he enters the sealed place, he may not be able to get the wind shadow sword. Why don't we go to the other places first and get that treasure first? As long as that brat hasn't come out of the evil king's tomb, we will have a chance to kill him. Jade-faced playboy said in a low voice. His original goal was not the wind shadow sword, but the other treasure. As long as he got that treasure, even if Lin Xian got the wind shadow sword, he was confident that he could kill him. Okay, let's listen to senior brother, the green-cloaked girl said. The 2 figures flashed and quickly left the grotto. He looked at the inside of the cave and sneered. If I can get the wind shadow sword, I won't be afraid of spirit transformation realm warriors anymore. After saying that, his body swayed and he hid again. This Bao who was waiting for Lin Xian to come out so that he could get the wind shadow sword. After Lin Xian entered the green sword shadow, he arrived at a strange place. It was a valley. It wasn't very big and one could see the end of it. There was a giant tree in the middle of the valley. There were dozens of big green birds around the tree. Each of them was 30 meters long. These big green birds had crystal clear feathers. Their dark green tails were 3 meters long. When they flapped their wings, it created a strong wind. The strong wind condensed into a small tornado, whistling in the valley. Under the giant tree, there was a green treasure sword. It looked simple like a green jade. Wind shadow sword. Lin Xian's pupil shrunk. He came to the evil king's tomb to find the wind shadow sword. Now, the sword was right in front of him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian looked around cautiously. He found that the only trouble was these green demonic birds. The green tornadoes created by the blue birds contained a terrifying killing power. Even a peak harmonious spirit warrior wouldn't dare to touch the tornadoes. Luckily, he just needed to avoid the tornadoes and the birds. Although it wasn't easy, Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. He also comprehended the concept of wind, so it wasn't too difficult. He used the dragon reverse step and flew out like a ghost. At the same time, he circulated the concept of wind. His whole body seemed to have merged with the wind, quickly avoiding the green tornadoes. When he got close to the giant tree, all the green birds turned around and stared at him with their cold eyes. They flapped their wings and created tornadoes that swept in all directions. Moreover, these tornadoes had a suction force that could suck everything in the surroundings. In a flash, Lin Xian felt at least 3 or 4 suction forces pulling his body. Cut. He waved the star extinction sword in his hand. The dragon sword intent gushed out and cut this strange force in half. With a leap, Lin Xian arrived at a safe place and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like these tornadoes were harder to deal with than expected. Would the tornadoes disappear if he killed these strange birds? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Soon, he gave up on this idea. Because if he killed one of the birds, the others would go berserk immediately. This valley wasn't big. If he was surrounded, it would be hard to get out. It seemed like he could only rely on his movement skill. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He could use this opportunity to comprehend the concept of wind. His black cloak fluttered as Lin Xian moved again. A green air current flashed under his feet, and he flew out like a gust of wind. This time, he used the concept of wind to the limit and quickly sensed the direction of the tornadoes. This process was very difficult. He couldn't make a single mistake. If the distance was not right, he would be pulled by the suction force. As powerful as he was, he could only cut off the suction force with his sword intent. Once the suction force exceeded 5, he would be powerless. However, everything was going smoothly. He had covered half of the distance. At this moment, a black shadow shrouded him. Lin Xian wasn't the only one. A large black shadow appeared on the ground of the entire valley. He suddenly looked up and saw a huge body slowly descending above the valley. It was a huge strange green bird. Its body was 100 meters long. Its wings flapped and created a fierce wind. The air current was like a huge mountain. It made people's bodies tremble. It was unbearable. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. This ancient aura was even above the spirit transformation realm. He couldn't bear it. Instantly, he retreated like a sword and retreated to a safe area. Standing at the edge of the valley, Lin Xian looked at the towering tree in horror. He saw the 100-meter-long green bird land on the towering tree. It folded its wings and closed its eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Under the tree, the green jade sword emitted a faint light. Damn it, this giant tree is actually the nest of the ghost bird. Lin Xian cursed anxiously in a low voice. He could only wait patiently. Gradually, he discovered the uniqueness of this valley. The strange bird on the giant tree was emitting a green aura. It could manipulate the air around it with every breath. The entire valley was filled with a strange aura. Is this the wind concept? Lin Xian's expression became very strange. He looked in front of him in surprise and silently experienced it. Yes, it is the wind concept. He sighed in the end. The wind concept that emerged from the strange green bird was very skillful. It was far beyond what he had comprehended. It was hard to believe that a green bird could have such a profound concept. However, Lin Xian was not upset at all. His eyes flashed and he fully comprehended the concept. His concept of wind was not considered perfect yet. He only fumbled around with a trace of superficial knowledge. Now, in this valley, he seemed to have a new understanding. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Xian ignored everything else and began to comprehend with all his strength. Time passed slowly. After a while, the giant green bird woke up and left. However, Lin Xian did not move. He was already immersed in a mysterious realm. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The aura on his body was very mysterious. It had improved a lot. This was a good place. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. His wind child intent realm had clearly improved by quite a bit. Let's test my speed. Lin Xian stood up and rushed to the giant tree in the center. The strange green birds began to attack. However, this time, Lin Xian dodged very quickly. He was not in a sorry state like before. It seemed that this was the effect of his newly comprehended wind concept. Without much effort, Lin Xian successfully arrived under the giant tree. Looking at the green jade-like treasure sword, Lin Xian did not make a move. Because he still wanted to comprehend. If he pulled out the treasure sword, he did not know what would happen. Retreating rapidly, Lin Xian came to the edge of the valley again and sat down cross-legged. Before long, the giant green bird returned to its nest. Lin Xian sensed that aura and became excited. In the next few days, his wind concept finally reached the small success stage. At this moment, Lin Xian felt very mysterious. It was as if he could control the air around him and use it for his own use. The division of realms was very vague. However, it was generally recognized that there were small success, large success, and perfection. Now, Lin Xian's wind concept was small success. It would be difficult to improve again in a short time. It's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After waiting for the giant green bird to leave the valley, he quickly arrived in front of the giant tree. Using strength in his palm, Lin Xian held the green jade-like treasure sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ground trembled and the wind shadow sword left the ground. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the valley, turning into countless green sword chi that swept in all directions. The grade of the wind shadow sword was probably even higher than the Star of Extinction sword. Could it be a high-grade spiritual treasure? Lin Xian was excited. However, before he could take a closer look, the wind shadow sword vibrated and emitted a green sword aura. It cut through the void and sent Lin Xian out. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Cave. Lin Xian had been in the green sword shadow for 7 days. The stone cave had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. In the dark, Bao Hu was getting impatient and was about to leave. At that moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air in the depths of the stone cave. The fluctuation became more and more intense until it spread in all directions like boiling water. Is he coming out? Bao Hu stopped and looked at the void with cruel eyes. In the void, a sword light flashed, followed by the appearance of a black figure. This figure was Lin Xian. He was brought out of the mysterious valley by the wind shadow sword. Gently landing on the ground, Lin Xian stroked the wind shadow sword and revealed a satisfied smile. It was a high-grade spiritual treasure, 1 grade higher than the Star of Extinction sword. This kind of treasure was not common in the Dragon Star Kingdom. Even many spirit transformation realm warriors could not have a high-grade spiritual treasure. This was enough to show how precious it was. It seems that I can't use the wind shadow sword unless I have no other choice, Lin Xian thought. After all, if he did not have enough strength to intimidate everyone, he could be targeted by spirit transformation realm warriors. This was not a situation he wanted to see. I've got the treasure sword. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the Evil King's tomb. Lin Xian did not plan to leave immediately. He was here to train and increase his cultivation. If there were other treasures, he would not mind taking them all. He took out the black scabbard and slowly inserted the wind shadow sword. Clang, the green jade-like sword entered the black scabbard. It was perfect. The black scabbard was simple and unadorned. There were 2 treasured swords on it. It was as if they were born like this. A scabbard with two swords. It is indeed a treasure. Lin Xian laughed. It was time to leave the stone cave. With a light tap of his feet, he quickly ran out of the cave. However, at this moment, two sinister attacks quickly rushed towards the back of his heart and head. The two attacks were extremely sinister and swift. By the time Lin Xian reacted, the two attacks were already behind him. If they had not entered the mysterious valley, these two attacks would have severely injured Lin Xian. But now, his concept of wind had reached small success, which was a great improvement compared to before. Moreover, he could control the flow of air around him. The air currents in the void swirled as if they were being distorted. They quickly formed a strange arc behind him, blocking the two vicious attacks. At the same time, his body flickered and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two streaks of blood-red light flew past, and a terrifying wound appeared on the wall. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already arrived at another location. Who is it? Come out. He searched his surroundings with his soul and quickly locked onto the direction of the attack. The star sword was unsheathed, and the terrifying sword chi blasted the side. Hee hee. A figure walked out from the side of the ruins like a mummy. Kid, I didn't expect your luck to be so good. But today will be the day you die. The mummy stared at the black scabbard in Lin Xian's hand, revealing a greedy gaze. Two spiritual treasures, and one of them is a high-grade spiritual treasure. This is a great harvest. The mummy laughed maniacally. Who are you? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the mummy in front of him. He felt like he had seen this person before. Although the aura was covered by the blood chi, it was very familiar. It's you. You're not dead. Lin Xian exclaimed. He finally remembered this person. The second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, Bao Hu. Of course I'm not dead. How could a little thief like you kill me? Today, I will break your bones one by one and let you taste the most painful torture in the world. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Bao Hu's voice was hoarse as if it came from hell. Humph, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Xian sneered, I don't know what method you used to come back to life, but if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Twice? Ha 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 ha. Bao Hu laughed maniacally. His aura swept out like a flood. My current cultivation has surpassed the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I have reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. No one below the spirit transformation realm can kill me. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Is that so? I just got a treasure sword. You're the perfect sacrifice. Lin Xian was not afraid. He put away the star extinction sword and held the wind shadow sword in his hand. Kid, go to hell. Bao Hu shouted angrily. His body rose from the ground and rushed toward Lin Xian. Above his palms, an endless amount of blood chi was like a bloodless sea, emitting a terrifying aura. Wind Slayer. The wind shadow sword was pulled out and drew an arc in the air. With this sword, the wind in the air seemed to have been slashed apart and quickly scattered to the sides. It was as if the space was forcefully torn apart by someone. The sea of blood that filled the sky was split in half from the middle. The wind shadow sword danced and the terrifying sword chi rushed toward Bao Hu. Impossible. Bao Hu was shocked and screamed. That attack just now had exceeded his original power. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to escape death. However, this terrifying attack was split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bao Hu was furious. This was completely different from what he had expected. He thought that after reaching the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, he could kill Lin Xian as easily as turning his hand. But now, he felt that Lin Xian's strength had far surpassed his. Impossible, this must be an illusion. Blood Devil Galloping Wave. Bao Hu roared. Endless blood light fell from the sky as if it was rushing out from hell. The sea of blood and the mountain of bones surrounded him and rushed toward Lin Xian with a monstrous blood chi. Let's end this, Wind Emperor Sword. The Wind Shadow Sword stabbed out. The concept of wind and the Great Dragon Sword intent perfectly merged together. The sword light flashed and the terrifying scene disappeared. Bao, whose body was still rushing forward at a fast speed. When the dazzling sword light passed through his body, he still had a frightened expression on his face. His body was slightly trembling. Gulp a head suddenly flew up from his running body and rushed into the sky. Puff the head exploded in the sky. One sword, with only one sword, Lin Xian killed Bao Hu, who was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. It seems like the small success of the concept of wind has greatly increased my strength. Lin Xian was happy. He had a general understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, even if he met Jade-faced Playboy again, he still had the strength to fight. Jade-faced Playboy, I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, I will let you know the power of a swordsman. Lin Xian harumphed. Previously, Jade-faced Playboy relied on his powerful cultivation to kill and rob. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian would definitely take revenge for this. After leaving the grotto, Lin Xian stopped. Little White, where are we going this time? He turned around and asked. The little white monkey was like a little charlatan. It continued to perform divination and then pointed in a direction and shouted cheerfully. Oh, I'll listen to you. Lin Xian smiled and ran in that direction. Not long after the wind shadow sword appeared in the evil king's tomb, strange phenomena appeared in other places. There was one place where there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. Of course, it was the jade-faced playboy and the green-cloaked girl. They were fighting against a girl in a white dress. Her whole body was hazy like moonlight covering her body. This girl was only at the late stage of the harmonious spirit realm, but her attack was very strange. It was similar to Lin Xian's soul attack. Relying on this strange attack, the white-clothed girl was able to deal with the jade-faced playboy. However, even so, her situation was getting more and more dangerous. Little bitch, you actually got that thing. If you know what's good for you, take it out quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer. The jade-faced playboy snorted. As he spoke, he continuously threw out 3 palms. Each palm contained a terrifying force. Even the void couldn't withstand this force and exploded. The hazy moonlight on the girl in white dress rippled and formed a protection to resist this force. Humph. Treasures belong to those who are destined to get them. If you want the treasure, then it depends on your ability. The voice was unusually cold. However, in the next moment, it became very strange. Look, your junior sister is sneakily attacking you. The white-clothed girl's voice floated as if it had endless magic. The jade-faced playboy frowned. Suddenly, he felt a sound of air breaking behind him. He quickly turned his head and found that the green-clothed girl beside him was raising her sword and slashing at him. Bitch, you are courting death. The jade-faced playboy was furious. He quickly waved the folding fan in his hand. An unstoppable and violent force gushed out and instantly collided with the long sword, sending the green-robed woman flying. Puff, the green-clothed girl was sent flying and vomited blood. She trembled and shouted, "Senior brother, why did you attack me? Damn it." The jade-faced playboy's body slightly shook and he suddenly woke up. Damn it, I've fallen into an illusion. His face became extremely ugly, and his body flashed to the side of the green-clothed woman. Taking out 2 medicinal pills, jade-faced playboy had the green-clothed woman take them. Just now, I was affected by that slut's illusion, so I attacked you. Junior sister, you're also an illusionist. Can you help me stall her? Hearing this, the woman in green nodded. Then, she slowly stood up with a dazzling light in her eyes. A strange green light appeared in his eyes, pulsing rapidly like the fire of the underworld. A strange and unpredictable soul power gushed out, enveloping the white-robed woman. At the same time, jade-faced playboy struck out the peach blossom artistic conception, which covered an area of 10 feet. Humph. The woman in white seemed to know how powerful it was and didn't dare to take it head-on. Runes floated out of her eyes and blocked the green light. Then, she ran backward. Peach blossom chi. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan, and the peach blossoms in the sky rotated. Countless pink mist floated out of the petals. The woman in white could not resist the suction and inhaled a little. Immediately, her body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. You've sucked in my peach blossom chi. Let's see how you can escape. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. Little beauty, I'll let you have your fill in a moment. The peach blossom chi had an evil power. The woman in white felt powerless, as if there were flames burning on her body. An abnormal pink color appeared on her face, and even some hallucinations appeared in front of her eyes. Fortunately, the woman in white was also an illusionist. Her soul power was extremely strong, so she could stay awake for the time being. Looking at jade-faced playboy who was slowly walking toward her, the woman in white clenched her teeth. She turned her jade-like hand and took out a fist-sized stone bead. The stone bead had a strange shape, like an eyeball. After taking out the stone eyeball, the woman in white fully activated her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead emitted a simple light. The eyeball in the center seemed to pulsate. A heart-palpitating power gushed out of the stone bead, diffusing between the heaven and the earth. This power had already surpassed a warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Jade-faced playboy's body stiffened, and he felt a heart-palpitating pressure. Oh no! His face changed greatly, and he stared at the stone eyeball in horror. His face revealed a look of fear and greed. Senior brother, is this the eyeball that master left behind? The woman in green exclaimed. Little bitch, quickly hand over the eyeball, or I'll let you know how powerful I am. Jade-faced playboy shouted. The stone eyeball was extremely powerful, so he didn't dare to move forward. He could only wait for the woman in white's peach blossom chi to take effect. If you want the stone bead, you'll have to kill me. The woman in white clenched her teeth and said. Humph. You've been hit by my peach blossom chi. Let's see how long you can last. Jade-faced playboy laughed evilly. Hand over the stone bead, and after I'm done, I may let you go. Go to hell. The woman in white said with hatred. Senior brother, you haven't even seen the person yet, and you're already so anxious? The demonic woman in green said, let me help you. After saying that, she waved her hand and shot out a green light, which quickly bombarded the hazy moonlight outside the woman in white clouds. Suddenly, the air surged, and the hazy moonlight was torn apart, revealing the true face of the woman in white. Haha, I didn't expect her to be such a beauty. Seeing the face of the woman in white, jade-faced playboy showed a satisfied smile. The woman in green next to him also showed a jealous expression. Senior brother, why don't you give her to me? I promise I'll train her into a qualified slave. With junior sister's help, I'll naturally rest assured. Jade-faced playboy smiled evilly. The two of them spoke lewdly, treating the woman in white as a lamb to be slaughtered. The woman in white's face flushed. She didn't want to fall into their hands even if she died. When she was ready to launch a desperate attack, there was suddenly a brilliant sword light in the sky. Seeing that sword light, the woman in white showed a hopeful expression. She used all her strength to shout, Lin Xian, help me. Lin Xian? Hearing that, jade-faced playboy and the demonic woman in green both looked at the sky. The dazzling sword light in the sky abruptly came to a halt. The man in the sword light was Lin Xian. He heard someone shouting and looked down. When he saw the scene below, he suddenly stopped. The two people below were his enemies, jade-faced playboy, and the one who shouted was Zhao Shui, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Zhao Shui's state, Lin Xian's face immediately sank. Damn guy, how dare he hurt Zhao Shui? Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly descended from the sky. Whoosh, endless wind rushed, blowing the gravel on the ground. The sword light disappeared, and Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Shui. How is it? He asked anxiously, and at the same time, he used his soul power to sense. Take me away quickly. Zhao Shui's eyes were blurred, and she said weakly. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Not only did this brat ruin his chance to obtain the Wind Shadow Sword, he even ignored him. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, how could jade-faced playboy endure this? You want to leave? Naive. Jade-faced playboy sneered, both of you, don't even think about leaving here alive. I don't have time to fight with you, get lost. Lin Xian said in a domineering tone. Brat, you're courting death. Jade-faced playboy was furious. His aura surged and countless peach blossoms spun around him at high speed, emitting a terrifying aura. Who was he? He was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Even warriors of the same level wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. But now, a harmonious spirit brat dared to tell him to get lost? You're just an early harmonious spirit brat, how dare you talk big like this? Jade-faced playboy was furious, you've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to skin you alive and torture you for 100 days, then chop you into pieces. His voice was extremely vicious. Every word of his made the air tremble. In the end, the peach blossoms formed a huge pink folding fan, fluttering in the air. Lin Xian, run! Zhao Shui gasped for breath, he's a spirit transformation realm warrior. You can't beat him, don't fight him head-on, don't worry, he's just a trash who only knows how to play dirty tricks. I can handle him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. You can handle him? Jade-faced playboy's tone was ferocious, if it wasn't for those insects last time, you would have died. How dare you talk big here? Let's see who can save you now. Jade-faced playboy stretched out his palm. A huge glass-like hand appeared in the air. There were countless lines on it, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Slash! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. The wind shadow sword was quickly unsheathed, drawing a sword light in the air. Boom, the air was sucked dry. Endless gusts of wind spread to both sides. The wind shadow sword was as fast as the wind, colliding with the glass-like hand. The two collided, causing an explosion of energy that rolled in all directions. The glass-like hand trembled and deviated from its original direction, piercing through the ground nearby. Lin Xian, on the other hand, suddenly took 3 steps back, each step causing the ground to crack. What? That's impossible. The woman in green beside him screamed as if she had seen a ghost. He blocked it? Zhao Shui, who was behind him, was also surprised. Lin Xian had actually managed to block that palm strike. He didn't rely on his movement technique to dodge it, but had actually blocked it. How is this possible? That was the attack of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Could it be that he's hiding his cultivation level? The green-robed woman's eyes darted around. However, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the early harmonious spirit realm. Beside him, jade-faced playboy was silent, and his face was very ugly. He didn't think that Lin Xian could block his attack, but such a thing really happened. Jade-faced playboy stared at Lin Xian. When he saw the green jade sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wind shadow sword, you actually got the wind shadow sword. Jade-faced playboy cried out involuntarily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph, what spirit transformation realm cultivator? In my opinion, it's just SOSO. Lin Xian said with disdain. He helped Zhao Shui up and prepared to leave. It's worthy of being called the wind shadow sword. It can actually allow an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator to display the strength of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. If I can get it, I will be invincible under the spirit detecting realm. Jade-faced playboy's heart was burning with passion. Brat, I have to thank you this time. I originally thought that I had no fate with the wind shadow sword, but I didn't expect that you would actually deliver it to me. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. Self-righteous. Lin Xian sneered, I will take your dog life with my own hands another day. Lin Xian saw that Zhao Shui's condition wasn't good, so he didn't want to continue fighting. After all, he had plenty of chances to kill jade-faced playboy. Let's go. Carrying Zhao Shui with one hand, Lin Xian used the dragon counter-step and soared into the sky. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay here. Jade-faced playboy soared into the sky. Countless pink peach blossoms appeared around his body, enveloping the entire area. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were 2 fat sheep in his eyes. How could he let them go? Strands of pink chi floated out from the peach blossoms and quickly filled the entire space. Not good. This is the chi of peach blossoms. Don't breathe it in. Zhao Shui tried her best to suppress the chi of peach blossoms in her body while reminding Lin Xian. Returning wind whisks willow sword. Rays of sword light surrounded Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, quickly forming an impact force. The willow twig-like sword chi wrapped around the two of them and soared into the sky, sweeping away all the chi of peach blossoms in the surroundings. Moonbreak. Lin Xian slashed out the half-moon sword chi, fusing the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind, tearing a crack in the concept of peach blossoms. Jade-faced playboy, the next time we meet will be the day I take your dog life. Lin Xian's voice came from the sky and spread out. His body quickly flew into the sky. Damn it! Jade-faced playboy crazily attacked, but Lin Xian's speed was beyond his imagination. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky. Jade-faced playboy was furious. Peach blossoms filled the sky and emitted a terrifying chi, destroying everything in the surroundings. However, even so, it was still difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. Stone bead, wind shadow sword. Jade-faced playboy clenched his fist. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian would not be able to get the wind shadow sword since he came out of the grotto so early. However, he did not expect that not only did Lin Xian get the wind shadow sword, but his strength also increased greatly. In the past, Lin Xian could not resist his attacks at all. However, this time, Lin Xian could actually fight him head-on and even easily break through his peach blossoms concept. If this news were to spread, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. There was a huge gap between the spirit transformation realm and the spirit harmonious realm. There were very few people who could fight across realms. However, not only did Lin Xian do it, but he also looked very relaxed. This kind of performance was too heaven-defying. This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Jade-faced playboy's heart had a trace of uneasiness. If Lin Xian was allowed to grow, it was very likely that he would be killed by Lin Xian in the future. Only by eliminating Lin Xian could he live in peace. Senior brother, what should we do now? The green-clothed girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She did not have any ideas. We must find the inheritance left by Master. As long as we get the inheritance crystal, I will not be afraid of anyone. Jade-faced playboy took a deep breath. The two of them began to search among the surrounding stone statues. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Xianxia to a safe place. How are you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Hot, so hot. Xiaoxua's eyes were blurred and she began to tear her clothes. Don't move, I will help you expel the poison. Lin Xian controlled Xiaoxua and quickly urged the great dragon sword intent. Traces of the great dragon sword intent entered Xiaoxua's body and quickly extinguished the peach blossom chi in her body. This peach blossom chi was very insidious. It could burn a person's body and make them lose their mind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent and could destroy everything. In the past, he could even destroy the immortal flame, let alone this peach blossom chi. Soon, Xiaoxua's complexion returned to normal, but her body was still a little weak. Glancing at Lin Xian who was helping her expel the poison, Xiaoxua's cheeks blushed again. You scoundrel! Xiaoxua angrily glared at him. She clenched her teeth and said, do you have any common sense? You have to use your body to detoxify this kind of poison. Am I really that unattractive? Lin Xian, seeing Lin Xian's deflated appearance, Xiaoxua laughed until she bent over. She once again regained her charming appearance. She lifted Lin Xian's chin with one hand and said, little brother, I still have some residual poison. Why don't you help me take a look? You. Lin Xian slapped away Xiaoxua's jade fingers and pinched her little face. Don't come to such a dangerous place alone. Tell me, why are you here? Lin Xian said as he handed her a cup of spirit wine. Xiaoxua playfully blinked her eyes. I also want to ask you, this is the evil king's tomb. Why are you here? Also, when did you become so strong? You can actually resist a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Xiaoxua curiously stared at Lin Xian. I'm here for this. Lin Xian pointed at the wind shadow sword in his hand. I'm also here to look for the stone beads. Xiaoxua slowly said as she took out the stone eyeball. This stone eyeball is a pair. It originally belonged to the evil king. Later, one of them was lost outside and I obtained it. Now, I want to find the other one. If I can find it, my cultivation method will be complete. So it's like this. This is also the evil king's item. This evil king is really mysterious. Lin Xian suddenly understood. This stone eyeball was something he had cultivated before. However, it was after being modified by Wine Lord. Do you need my help? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Zhao Shui revealed a sly smile. Without you, how can I defeat the jade-faced playboy? Lin Xian smiled. Alright, we'll set off once you've recovered. Half a day later, Zhao Shui returned to normal. The two of them turned into rays of light and rushed towards the horizon. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Statue Complex. At this time, the surroundings of the stone statue had already changed. Trenches appeared around it, as if an underground palace had been opened. Underground, there was a huge mausoleum. It was very majestic. At this moment, jade-faced playboy and the green-cloaked woman were busy around the mausoleum. The jade-faced playboy held the jade slip in his hand and released an indescribable spiritual energy. The green-cloaked woman beside him was also assisting. It was very obvious that the two of them were breaking the restrictions around the mausoleum. After a long time, the two of them finally opened a gap. Instantly, the aura of the mausoleum leaked out, bringing with it a monstrous pressure that swept out in all directions. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan and split the violent aura apart. This was the aura of a spirit-detecting realm expert. Although he was dead, he was still inviolable. However, the evil king was dead after all. Moreover, jade-faced playboy was the evil king's disciple, so he had a better understanding of these methods. As a result, he did not spend much effort to block this pressure. Looking at the gap that was torn open, jade-faced playboy and the green-cloaked woman both revealed smiles. What was recorded in the jade slip is indeed correct. As long as we follow this method, we will soon be able to enter the mausoleum and obtain the real treasure. The two of them worked even harder. Moreover, as the restrictions were broken, a few scattered items appeared on the ground around them. In the past, the evil king did not distinguish between good and evil. He only did things according to his personal preferences. The amount of treasures in his hands was definitely unimaginable. Junior sister, hurry up. Jade-faced playboy said to the green-cloaked woman beside him. The two of them continued to make hand seals. At this time, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the sky. A black-cloaked youth and a white-cloaked woman descended from the sky. They were like an immortal couple. Brat, it's you again. Jade-faced playboy raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, the corner of his mouth raised into a cruel smile. When he saw Zhao Shui, his expression was astonished. At this time, Zhao Shui was no longer covered by the hazy moonlight. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were completely revealed. Moreover, within her frown and smile, there was an endless temptation that made people unable to resist. Although jade-faced playboy had seen countless women, when he saw Zhao Shui, he still felt the blood in his entire body boil, as if it was burning. This woman was simply the best in the world. The green-cloaked woman beside him looked at Zhao Shui. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of jealousy. Her appearance was also considered to be top-notch. However, when compared to Zhao Shui, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Ha 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 ha. Little beauty, why did you take the initiative to deliver yourself to me? Could it be that the little one cannot satisfy you? Jade-faced playboy laughed sinisterly. Brat, to be able to enjoy such a beauty before you die, it is not a loss for you. He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of malevolence on his face. Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer. Since you delivered yourself to me, then don't blame me. I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, I will properly **** this little beauty in front of you. Ha 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 ha. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. The green-cloaked woman beside him also revealed a sneer. None of the women that jade-faced playboy took a fancy to could escape. Moreover, their fates were very miserable. His enemies were even more miserable. They all died in endless despair. Therefore, in her opinion, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were already dead. Lin Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Although he did not have the confidence to kill jade-faced playboy, it was also impossible for him to kill him. Ignoring jade-faced playboy, Lin Xian looked at the tomb below. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. His soul force was outstanding. Naturally, he could feel the extraordinariness of this tomb. Could this be the evil king's tomb? Zhao Shui beside him had an excited expression. That stone eyeball definitely lived in the evil king's tomb. However, in order to enter the evil king's tomb, they had to first get rid of Jade-faced Playboy. Seeing that the two of them ignored him, Jade-faced Playboy was extremely angry. Just as he was about to shout, something strange happened again. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A blood-red light streaked across the sky and quickly descended, bringing with it endless wind. Lin Xian and the others looked over. They saw a person in a blood-red robe that covered his entire body. His body exuded a terrifying aura. That aura was much stronger than that of Violent Tiger, who had turned into a mummy. Beside him, there was a strange bird. Its entire body was red and it had 3 heads. The 2 heads on both sides were unconscious. Only the head in the middle was very alert. 3-headed crimson blood bird. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had met the mysterious monster again. This person was the blood-robed man who had fought with Lin Xian not long ago in Blackfeather City. The 3-headed crimson blood bird looked around and put on a disdainful expression. However, when he saw the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder, he suddenly screamed. As an ancient mutant, he had never been defeated. However, not long ago, he had been defeated by the snow-white monkey. This made him very angry. Now that he saw the snow-white monkey, his eyes were exceptionally red. "Kid, it's you," the blood-robed man said in a hoarse voice. His words were filled with endless murderous intent. "Since we have met here, it's just the right time to get rid of you." Jade-faced Playboy frowned. That glance just now made his heart palpitate. Needless to say, the other party was also a spirit transformation realm martial artist, and his cultivation was a bit stronger than his. Damn it, when did this person come in? Jade-faced Playboy felt irritated. The blood-robed man had a serious expression. Although Jade-faced Playboy's aura was weaker than his, as a spirit transformation realm martial artist, none of them were easy to deal with. The 2 of them were on guard against each other, which actually left Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian was also happy with this. Although his strength could contend against a spirit transformation realm martial artist, if 2 spirit transformation realm martial artists wanted to deal with him, then he could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had a tempting item like the evil king would. Presumably, the 2 of them would not be able to work together. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xian quickly sized up the tomb below. Soon, Lin Xian sighed. The restriction outside was very complicated. Even if he had the Wine Lord, he would not be able to break it in a short amount of time. At this moment, Jade-faced Playboy suddenly smiled and said, "Fellow, how about we work together to break this restriction?" The blood-robed man was slightly stunned, then nodded, "Sure." Firstly, he was not good at breaking restrictions. Secondly, with his cultivation, he was not afraid of Jade-faced Playboy playing any tricks. Therefore, temporarily working together was the best choice. They actually worked together. Lin Xian sighed again. This was not good news for him. "Fellow, before we break the restriction, shouldn't we first deal with this brat?" Jade-faced Playboy sneered as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing Jade-faced Playboy's malicious smile, Lin Xian's gaze became gloomy. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated, temporarily distancing themselves from the tomb. Now that he was facing 2 spirit transformation realm martial artists working together, he could not contend at all. He could only retreat first. However, this did not mean that he had given up on the treasures in the tomb. "I'll let you live a little longer." Jade-faced Playboy sneered as he watched Lin Xian escape. Now was not the time to deal with Lin Xian. The most important thing right now was to destroy the mausoleum. The crimson-robed man didn't chase after him. In his opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation was weak, and he could kill him with a wave of his hand. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Soon, the 2 of them reached an agreement and began to work together to break the restriction. As for the distribution of the treasures, the 2 of them also had a reasonable plan. However, it was unknown whether this plan would be carried out in the end. Wait until I get the evil monarch's crystal. Let's see who can stop me." Jade-faced Playboy sneered in his heart. The woman in green beside him also revealed a playful smile. As long as they could obtain the evil king's crystal, Jade-faced Playboy's strength would increase greatly. At that time, it would not be impossible for them to kill the man in the red robe. Although the blood-robed man didn't know what jade-faced playboy was thinking, he had his own plans. His purpose in coming here was to find a powerful elemental energy source for the 3 crimson blood birds. According to the information he received, there was such a source of energy in the Diablo's tomb. The restriction was quickly lifted. Jade-faced playboy and the man in the red robe quickly took over the tomb. Soon, all the restrictions around them were lifted. However, the two of them didn't relax. Instead, they focused on the tomb. There were also restrictions in the tomb, and they were more powerful than those outside. However, jade-faced playboy had the jade slip, so the two of them could deal with them easily. After a period of time, the first layer of restriction was lifted, revealing the treasures inside. There were dozens of treasures including cultivation methods, precious weapons, and elixirs. Among them, there was an inconspicuous stone bead. When jade-faced playboy saw this stone bead, he was ecstatic. This stone bead looked exactly the same as Xiaoxue's stone bead. They should be the same thing. He had seen the power of Xiaoxue's stone bead that day. However, jade-faced playboy and the woman in green concealed it very well. Although the man in the red robe didn't know the magic of making stone eyeballs, the 3 crimson blood birds beside him showed an excited expression. He was shocked and inadvertently glanced at the stone bead. Something that could make the 3 crimson blood birds excited was definitely not ordinary. He slightly probed and found that the woman in green was a little abnormal. Humph. The man in the red robe sneered and secretly became vigilant. In the distance, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't leave. Instead, they nervously watched every movement in the tomb. Fortunately, the two of them had strong soul power and could clearly see the situation in the tomb. When the stone bead appeared, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, and Zhao Shui's whole body trembled. Her body shook and she was about to rush over. Fortunately, Lin Xian was quick and pulled her back. If you go now, you are obviously going to die. But, I can't just watch them take the stone bead. Zhao Shui looked anxious. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian asked through sound transmission. He also didn't want this treasure to fall into the hands of those two people. There are 2 ways. One is to let the little girl activate the stone bead in her hand and see if there is a connection. Or you can try Little White's bowl, said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. Little bowl? Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey in surprise. It still had the old bowl on its head. Although the little white monkey treated the bowl as a treasure, Lin Xian still couldn't find what was so special about the bowl. Forget it. Let's try the first method. Lin Xian thought. Activate the stone bead and see if there is a connection. He said to Zhao Shui. Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded and took out the stone bead, activating her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead in her hand bloomed with a simple light, and the eyeball in the middle seemed to move. Buzz, inside the tomb, the stone bead also suddenly emitted light. It spun quickly, as if it was trying to break free from the restriction. This scene directly alarmed jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man. In an instant, the two released a shocking light, and the aura on their bodies surged. The air roared as if 2 mountains had collided, causing the entire Imperial Mausoleum to tremble. The green-cloaked girl quickly retreated to avoid the energy storm. Jade-faced playboy quickly used the peach blossom conception and rushed towards the stone bead. The surrounding peach blossoms fell, forming a terrifying murderous aura. Humph, the blood-robed man snorted, and the blood chi around his body shook, forming a sea of blood around him and colliding with the peach blossom conception. At the same time, the 3 crimson blood birds beside him rushed towards the stone bead. Jade-faced playboy roared. He had seen the power of the stone bead, and he wouldn't give it to his opponent. He waved the folding fan in his hand, and countless pink lights flashed in the air, all attacking the 3 crimson blood birds. The 3 crimson blood birds screamed and spat out flames, forming a 10-zhang-high wall of fire in front of them. At the same time, he spat out a small ball of purple flame, carrying a terrifying heat, flying towards jade-faced playboy. Peach blossom cut. The sky full of peach blossoms condensed, forming a huge folding fan, and fell down with a loud bang. The terrifying energy collided, and a storm swept in all directions. The two used all their strength to fight for the simple stone bead. In the distance, Zhao Shui tried her best, but she still couldn't break through the restriction. Wooji Wooji, the snow-white monkey, held a small bowl, swaying in front of Lin Xian. The snow-white little monkey nodded, then extended its little paw and gestured. Zhao Shui was amazed, while Lin Xian helplessly covered his face with his hands. This guy actually wanted to make a deal with him, and the item to be traded was top-quality spirit wine. In the past, the snow-white little monkey had secretly drunk a lot of Lin Xian's spirit wine. Now, the snow-white little monkey's taste had become picky, and it disdained normal spirit wine. It wanted Lin Xian to make a special spirit wine for it. Lin Xian's forehead was full of black lines. This snow-white little monkey was a fraud and loved to drink. It was not like a monkey at all. Okay, I agree, Lin Xian helplessly said. The snow-white little monkey's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, then it took down the small bowl on its head and put it on the ground. Then it began to walk around the small bowl, its hands constantly gestured, and an indescribable aura surged out from its body. Suddenly, the shabby little bowl emitted a ray of light. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had suspicious looks on their faces as they waited quietly. In the tomb, the stone bead was moving back and forth as the two spirit transformation realm experts fought over it. At this moment, black ripples suddenly appeared around the stone bead, and quickly wrapped around it. In the next moment, the stone bead flashed and disappeared. Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were both stunned. The two of them quickly searched around the tomb, but they did not find anything. Impossible, how could the stone bead disappear into thin air? Someone must have secretly made a move. Jade-faced Playboy angrily shouted. Could it be that brat? Jade-faced Playboy frowned, and the blood-robed man also had a suspicious expression. The two of them thought of Lin Xian at the same time. Impossible, how could that brat have such a method? The two of them were very good at denying this idea. Is that a spirit-detecting realm expert? Jade-faced Playboy became vigilant. If it was a spirit-detecting realm expert, why would he be so sneaky? The blood-robed man sneered. The two of them continued to speculate, but neither of them was willing to leave. The two of them gave up on the stone bead, and once again fought over the remaining treasures. In the distance, in the stone forest, the snow-white little monkey happily opened the small bowl, and then picked up a stone eyeball. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's eyes were wide open, and their expressions were very interesting. This is that stone bead? Zhao Shui's voice trembled. Lin Xian also fiercely rubbed his eyes. This was too miraculous. But, how did it get it? Zhao Shui was very confused. Not only did he look at it, Playboy, but he also looked at it, Playboy, Playboy. Then, under the unwilling gaze of the little white monkey, he picked up the small bowl and studied it carefully. Was calm and Lin Xian was excited. If that's the case, then won't he be able to steal treasures as he pleases? In your dreams. Wine Lord coldly snorted. That bowl is broken. It's already not bad that it can use 10 or 20% of its power. What is this thing? Lin Xian was very curious. Have you heard of a treasure basin? A treasure basin that can gather all the treasures in the world. Lin Xian was shocked. That's something from legends. This little bowl is a treasure basin. His mouth twitched. It shouldn't be a real treasure basin, but it's not far from it, Wine Lord said. If used properly, it can also be very useful. Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. For example, this time, he didn't even enter the tomb, but he was able to easily steal the treasures inside. Lin Xian, thank you so much. Zhao Shui said with a smile. Then she picked up the little white monkey and kissed it fiercely. Zhao Shui was indeed very happy. The stone bead was too important to her. Now that she could obtain the stone bead, her future cultivation method would be complete. What do we do now? Do we leave? Zhao Shui asked. No rush. Let's wait a little longer, Lin Xian said with a smile. Since Little White had a treasure basin, there was no reason for him to leave. According to his observation, there must be other treasures in the tomb. Then, Lin Xian closely observed the situation inside the tomb, while Zhao Shui began to comprehend the stone bead. Inside the tomb of the evil king, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man temporarily separated and frantically seized the treasures inside the tomb. The two spirit transformation realm warriors didn't care about ordinary treasures. They only took some precious treasures. The rest were taken by the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion blood bird. However, there were still some treasures that were quietly disappearing. However, these treasures disappeared very stealthily. In addition, everyone was eager to get the treasures, so they didn't notice. The missing treasures all went into the little white monkey's bowl. Soon, Xianxia obtained 5 or 6 treasures. As more and more treasures disappeared, the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion blood bird became vigilant. During this time, the woman in green grabbed a precious weapon. However, with a flash of black light, the precious weapon disappeared in front of her eyes. The three-headed vermilion blood bird bit at a crystal core the size of a longan. However, before it could touch it, the crystal core had already disappeared. "Who is it? Come out," the woman in green screamed. This was not the first time, but she didn't even see the shadow of the person. The treasures being stolen one after another attracted the attention of Jade-Faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. However, the two of them didn't find anything after searching several times, so they could only give up. Whoosh, Jade-Faced Playboy's face was gloomy. His glazed hand grabbed the brocade pouch in the distance. Buzz. With a flash of black light, the brocade pouch quickly disappeared. "Stay here." The glazed hand suddenly fell, shattering the air, but it still couldn't stop it. "Who is attacking? Come out." Jade-Faced Playboy roared angrily. The brocade pouch was compatible with his cultivation method. If he obtained it, his strength would greatly increase. However, such a treasure had disappeared in front of his eyes. How could Jade-Faced Playboy not be angry? His voice was like a wave that swept in all directions. However, no matter how angry he was, the brocade pouch didn't appear. In the distance, Xianxia held the brocade pouch with a satisfied smile. This method was much more refreshing than entering the tomb to seize treasures himself. Moreover, this method of being stealthy could also avoid some trouble. "Oh, another restriction has been broken." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at the tomb again. Inside the tomb, the blood-robed man and Jade-Faced Playboy had been rushing all the way. They had already broken through most of the restrictions and arrived at the center of the tomb. There was a pitch-black coffin, emitting a faint pressure. On top of it, there was an irregular crystal that was slowly floating. The Evil King's crystal. Jade-Faced Playboy looked excited. On the side, the three-headed crimson blood bird also let out a cheerful cry. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded. The blood-robed man and Jade-Faced Playboy burst out with powerful auras and collided with each other. "This belongs to the flowery sect. Get out of here." Jade-Faced Playboy shouted angrily. The sky full of peach blossoms quickly revolved around him, forming a terrifying attack. "Humph. Treasures belong to those who are capable. Give this to me." The blood-robed man sneered. Behind him, the shadow of a sea of blood appeared. It was extremely terrifying. In the sea of blood, demonic beasts appeared one after another, their roars shaking the sky. The two of them fought, destroying everything around them. Fortunately, the black coffin buried a psychic elite. The pressure it emitted resisted the aftermath of the two's energy, so it was preserved. He was no longer the ignorant boy he used to be. Over the years, he had learned all kinds of knowledge from Wine Lord. His knowledge was far greater than before. The Diablo crystal was a treasure that contained terrifying energy. The Diablo must have injected his power into it before he died and left it for his descendants. If he could get this kind of thing, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. After all, it contained very pure spiritual power. Jade-Faced Playboy knew about this, and his ultimate goal in the Diablo tomb was to get the Diablo crystal. If he could get the Diablo crystal, he might be able to break through to the spirit detecting realm. By then, he would be the overlord of the Dragon Star Kingdom. Thinking of this, Jade-Faced Playboy's moves became fiercer. The spiritual power in his whole body seemed to be burning. The sky was full of peach blossoms, forming a terrifying attack. The red-robed man also fought back. His cultivation was higher than Jade-Faced Playboy's, so he was very powerful. Moreover, he had to get the Diablo crystal. With the Diablo crystal, he could completely awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson blood bird. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the evil king's crystal suddenly shook violently, and black cracks appeared around it, quickly wrapping it up. Not good, jade-faced Playboy's face changed. Thinking of the treasure that had disappeared, he suddenly became vigilant. Boom, countless peach blossoms gushed out, covering everything in front of him. The red-robed man also condensed blood arrows and stabbed at the Diablo crystal. No matter what, they would not let the Diablo crystal disappear this time. Seeing that the Diablo crystal was about to disappear, jade-faced Playboy and the red-robed man tried to stop it. However, the black ripples had a mysterious power that quickly wrapped the Diablo crystal and disappeared. Ah! Jade-faced Playboy roared crazily, and his voice spread in all directions. The peach blossoms around him fluctuated and released a dazzling light, as if they were going to burn. Little bastard, I will kill you. Jade-faced Playboy released an endless murderous aura, which turned into a cold light and pierced into the void. The red-robed man next to him also looked ferocious. The bloody aura on his body was surging as if it was going to devour people. The Diablo crystal was needed to awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson blood bird. Now that it had been taken away, how could he not be angry? Who was behind this? The two of them quickly sensed their surroundings. In the forest far away, the snow-white monkey opened its small bowl and took out a palm-sized transparent crystal, jumping happily. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and quickly put it away. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had a stunned look on her face. This little bowl was too miraculous. Not only did it snatch her stone bead, it even snatched the evil monarch's crystal. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave quickly. Lin Xian knew that after the disappearance of the evil monarch crystal, the jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man would definitely be furious. If the two of them searched frantically, they would definitely discover them. Since that was the case, it was better to steal it now. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had thought. After the evil monarch crystal disappeared, jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man quickly searched for it. Their terrifying power directly shrouded the entire area. The two of them quickly discovered that something was amiss. It was that brat. He actually didn't leave. After jade-faced Playboy and blood-robed man detected the existence of Lin Xian, their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Could it be that this brat really knew about ghosts? Although the two of them didn't believe it, there was only Lin Xian and his group of suspicious people around. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. In addition, Lin Xian was originally the person they wanted to kill, so the two of them didn't hesitate at all. Two powerful auras approached at lightning speed. Not good, let's go. Lin Xian sensed the two auras, and his face changed greatly. He and Zhao Shui quickly fled into the distance. Brat, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this world. Jade-faced Playboy crazily roared. The evil monarch crystal was his hope of dominating a region. This time, he came to the evil monarch's tomb and placed all his hopes on it. However, when he was about to get the evil monarch crystal, it was forcibly taken away by someone. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Brat, did you take the crystal or not? The blood-robed man also shouted in a deep voice. Beside him, the 3 vermilion blood birds let out anxious cries. Their eyes directly locked onto Lin Xian. Humph. It was me who took it. You two pieces of trash, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Although Lin Xian was running for his life, he was very happy in his heart. To be able to snatch such a precious treasure from the hands of his two enemies, that feeling was too great. Brat, it really was you. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had killed Lin Xian back then, this wouldn't have happened. When I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world. Jade-faced Playboy crazily roared. Threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. I'll refine it now. After saying that, he took out the crystal clear evil monarch crystal, held it in his hand, and then activated it with all his strength. Buzz, the air trembled, and traces of white gas rushed out from the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Such pure energy. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. He could feel that this spiritual energy was not inferior to the energy produced by the art of longevity at all. Moreover, this energy would not be rejected by his body at all. As long as he absorbed it with all his strength, it would be fine. It was indeed a peerless treasure. No wonder those two people were so crazy. Lin Xian could not help but hold the evil monarch crystal tightly. This kind of thing could be very precious. Not to mention jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man, even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would find it hard to resist this temptation. After all, the evil monarch's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His strength was so strong that almost no one could stop him. The inheritance that he left behind would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. Ah, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man saw that Lin Xian dared to refine the energy in the evil monarch crystal in front of them, and their lungs exploded with anger. The spiritual energy in their bodies boiled and almost burned. Today, even if I have to risk damaging my origin, I'll catch you. Jade-faced playboy went completely crazy. The peach blossom conception around him bloomed with dazzling light, and traces of pink mist merged into jade-faced playboy's body. Suddenly, the cloud-faced playboy's aura skyrocketed, and his speed also rapidly increased. Boom, the air behind him exploded, and jade-faced playboy burst out in an instant, quickly rushing toward Lin Xian. The blood-robed man was not willing to fall behind. The blood waves behind him slapped and merged with his body, turning into a scarlet blood light, rushing toward Lin Xian. This kind of speed made Lin Xian and Zhao Shue's expressions change. It should be known that their speed was already fast enough, so jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man could not catch up for a while. However, spirit-transforming realm martial artists were really crazy when they went crazy. Their speed of improvement instantly surpassed Lin Xian's. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian seemed to be able to feel the terrifying aura behind him. Blood sacrifice cloak. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and used a secret technique. His body turned into a blood light, and he instantly appeared far away. After appearing, Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. The two did not stop and continued to escape into the distance. What? This brat also has a secret skill. Jade-faced playboy saw Lin Xian widen the distance between them once again. He was both shocked and angry. After fusing with the peach blossom concept, his speed surpassed most spirit transformation realm cultivators. Even so, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Xian. Damn it, this brat has too many secrets. I must kill him. The blood-robed man's eyes lit up. Not only the evil monarch's crystal, if he could kill Lin Xian, then all of Lin Xian's treasures would be his. At that time, he might be able to awaken all three heads of the three-headed vermilion blood bird. Once all three heads were awakened, his mission would be complete. He could then leave the Tiannan region and return to his family. Thinking of this, the blood-robed man's body became excited. He used the monstrous blood sea with all his strength and increased his speed with the three-headed vermilion blood bird. Lin Xian absorbed the energy of the evil monarch's crystal with all his strength. At this time, a faint voice suddenly entered his mind. Fated person, congratulations on obtaining my crystal. If you can complete my last wish, you will receive all of my inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. He then looked at the evil monarch's crystal in his hand with vigilance. The evil monarch, is he still alive? Lin Xian was shocked. He died a long time ago. This should be a spiritual imprint he left behind, Wine Lord said. Hearing Wine Lord's answer, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. If the evil monarch was still alive, he wouldn't hesitate to throw away the evil monarch's crystal. But fortunately, this was only a spiritual imprint left behind by the evil monarch. No matter who it was, as long as they obtained the evil monarch's crystal and absorbed the energy inside, they would trigger the spiritual imprint. Last wish, what last wish? Lin Xian maintained his speed and asked in confusion. Send my body back to my hometown. The evil monarch's voice was filled with fatigue. If you can do it, I will pass on all of my knowledge to you. If you can't, then put down the crystal and wait for the next fated person. Don't doubt my ability. If you absorb more energy without my approval, it will cause an explosion. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to survive that kind of attack. Mother of ***, what a lunatic. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he asked via voice transmission, "Wine Lord, is this true?" "Indeed." Wine Lord nodded. "If you really can't do it, just throw this Diablo crystal away." Xian's heart thumped when he heard that. This damned evil king is indeed abnormal. He actually used such a method. If he did not agree, then he would not be able to obtain a trace of energy from the crystal. If that was the case, the crystal would become a useless rock. Not only that, but he was also being pursued by the two people behind him. Lin Xian was unwilling to just throw it away. After all, the Diablo crystal contained pure energy. If he could absorb all of it, then his cultivation would reach the late harmonious spirit realm. This was a terrifying speed of improvement. Even if it did not stop, it would save Lin Xian tens of years of hard work. Moreover, it would greatly increase his chances of winning the Azure Dragon Assembly. Therefore, Lin Xian could not give up. "Send your body back to your hometown." "Tell me, where is your hometown? What do I have to do?" Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he separated a part of his soul power to maintain his speed and deal with the group behind him. "My hometown is in the Sky Martial region. You just have to put my body in the ancestral land of the Yu family in the Tianxiang country." Sky Martial region, Tianxiang country's Yu family. Lin Xian frowned and thought quickly. This request was not too difficult. He just had to send the body there. Moreover, he would have to go to the Sky Martial region sooner or later. It's that simple? No other requests? Lin Xian was puzzled. Simple? The Diablo remnant was stunned for a moment, then he laughed happily. Yes, it's that simple. As long as you can do it, all of my things will be yours. Alright, I promise you. Lin Xian quickly said. Then, can I absorb the energy of the crystal now? Don't worry. It's not enough to just promise. What if you go back on your words? The Diablo remnant will said. But I'm already dead. Even if you go back on your words, I can't do anything to you. So, you have to make an oath first. Oath? Lin Xian's expression was strange. That's right. Oath. Blood sacrifice curse. The Diablo remnant will said, "Now, drop your blood essence into my body and leave the rest to me." After saying that, the Diablo remnant will become silent. Brat, you have to think carefully. Wine Lord reminded, the blood sacrifice curse is very effective. If you can't do it, I'm afraid there will be a great disaster. Is it really that effective? Lin Xian didn't believe it. In the past, there was a venerable who surpassed the spirit detecting realm. He once made this oath, but in the end, he didn't do it. Later, he was attacked by an unknown creature and his body was split into several pieces. A venerable who surpassed the spirit detecting realm also died? Lin Xian felt a chill. However, since he dared to promise, he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, the Diablo remnant crystal was very important to him. Therefore, Lin Xian thought for a moment and agreed. Since he agreed, he needed to use the blood sacrifice curse. He had to return to the Diablo tomb and obtain the Diablo remnant will's corpse. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and suddenly changed direction. Zhao Shui didn't know what happened, but he still chose to believe in Lin Xian. Behind them, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man saw Lin Xian suddenly change direction. They didn't think too much and continued to follow. Lin Xian didn't immediately turn back. Instead, he kept changing direction and circled around. If he went back directly, it was very likely that he would attract the attention of jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man. If the two of them were guarding the tomb ahead of time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he gradually changed direction in order to numb the two of them. After many changes, Lin Xian finally flew back in his original direction. However, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man weren't fools. They observed for a moment and discovered Lin Xian's goal. He wants to return to the tomb. Could it be that he found something in the Diablo remnant crystal? Jade-faced playboy's expression was uncertain. Back then, he was chasing after the Diablo remnant crystal and didn't carefully investigate anything else. However, it seemed that there was something more important in the tomb. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't risk his life to turn back. On the side, the blood-robed man had the same idea. His whole body was covered in bloody light as he increased his speed again. Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind. His speed far surpassed that of a normal spirit transformation realm martial artist. In addition, he had the black cloak and the dragon rebel step. Therefore, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man couldn't catch up to him. After a long time, Lin Xian came to the vicinity of the tomb again. Whoosh, Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly entered the tomb. Behind him, jade-faced playboy suddenly shouted, "Junior sister, quickly stop him." In the tomb, there was a green figure looking for other treasures. At this moment, the figure heard jade-faced playboy's roar and immediately looked up. She did not follow jade-faced playboy and the others. Instead, she chose to stay in the tomb to search for treasures. At this moment, Lin Xian returned and coincidentally met her. Why did this little thief come back? The green-clothed woman was shocked. However, since jade-faced playboy had spoken, she could not disobey. Although she knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, she was confident that she could block him for a while. The green light was hazy as it transformed into a large dark green snake that surged forward. The terrifying figure circled and blocked the path in front. There was no need to fight with Lin Xian. She only needed to make Lin Xian stop, and jade-faced playboy would naturally catch up. It had to be said that the green-clothed woman's method was very clear. Not only could she ensure her own safety, she could also block Lin Xian. However, she still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Get lost. Lin Xian angrily shouted as the wind shadow sword was suddenly unsheathed. A terrifying sword intent surged and transformed into a 100-meter-long sword light. It collided with the dark green snake shadow and produced a shocking explosion. Boom, the large dark green snake was instantly slashed apart and fell to the sides. The green-clothed woman was also affected by this wave of energy and flew out while vomiting blood. Lin Xian was not affected at all. He flew past quickly and did not stop at all. Seeing Lin Xian enter the tomb, jade-faced playboy's expression turned crazy. Going in is easy, but coming out is difficult. The blood-robed man beside him sneered. His palms held up the sky as the sea of blood surged behind him. Waves of blood quickly surrounded the entire tomb. The sea of blood instantly enveloped the tomb, and the blood-robed man revealed a cold smile. Jade-faced playboy also let out a carefree laugh. His palms danced and shot out countless flower petals, forming a solid cage outside of the sea of blood. Humph. Stupid kid, let's see how you escape this time. Jade-faced playboy sneered. The two of them planned to catch a turtle in a jar. With a flash, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man entered the tomb. Inside the tomb, Lin Xian's figure quickly shuttled and approached the black coffin in the center. He naturally knew that it was very likely that he would be surrounded if he entered the mausoleum. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. Lin Xian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Shui was very confused and finally asked. Take away the black coffin. Lin Xian's answer was very simple. What? Zhao Shui covered her mouth and exclaimed. This was too crazy. Not only did he take away the inheritance, he even wanted to steal the corpse. For a moment, Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. It's not what you think. Forget it, I'll explain it later. Lin Xian approached the coffin. Behind him, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man quickly rushed over and blocked Lin Xian. Boy, let's see where you can run this time. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. Hand over the evil monarch crystal, and I can consider giving you a quick death. Kiki, regardless of whether you hand it over or not, your body belongs to the three-headed bird. The blood-robed man stroked the three-headed vermilion bird with a cold expression. Fated person, it seems that your situation is rather dangerous. Let me help you. The evil monarch's remnant consciousness voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Many thanks. Since someone was willing to help, Lin Xian naturally would not refuse. Open my coffin and temporarily place the crystal on me. This way, I can help you control one of them. Lin Xian was clearly stunned. This evil monarch was strange in every way. If he placed the energy essence on him, there was no telling what would happen. Don't worry, I'm already dead. I won't come back to life. This is only my remnant soul. The evil monarch seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's apprehension and explained. Little Xian, it's impossible for this corpse to come back to life. Wine Lord confirmed once again. Hearing this, Lin Xian slapped open the black coffin, revealing the corpse inside. This action directly frightened Jade-faced Playboy and the others. They stared blankly at Lin Xian, not knowing what he was going to do. Lin Xian quickly placed the crystal on the forehead of the evil monarch's corpse. Traces of pure white energy seeped into it. The originally dead evil monarch suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. A corpse coming back to life. Zhao Shue's little face was pale with fright. Her hands tightly grasped Lin Xian. Even Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were shocked. Their expressions were filled with horror. The evil monarch, the spirit-detecting realm master whose name shook the Dragon Star Nation, had actually come back to life. What did this brat do? The blood-robed man felt a trace of fear. He moved his feet, ready to escape at any time. There was no other way. The evil monarch was too terrifying. When he was alive, he was already a master at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He even almost took that crucial step. This was far from what they could resist. "Ma Master." Jade-faced Playboy's voice trembled as he looked at the figure in front of him in horror. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, the evil disciple." "What? You finally can't hold back and want to dig up my grave?" The evil monarch slightly turned his head and sent out a trace of spiritual fluctuation. "Ma Master, I don't dare." Jade-faced Playboy lowered his head. The spiritual fluctuation snorted coldly. "Now, my inheritance will be left to the fated one. Don't think too much." After that, the evil monarch's corpse looked at Lin Xian next to him. "What, the fated one?" Jade-faced Playboy suddenly raised his head. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes, stabbing at Lin Xian. "I'm not satisfied. I'm your disciple. Why should I leave the inheritance to others?" "Disciple?" The evil monarch sneered. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Since we're master and disciple, I won't kill you. Get out of here." At the same time, the evil monarch's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. The fated one should quickly sign the blood sacrifice agreement. "I can't hold on for long." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He cut his finger and quickly drew a strange blood rune on the back of the dead body, sinking into the corpse. After doing all this, Lin Xian's face turned slightly pale. "Blood sacrifice agreement," the crimson-robed man exclaimed. He had a mysterious origin, so naturally, he had heard of the blood sacrifice agreement. What evil monarch? How can a dead person come back to life? No matter what the hell you are, the evil monarch's crystal is mine. The crimson-robed man understood and immediately stretched out his bloody hand to grab the evil monarch's crystal. Next to him, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had just completed the blood sacrifice agreement and lost about 1/3 of his blood. In addition, he had used the blood sacrifice cloak not long ago, so he still had about half of his blood essence left. It was a bit too much for him. Fortunately, he still had a few drops of earth spirit liquid on him. He immediately swallowed a drop. Sword intent surged. Lin Xian wanted to slash at the bloody hand in the sky. However, the evil monarch suddenly made his move. He pointed his finger and instantly pierced through the bloody hand in the sky. Then, he covered the crimson-robed man. "The fated one, since you've signed the blood sacrifice agreement, I'll give you a part of the crystal's energy." After saying that, a jade-white energy ball gushed out of the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Buzz, Lin Xian's body trembled. Then, a powerful aura burst out from his body, forming waves of energy that swept in all directions. "Mid-harmonious spirit realm," Zhao Shui exclaimed. In the distance, jade-faced Playboy looked at Lin Xian, who was increasing his cultivation. His heart was bleeding. It was supposed to be his. If he could get it, he would be able to enter the spirit-detecting realm in a short time. But now, Lin Xian had taken advantage of him. "Old bastard, you are already dead but you are still not at ease. Why do you have to jump out and seek death?" Jade-faced Playboy also realized that the evil king was not really resurrected. He was in some kind of abnormal state. Although he was afraid, the greed in his heart overcame his reason. The evil king's crystal must be mine. Beside jade-faced playboy, the peach blossom conception suddenly spread out. It formed a huge pink folding fan in the air and slashed down. Wind Slayer. Lin Xian had entered the mid-harmonious spirit realm. His strength had increased greatly. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword and waved out a sharp sword chi. In a flash, the huge folding fan in the sky was torn apart. What a terrifying sword chi. The evil king's spirit sense fluctuated. Fated one, according to our agreement, I will control this bloody freak. As for the others, I can't do anything with my current strength. It's enough. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a shocking light. He was already satisfied to be able to trap a spirit transformation realm warrior. As for jade-faced playboy, he was able to resist before he successfully broke through. Now that he had successfully broken through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, it would be easier to deal with him. Lin Xian's aura was strong. He slashed open the huge peach blossom folding fan. Brat, although you are powerful, you can only tie with me at most. Moreover, once I use my trump card, you will definitely not be my opponent. How about this, you give me the evil king's crystal and I will let you live. Jade-faced playboy said. Humph, no way. Lin Xian sneered and completely ignored him. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me. Jade-faced playboy waved the peach blossom conception with all his strength. It emitted a strange fragrance that filled the air. Not good, the fragrance is poisonous. Hold your breath. Zhao Shue's face changed. You and I will work together to kill him. Lin Xian turned his head and said. Then, 70% of the great dragon sword intent in his body surged out and a huge dragon shadow appeared behind him. At the same time, streaks of green ripples flickered as the concept of wind was unleashed. With a wave of the wind shadow sword chi shot out in all directions. Zhao Shui took out the stone bead and poured her soul power into it, pushing it with all her might. The stone bead trembled, and the central eyeball emitted light. Countless symbols flew out, forming a terrifying killing move. The two of them joined forces to fight jade-faced playboy. In the distance, the blood-robed man had been imprisoned by Evil King, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Beside him, the 3 vermilion blood birds kept chirping. Boom, there was a huge explosion in the air, and the 3 figures quickly separated. Jade-faced playboy floated down, with shock in his eyes. He was actually being suppressed. How is that possible? Jade-faced playboy's heart was in turmoil. In fact, this was very normal. Lin Xian's wind shadow sword was a high-grade spirit-grade artifact, and he had the support of a 70% sword intent and small success wind concept. His strength was very strong, comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Zhao Shui also had the mysterious stone pearl, and her soul attack was even more bizarre. When the two of them joined forces, they put a lot of pressure on jade-faced playboy, both physically and spiritually. Jade-faced playboy's face was gloomy, and the folding fan in his hand was creaking. Now that the blood-robed man was under control, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Do I have to use my trump card? But the side effect of using my trump card is very big. Jade-faced playboy hesitated, and finally decided to use his trump card first to get rid of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he looked at Evil King. Evil King was also looking at him, with a faint smile. Jade-faced playboy felt his heart tremble, as if he had been seen through. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your battle. If you have the ability to kill them, then Evil King's crystal is yours. Evil King's voice had a trace of indifference. Hearing this, jade-faced playboy sneered. Boy, let's see who can save you this time. Without the threat of Evil King, jade-faced playboy felt a lot less pressure. As long as he used his trump card, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Jade-faced playboy took out 2 red elixirs from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. The next moment, his momentum increased greatly, and his skin turned pink, as bright as peach blossoms. A shocking power gushed out from jade-faced playboy's body. He has reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm? Evil King was surprised. The middle stage of the spirit transformation realm? Lin Xian was shocked. Hurry up! He shouted and waved his sword with all his strength. There was a huge gap between the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm and the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. If Jade-Faced Playboy reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, then they would have no chance of winning. The stone pearl vibrated, and Zhao Shui launched a soul attack. The inscriptions in the sky condensed into beams of light, bombarding Jade-Faced Playboy's soul. Ah! Jade-Faced Playboy's body trembled, and his face became ferocious. His aura also stopped. Although he hadn't reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he was not far from it. Next, I will let you know what fear is. Jade-Faced Playboy's whole body turned pink, and he was surrounded by the essence of peach blossoms. He grinned and stepped out. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly performed the dragon inverse steps and dodged quickly with the help of the black cloak. The air fluctuated, and a dazzling light burst out from Jade-Faced Playboy's palm. Boom! Lin Xian tried his best to dodge, but his body was still grazed by the palm wind. Suddenly, he felt that all his internal organs were shaking, and his body was about to explode. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jade-Faced Playboy's voice was cold. Boom! Lin Xian's body hit the wall, and he became a pile of rubble. Lin Xian! Zhao Shui shouted anxiously. Jade-Faced Playboy moved again. The folding fan in his hand drew a strange arc, and instantly covered Zhao Shui. Illusory fish hand. Zhao Shui waved her hands, and an illusory palm shadow appeared. In an instant, countless illusory arms appeared in the sky. Moreover, these arms carried the power of the soul, which was impossible to defend against. Cut. The peach blossom folding fan was like a scythe of death. It cut off all the palm shadows in the sky, and then hit Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui quickly formed a hazy moonlight to protect her body, but she was still sent flying by the terrifying force. Ha 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 ha. Even if you two ants have treasures in your hands, you still can't withstand a single blow from absolute power. Next, I will let you know what hell is on earth. Jade-Faced Playboy grinned as he walked toward Zhao Shui. At this moment, a cold light flashed from his left. It's useless. Jade-Faced Playboy's 5 fingers formed a claw, and he quickly reached out and caught the sword chi. Buzz, the air trembled, and Lin Xian appeared in the air with the wind shadow sword in his hand. He had been hit by a palm, but fortunately, he had the golden inner armor and the silver thunder body, so his body wasn't seriously injured. Humph. Lightning storm. Thunder suddenly appeared. Lin Xian's body was covered in thunder. Countless silver thunderbolts surged, turning the surroundings into a sea of thunder. However, the peach blossom aura was derived from peach blossoms. Although Lin Xian's thunderbolts were powerful, he hadn't comprehended the essence of thunder. Therefore, in terms of attack, Lin Xian's silver thunderbolts were not enough to resist the peach blossom aura. In an instant, the silver thunderbolts were wrapped by the peach blossom aura and quickly dissipated. Wind Thunder Lightning Ring. Seeing that the thunderbolts were ineffective, Lin Xian had to use the essence of wind. The combination of wind and thunder formed a powerful force that blocked the peach blossom aura. Moreover, he activated 70% of the Great Dragon Sword intent, making the wind shadow sword shine brightly. Countless sword auras flew out, rushing toward Jade-Faced Playboy. Although Jade-Faced Playboy had temporarily increased his cultivation to the peak of the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm, 70% of the Great Dragon Sword intent was still a threat to him. The peach blossom aura protecting his body was cut open, and the endless sword auras flew toward his palm. He had no choice but to step back. Jade-Faced Playboy waved his sleeve, shooting out several cold lights that disappeared into the peach blossom aura. This was his hidden weapon, the peach blossom poisonous needles. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would be seriously injured if hit. He wanted to use the peach blossom aura to cover the traces of the peach blossom poisonous needles. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. With a slight perception, he found the hidden attack. Returning Wind Whisk's Willow Sword. Fine sword auras like willow branches appeared around his body, forming a sword curtain that blocked all the attacks. At the same time, he held the Wind Shadow Sword tightly with both hands and suddenly stabbed out. Wind Emperor's Sword. Endless wind surged, and the sword auras flew toward jade-faced playboy. On the other side, Xianxia waved her hands and used the illusory fish hand. The black and white yin-yang fish rotated together, forming the yin-yang illusory fish picture. At the same time, it also carried a strange illusion. Peach blossom cut. Jade-faced playboy's body formed a peach blossom armor. He held a huge folding fan in his hand, and all the attacks were blown away. However, he was also pushed back by the two forces, and several shocking cracks appeared on the peach blossom armor on his body. Impossible, his sword intent has become stronger. Jade-faced playboy frowned as he looked at the cracks on his armor. Slash. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step to give chase. Streaks of swift and fierce sword techniques rapidly unfolded in the air. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing the surrounding air to condense. Suddenly, jade-faced playboy felt an inexplicable power on his body, making his movements slow down. This is the small success concept of wind. Jade-faced playboy was shocked once again. He didn't expect that Lin Xian's artistic conception of scenery had reached the small success realm in just a few days. This kind of concept could completely affect his attack. Jade-faced playboy's face was gloomy as the aura in his body surged. He used all of his strength to activate the peach blossom conception and struggled with all his might. The folding fan in his hand even slapped towards Lin Xian. The two concepts collided, causing the air to ripple. The terrifying waves spread out in all directions, causing the ground to crack. It was as if the entire mausoleum had been split open from the middle. Cracks that were nearly 1,000 meters long appeared on the ground. As the sword light flashed, jade-faced playboy was enveloped in it. Fantasy moon concept. On the other side, Xianxia quickly rushed over. A hazy bright moon rose behind her and pressed down on jade-faced playboy. Another small success concept. Jade-faced playboy felt the pressure increase, and his face became abnormally ugly. The petals that filled the sky became dim, as if they had lost their luster. You've gone too far. Jade-faced playboy's lungs were about to explode. The swift and fierce aura on his body quickly fluctuated, and the peach blossom conception became even more unstable. Is the effect of the medicine about to end? Jade-faced playboy's heart tightened. The reason he could have such a cultivation was all because of the two pills. However, this kind of trump card had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would enter a period of weakness. Fight. While the medicine was still effective, jade-faced playboy decided to go crazy. He began to burn the spiritual power in his body, deciding to fight to the death. Is he going to fight to the death? In the distance, the blood-robed man was controlled by the evil king and could not move. However, he still paid close attention to the battle. When he saw jade-faced playboy burn his spiritual power, his heart beat wildly. This kind of method was extremely harmful to a warrior's origin. If it was not life-threatening, a general warrior would not use it. Obviously, jade-faced playboy was forced into a desperate situation. It was not surprising. Lin Xian and Xianxia had a conception that was not inferior to jade-faced playboy's. In addition, they both had treasures in their hands, so their attacking power was close to that of a warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Under the joint attack of the two, jade-faced playboy was suffering unspeakably. If he had not taken the pills in advance, perhaps he would have been seriously injured and dying. I didn't expect that after dozens of years in Jianghu, I would be bullied by two little devils in the end. Today, I will pay a painful price to kill you too. Jade-faced playboy was completely out of control. The surrounding air vibrated, and the surrounding spiritual qi quickly entered his body. Jade-faced playboy's body was full of spiritual qi, like a dancing flame. Not good, this guy is going to fight to the death. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice, attack with all your strength. You must kill him. Jade-faced playboy had chased him several times, so Lin Xian had long wanted to kill him. Now was the best time to get rid of him. The spiritual qi in the sky gathered into jade-faced playboy's body, forming 100-meter-long folding fan behind him. There were countless peach blossoms engraved on it. Take my strongest attack, peach blossom destroy the world. Jade-faced playboy waved his hands and fell toward the front of the battle area. The 100-meter-high huge folding fan behind him also fell with his movement. Lin Xian looked dignified. The wind shadow sword quickly drew some inexplicable tracks in the void. The clouds in the sky rolled, and a huge heavenly sword was formed. It carried a horrible pressure, as if it could destroy everything. Gale lightning sword, one sword breaks mountains and rivers. As the wind shadow sword fell, the huge heavenly sword in the sky also chopped down with endless momentum. On the other side, Xianxia merged with a stone bead and shot out a strange talisman. The talisman looked simple, but it contained a horrible aura. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the Gale lightning sword. The three violent forces collided with each other. Suddenly, countless gusts of wind swept through, and a horrible energy wave quickly spread out. The entire mausoleum was enveloped and turned into fragments. Boom, the destruction continued and spread out to an extremely far distance. Lin Xian's entire body emitted silver lightning. He pulled Xianxia and quickly retreated. When everything calmed down, he looked ahead with a dignified expression. The entire mausoleum was cut open, and horrible cracks spread out in all directions. Other than the place where the evil king sat, the other places had turned into ruins. In front of him, there was a horrible deep pit with a trace of destructive aura. It was caused by the Gale lightning sword and the stone bead talisman. In the deep pit, a figure with disheveled hair stood there with blood all over his body. His body was trembling, as if he could fall at any time. Earth rank martial art, it's actually an earth rank martial art. Jade-faced Playboy's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Under the attacks of the two, he suffered severe internal injuries. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, so he managed to survive. Earth-level martial arts were extremely precious martial arts in the entire Tiannan region. Only a few top sects had access to them. Moreover, only a few disciples of the sects could learn them. You are about to die. You don't need to know anything. Lin Xian slowly walked over with the wind shadow sword. Don't kill me. I don't want it. I don't want anything. I beg you to let me live. Jade-faced Playboy's body trembled as he began to beg for mercy. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered, when you were chasing me, did you ever think that you would one day be killed by someone else? Lin Xian was like a god of death, carrying an endless murderous aura. However, when Lin Xian was 10 meters away from Jade-faced Playboy, who was originally begging for mercy, revealed a gloomy expression. Brat, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. He opened his arms and pounced at Lin Xian like an octopus. Moreover, he burned all of his essence blood, turning into a bloody red ball and quickly pouncing over. Jade-faced Playboy actually wanted to perish together with Lin Xian. Not good, retreat. Xianxia anxiously shouted from behind. Perish together? Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He quickly waved the wind shadow sword and countless cyan sword shadows flashed in the air. I will not give you any chance. The cyan sword shadows that filled the sky merged into one and instantly slashed through Jade-faced Playboy's body. Jade-faced Playboy's body that was flying in the air suddenly stiffened and then slowly slid down. An extremely fine sword mark appeared between his eyebrows. Plop, Jade-faced Playboy fell to the ground, but no blood flowed. A spirit transformation realm expert died just like that. The blood-robed man's face was full of shock. He felt that it was unreal. He actually killed someone who was a realm above him. This brat's strength is too heaven-defying. He was extremely shocked. Now he was in a very dangerous situation. If the evil king made a move, he would most likely die here. Just as he was struggling, a cold gaze looked at him. Suddenly, the blood-robed man's body trembled as if he was pierced by thousands of swords. Lin Xian! He roared through gritted teeth. At this moment, Lin Xian was too sharp. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, causing people's hearts to turn cold. The crimson-robed man felt a trace of fear in his heart. He looked at Lin Xian, who was gradually approaching him, and secretly channeled his spirit energy, preparing to launch his strongest attack. Little Xian, kill this three-headed crimson blood bird first. Its body contains the wind and thunder attribute, which can further enhance the power of your wind and thunder dual swords. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Another upgrade? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He stared at the three crimson blood birds beside the blood-robed man. Immediately, the strange bird felt uneasy and began to cry out. The head in the center emitted purple flames that crashed into the restrictions in all directions. "Brat, what do you think you're doing?" The crimson-robed man was shocked. Lin Xian's gaze was too frightening, giving him a bad premonition. "Let me tell you, this three-headed bird has an extraordinary background. It's not something you can provoke. I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall you." The crimson-robed man wasn't lying. Although he was a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm, his true identity was the servant of the three-headed crimson blood bird. His purpose in coming to the Tiannan region was to awaken all three heads of the three-headed crimson blood bird and then bring it back to his family. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This crimson-robed man had tried to kill him many times, so he wouldn't show mercy. "Can you release this strange bird alone?" Lin Xian looked at the Diablo's corpse and asked. The Diablo's remnant consciousness paused for a moment, then said, "These three crimson blood birds indeed have an extraordinary background. If I remember correctly, they should also be from a terrifying family in the Tianwu region. Fated One, are you really going to kill them? If you kill them, you might encounter unexpected dangers when you go to the Tianwu region in the future." "Don't worry," Lin Xian said in a low voice, "only one of us can survive." Hearing this, the Diablo's corpse sighed and didn't force him. He waved his arm and forcibly separated the three-headed crimson blood bird. "Brat, how dare you!" The crimson-robed man shouted crazily as he used all his strength to resist the Diablo's restriction. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. The three-headed crimson blood bird landed on the ground and let out a sharp cry. Purple inextinguishable flames rose around its body, exuding a terrifying heat. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian, full of malice. It took the initiative to attack. A purple flame as thick as a chopstick flew out and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword and quickly stabbed at the purple flame. The Wind Emperor Sword flashed and slashed at the purple flame. Instantly, a sizzling sound was heard. Lin Xian's great dragon sword could destroy everything. Back then, he had extinguished the five-colored peacock's eternal flame. Now that his strength had increased greatly, it was easier for him to deal with the purple flame. The sword fell and the purple flame was cut in half, dissipating in the sky. "What? Impossible." The crimson-robed man in the cage was shocked. He knew the power of the purple flame. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would find it difficult to destroy it. However, Lin Xian had extinguished the eternal flame with a single slash, which made him feel even more desperate. "Brat, if you heard it, the Divine Bird Clan won't let you go." The crimson-robed man's voice was unusually cold. "Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. He didn't know how the dead would send the news back. He held the sword with one hand and used the dragon counter-step. He quickly arrived in front of the three-headed crimson blood bird and stabbed with the Wind Shadow Sword, carrying a terrifying sword will. For a moment, the three-headed crimson blood bird's feathers stood up. Purple flames the size of a fingernail rose from each of them, forming a sea of purple flames in front of them. At the same time, flames flew in all directions. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword. The sword light circled and formed a solid defense. Lin Xian faced it head-on. Countless sword chi slashed down, tearing the void like a cloth. It couldn't be helped. The 70% dragon sword was too terrifying. Moreover, the three-headed crimson blood bird hadn't really grown up yet. In an instant, the dazzling sword chi split the sea of purple flames and slashed toward the head in the center. Whoosh, the three-headed crimson blood bird flapped its wings and dodged quickly. Moreover, the second head on the left trembled slightly, as if it could wake up at any time. Seeing this, the crimson-robed man let out a sigh of relief. Although the three-headed crimson blood bird needed a large amount of energy to wake up, he would also wake up the second head in a critical moment. Doing this would cause a lot of damage, but it was worth it to save his life. "Brat, if it wakes up the second head, I'm afraid that even a warrior of the spirit transformation stage would have a hard time fighting against it," Wine Lord reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and sped up again. He turned into a beam of sword light and attacked the three-headed crimson blood bird. "Little White!" Lin Xian shouted. The little white monkey's body shook and disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already beside the three-headed crimson blood bird. Its furry little paw slapped the second head that was about to wake up. Buzz, an extremely strange dizziness was unleashed by the little white monkey. The second head that was about to wake up fell asleep again. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any external factors that could stop the second head from waking up. However, the little white monkey had interrupted the awakening process with one claw, which had completely overturned the blood-robed man's understanding. The three-headed crimson blood bird was both shocked and furious. The head in the middle let out a piercing demonic sound that spread in all directions. As an ancient species, its potential was limitless. If it could wake up the second head, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to kill the abominable human in front of it. However, the little white monkey was like its nemesis. It was able to stop its awakening. The three-headed crimson blood bird was very intelligent. Its eyes were filled with malice. If it didn't succeed this time, it still had a chance to wake up again. The three-headed crimson blood bird moved quickly, preparing to wake up the second head. At this moment, Xianxia's long sword arrived. The sword light was like a rainbow as it instantly pierced the head in the middle. The 70% dragon sword essence condensed into an illusory azure dragon and sank into the head. Puff, there was a flash of blood as the head in the middle was mercilessly cut open. No, the blood-robed man screamed crazily. The sea of blood around him was tumbling as he crazily attacked the restriction. Ripples floated and appeared on the restriction. The evil king frowned slightly. Fated one, hurry up. I don't have much time left. Hearing this, Xian's heart skipped a beat. He rotated his long sword, and the head in the middle exploded completely. Kid, you're dead. No one can save you. The blood-robed man quickly burned his spiritual power and made a terrifying attack. The sea of blood in the sky hit the restriction. With each hit, the light of the restriction dimmed a little. Don't even think about leaving today. Xian's voice was cold. He took out the black scabbard and absorbed the purple flame in the middle head according to the method taught by the wine lord. Then, the long sword moved again. Xian chopped at the second head. The head split open, and a dark blue airflow spun quickly. Its power was far above his wind essence. The second head contained the wind attribute. Xian was as fast as lightning as he absorbed the wind into the black scabbard. The black scabbard was indeed mysterious. After absorbing the terrifying energy, it did not have much of a reaction. Only a faint glow appeared on its surface. The blood-robed man had gone completely mad. He burned his essence blood without any regard for his life, unleashing his strongest attack. Boom, the evil king's restriction was broken, and the blood-robed man appeared in the sky again. Fated person, I can only help you to this extent. After saying that, evil king's corpse fell back into the coffin. After the blood-robed man broke free from the restriction, he pounced on Xian like a madman. At this moment, Xian sliced open the third head with his sword. A streak of golden lightning flashed and was absorbed into the black scabbard. Since then, the three heads of the three-headed crimson blood bird had been completely destroyed by Xian, and the three types of energy had also been absorbed by him. The crimson-robed man's body trembled. He threw himself to the side of the three-headed crimson blood bird, hugging the blood-red corpse and howling into the sky. His voice was like a demonic diamond, causing people's scalps to go numb. Brat, even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for your sins. The crimson-robed man was like a demon, his entire body covered in a layer of scarlet blood. An aura that far surpassed jade-faced playboys gushed out from his body. Burning spiritual power. Xian frowned. The wind shadow sword quickly drew strange strokes in the air. It was obvious that the crimson-robed man didn't care about his life anymore. He just wanted to kill Xian. At this moment, Xian also used his most powerful attack, the Gale Lightning Sword technique. In the clouds, the firmament giant sword flashed again, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. The wind shadow sword fell, as if it could cut through mountains and rivers. Blood stains the firmament. The crimson-robed man ignited the qi and blood in his entire body. He blasted both his hands toward Xian. In the sky, a blood-red waterfall hung upside down. An extremely strange and terrifying energy gushed out, as if it was going to tear it apart. The Gale Lightning Sword slashed down quickly. The sea of blood surged, and countless blood flowers appeared. However, this was an attack that the crimson-robed man used with all his might. It was far stronger than before. Although the Gale Lightning Sword technique was an Earth-tier martial art, it was still blocked at this moment. "Brat, I'll kill you." The crimson-robed man's voice was vicious. Gale Lightning Sword technique, dual sword star annihilation. Lin Xian let out a low shout. He pulled out the star extinction sword and swung it again. In the sky, a huge sword shadow appeared next to the firmament giant sword again, tearing the sky apart. The dual sword seemed to be able to destroy the stars. An extremely terrifying energy gushed out and enveloped the crimson-robed man in an instant. Sword light danced, blood light filled the air, and a shocking explosion occurred in the air. Zhao Shua's face was slightly pale. She quickly retreated with the evil king's coffin. The entire evil king's tomb was completely destroyed. The dual swords were too powerful. Even the crimson-robed man who burned his blood essence couldn't resist. Lin Xian's face was slightly pale. Although the dual swords were powerful, they consumed more than half of his spirit power in an instant. Sheathing the wind and lightning swords, Lin Xian quickly searched in his soul. The 3 vermilion blood birds had been killed, and the crimson-robed man beside him was also split in half. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and quickly left the place. Then, he put away the evil king's coffin and quickly left the evil king's tomb with Zhao Shui. Not long after the two left, the remaining blood on the crimson-robed man's body quickly rolled and wrapped around the 3 vermilion blood birds' bodies, disappearing. In the terrifying Demon Mountain, there was a colorful palace. It was full of multicolored light, like an immortal palace. However, there was a roar in this seemingly sacred palace. The disciple who was training in the Tiannan region has fallen. No matter who killed him, bring him back and accept the death sentence. Everything related to him must be destroyed. I want the world to know that the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace can't be killed just because they want to. This voice carried boundless pressure and spread to every corner of the palace. Suddenly, several fiery red figures with extremely powerful auras quickly left the palace. Lin Xian naturally didn't know what happened far away. He had already left the evil king's tomb and was meditating in a nearby cave. This training could be said to be a great harvest. Not only did he find a lot of treasures, but he also obtained 2 supreme treasures. One was the Wind Shadow Sword, a high-grade spirit treasure. This treasure sword was extraordinary, allowing him to fight against spirit transformation experts. The other was the evil king's crystal. As long as he was given some time, he could use the energy inside the crystal to break through to the late harmonious spirit realm. The evil king's crystal not only contained pure energy, but also all the inheritances of the evil king. This included cultivation methods and martial techniques. In terms of cultivation methods, Lin Xian's art of long life was very powerful, so he didn't need other cultivation methods to replace it. However, he could use martial techniques for reference. Moreover, this evil king also cultivated both sword and soul, very similar to him. One of them was the Phantom Sword Art, which was a unique sword art that combined sword arts and illusions. This sword art made Lin Xian very happy. He had high attainments in both sword arts and soul arts, so he quickly mastered the Phantom Sword Art. In addition, Wine Lord also created a lightning sword art for his star extinction sword, the 3000 Lightning Haste. The 3-headed vermilion bloodbird was indeed amazing. The 3 attributes in its body were very unique, allowing Lin Xian's Wind Shadow Sword and Star of Extinction sword to improve. Although the grade did not change, the quality had improved by a large margin. Moreover, the black scabbard had also changed greatly. Other than the wind and thunder attributes, there seemed to be a ball of fire attribute slowly forming. Other than that, there was another martial art that made Lin Xian's heart beat faster. The Phantom Demon Steps was an Earth-rank martial art known for its speed and agility. It was one of the Diablo's ultimate arts. An Earth-rank martial art was a martial art that could tempt even spirit illumination martial artists. There were only a few Earth-rank martial arts in the entire Dragon Star Nation. Back then, the Diablo had relied on the Phantom Demon Steps to escape the pursuit of powerful enemies. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian knew the power of an earth-rank martial art. His Gale Lightning Sword was an earth-rank martial art. It was extremely powerful and could kill enemies above his level. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to learn the Phantom Demon Steps to replace the Dragon Rebel Steps. However, he kept the powerful Dragon Rebel 7 Steps. After sorting out his gains, he gave some of the treasures to Zhao Shui. "What do you plan to do next?" Zhao Shui asked with a smile. "I came to Dragon Star Nation to get a spot to join the Azure Dragon Association. I'll be going to Desolate Flame City next." "Azure Dragon Association? Hehe, I want to join too." "You have to be merciful when you meet sister." Zhao Shui glanced at him seductively. "You want to join too? Do you have a spot?" Lin Xian asked. "I should have enough this time. Those who join the Azure Dragon Association are all peerless geniuses. Their strength is far beyond your imagination. You can't be careless." Zhao Shui reminded him seriously. Then, the two chatted as they ate. Before they knew it, the night had passed. "Sister is leaving. Don't miss me," Zhao Shui whispered into Lin Xian's ear. Then, she quickly left. Lin Xian also sorted out his emotions and prepared for what to do next. There was only half a year left before the Azure Dragon Society, so he had to make the best use of his time. However, before that, Lin Xian was prepared to find a few demonic beasts in the nearby forest to practice his swordsmanship. He mainly wanted to test out the power of the two sword techniques he had just learned. Phantom Sword and Lightning Haste. The former was soft and sinister, and even had an illusory attack. The latter was violent and domineering, and its attacks were bold and powerful. The two sword techniques were completely different, and the way they were executed was also very different. In the forest, a 30-meter-long illusion demon butterfly flapped its wings and stared at Lin Xian. This was a type of demonic beast that specialized in illusions. Its attacks were very strange and ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for it. Lin Xian planned to use it to test the Phantom Sword. As he swung his long sword, sword shadows filled the air. Among the sword chi, there were both real and fake. It was hard to tell what was real and what was not. Moreover, although these sword chis appeared to be chaotic, they actually contained an illusory formation, which could often cause the enemy to inadvertently fall into an illusory formation and be easily killed. This sword technique could be said to be Evil King's famous sword technique. The illusory swordsmanship deceived the illusion demon butterfly. That strange attack gave the illusion demon butterfly a headache. The illusory sword chi formed a strange sword formation and killed the illusion demon butterfly. Lin Xian put away the illusion demon butterfly's demon crystal and started to search for demonic beasts again. This time, he wanted to test the power of the lightning haste. With the help of his soul power, he quickly found a demonic beast that he was satisfied with. The rock tortoise was a demonic beast that was famous for its defense. It was as hard as a diamond, abnormally hard. It was said that although this demonic beast was only at the 7th grade, a harmonious spirit realm warrior of the same level would not be able to break its defense. Only a spirit transformation realm warrior could kill it. The rock tortoise that was like a small boat looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It directly ignored Lin Xian. In its eyes, a mid-harmonious spirit realm human was not enough to break its defense. That attack was just like scratching an itch. Lin Xian moved quickly and pulled out the Star Extinction Sword. The sword chi turned into a thunderclap that shook the sky. The sword slashed through the air and turned into lightning. The rock tortoise shrunk its body and hid in its hard shell. Boom, like 3,000 lightning bolts, the terrifying sword light bombarded the rock tortoise's shell, emitting a dazzling light. This sword was too violent. Countless sword marks were left on the tortoise's shell. The rock tortoise's body was severely injured and blood kept flowing out. At this moment, it finally showed a terrified expression. The human in front of it was too strong. The power of that sword strike was even more terrifying than a spirit transformation realm warrior. Luckily, the human did not have any intention to continue attacking, so it was able to keep its life. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this result. Whether it was the Phantom Sword or the 3,000 lightning haste, the power of the sword art was beyond his expectations. He used to mainly use the Wind Emperor's 1 sword and the 9 Azure Cloud swords. He also had the outer sky meteor. Now that he had 2 more sword arts, it could be said that he did not have any weaknesses in sword arts. In terms of body movement, he had a new earth rank martial art, the Phantom Demon Steps. Perhaps even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not be able to withstand it. In terms of defense, he had the silver lightning body and the golden inner armor. With the combination of the two, he could withstand the attacks of a spirit transformation realm warrior. It could be said that Lin Xian's current state was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Next, it's time to go to the desolate flame city. Lin Xian summoned Xiao Jin and rushed toward the desolate flame city. The Star Dragon Strong country was divided into 8 counties. The desolate flame city was one of the more famous cities in the Heaven Desolate County. After leaving the forest, Lin Xian saw a huge city standing on the plains. The dark red city walls were like a 1,000-year-old volcano, exuding an ancient aura. Entering the city, there were many people coming and going. It was very lively. There were young warriors coming and going everywhere, talking and laughing with a sense of vitality. As Lin Xian passed by, he heard a few words. It seemed that the desolate flame city had a gathering of young warriors recently. That was why there were so many young warriors gathered here. However, this had nothing to do with him. He came to the desolate flame city to find Iron Hand and fulfill his wish. It was easy to find the Great Banner sect. Lin Xian only needed to see which building had the symbol of the Iron Blood banner. Moreover, with the Great Banner sect status, it would definitely not be in an ordinary corner. Therefore, Lin Xian directly went to the most prosperous area in the city. Sure enough, Lin Xian saw a magnificent building in the center of the city. There was a bronze banner on top of the building. The blood-red banner fluttered in the wind, making a loud noise. Stop, this is the Great Banner sect's restricted area. Unrelated people, leave at once. The gatekeeper shouted coldly. I'm looking for Sir Iron Hand. Lin Xian took out the Great Banner token and placed it in front of him. Great Banner token. The guard's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. A moment later, he respectfully said, Young master, please forgive us. We were reckless earlier. Please come in. The Great Banner token was not an ordinary item in the Great Banner sect. Normally, only the elders with high status could issue it. Lin Xian's token was even more peculiar. It was obviously issued by Sir Iron Hand himself. After leading Lin Xian to a living room, the guard respectfully said, Young master, please have some tea. I will inform Sir Iron Hand. Lin Xian nodded and slowly sat down. Soon, a beautiful maid came in and carefully served him tea. Lin Xian calmly waited and soon raised his head. Because his soul power sensed an aura quickly approaching. Young Master Lin, please follow me to the study. The previous guard respectfully said. Under his lead, Lin Xian arrived in front of an independent attic. Young Master can go to the 3rd floor. Lin Xian nodded and pushed the door open. He steadily walked to the 2nd floor. Sure enough, in the study on the 2nd floor, he saw a stalwart figure. Dressed in a black robe, his face was as cold as a knife, and he carried the dignity of a superior. It was Sir Iron Hand. Greetings, Senior. Lin Xian slightly bowed. You came. Iron Hand slightly nodded, you helped me take out the blood-red flag. So, if you have any request, just say it. Then, I thank Senior. Lin Xian smiled and said, I want to ask Senior to help me find a person. Oh, who? Iron Hand was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Lin Xian would ask for a treasure, martial arts, etc. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would ask him to find a person. This person is called Jiang Sanfeng. He is over 50 years old and has been to the Heavenly Mountain country. Hearing this, Sir Iron Hand's body stiffened. His aura suddenly erupted, shattering the nearby tables and chairs. However, his face quickly returned to normal, and the violent aura also disappeared. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know why Iron Hand would have such an intense reaction. Could it be that Jiang Sanfeng had a grudge against him? For a moment, his heart was filled with anxiety. This was almost his last chance. The remaining time didn't allow him to find another way. If this time didn't work, he could only try the dragon platform. Iron Hand slowly stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. Although Iron Arms did not release any aura, he felt as if there was a mountain in front of him, suffocating him. However, he had seen many big scenes. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword intent, so he was naturally immune to such pressure. Therefore, in front of Iron Arms, he was calm and collected. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, Iron Arms was slightly surprised. To be able to have such willpower at such a young age was truly commendable. Who allowed you to come here? Why are you looking for Jiang Sanfeng? Master Han Lei, the alchemy master of the Tianshan kingdom, asked me to come. Lin Xian said as he took out the token that old man DK had given him. I came to look for Jiang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota. Seeing the token in Lin Xian's hand, Iron Hand's eyes narrowed, as if he had fallen into deep thought. After a while, he sighed and said slowly, don't look for this person anymore. Jiang Sanfeng is already dead. Dead? Lin Xian was flabbergasted. The person he was looking for was dead. What about his quota? However, Iron Arm's next words made him feel much more at ease. Although I can't help you find Jiang Sanfeng, I can help you with the quota for the Azure Dragon Association. Really? Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was looking for Jiang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota. Now that Iron Arms could help, it couldn't be better. Iron Arms said in a deep voice, as one of the 6 top forces of the Longxing Kingdom, the Great Flag Sect has a quota for the Azure Dragon Association every time. I can recommend you to participate in the competition for the quota, but you have to show me your strength. Otherwise, I can't help you. My strength? Lin Xian was puzzled. What kind of strength do I need? Although he didn't know the top forces of the younger generation in the Longxing Kingdom, he was still very confident in his own strength. I want you to be famous in the desolate Flame City. Iron Arms said, if you can't even do this, then I can't help you. Famous in the desolate Flame City? Lin Xian muttered, then his eyes shone with a shocking light. I promise you. Recently, there's a tea garden competition in the city. Can you go there and try? Yun Duo. Iron Arms shouted. Immediately, a young girl came into the study and said respectfully, Sir, please give me your orders. Take him down and arrange a place for him to stay. Also, bring him to the tea garden competition in 2 days. Yun Duo looked at the broken pieces of the table and chair on the ground in astonishment, then she respectfully agreed. Young master, please follow me. After bidding farewell to Iron Arms, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out of the pavilion and walked into the depths of the palace. This is your room. If you have nothing to do, just stay inside. Don't run around. I'll bring you to the tea garden competition in 3 days. After saying that, Yun Duo turned and left. Wait a minute? Lin Xian said. What's the matter? Yun Duo turned around with a trace of impatience in her eyes. When she saw the broken table and chair in the study, she guessed that it was caused by Sir Iron Arm's anger. A person who could make Sir Iron Arms angry was definitely not a good person, therefore, Yun Duo didn't have a good attitude towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't mind and asked in a deep voice, what is the purpose of this tea garden competition? You don't know? Yun Duo was astonished and then looked at him seriously. She sensed Lin Xian's mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivation and saw his plain clothes. She shook her head slightly. Although this kind of cultivation wasn't bad, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the tea garden competition. She really didn't know why Sir Iron Arms would let this kind of person participate in the tea garden competition. Wasn't this just throwing away the face of a famous sect? Yun Duo said coldly, the tea garden competition is a small gathering of the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. It gathers the young geniuses of the Heaven Desolate County. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. This was a meeting between the young warriors. Is there anything else? Yun Duo said coldly, if you have any questions, it's best to ask them all at once. It'll save you the trouble. That's all. Lin Xian shook his head. Lin Xian didn't care about Yun Duo's attitude. He didn't need to be angry with a little girl. What he needed to do now was to adjust his condition and prepare for the tea garden competition in 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Xian fully comprehended the earth-rank martial art, Phantom Steps. With his comprehension and Wine Lord's guidance, he could be considered to have grasped the first step of this martial art. In the blink of an eye, the day of the tea garden competition arrived. On this day, the desolate Flame City was unusually lively. Countless young elites flocked to the Breeze Tea Garden in the north of the city. This was a grand event. It was a competition between the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. The hosts of this tea garden competition were two top powers: the Star Ocean sect and the Duan family. The Star Ocean sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Dragon Star country, one of the 6 top powers. The Duan family was also one of the 4 great families with a prominent position. At this moment, the Breeze Tea Garden was already crowded with people. It was very lively. As far as the eye could see, they were all young warriors. These people had strong chi and blood, and their cultivation were all above the harmonious spirit realm. With this kind of strength, they would be at the level of sect elders in Xia country. One had to admit that the martial Tao of Dragon Star country was very strong. This morning, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out. The two of them went to the Breeze Tea Garden. Along the way, Yun Duo was excited and kept repeating Duan Wuqing's name. This made Lin Xian a little curious. Who is Duan Wuqing? Humph. If you don't even know who Duan Wuqing is, then why are you participating in the tea garden gathering? Yun Duo snorted. Listen carefully, Duan Wuqing is the young master of the Duan family. He has a prominent background. He is one of the hosts of this tea garden competition. He is my idol. Yun Duo's eyes were full of stars. So that's how it is. A disciple of one of the 4 great families and a host of the tea garden. It seems like his status is very high. If I defeat him, I should be able to become famous in Desolate Flame City, right? Lin Xian thought. The fastest way to become famous was to challenge a famous warrior. And this Duan Wuqing was one of the best targets. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. He was looking forward to the tea garden gathering. Seeing Lin Xian's smile, Yun Duo snorted disdainfully, humph. Country bumpkin, young Master Duan can defeat you with just 1 finger. Also, although I don't know why Lord Iron Hand wants you to participate in the tea garden gathering, I still have to warn you. This tea garden gathering will gather many geniuses. You should go and gain some knowledge. Don't fight with others, or else you will embarrass the Great Flag sect. After saying that, she ignored Lin Xian and quickened her pace. Lin Xian shook his head and calmly followed behind her. Miss, please wait. Do you have an invitation? At the entrance of the tea garden, 2 young men in embroidered clothes smiled. The tea garden gathering was very high standard. Not everyone could participate. These 2 people were responsible for chasing away those who tried to sneak in. Yun Duo took out an invitation and handed it over. So you're from the Great Flag sect. Please come in. The 2 young men smiled warmly. Like a proud little princess, Yun Duo walked into the tea garden with her head held high. At this moment, a voice came from behind again. Dear guest, where's your invitation? Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly and said, I came with her. He pointed at the clouds. Together? The young man's face revealed a suspicious look, as if he didn't believe it. It was no wonder. The guests who came and went were all dressed in luxurious clothes. They were either rich or respectable. It was rare to see someone like Lin Xian, who was dressed simply. What was the cloud wearing? That was made from precious demonic beast materials. They all had a certain defensive function. On the other hand, Lin Xian's clothes were ordinary clothes. How could the 2 of them come together? Brat, this is the tea garden gathering. I advise you not to cause trouble here. The 2 of them sneered. Cause trouble? Lin Xian was displeased. These people really looked down on him. Yun Duo heard the commotion and turned her head. She sighed. Let him in. The 2 young men were slightly surprised. They unwillingly made way for him. How can this poor brat be related to Great Flag? I think he's most likely a servant. The 2 of them whispered to each other. They agreed that Lin Xian was Yun Tu's servant. Alright, since you're in the tea garden, you can take a look at the rest. I'm going to find my sisters to play. Don't make a move. Go back after you're done. Yun Duo hurriedly ran away after giving her orders. Lin Xian found a pavilion and prepared to conserve his energy. There were exquisite snacks and spirit wine in the pavilion for the young martial artists to enjoy. After he sat down, he began to secretly size up these martial artists. Then, he was slightly speechless. These martial artists were all at the harmonious spirit realm. Most of them were at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. There were also some late harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Could it be that Yun Duo didn't allow him to make a move? A mid-harmonious spirit realm martial artist was nothing here. As expected of the young generation's geniuses. There are so many young experts. Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that these were only the experts of one county. There were 8 counties in the Dragon Star country. Moreover, the core disciples of those top sects wouldn't participate in this kind of gathering. At least, Lin Xian didn't see any disciples from Great Flag sect participating. I wonder how strong the top young experts of the Dragon Star country are. Thinking of this, his blood boiled. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was only 18 years old this year. He had just joined the youth team. Although he looked calm, he also had a hot-blooded and battle-hungry heart. Fighting against peerless geniuses and comprehending the supreme martial Tao. This was the goal that every martial artist pursued with all their might. However, at this moment, an extremely discordant voice was heard. I'm so tired. Senior brother, I want to rest. I want to sit there. A coquettish voice was heard. All right, junior sister, as you wish. Then, a young man walked in front of Lin Xian and shouted coldly, You, get lost. Lin Xian frowned and looked back. He saw a man and a woman standing behind him. They were dressed in luxurious clothes and wore luxurious accessories. One look and one could tell that they were from a prestigious family. The two of them had arrogant expressions and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. How can a country bumpkin come in? What are those gatekeepers doing? The flirtatious woman mocked. Kid, I'm in a good mood. Get lost. This isn't a place for you to sit. The young man was very arrogant. Lin Xian didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. He was sitting there perfectly fine. How could he not be angry when he was threatened and looked down on for no reason? He immediately snorted coldly. Apologize, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Are you threatening me? The young man was so angry that he laughed. Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to apologize to a servant like you? You have a death wish. Get lost, or I'll slap you to death. No one will care about a nobody like you even if you die. The flirtatious woman sneered as well. Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just slap him to death. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Am I that easy to bully? Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? Iron plate? The young man laughed arrogantly. In the Heaven Desolate County, other than the Star Ocean sect and the Duan family, there is no one that my Yanling school is afraid of. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself an iron plate? Late harmonious spirit realm. Is this what you get for being so arrogant? Lin Xian sneered. I won't leave. If you want to fight, you can try. After saying that, he ignored the two and slowly tasted the spirit wine. Who is this kid? Isn't he too arrogant? The others in the pavilion looked over. Isn't that Luo Yang from the Yanling school? I heard that he is one of the top young experts in the Yanling school. He reached the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20. Yeah, I heard that his comprehension is very high. He has a high chance of entering the spirit transformation realm. The surrounding cultivators discussed among themselves. Apparently, they all knew this arrogant young man. Reaching the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20 was indeed a genius. That kid is dead for sure after offending the genius of Yanling sect. That goes without saying. Look at his clothes. He's definitely not a disciple of any sect or aristocratic family. He's probably a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator is still so arrogant? Look at his chi. He's only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Who knows? Maybe he's just an ignorant kid who doesn't know how powerful Luo Yang is. Kid, did you hear that? I'll give you one more chance. Kowtow and admit your mistake and I'll spare your life. Luo Yang was unusually arrogant. Get lost. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he spat out the words clearly. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who is this kid? He still dared to scold Luo Yang even after knowing his identity. Kid, you're courting death. Luo Yang was furious. He raised his palm and a terrifying force gushed out. Lin Xian bent his fingers, ready to shoot out a sword chi at any time. If Luo Yang really attacked, he wouldn't mind crippling his cultivation. Just as Luo Yang's palm was about to land, a loud laughter came from outside the pavilion. Haha, isn't this brother Luo? Where have you been? I've been looking for you. A young man in white walked through the crowd and slowly walked over. The young man was wearing a white robe with the word Duan on his chest. He grabbed Luo Yang with a warm expression. Brother Luo, come, let's have a few drinks. Oh, it's Brother Duan. Luo Yang put down his palm and smiled. When the crowd saw the young man in white, they looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. Kid, you're lucky this time. I'll let you live a little longer. However, I'll let you know how powerful I am later. Luo Yang looked at Lin Xian and sneered. What's going on? Who dares to offend Brother Luo? The young man in white's face darkened as he looked at Lin Xian with cold eyes. Forget it. I'll deal with this myself. Luo Yang revealed a sinister smile and left with the seductive woman beside him. Lin Xian sneered. This guy didn't know that he was still alive. If the other party dared to make a move, he would teach him an unforgettable lesson. This small disturbance passed quickly, and the whole tea garden was bustling with noise and excitement. Soon, two young men appeared with a large group of supporters behind them. Look, young Master Wu Qing. It's young Master Wu Qing. Suddenly, screams rang out in the tea garden. The young girls were screaming crazily. They wanted nothing more than to throw themselves into the arms of the young man in white. Lin Xian looked up and saw two figures standing proudly in the crowd. The person on the left was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a graceful bearing. When he raised his hand, there was a noble and arrogant air about him. Needless to say, that person was Duan Wu Qing. Peak Harmonious Spirit Realm, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the person on the right. It was a blue-robed youth with a saber on his back. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making people not dare to look at him directly. There was a sharp aura circulating around his body. Saber intent, this person has comprehended saber intent. Lin Xian secretly observed. He had comprehended sword intent, so he was very sensitive to both sword intent and saber intent. In addition, the blue-robed youth didn't deliberately hide his sharp aura, so Lin Xian could clearly sense it. This person is also at the peak of Harmonious Spirit Realm, but with saber intent, he should be able to fight against a Spirit Transformation Realm warrior. I wonder what level his saber intent has reached. While Lin Xian was observing, Duan Wu Qing slowly opened his mouth. This isn't the first time that everyone has participated in the tea garden gathering, so I won't go into the details. I hope that everyone will know when to stop and don't hurt each other. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Alright, let's begin. Then, Duan Wu Qing and the blue-robed youth sat down and began to watch the competition. Lin Xian wasn't clear about the rules of the tea garden gathering, but luckily, there were many first-timers like Lin Xian who explained it to him. The rules are actually very simple, that is, challenge by name. The named cultivators can choose to accept the challenge or not. There's no need to force them to do so. Moreover, if the one who accepts the challenge wins, he can continue the competition. The others can also go back and rest. What kind of rules are these? Isn't this just no rules? Indeed, this is equivalent to no rules. To put it bluntly, this tea garden gathering is for people to interact with each other. Some people want to become famous, some people want to find a partner. That's why the tea garden gathering isn't as strict as other competitions. However, for the sake of face, almost everyone who is named will accept the challenge. After listening, Lin Xian silently nodded. It turned out that he only needed to challenge by name, this was really convenient. He looked at Duan Wuqing and the blue-robed swordsman in the distance. If he challenged these two and won, he should be able to become famous in desolate Flame City. However, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge them, he just silently watched. There was a special place in the tea garden for martial arts competitions. At this moment, there were two people fighting fiercely. Purple ripples were floating like silk, carrying an endless amount of spiritual energy, sweeping in all directions. On the other side, the sky was filled with palm shadows. The two fought fiercely, setting off a terrifying wave of chi that rushed to the sky. In the end, the warrior who used the palm technique won and defeated his opponent with a single palm strike. However, his strength was very precise and didn't injure his opponent. I welcome everyone to challenge me. The victorious yellow-robed youth laughed. Let me. A warrior jumped up high, the long spear in his hand was like a dragon, thrusting forward. Boom, the dazzling spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Haha, good one. Stormy waves. The yellow-robed youth waved his hands, the wind from his palms contained the sound of waves. The palm shadows were like waves, each wave higher than the previous one. In the end, 7 waves overlapped, forming a terrifying wave that crashed onto the long spear, forcing the spear-wielding warrior to retreat. This is the Stormy Waves palm. Is this youth a disciple of Heavenly Sea Pavilion? Everyone was discussing. What a terrifying palm force, I seem to hear the sound of waves crashing. That spear-wielding warrior should be a late harmonious spirit expert, but he was sent flying. The Heavenly Sea Pavilion disciple stood in the middle of the field and laughed loudly. Who else wants to challenge me? This was a good opportunity to become famous, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot. What bullshit, Heavenly Sea Pavilion, lose. An extremely domineering voice sounded. Then, an illusory figure quickly floated over, moving as fast as a ghost. Mountain embracing palm seal. The figure was unusually domineering, he suddenly launched an attack in the air. The air vibrated, a mountain was formed, it was like a real mountain, pressing down on the crowd. Everyone was shocked, they felt an endless pressure rolling towards them. Mountain embracing palm seal, that's the secret art of Yanling sect, could it be Luo Yang? Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Wave after wave swept across the sky as if the ocean was descending. The collision between the ocean and the mountain created a loud noise. The entire void trembled incessantly as ripples of energy swept out in all directions. Some of the martial artists nearby were sent flying by the force. Boom, the ocean was torn apart as the yellow-robed young man was sent flying. I've lost. He said bitterly as he prepared to leave. However, the mountain in the sky did not disappear. It continued to press down on him. What? The crowd exclaimed. Puff, the yellow-robed martial artist was sent flying by the mountain. You. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples rushed out and surrounded the yellow-robed young man anxiously. My senior lost in a sparring match. How could you be so ruthless? You've broken the rules. That was indeed the case. Although the yellow-robed martial artist had defeated his opponent, his attacks were accurate and did not injure his opponent. Yet now, there was actually someone who disregarded the rules and continued to heavily injure him even after he had admitted defeat. This was simply going too far. Humph, what do you mean by ruthless? That was just an ordinary palm strike. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to take one of my palms. Luo Yang sneered as he landed on the ground. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples were furious. Luo Yang was the one who had broken the rules and attacked, but he had twisted the facts. This was simply blatant bullying. If you're not strong enough, go back and train for another 2 years. Don't embarrass yourself here, Duan Tianlang sneered. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples trembled with anger. However, they did not dare to speak up against the Duan family. Shut up and help me back. The yellow-robed martial artist said with difficulty as he propped himself up. He knew that Luo Yang was a genius from the Yen Mountain sect and had the support of the Duan family. If he persisted, the Celestial Sea Pavilion would be at a disadvantage. The crowd was silent. Although they sympathized with the Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples, no one dared to persuade them. Lin Xian frowned. That guy was really arrogant. He dared to hurt someone so brazenly. Thinking of that, he sighed and shook his head. It seemed that other than him, no one dared to provoke Luo Yang. Luo Yang looked at the Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples leaving and sneered. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the crowd. Immediately, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. What a joke. If he fought with Luo Yang, he would definitely be injured or killed. Luo Yang's gaze lingered on the pavilion as a sinister smile appeared on his face. It's you. He slowly extended his finger and pointed at a figure in the pavilion. The cultivators who were far away from the pavilion suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked over curiously. As for the warriors in the pavilion, their hearts were hanging high in their throats. However, when they saw who Luo Yang was pointing at, they all had strange expressions on their faces. It was a young man in black. He had a delicate and pretty appearance, but his clothes were extremely ordinary. With this kind of attire, it was very likely that he would be mistaken for a servant in a crowd. Who is he? He doesn't look like much. He's only a mid-stage Zhong spirit realm martial artist. Did Luo Yang make a mistake? Everyone was puzzled. However, the conflict between Lin Xian and Luo Yang quickly spread. When the crowd heard that Lin Xian had refused to give up his seat and had even scolded Luo Yang, their jaws dropped. F***ck, this brat is so fierce. He's definitely going to die this time. That's right. He dares to not give face to Luo Yang. I'm afraid he'll suffer in this competition. Brat, I've said that you'll see my true strength. Regardless of whether you agree or not, you have to participate in this competition. Luo Yang's voice was unusually arrogant, as if he was the controller of the tea garden. Who do you think you are? Do you own the tea garden? Or are you the host of this competition? Lin Xian sneered as he raised his wine cup. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Lin Xian's words seemed to imply something. As expected, the blue-robed swordsman and Lord Wuqing frowned slightly and looked over. This Luo Yang is getting more and more arrogant, the blue-robed swordsman said coldly. Brat, you want to sow discord? You're too weak. Do you think you don't have to compete just because of this? Luo Yang sneered as he walked over step by step. Immediately, the crowd made a path for him. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He put down his wine cup and slowly stood up. This brat must be crazy. Does he know who he's talking to? Does he have a trump card? It doesn't look like it. The crowd was puzzled. They didn't know why Lin Xian was so calm. In the crowd, when Yin Duo saw Lin Xian's bold and arrogant behavior, she was so angry that her face turned pale. D**mn brat, didn't I warn you not to fight? You didn't listen and provoked Luo Yang. I'm so angry. Yun Duo was going crazy. Hey, Yun Duo, what's wrong with you? You don't look too good. Are you not feeling well? A woman beside her asked. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Yun Duo shook her head. She looked into the distance and wondered if she should stop this competition. Forget it. It's good to teach this brat a lesson. I don't want him to cause more trouble for me. Yun Duo made up her mind. However, she wouldn't directly attack Luo Yang. Luo Yang revealed a cruel smile when he saw Lin Xian walk out of the pavilion. Brat, you have guts, but your brain isn't working well. How dare you provoke me? Today, I'll make you crawl away. Luo Yang's voice was cold. Obviously, he didn't care about the rules. He had decided to seriously injure Lin Xian. You're a late harmonious spirit warrior. It's not good to challenge a mid-harmonious spirit warrior. Yun Duo said from the crowd. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although it was the truth, no one dared to say it out loud. Who was this person? How bold! Luo Yang also turned his head abruptly. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake as he stared at the person who spoke. But then, he was stunned. Although he didn't know Yun Duo, he knew the logo of the Great Banner Sect. The Great Banner Sect was one of the 6 top powers. Its strength was far beyond the Yan Mountain Sect. Even the Duan family was no match for it. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to go against Jun Duo in public. Humph, since the beauty has spoken, then I'll only use one hand. How about that? Luo Yang sneered. Even if he only used one hand, he could still crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Jun Duo to speak up for him at this moment. He smiled faintly, since you're only using one hand, then I'll thank you. But, you'll regret it. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll let you know that I can easily kill you with one hand. Brat, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to attack first. Come on. Luo Yang was very generous. In his opinion, Lin Xian was no match for him. Since you're so enthusiastic, then I won't hold back. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian took a step forward and dashed forward. Humph. Luo Yang placed his right hand in front of him and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Lin Xian's body swayed. He didn't use any heaven-defying movement technique, so he looked ordinary. Soon, he raised his fist and punched out. How dare you attack me directly? You're courting death. Luo Yang sneered. This punch was too ordinary. It didn't have any shocking speed or terrifying momentum. How could it hurt him? Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm. As he punched out, lines of rock-like patterns appeared on his palm. His entire arm seemed to have been petrified. Boom, the palm and the fist collided, producing a thunderous sound that spread to all corners of the tea garden. A terrifying gust of wind blew, wrapping Lin Xian and Luo Yang inside. Many people squinted their eyes and looked at the scene. Judging from the fluctuation of qi, it seems like Luo Yang didn't hold back. That kid is unlucky. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose half of his life. Luo Yang's rock-like palm couldn't be broken by a warrior of the same realm. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior had no chance at all. At first, Luo Yang thought so too. However, when he touched Lin Xian's fist, his expression changed drastically. An extremely terrifying energy bombarded his arm, causing countless cracks to appear on his petrified arm. Crack, 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 a deep sound was heard. Luo Yang's arm cracked and blood spurted out. When the gust of wind stopped, everyone in the tea garden was stunned. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field with a smile. There wasn't a single wound on his body, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Luo Yang, on the other hand, was clutching his arm in pain and groaning. Blood flowed down his deformed arm. Impossible, Luo Yang is injured. No way, that's a rock-like palm. How could it be deformed? Everyone was stunned. They felt like they were dreaming. Who is this kid? What just happened? How could he defeat Luo Yang? A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior defeated Luo Yang with one punch. Isn't this too crazy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Senior brother won't lose. The beautiful woman from the Yen Mountain sect was terrified. Duan Wuqing and the blue-robed swordsman also frowned. To be honest, they didn't expect such an outcome. Could it be that Luo Yang was careless? The Duan clan disciple beside him wondered. Careless? Humph, no matter how careless he is, how can a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior injure a late harmonious spirit realm warrior? The Blue Mountain swordsman sneered and shook his head. What do you think? He looked at Duan Wuqing. It's hard to say. He might be an expert, or he might have used some unknown means. The two of them kept staring at Lin Xian. In the field, Luo Yang's expression was hideous, and his body trembled in pain. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you. Luo Yang roared ferociously. His left hand pressed on his right arm to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he swallowed a few healing pills. Die. Luo Yang threw a small black mountain at Lin Xian with his left hand. The air trembled, and the palm-sized mountain quickly enlarged in front of everyone's horrified eyes. In the end, it looked like a real mountain floating in the air. That wave of pressure was so great that it made many people pale and tremble uncontrollably. Die. Luo Yang raised his palm and controlled the black mountain to fall down. Not good, that's the Yen Mountain sect's treasure, the Black Prison Devil Mountain. It's several times heavier than a real mountain. Someone recognized the terrifying treasure and quickly retreated in fear. damn bastard, get out of the way. Among the crowd, Yun Duo anxiously shouted. Although she didn't like Lin Xian, and even wanted to make Lin Xian suffer, she didn't want Lin Xian to be in any danger. After all, this was Lord Iron Hand's order. If anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to escape the blame. As the Black Mountain fell down, a huge fluctuation occurred in the air. Countless waves of qi spread out in all directions like ocean waves. The air below exploded from the pressure. Lin Xian was locked down by an unknown force. He looked at the Black Mountain falling from the sky, his brows furrowed. Without dodging, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slashed at the air with his fingers like a sword. Whoosh, the resplendent sword radiance exploded in the air like 3,000 lightning bolts. The terrifying lightning sword qi bombarded the Black Mountain and sent it flying. Lin Xian moved and came to Luo Yang's side in an instant. What are you trying to do? Luo Yang screamed when he saw Lin Xian's figure. He couldn't understand why the sex treasure couldn't hurt Lin Xian. People like you will only be trouble if you live. Lin Xian's expression was cold as lightning sword radiance shot out from his fingertips. Brother Duan, save me. Luo Yang felt the shocking lightning sword qi and turned around to run like a madman. However, Lin Xian was faster. His fingers danced like 3,000 lightning bolts and a sharp sword radiance pierced towards Luo Yang. Brat, how dare you? An angry roar was heard. Then, a terrifying palm slapped towards Lin Xian. The palm technique was amazing, but it was still too late. Lin Xian moved like a phantom and appeared far away in an instant. Luo Yang was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine such a scene. The person who attacked was a disciple of the Shi family. It was Duan Tianlang, who was with Luo Yang. He quickly went to Luo Yang and used his spiritual power to sense him. His expression changed drastically. You crippled him. Duan Tianlang's expression turned ugly. What? Luo Yang was crippled? Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian in horror. That was Luo Yang. Not only was he powerful, but he was also the eldest disciple of the Yanling sect. How could he be crippled just like that, especially since the person who crippled Luo Yang was a martial artist that they didn't think highly of? Brat, how could you be so heavy-handed? I can kill you on the spot. Duan Tianlang's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Heavy-handed? Lin Xian sneered. What heavy-handed? It was just a casual attack. He can only blame himself for being too weak. Everyone was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion trembled as they looked at Lin Xian in excitement. These were the words that Luo Yang had said before, but this time, he was the unlucky one. Retribution, this is retribution. People like Luo Yang should be crippled. The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion cheered. Brat, you are courting death. Duan Tianlang shouted angrily when he saw Luo Yang almost fainting from anger. Are you blind? The Black Mountain just now was enough to crush dozens of mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors to death. Isn't his action a vicious attack? Or do you have some shady business with him, so you were trying to cover for him? Lin Xian didn't back down when he faced the disciples of the Duan family. How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to? Duan Tianlang shouted coldly. So what if he is a disciple of the Duan family? Do you think that a disciple of the Duan family can confuse right and wrong? Or do you think that you can represent the Duan family? Lin Xian said loudly. Brat, don't quibble. You are the one who crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. You have violated the rules of the Tea Garden Association. Not only will the Duan family not forgive you, the Yanling sect will not let you go either. Don't use these sects to pressure me. Lin Xian snorted. Since I dared to take action, I can bear the consequences. The crowd exclaimed, that's right. How could a genius with such strength not have a backer? Duan Tianlang's pupils constricted. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice, who are you? Who am I? Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a shocking light. My name is Lin Xian. I believe that soon, the entire barren flame city will know my name. At that moment, Lin Xian exuded an inexplicable aura. He looked down on everyone like a demon. The crowd was shocked by the aura. They looked at Lin Xian in shock as if they were worshipping an ancient giant. Lin Xian? That's a strange name. Have I heard of it before? Which sect is he from? Why do I feel that he's so terrifying? The crowd discussed animatedly. They looked at Lin Xian with reverence. Among the crowd, Yun Duo also stared blankly at the figure. The situation was completely out of her expectations. She did not know what to do. What Lin Xian? I've never heard of him. Hurry up and tell us your sect. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Tianlang shouted. You don't have to worry. I don't have a sect. No sect? Duan Tianlang laughed. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Luo Yang also shouted crazily, Brother Duan, help me kill him. You must kill him. His cultivation was destroyed. He would be a cripple for the rest of his life. He could only be bullied by others. Therefore, he hated Lin Xian to death. However, he did not consider that if he had not been arrogant and bullied Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. He was the one who brought all of this upon himself. Don't worry. I'll take his head. Duan Tianlang's spiritual power surged out. His aura was even stronger than Luo Yang's. Stubborn. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Duan Tianlang did not distinguish between right and wrong. It was obvious that he was using his position to avenge his personal grudge. However, he was not a pushover. He was not someone who could be bullied as he wished. Bright jade palm. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and the spiritual qi in the air gathered madly. A terrifying palm shadow instantly pounced on Lin Xian. As one of the 4 great clans, the Duan clan had an extraordinary status. The Duan clan's disciples were the targets of everyone everywhere, but today, there was actually someone who dared to go against them. Duan Tianlang could not tolerate this. I'll let you know that the Duan clan's might is unquestionable. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and a bright light rushed towards Lin Xian. The Duan clan sure is impressive. They can't tell right from wrong and they want to silence us. Lin Xian's voice drifted, and his body became even more blurry. This time, he used the illusory demon step, leaving countless shadows in the air. The Void Spirit illusory demonic steps was an earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. Not only was it extremely fast, but the illusions it left behind were also difficult to differentiate between real and fake. Not to mention Duan Tianlang, even a spirit transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to tell which was Lin Xian's real body. The bright jade palm mercilessly fell and destroyed countless illusions, but none of them were Lin Xian's real body. Cowardly rat, come out and fight if you have the guts. Duan Tianlang yelled madly. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. Is that so? I'm right beside you, but you can't see me. Lin Xian's voice came from behind Duan Tianlang. Everyone's heart palpitated. What a fast speed. They did not even notice when Lin Xian appeared behind Duan Tianlang. Brat, die. Duan Tianlang turned around, but an even colder aura enveloped his body. You better not move, or I can't guarantee that your body is intact. A thunderous sword aura blocked his body. You dare to attack me? Duan Tianlang instantly stopped, but he was so angry that his whole body trembled. As a Duan clan disciple, he had a noble status. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? If you dare to attack me, the Duan clan will not let you go. I don't want to kill trash like you who relies on your clan to bully others. However, if you continue to act recklessly, I can't guarantee that you won't end up like him. With that, Lin Xian pointed at Luo Yang, who was lying on the ground. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. Just like Luo Yang, his cultivation had been crippled. A disciple whose cultivation had been crippled was useless. Alright, everyone stop. Duan Wuqing stood up. He pointed his finger, and an azure light instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Its speed was shocking. So fast. Lin Xian was shocked. He retreated swiftly, leaving behind an afterimage. Whoosh, the resplendent finger beam destroyed the afterimage, and it disappeared. Without the threat of the lightning sword aura, Duan Tianlang quickly arrived at a safe place. Men, take this brat down. I'm so angry. Duan Tianlang shouted crazily. Trash, get lost. Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and he dared not speak again. He could only stare at Lin Xian with murderous eyes. Alright, everyone knows what's right and wrong. I don't want to say anything more. However, this can only be done once. If there's a next time, don't blame the Duan clan for being heartless. Everyone was shocked, and there was an uproar. Duan Wuqing had let Lin Xian go. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Tianlang was shocked. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Duan Wuqing's cold eyes, he lowered his head. He was just an ordinary disciple of the clan, while Duan Wuqing was a core disciple. There was a huge difference between their statuses. In front of Duan Wuqing, Duan Tianlang did not dare to act rashly. It's not like that. Brother Duan, save me. Luo Yan shouted crazily. He had lost his last hope. Brat, I'll kill you. The Yanling clan won't let you go. Junior sister, help me kill him. Luo Yang crawled to the side of the beautiful woman. Get lost. The beautiful woman kicked Luo Yang away and said with disgust, Men, throw this trash out. She did not dare to seek revenge from Lin Xian. Even a genius like her senior brother was crippled, let alone her. Everyone was shocked. Yun Duo stared blankly at Lin Xian. This young man had brought her too much shock. First, he shattered Luo Yang's arm with a single punch. Then, he overbearingly crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. Finally, he was not even afraid of the Duan clan's disciples. Who is he? Yun Duo was very curious. Alright, the tea garden will continue. Duan Wuqing said in a deep voice. There were two reasons why he made the decision just now. First, he could not see through Lin Xian's strength. Being able to defeat Luo Yang and cripple his cultivation in one move was enough to prove that Lin Xian was an expert. He was at least at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Secondly, he sent people to quickly gather information about Lin Xian. He found out that Lin Xian came with the Great Flag sect. Although he did not know the relationship between Lin Xian and the Great Flag sect, such a genius must have a close relationship. He could not ignore it. These two reasons made Duan Wuqing unable to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field and said with a smile, I've defeated Luo Yang. Is it time for me to challenge someone? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Lin Xian continued, I want to challenge you. He pointed at Duan Wuqing. What? The crowd screamed again as if they couldn't believe their eyes. This guy is crazy. He dares to challenge Duan Wuqing. It's possible. I think he must have been blinded by the victory just now. Unfortunately, if he really dares to challenge Duan Wuqing, he will end up in a miserable state. Who was Duan Wuqing? He was a core disciple of the Duan family. Someone like Luo Yang couldn't compare to him. It was rumored that although Duan Wuqing was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, he had defeated the older generation of spirit transformation realm experts. Although it was just a rumor, it showed how powerful and mysterious Duan Wuqing was. In the past tea garden gathering, those who challenged Duan Wuqing were usually at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, even those at the same level were defeated by Duan Wuqing in one move. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was courting death by challenging Duan Wuqing. Who do you think you are to challenge our young master Wuqing? Tian Lang shouted again. This time, not only him, all the disciples of the Duan family stared at Lin Xian fiercely. These people formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The pressure did not affect him at all. He said calmly, I remember the rules of the tea garden gathering. The winner can challenge anyone he wants, and the one who is challenged can accept or not. I didn't break the rules, did I? Then why can't I challenge you? At the end, his voice was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. Lin Xian wanted to challenge Duan Wuqing. This action shocked everyone in the tea garden. If you want to challenge young master Wuqing, you have to go through me first. A figure flew out and rushed toward Lin Xian with lightning speed. The spiritual energy in the air fluctuated and countless cold lights pierced through the void. Lin Xian's soul probed and felt danger. He took a step and his body disappeared. Chi, countless rays of cold light tore apart the space where he was originally standing, and a cold aura spread out. It's Han Yanku. I've heard that his cold mist sword art is exceptionally sharp. It's hard to find a match for him in the harmonious spirit realm. I didn't expect this person to be Lord Wuqing's supporter. If he makes a move, I'm afraid that kid will be in danger. That's right. Han Yanku is exceptionally powerful. Luo Yang can't compare to him. Kid, if you can't even beat me, then don't even think about challenging young Master Wuqing, Han Yan guest shouted coldly with his sword in hand. Really? Then you'll lose for me. Lin Xian's hand slid to his jade belt, and a black scabbard suddenly appeared in his hand. The absolute star sword was quickly unsheathed, and a violent sword chi surged. 3,000 thunderstorms. The sword light flashed with thunder and lightning, shooting into the sky. The tea garden was surrounded by thunderous sword chi, emitting a violent aura. Cold mist sword art. Han Yan guessed quickly swung his long sword. The sword light was abnormally cold, and the whole space seemed to be frozen. The bone-piercing coldness pierced straight into people's souls. Boom, the void shook. The 3,000 thunderbolt sword art was too violent, and it dispersed the cold mist sword art in an instant. The thunderbolts in the sky condensed into a dazzling sword light, slashing toward Han Yanku. Han Yanku was shocked. He blocked the attack with his sword, forming a solid sword light in front of him. Ka. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, shattering Han Yanku's sword light and sending him flying. What? Han Yanku was defeated? And he was defeated in one move. The crowd went crazy. The young man in front of them had given them too much shock. Am I qualified? Lin Xian withdrew his absolute star sword. His eyes were like a sword light, piercing toward Lord Wuqing. No, I'll take you on. Another figure flew out. This person was 2 meters tall, and his muscles were filled with explosive strength. He carried the aura of a dragon and tiger as he walked. Could he be the disciple of the great Titan sect, Wang Dali? That's right, it's him. Rumor has it that his strength is so great that he can pull out a mountain. He once smashed a peak harmonious spirit warrior into meat paste with one palm. I didn't expect him to come on stage. The crowd was excited, and they all looked at the stage. Looking at the tall young man in front of him, Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. Kid, come on. You can only challenge Lord Wuqing if you defeat me. Wang Dali shouted, and his body emitted a dazzling light. A hazy golden light covered his body, as if he was made of gold. He looked extraordinarily powerful. He took a step forward, and the ground under his feet cracked open. The glaring cracks quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. The ground cracked as if it was being torn apart by someone. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky, defying the heavens. 7 steps of the dragon. Under his feet, a hazy green light appeared, like the purple claw of a giant dragon. Lin Xian took a step forward, and he stepped toward Wang Dali. Wang Dali shouted angrily and punched out. Too arrogant. Someone dared to step on him in the sky. He couldn't stand it. The fist carried a golden light, and it shattered the void. Lin Xian was like a willow leaf swaying in the wind, constantly swaying. However, he didn't care about it at all, as he had comprehended the concept of wind. He stepped on the golden fist, and a deep dragon roar sounded in the sky. The void surged as if it was about to split open, forming a huge wave that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky and flew upward. Wang Dali didn't move, but his face was unusually serious. Was he sent flying? Everyone exclaimed. It was still not enough. Yeah, no one can compete with Wang Dali in strength. But that kid isn't injured. That's rare. Everyone discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Lin Xian's rising body suddenly stopped, and then he came down with an even more violent aura. He stepped out again, and an illusory dragon claw appeared under his feet. With a heart-palpitating power, it grabbed toward Wang Dali. Get lost. Wang Dali's body emitted a golden light, and he waved his fist toward the sky again. The two of them exchanged blows, and every collision caused the entire tea garden to tremble. Too terrifying. Who is this kid? He can actually compete with Wang Dali in strength? It's already the sixth move. Does he not have a limit? One move to decide the winner. Wang Dali was furious. No one had ever been able to compete with him in strength for so long. Uprooting mountains and rivers. He shook his arms 7 times and blasted toward the sky. Endless golden light rushed to the sky, dyeing the sky golden. This power was enough to threaten a spirit transformation realm warrior. 7th step. Lin Xian stepped out for the last time, and an illusory azure dragon appeared under his feet. It roared ferociously and rushed downward. The golden light in the sky was torn apart, and the azure dragon's roar instantly hit Wang Dali's fist. The sky was messed up, and the ground sank. Wang Dali's hands were trembling, and he kept retreating. Every time he took a step back, the ground would crack. This scene was too terrifying. Wang Dali, who had always been the strongest in the harmonious spirit realm, was actually pushed back. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Xian, who was floating down, and they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. No one has ever been able to beat me in strength. You are very strong. I admit defeat. Wang Dali shook his head and sighed as he felt his arm go numb. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Duan Wuqing. Everyone was silent. Even the Duan clan was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Perhaps only Duan Wuqing could withstand his strength. If anyone else went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. Duan Wuqing's eyes glowed as he slowly stood up. You are very strong. You are worth my time. Everyone was shocked. Was young Master Wuqing finally going to make a move? They were extremely excited. Very well, please. Lin Xian made a gesture of invitation. Please. Duan Wuqing also bowed. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in the middle of the field. Everyone retreated, leaving enough space for the two of them to fight. When such peerless geniuses fought, they couldn't get too close. Otherwise, they would be unlucky if they were accidentally injured. Who do you think will win? A martial artist asked. Needless to say, young Master Wuqing, of course. He is a genius youth who defeated a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. Yeah, I heard that the Duan clan's star finger is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that if it is practiced to perfection, even the stars will explode. Although that kid is strong, how can he be compared to young Master Wuqing? Everyone discussed in low voices. None of them were optimistic about Lin Xian. It was no wonder. Although Lin Xian was valiant, young Master Wuqing was even stronger. In everyone's hearts, he was the symbol of invincibility. Take Wang Dali for example. Lin Xian forced Wang Dali back in 7 moves. Back then, young Master Wuqing defeated Wang Dali with 1 finger. Everyone clearly saw the gap between them. Star Finger is the Duan clan's secret art. It is extremely powerful, so you have to be careful. Star Finger is the Duan clan's secret art. Legend has it that 1 finger can explode stars. Even if this martial art wasn't an earth-tier martial art, it wasn't too far off. Duan Wuqing extended his finger. The surrounding spirit chi quickly surged, and the finger emitted a dazzling light. It was like jade with mysterious patterns on it. As he pointed his finger, the sky flickered. A thin needle-like finger light flew towards Lin Xian's forehead. Duan Wuqing appeared gentle, but his attack was cold and merciless. He aimed directly at Lin Xian's vital point. In an instant, Lin Xian's aura tightened. He felt as if he was being locked down by an unknown force. Illusory demon steps. Lin Xian dodged with extreme speed like a ghost. The Void Spirit Illusory Demon Step was a true earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian broke free from Star Finger. So fast. What kind of footwork is that? Everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't see Lin Xian's figure clearly. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also frowned slightly. His gaze was like a blade light that enveloped the entire void. Although the speed is fast, the Star Finger is not that easy to dodge. The blue-robed swordsman shook his head slightly. Indeed, even though Lin Xian had dodged that resplendent purple light in an instant, the sense of danger in his heart still hadn't disappeared. Using his soul power, he quickly scanned the surroundings. His expression changed drastically. Although he dodged the sharp finger light, the resplendent purple light did not disappear. Instead, it continued to pursue him at a strange speed. What kind of finger technique is this? Lin Xian was shocked that it could automatically change directions. His body moved again, shuttling back and forth in the tea garden like a ghost. However, the light followed him like a shadow and quickly chased after him. It should have locked onto you. Looks like you can only resist with all your strength. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Since I can't dodge it, I'll just destroy it. He suddenly turned around and quickly pulled out the Star of Extinction sword. With the 3000 lightning movement, the sword chi in the sky turned into thunderbolts and slashed at the finger light behind him. However, the star finger was so sharp that it actually pierced through the thunderbolts. That's not how you destroy the star finger. Kid, just wait for your death. Duan Tianlang sneered. It actually pierced through. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that he had underestimated the star finger. Try this. A trace of dragon sword essence gushed out and merged with the sword chi. Chi. Suddenly, the resplendent finger light was split open and dissipated between heaven and earth. What? The star finger was split open? This is impossible. Duan Tianlang screamed in horror. As a disciple of the Duan family, of course he knew the power of the star finger. Even a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm could not destroy it so easily. Duan Wuqing stood with his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. You can destroy the star finger. Interesting. It seems that you can make me a little more serious. Say that after you beat me. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Watch this. Duan Wuqing stretched out his palm again. On his jade-like finger, there were blue lines entwined, emitting a light blue light. A finger light as thick as a stone pillar appeared in the void, and a huge shadow shrouded Lin Xian. What a terrifying aura. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they could not breathe. The star finger was extremely mysterious. A moment ago, it was as thin as a silver needle, but now it was as thick as a mountain. The terrifying finger light pressed down as if it could destroy everything. Let's see how you block it this time. The disciple of the Duan family sneered. In the crowd, Yuntua's small hands kept rubbing the corner of her clothes. She was very nervous. Nothing must happen to this bastard. Wind Slayer. The star extinction sword was swung out, and the violent lightning disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange and unpredictable sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, the concept of wind quickly spread out. In the sky, the bright finger light seemed to be under great resistance, and its speed slowed down little by little. An inexplicable power filled the void, and it kept breaking down the bright finger light. What's going on? What happened? Everyone exclaimed. They could not understand, but the experts frowned tightly. This is a concept. The blue-robed swordsman looked at the sky, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Duan Wuqing snorted coldly. He also felt the concept of wind. In the sky, the bright finger light quickly became smaller, and finally it disappeared between heaven and earth. His astonishing means had stunned everyone. Concept of wind. I didn't expect this to be your true strength. Duan Wuqing's expression was gloomy. I really underestimated you. What? Concept of wind? Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Yuntua's mouth was also slightly open, and she was very surprised. A martial artist who could comprehend a concept was definitely a genius. Lin Xian actually comprehended the concept of wind at such a young age. He was a genius among geniuses. Now Yunduo knew why Lord Ironhand wanted Lin Xian to participate in the tea garden gathering. It was because Lin Xian's talent and strength were not inferior to Lord Wuqing. It was ridiculous that he had warned him not to make a move. Yunduo smiled bitterly. The disciples of the Yen Mountain sect looked at Lin Xian in horror, and they felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not help Luo Yang at that time. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. Even their senior brother, Luo Yang, did not comprehend a concept. They could imagine how abnormal Lin Xian's talent was. You are very strong, but it is not enough to defeat me. Duan Wuqing was very confident. At this moment, a surge of spiritual energy was released from his body, stirring up the wind and clouds. I will let you see the true power of the star finger. Everyone was shocked. It was hard to imagine that the power was not Lord Wuqing's full strength. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Duan Wuqing did not look like he was lying. Let me see your Duan clan's secret technique. Lin Xian was surrounded by the concept of wind. His black hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. The first move of the star finger, void dimension. He pointed out with his finger, and a bright light flashed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. They could not see the finger light at all, let alone feel it. Lin Xian frowned deeply. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. His body flashed quickly as he performed an extreme movement technique. A sword-like finger light instantly pierced through his shadow and quickly disappeared. What? It merged into the void? How can he dodge it? No wonder Lord Wuqing is so confident. Is this the true power of the star finger? The Blue Mountain swordsman also took a deep breath as he stared at Lin Xian's figure. He was also a little afraid of the Duan clan's star finger. I wonder how this kid is going to dodge it. Lin Xian was shocked. The star finger was indeed beyond his expectations. Its effect was similar to his concept of wind, which could merge into the wind. Moreover, what surprised him was that he could not accurately lock onto it in his soul. The star finger's speed was extremely fast. Even the slightest mistake could lead to a misjudgment. Since I can't dodge it, then I won't waste it. Lin Xian stopped abruptly and swung his long sword. Sword patterns that looked like willow branches circled around his body. Returning wind-whisking willow sword. Many green patterns of sword qi surrounded Lin Xian. These sword qi had merged with the concept of wind. Its power was far beyond normal. It seemed to have changed the surrounding space. Boom, the star finger appeared instantly and collided with the defense, creating countless sparks. Qi, qi. Countless waves appeared on the sword screen. Many sharp sword qi shot out from the sword screen and slashed toward the star finger. Lin Xian used himself as bait to draw out the unpredictable finger light. Then, he used the concept of wind to defend himself before using the great dragon sword intent to destroy it. This series of actions happened in an instant, so when everyone came back to their senses, star finger had already disappeared. What? He actually blocked it. Duan Wuqing was stunned. This move was the killing move of the star finger. It came and went without a trace, and could kill people without leaving a trace. It was far from comparable to the previous few fingers. However, this killing move was easily blocked by Lin Xian. This made him feel unreal. Impossible, this must be a coincidence. Duan Wuqing did not believe it. He flicked his fingers continuously, shooting out rays of finger light one after another. Divine radiance lit up the sky, illuminating all directions as it rushed towards Lin Xian with a biting cold killing intent. This scene made everyone tremble. That aura seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. However, this time, Lin Xian faced it head-on. The spiritual energy in his body revolved, and the concept of wind was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the absolute star sword slashed out streaks of sword light, all of which contained terrifying sword intent. Boom, the void trembled as the finger light was split into two and dissipated in the sky. Chi-chi, another two finger lights disappeared. The sword energy was unstoppable. Lin Xian was like a sword god. Every sword had an unpredictable power, causing the star finger light to disappear. No, this is not the concept of wind. Duan Wuqing looked at the sky with an ugly expression. This attack power, could it be sword intent? Impossible, he already has the concept of wind. How can he have sword intent? Duan Wuqing did not believe it, because it was simply impossible. He had never heard of a person having two concepts. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also stood up suddenly. The table in front of him was cut in half by the invisible sword energy. At this moment, he was even more surprised than Duan Wuqing. Sword intent, he actually comprehended sword intent. The blue-robed swordsman's eyes bloomed with sword light, and a shocking aura rose from his body. He had comprehended sword intent, so he could clearly feel Lin Xian's sword intent. Hearing the blue-robed swordsman's words, everyone exclaimed. Sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend in the concept. Once comprehended, the attack power would increase exponentially. That's not right, didn't that kid comprehend the concept of wind? Why did it become sword intent? Yeah, could that swordsman have sensed it wrong? How could it be? Do you know who he is? He is Josie Hai from the Star Ocean sect. How could he have sensed it wrong? Hearing this, everyone was silent. Lin Xian actually comprehended two types of concepts. This talent was also too terrifying. Duan Wuqing's expression was even more unsightly. Who is this kid? How can he comprehend two concepts? He was extremely jealous. As a core disciple of the Duan family, he did not comprehend concepts. But Lin Xian, an unknown brat, actually comprehended two kinds of concepts. This made him feel a strong sense of defeat. No, I can't admit defeat. How about comprehending concepts? My cultivation is far higher than his. I can't lose. Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, the aura in his body surged, burning with the blue flame. He used the star finger again, and it was like a dragon roaring in the air. 3,000 lightning haste. A sword chi was like thunder, containing a terrifying sword intent, slashing towards the void. This sword was abnormally violent. It was as if divine lightning had struck the ground and destroyed everything. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps, increasing his speed to the limit, instantly arriving in front of Duan Wuqing. Phantom sword. Lin Xian changed his sword technique again. The sword chi was illusory, slashing in all directions. Duan Wuqing's expression changed. This sword chi made him feel a strong sense of danger. His fingers moved, and an arc of light flew out, forming a half-moon attack in front of him. However, the phantom sword was illusory and had an illusion attack. Duan Wuqing could not distinguish it at all, and was instantly hit by the two-sword chi. In the next moment, he was sent flying. Although he had activated his defensive armor at the first moment, the terrifying sword chi still caused his blood to churn. Impossible, this is impossible. He can actually resist my star finger. Duan Wuqing could not accept this. Who was he? He was a core disciple of the Duan family, and his cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, and there was a gap of 2 realms between them. One should know that the gap between the harmonious spirit realm was huge, and the difference between each realm was like heaven and earth. Unless one was a peerless genius or had a powerful weapon, then it was possible to fight across realms. Even then, it was only possible to fight across one realm. But Lin Xian was able to fight across 2 realms, and he even had the upper hand. This was too shocking. Even if he had sword intent, it was still impossible. Duan Wuqing looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of shock and unwillingness. There's no need to fight anymore, you've lost. Lin Xian put away the star extinction sword and said in a deep voice. What did you say? You're only temporarily in the lead, I haven't used all my strength yet. Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said. He could not accept this result. Moreover, Lin Xian's attitude made him even angrier. Lin Xian shook his head. I've already held back just now. If we continue, you'll be seriously injured. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian's strength was already terrifying enough, but he still held back. Lin Xian was right. He had only used part of his sword intent, which was only at the minor accomplishment level. Even so, Duan Wuqing couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword intent had reached 70%. If he used all of it, he could instantly kill Duan Wuqing. One should know that Lin Xian had killed 2 spirit transformation experts. Duan Wuqing didn't know this. In his opinion, Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. Brat, I will let you know that the disciples of the Duan clan are not to be humiliated. Duan Wuqing's spirit energy surged. However, Lin Xian's speed was faster. The Wind Emperor's sword arrived in front of Duan Wuqing in a flash. Star point. Duan Wuqing's right hand shot out a finger light. His left hand was also raised high, slapping toward Lin Xian. The bright jade palm was also one of the secret arts of the Duan clan. The two ultimate techniques attacked Lin Xian at the same time. Divine light filled the sky. The jade palm covered the sky. The air was mercilessly torn apart. This kind of attack was enough to kill any harmonious spirit expert. However, Lin Xian's Wind Emperor's sword was a combination of two great intents. Its power was beyond Duan Wuqing's understanding. The sword energy swept across. Duan Wuqing was sent flying again. Everyone was stunned. Their minds were blank. The disciples of the Duan clan exclaimed and ran toward Duan Wuqing. "Brat, you dare to injure a disciple of the Duan clan. You are finished. No one can save you." Duan Tianlang's face was ferocious. "Shut up!" Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with difficulty. "I am not a sore loser. You are very strong. You have won." Young Master Wu Qing, whose name shook the entire desolate Flame City, had actually lost. It wouldn't take long for the entire desolate Flame City to know. "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He didn't have any enmity with Duan Wuqing. This was just a competition. His goal was to become famous in the desolate Flame City. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from Duan Wuqing to the Blue Mountain swordsman. Everyone was stunned. "Does he want to continue the challenge?" As expected, Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Can we fight?" "I couldn't ask for more." Blue Mountain swordsman Xianxia stood up, and his aura surrounded him like a saber light. Unlike Lord Wu Qing's carefree aura, Xianxia's aura was extremely sharp, like a heavenly blade that could cut through everything. This was saber intent, an indestructible saber intent. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he also activated a shocking sword intent. However, he still only used a portion of his sword intent and controlled it at the minor accomplishment realm. "Take this." Xianxia didn't talk nonsense. The long saber behind him clanged and the sharp saber instantly slashed towards Lin Xian. An aura as heavy as a mountain, but not lacking in sharpness, instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The void buzzed as if it was about to break open at any moment. Everyone held their breaths as they couldn't withstand such an aura. Even a peak harmonious spirit warrior wouldn't be able to escape from such an attack. Pulling out the Star Extinction Sword, Lin Xian took the opportunity to attack. The sword light was like thunder, violent and domineering. The saber and sword collided, shaking the earth and the whole tea garden. In the next moment, the sword chi and saber light both disappeared in the sky. "It's on par with my saber intent." Xianxia looked dignified. "Minor accomplishment saber intent, not bad." Lin Xian nodded slightly. Among all the warriors he knew, except for Lin Feng's sword intent, Xianxia's saber intent was the strongest. "Let's use our strongest attack to determine the winner," Xianxia said in a deep voice. For swordsmen like them who had comprehended sword intent, their attacks were extremely sharp, and they could often determine the winner in 1 or 2 moves. "All right." Lin Xian didn't want to waste any more time. Splitting Mountain Wave. Xianxia condensed all the spiritual energy in his body and slashed out a stunning saber. The minor accomplishment saber intent surged in the sky as if it was going to split the sky in half. The dazzling saber light mercilessly fell, covering half of the tea garden. 3,000 lightning haste, unification shocking heaven. The lightning flashed and condensed into a silver lightning, like the 9 heavens thunder crashing down. Boom, the lightning suddenly appeared, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and this attack moved all directions. At this moment, all the warriors frantically retreated, fearing that they would be involved in this violent force. Xianxia was surrounded by the saber, like a god of death. The next moment, his face changed dramatically. "Not good, this sword intent has exceeded the minor accomplishment realm." He was shocked that the opponent's sword intent had surpassed his. The terrifying sword intent was vast and mighty, making him a little breathless. In an instant, he was shrouded in sword light. "Not good, Xianxia is going to lose." In the distance, Duan Wuqing's eyes flashed, and his heart was bitter again. Lin Xian's aura at this moment was stronger than when he was fighting with him. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Xian did not use all his strength when fighting with him. Thinking of this, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Qiu Sihai, who was in the middle of the sword light, was even more uncomfortable. His whole body was shrouded in sword light, and he could not move at all. At this moment, fear rose in his heart. As a disciple of Xinghai sect, he was respected more. He had comprehended a rare saber intent and did not put anyone in his eyes. But now, he knew how small he was and what it meant to be strong. Lin Xian's sword intent made him feel a sense of despair. This is a peerless genius, Qiu Sihai thought bitterly. This feeling was like facing the peerless genius of the sect. Am I going to die? He gave up resisting. However, in the next moment, the sword light disappeared as if it had never appeared. What? Qiu Sihai was shocked and suddenly looked up. He saw Lin Xian slowly sheathing the Star of Extinction sword back into its scabbard and standing with his hands behind his back. He could actually withdraw his sword intent at will. Qiu Sihai was shocked. He found that Lin Xian was stronger than he imagined. Thank you for showing mercy. Qiu Sihai landed and said with a trace of gratitude. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. A powerful genius like Qiu Sihai actually said such words to Lin Xian. Shock, absolute shock. Lin Xian was a peerless genius. Compared to him, Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai were much more ordinary. As expected, Lin Xian would be the topic of discussion in Desolate Flame City for the next few days. Thank you for letting me win, Lin Xian said. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that he had achieved the condition of being famous in Desolate Flame City. You are strong, but you are not the strongest I have seen, Qiu Sihai said in a deep voice. There are a few monsters in Xinghai sect. Their talent and strength are definitely not inferior to yours. I really hope to see a battle between you two. Xinghai sect, Lin Yuxuan repeated. Listening to Qiu Sihai's tone, there was another peerless genius in Xinghai sect. Don't doubt it, Qiu Sihai said. Although I am strong in the outside world, I am not even in the top 10 in Xinghai sect. Not even in the top 10? Everyone was shocked. They knew very little about the top forces. They only knew that the disciples inside were all experts among experts. However, they never thought that Qiu Sihai would not even be in the top 10. Don't worry, I think we'll meet in the Azure Dragon Gathering sooner or later. Azure Dragon Gathering? Qiu Sihai's body trembled slightly, and Duan Wuqing's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a genius like Lin Xian wouldn't miss out on the Azure Dragon Gathering. Goodbye, we'll meet again if we have the chance. Lin Xian smiled indifferently, and then floated away. Lin Xian, wait for me. In the crowd, Yun Duo followed behind Lin Xian with a red face, and the two quickly disappeared, leaving the tea garden. Barren Flame City. The city was unusually lively these days, and Lin Xian's matter had already spread. Everyone was shocked. Still shocked. Great Banner Mansion. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you really didn't let me down. I'll take you to the headquarters, and then you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering selection battle. Thank you, Lord Iron Hand. Lin Xian was happy. But there's one thing I need to remind you. Iron Hand said in a deep voice, although you defeated Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai, it doesn't mean you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering. You should know that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai aren't qualified to participate in the selection battle. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the Azure Dragon Gathering's qualification battle to be so high that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai weren't qualified. It seemed that the experts of the Dragon Star Kingdom were much stronger than he had imagined. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I'll work hard, Lin Xian said respectfully. Actually, if you're willing to stay in Great Banner Sect, you can participate in the next Azure Dragon Gathering. With your talent, there won't be many who can be your opponent in the next Azure Dragon Gathering. Iron Hand slowly said. When he found out that Lin Xian had actually comprehended two types of intent realms, he became fond of talent and wanted to take Lin Xian into his sect. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness, but I still want to seize this opportunity. Lin Xian's attitude was firm. He wasn't afraid of the selection battle, but more excited. Firstly, when he fought against Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing, he only used about half of his strength. Moreover, he still had the Evil King's crystal, which could help him reach the late harmonious spirit realm in a short time. At that time, even if he encountered a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he would have the confidence to fight. Alright, it's up to you. Iron Arms didn't say anything else. He knew that geniuses were all prideful. If Lin Xian didn't hit a wall, he probably wouldn't be satisfied. In the following days, Lin Xian temporarily settled down and cultivated diligently every day. Other than absorbing the energy within the crystals, he would also try to comprehend the illusory demon step whenever he had the time. The effect of this earth-tier martial art far exceeded his expectations. That day at the battle in the tea garden, he had only grasped a bit of it, but that speed had already surpassed his previous dragon inverse steps. If he could reach the small success stage, his speed would surpass the majority of spirit transformation realm warriors. The days of cultivation passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had been here for a month. During this period of time, he had successfully broken through to the late middle spirit realm by absorbing the energy within the Evil King's crystal. Moreover, his illusory demon step had also made great progress. Although he hadn't reached the small success stage yet, he wasn't far from it. On this day, Iron Arms summoned Lin Xian once again. Let's go, follow me to the headquarters. Lin Xian nodded and followed behind Iron Arms. He hid his late harmonious spirit realm cultivation base, making himself appear as a mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivator. He did this to preserve his strength, and also to not attract the attention of others. Otherwise, reaching the late harmonious spirit realm in just a month was too terrifying and would definitely attract the attention of others. He didn't want to be captured and studied like a lab rat. Lin Xian was very successful in hiding, even Iron Arms didn't notice him. The two boarded the bronze chariot. 3 ferocious roaring flood dragons soared into the sky and disappeared from desolate Flame City. Seeing that the day of the Azure Dragon Association was approaching, all the forces became active. This was the golden age of the younger generation. It was not only related to one's reputation, but also the fate of the sect. Because the Azure Dragon true chi from the Azure Dragon Association was not only magical for the individual, but also for the sect that the participant was from. Therefore, preparing for the Azure Dragon Association was not only a matter for the younger generation, but also for the entire sect. There were 6 top forces in the Dragon Star country. Each force was given 5 quotas to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. 5 spots were simply too few. One had to know that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in a top force, and countless genius disciples. However, even so, there were only 5 spots. When Lin Xian heard this news, he took a deep breath. 5 quotas, no wonder Iron Arms was so cautious and wanted to test his strength first. For a giant like the Great Flag Sect, there must be a lot of genius disciples. If Lin Xian didn't have enough strength, he would only become a laughingstock. Even now, Iron Arms didn't have too much hope. He still hoped that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. The headquarters of the Great Flag Sect was in Longxing Country's Yong County. The 3 flood dragons were 8th-grade demonic beasts, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm expert. Even so, it took them 5 days to reach Yong County. The loud roar of the flood dragons resounded in all directions. The 3 flood dragons quickly rushed toward a group of magnificent buildings. Lord Iron Arms is back. The warriors below exclaimed when they saw the flood dragons and the bronze chariot in the sky. Not long after, a group of warriors gathered below. Each of them had a powerful aura. The weakest was at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, while the strongest was at the spirit transformation realm. These people all looked at the sky with a respectful expression. Welcome, Lord Iron Arms. A group of people said respectfully. The 3 flood dragons stopped in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The door of the bronze chariot opened and Iron Arms slowly walked out. Lin Xian followed closely behind. The warriors below looked at the sky and were shocked. Who is that kid? How can he stay beside Lord Iron Arms? Moreover, when they sensed that Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, they were even more confused. But even so, no one dared to ask. I came back to do one thing, and that is the Azure Dragon Association's selection. Iron Arms strolled in the sky, his voice spreading in all directions. Inform them that the selection will begin in 10 days. Yes. The crowd below replied. Also, this is Lin Xian. From now on, he will also be a member of the Great Flag Sect. He will also participate in the Azure Dragon Association's selection. Qing Shan, bring Lin Xian to rest. Yes, Lord. A slightly fat youth replied. Well, I can only help you to this extent. Whether you can participate in the Azure Dragon Association will depend on your strength. Iron Arms turned to Lin Xian and said. Not long after, the whole Great Flag Sect knew that Lord Iron Hand had brought back a young man who was going to participate in the selection. Do you know that the kid I saw that day was only at the Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm? Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm? He has the nerve to participate in the selection? I don't know. Is it related to Lord Iron Hand? Did he go through the back door? Someone was doubtful. Impossible. Lord Iron Hand is the most impartial person. Even if he went through the back door, it would be useless. Otherwise, even if he passed the selection, he would still be ridiculed in the Azure Dragon Assembly. Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't understand why Lord Iron Hand would recommend a Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm kid to participate. Have you heard the news from Desolate Flame City? That kid called Lin Xian defeated Qiu Si-hai and Duan Wuqing even though he is only at the Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm. Defeated Qiu Si-hai and Duan Wuqing. Everyone was surprised. They knew these two people. Even though they weren't top geniuses, they were still experts. A Mid-Harmonious Spirit Realm warrior was able to defeat these two people. It was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. It seems like this kid has the strength of a peak Harmonious Spirit Realm warrior. I also heard that this kid has mastered 2 types of Intent Realm. They are the Intent Realm of Wind and the Intent Realm of Sword. What? 2 types of Intent Realm? Everyone exclaimed. This news was too shocking. Comprehending 2 types of Intent Realm was even rarer than challenging someone who was at a higher level. If one had a powerful treasure, it was possible to challenge someone who was at a higher level. However, comprehending 2 types of Intent Realm wasn't something that anyone could do. Even an ordinary genius wouldn't be able to do it. I didn't expect this kid to be a peerless genius despite his ordinary appearance. However, even though he is strong, it is still too difficult for him to get a spot. There are only 5 spots in the selection and we have a lot of monstrous geniuses here. Indeed, the top few disciples in Great Flag Sect were all geniuses who could kill Spirit Transformation Realm warriors. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was a monstrous genius, no one was optimistic about him. Looking at his age, he is only 17 or 18 years old. I think Lord Iron Hand wants to train him well. With his talent, he will definitely be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Assembly. Moreover, he has comprehended 2 types of Intent Realm. I think he will be able to enter the top 100. Everyone nodded, feeling more and more that this was the case. The Azure Dragon Society was held once every 10 years. 10 years later, Lin Xian would only be 27 or 28 years old, so he would definitely be able to participate. Everyone agreed that Lin Xian was chosen as a seeded player for the next generation. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he heard the news. He didn't try to explain himself. Everything would be clear once the names were announced. However, during the few days that he stayed in Daki Sect, he welcomed an acquaintance. Brother Lin, it really is you. I didn't think we'd meet again. Xianxia strode in. Brother Yi, long time no see. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. Brother Lin, are you really going to participate in the competition? Xianxia asked. When he first heard about it, he didn't believe it either. When they first met, Lin Xian's strength was almost the same as his, but a few days ago, there was news that Lin Xian had defeated Qiu Si-hai and Duan Wuqing. This made him very surprised. After all, every advancement in the Harmonious Spirit Realm was very difficult and required time to accumulate. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this understanding. What made him even more shocked was that Lin Xian wanted to participate in the competition. One should know that Daki Sect was a top power with countless geniuses. The top 10 core disciples were even more powerful than Duan Wuqing. Seeing Lin Xian nodding, Yi Qianqing sighed. Brother Yi, why don't you tell me who is going to participate in the competition? All right. Yi Qianqing said slowly, there are a total of 10 people who will participate in the competition. They are the top 10 core disciples of Daqi sect. These people were all at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. 2 of them had already reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Moreover, these people had the strength to fight against a spirit transformation realm warrior. The top few monstrous geniuses could even kill a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He realized that the top 10 core disciples were about the same level as him. Now that he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm, it shouldn't be too difficult to fight for a spot. But Brother Lin, if you really want to participate, you must be careful of 2 people. Yi Qianqing said. Oh, the 2 at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm? Not all of them. One of them is Ouyang Kuan. He is the number 1 core disciple. His cultivation is at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but he can easily kill a spirit transformation realm warrior. The other one is Hua Fei, who is ranked number 7. She specializes in soul attacks and is very strange. Ouyang Kuan, Hua Fei. Lin Xian silently memorized these 2 and then asked for some information about the others. After sending Yi Qianqing away, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. After hearing this news, he realized that these core disciples were definitely geniuses. Fortunately, he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with these people. 10 days passed quickly. During this period of time, Lin Xian had completely consolidated his late harmonious spirit realm cultivation. The competition for the Azure Dragon Society's quota had also begun. The Great Banner sect was bustling with noise and excitement on this day. All the disciples had gathered, and most of the sect elders had also arrived. Lin Xian followed Yi Qianqing to the square. Looking at the dense crowd, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. As long as he obtained the quota for the Azure Dragon Society, he could participate in the Azure Dragon Society. When he obtained the true Dragon Chi, he would be able to know the location of the Great Dragon Sword. Brother Lin, those people are the top 10 core disciples. Yi Qianqing said. Lin Xian looked over and saw 10 figures standing proudly in the crowd. These people wore iron-blooded battle robes and had a strong aura. That person is Ouyang Kuan. Yi Qianqing whispered. A person stood in front of the core disciples. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were like lightning, like a dormant beast. Ouyang Kuan is 30 years old this year. He participated in the last Azure Dragon Society, so he has a lot of experience. You participated in it once? Lin Xian was astonished as he observed Ouyang Kuan carefully. Yes, 10 years ago, Ouyang Kuan participated, but he was still young and didn't get a good result. The arrogant figure felt Lin Xian's gaze and silently turned his head. His gaze was like a divine light, piercing through the void. When he saw Lin Xian, he was still expressionless and quickly turned his head. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This person's aura was very strong. Also, that girl with the dimples, she is Hua Fei. She is only 18 years old this year, but she has reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. And it is said that her soul has reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. 4-star inscription master? Lin Xian was astonished. These days, he had never stopped cultivating his soul force, so strictly speaking, his soul had reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. This time, before Lin Xian could look over, the girl with the dimples had already looked over. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Such a strong soul force, worthy of being a core disciple. At this moment, Iron Arm stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is the Azure Dragon Society. There are only 5 spots for the challenge. There are 11 participants, and the top 5 will be qualified. Moreover, the first place will receive an additional reward. This reward may affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society. A reward that can affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society." The crowd exclaimed, including the core disciples. Their eyes shone brightly as they trembled with excitement. No matter what, they had to give it their all. Ouyang Kuan, who was at the front, revealed a smile. In his opinion, the first place would be his, and the special reward would also be his. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Lin Xian, you can come up. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in the middle of the square in an instant. Such a good movement skill. The Daki sect's elder nodded slightly. For a moment, all eyes fell on Lin Xian. The top 10 core disciples stared at Lin Xian with different expressions. The top few disciples had a playful smile on their faces. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes. On the other hand, the core disciples at the bottom of the rankings were somewhat worried. Originally, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. However, when they saw Lin Xian's movement skill, they became vigilant in their hearts. That speed made them shudder with fear and trepidation. Alright, let the competition begin. In the middle of the square, 11 young warriors were competing for the 5 spots. Each of them had to fight 10 rounds to determine the top 5. The referee was a white-bearded old man, a late-stage flower spirit warrior. This kind of cultivation was completely above everyone else, allowing him to control the competition well. The first match was Lin Xian's. His opponent was the 8th-ranked core disciple, Han Jun. Han Jun's cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but his aura was much stronger than Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing. I heard that you defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing? Han Jun sneered, I advise you to admit defeat. Those two can't be compared to me. Whether or not we can compete, we'll know after the battle, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Good boy, you're really arrogant. Take this. Han Jun shouted coldly, and his body floated out. Battle Wolf Divine Fist. His fist swung out like the howl of a demonic wolf, carrying with it a ruthless aura. The wind from his fists whistled, shaking the surroundings. Han Jun was right. He was not someone Duan Wuqing and the others could compare to. Using the Battle Wolf Fist technique, he could probably defeat Duan Wuqing within 10 moves. However, Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Within the violent fist shadows, Lin Xian's body was erratic. Like a willow catkin swaying in the wind, it brushed past the shadows of the fists but remained unscathed every time. What exquisite footwork! On the high platform, all the elders nodded and exclaimed, this little guy is not simple. He can remain undefeated in the innate realm with just this movement technique. Sure enough, after dozens of moves, Han Jun did not even manage to touch the corner of Lin Xian's clothes. Damn it! Han Jun's face was gloomy. He felt embarrassed that he could not hit a mid-harmonious spirit brat. Wolf fighting in the wild. The shadows of the fists turned into hundreds of green shadow battle wolves, filling the entire arena. Each of the battle wolves had the strength to kill a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior. The shadows of the wolves pounced on Lin Xian, looking ferocious and terrifying. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once and destroyed all of the attacks. Small success sword intent. The news is true. Everyone felt the shocking sword intent and started to discuss among themselves. Small success sword intent, so what? Watch my green wolf swallows the moon. Han Jun exerted all of his spirit energy and condensed the shadow of a green wolf behind him. Wind Emperor's sword. A shocking sword light flashed, like a flash of lightning. The sharp sword chi instantly pierced through the shadow of the green wolf. Han Jun's face turned pale. He trembled and retreated 10 steps, looking at Lin Xian in horror. What a sharp sword intent. Lin Xian could have easily killed him with that sword strike. If it wasn't for the competition, he would have died long ago. The winner is Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result quickly. Everyone was shocked. The result was out of their expectation. Even though Lin Xian was rumored to be a god, it was still unreal for him to defeat Han Jun so easily. Among the core disciples, the last 5 disciples were all nervous. Even the few in front had a trace of caution. Lin Xian's strength was out of their expectation. Perhaps only Ouyang Kuan and the others could remain calm. Sure enough, in the next match, Lin Xian's strength once again confirmed everyone's thoughts. The last 5 core disciples were no match for him and he won with ease. Ouyang Kuan's performance was even more amazing. Even the second place, Yan Ming, was defeated by him within 30 moves. It seems like Ouyang Kuan will be the champion this time. Yeah, but I don't think the other 5 spots will be theirs. I think Huafei will get one of the spots. Her soul attack is too strange. That Lin Xian is not bad either. He is strong. Master Tai Shou is amazing to be able to find such a talented young man. Hey, look! Huafei and Lin Xian are fighting. On the stage, Huafei was cute and witty. She had 2 dimples on her face, making her look like a little girl next door. However, if someone really treated her like a little girl next door, then they would be wrong. Hee, let me see how strong a genius like you is. Huafei picked up a harp and gently played it. Ding dong, a pleasant sound rang out, intoxicating everyone. However, this music contained a strange soul attack. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors would be unlucky if they were caught off guard. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would have to be careful when facing this kind of attack. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He was also an expert in soul force. With light steps, he quickly dodged the curved attacks. At the same time, he used the phantom sword art to form a phantom sword formation. Hey, he actually resisted Huafei's soul attack. This kid is too strong. The crowd exclaimed. Huafei was also surprised. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. You are also a soul cultivator. Her small mouth was slightly open. Her fingers that were playing the harp paused for a moment. However, this gap was seized by Lin Xian. His phantom sword formed a strange attack and slashed at Huafei. Humph. Huafei humphed. Her fingers moved and beautiful music was heard. Her spirit energy vibrated and quickly condensed. Shadows of sacred birds and sacred beasts appeared on the stage, dancing with the sound of the harp. Harmony of Zither Dao. It seems like Huafei is going to use her ultimate skill. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger from these phantoms. Sword Chi soared to the sky. The great dragon sword intent let out a deep dragon roar. Terrifying sword light flashed in all directions. Ding, Huafei's fingers paused. One of the strings on her harp broke. This harp was a mid-grade spirit rank treasure. It was very powerful. Moreover, the strings were made from the tendons of 8th grade demonic beasts. They were very elastic and impossible to break. There was only one reason why it broke, and that was because it was cut by Lin Xian's sword intent. Lin Xian wins. The referee elder announced. Humph. I didn't expect that even Huafei would lose. This Lin Xian is really amazing. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of awe. This was a world where the strong were respected. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more awe these people would have. The competition continued and Huafei went up again. This time, her opponent was Ouyangkuan. In the last competition, Huafei's harp had a broken string, so she didn't use her harp this time. Instead, she used a jade flute. Obviously, this jade flute was also a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Melodies that sounded like they were telling the tale of death slowly flowed and reverberated in the arena. Ouyangkuan's face was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and slammed it down. Spiritual energy surged and the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge purple stone tablet fell from the sky and suppressed the surroundings. The entire arena trembled violently and the sad tune was broken. Huafei was sent flying out of the arena. The winner is Ouyangkuan. The judge saw that Huafei was only sent flying and wasn't injured. He let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he's the #1 core disciple. He's still so strong. He broke the soul attack in one move. Yeah, first place is definitely senior brother Ouyangkuan. Everyone was talking and looking at Ouyangkuan with admiration. Ouyangkuan didn't have any expression about his victory. His opponents weren't these people, but the powerhouses of the Azure Dragon Association. For example, the chief disciples of the other 5 top factions. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian looked at Ouyangkuan in shock. To be honest, Ouyangkuan's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, that move was very violent. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, he was able to control his strength very well and only sent Huafei flying. This kind of method was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this person's aura had an inexplicable power. He should have comprehended a domain, but he didn't know what kind of domain it was. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't go up. He thought that he would know when he met him. Next, everyone took turns to go up. As the number of matches increased, the strength of each contestant was clearly displayed before everyone. The core disciples ranked in the bottom 5 lost more than they won. They were already out of luck with the 5 spots of the Azure Dragon Association. However, these people did not give up. They treated every match seriously and gave it their all. From this point, it could be seen that they were different from ordinary cultivators. They would not give up on themselves just because they had lost their quota this time. Those who had the ability to fight for a spot were the core disciples ranked at the top. Of course, there were 2 exceptions. One of them was the cute girl, Hua Fei. She relied on her strange soul power to rush to the front. The other person was Lin Xian. His domineering display also made everyone gasp in amazement. Moreover, Lin Xian and Ouyang were the 2 martial artists who had yet to lose. F***ck, this Lin Xian is too terrifying. He hasn't lost yet. What's the big deal? He hasn't met a real expert yet. I'm guessing that if he meets Ouyang or Zui Yang, he'll lose for sure. That being said, it was indeed surprising that he could reach such a level at his age. The focus of everyone's discussion was Lin Xian, the dark horse. Look, Lin Xian's opponent is Zui Yang. Zui Yang was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was ranked 2nd among the core disciples. Brat, your undefeated streak ends here. Zui Yang drew out a blood-red long blade. He was very unhappy that he had lost to Ouyang just now. Now, Lin Xian, a mid-harmonious spirit brat, was able to maintain his undefeated streak. This made him even angrier. Therefore, he immediately used his ultimate skill, the Broken Sun Saber art. The blood-red blade light slashed through the void. It was like a broken sun, bringing with it a sense of desolation. He used his secret art right away. It seems like Zui Yang is going to get angry. Sigh, it's Lin Xian's bad luck to have come across Zui Yang. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They instinctively thought that Lin Xian would lose. There was no other way. Zui Yang's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lin Xian's. The gap between them was too big. Moreover, the Savage Sun Blade art was a high-rank spirit art. Its power was incomparable. Therefore, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. However, many of the elders on the viewing platform were slightly interested in this. I wonder if this kid has any other secret arts. If he doesn't, I'm afraid he will lose. The blood-red sun shone in all directions. The terrifying blade light swept across the stage. A sense of desolation spread out. The sky was dyed blood-red. Facing such a sharp blade art, Lin Xian quickly used the phantom illusion. No, he dodged while waving his star extinction sword. Every strike was aimed at the weakest part of the blade light. Therefore, even though the entire stage was filled with blade energy, the area 10 meters in front of Lin Xian was very safe. Good eyesight. He can find the flaw in every strike. Iron Arms nodded slightly. However, Zui Yang was very shocked. He had practiced the Savage Sun Blade art to the great completion realm. It was very difficult for warriors of the same level to find his flaw. However, a mid-harmonious spirit brat was able to find his weakness every time. He found it hard to believe. He didn't believe that it was luck. What kind of heaven-defying luck could accurately find his flaw every time? No matter what, he had to be the first to attack. He had to use his secret art and win with an overwhelming victory. Blood Sun Intent. Savage Sun like blood. A savage sun appeared behind Zui Yang's back and quickly merged with the blade. He swung his blade. The blood-red blade light was shocking. It fell down like a river of blood, covering the entire stage. Blood Sun Intent. Zui Yang is using his intent. It seems like the battle is about to end. Facing the Blood Sun Intent, Lin Xian used the Wind Intent at the first moment. The void fluctuated. Spiritual chi condensed and turned into a tornado, sweeping across the stage. The blood-red blade light hit the tornado, creating a thunderous sound that shook the heaven and earth. What? He blocked the Blood Sun Intent? Everyone exclaimed. So what if he blocked it? My blood sun intent has already surpassed the minor completion realm. Xianxia shouted and waved his long blade. The 100-meter-long blood-red blade light fell again. The airwaves in the air were like a tsunami, rolling to both sides. The blade light completely covered Lin Xian. However, in the wind intent, a shocking sword intent rushed to the sky. The sword light flickered and surged in all directions. The terrifying sword chi cut the blood sun intent in half. Suddenly, Xianxia's body trembled and he quickly retreated. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The three forces collided with each other. The entire stage fell into a violent energy storm. What's the result? The crowd couldn't wait to look at the stage. However, the stage was covered by the energy storm. Suddenly, the late spirit realm judge frowned. He stretched out both of his hands and pulled with force. Asterisk chi chi asterisk the terrifying energy storm that covered the stage was torn apart. He waved his sleeve. The violent energy swept across the sky and the stage returned to normal. On the stage, Xianxia was half kneeling on the ground with a long blade in his hand. His hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. The blood on the corner of his mouth was very eye-catching. What? Xianxia lost? This is impossible. The crowd couldn't believe it. Xianxia was the genius ranked second among the core disciples. His cultivation had reached the peak of harmonious spirit realm. No one could defeat him except for Ouyang. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Lin Xian? For a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's discussion. Moreover, many people were comparing him with Ouyang. With Lin Xian's current record, he was almost certain to get a spot. Moreover, he had yet to be defeated. The first place of this challenge would be between him and Ouyang. Ouyang turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Too weak, so weak that he couldn't arouse his interest. As a former participant of the Azure Dragon Association, Ouyang was far superior to Xianxia and the others in terms of cultivation and experience. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was a monstrous genius. However, in his eyes, Lin Xian was ordinary because he had seen too many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Dragon Association. The competition continued until the last 5 spots were decided. The top 3 core disciples had all obtained a spot. The remaining 2 were Gui Huafei and Lin Xian. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian and pondered. To be honest, he just wanted to let Lin Xian run into a wall and accumulate experience so that he could participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Not only did he obtain a spot, but he also defeated the second-ranked Xianxia. This kind of talent was rarely seen in his life. I wonder how he will fare against Ouyang. Will he be able to win? Iron Hand didn't know why, but a trace of expectation rose in his heart. When this thought came to his mind, even he was shocked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was obviously impossible. Ouyang's strength was far beyond Lin Xian's. In the arena, Lin Xian and Ouyang stood on opposite sides. They were about to enter the final round. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Although they knew that Lin Xian had no chance of winning, they still retained a trace of hope in their hearts. Brat, you're not bad. I feel like I'm looking at my past self in you. Ouyang spoke for the first time, and his voice was as firm as a boulder. With your aptitude, you should have a great chance of entering the next Azure Dragon Society, he said in the tone of an elder. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Ouyang. Lin Xian smiled. However, we cultivators must seize every moment. I'm not sure if I'll participate in the next tournament, but this time, I'll definitely shine with my own brilliance. Arrogant and ignorant. Ouyang snorted. There are countless geniuses more monstrous than you in the Azure Dragon Assembly. Looks like you won't wake up until I show you some true strength. As he spoke, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and streaks of purple chi spread out from his fingertips. Universe Devil Suppressing Hand. The purple palm fell, and the spirit chi in the sky vibrated, forming a huge vortex. The purple palm fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Xian. The purple palm was like a real mountain, and it fell quickly. Boom, the arena trembled, and it was forcefully pressed down by 3 feet. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and quickly dodged the attack. However, before he could react, Ouyang Kuan had already arrived beside him. His right leg swept out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang, a dull sound echoed in the arena. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xian quickly used the silver thunder body and forcefully kicked. Lin Xian's terrifying power forced him back. Lin Xian's fall left a deep gash in the arena. He slid all the way to the edge of the arena. After the attack, Ouyang Kuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. "Do you see that? This is the difference between us," the crowd exclaimed. They didn't expect Ouyang Kuan to push Lin Xian back in 2 moves. It seemed that Ouyang Kuan was indeed powerful, suppressing so many geniuses. Lin Xian shook his numb palms, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. The kick just now had indeed made him suffer, but he was excited. It had been a long time since he met such an opponent who could make his blood boil. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. As expected of someone who participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. "You're indeed powerful. An opponent like you is worthy of my full strength." Lin Xian's words caused an uproar. Many people were puzzled. Could it be that this kid had some kind of trump card? However, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging, and was just trying to save some face. Iron Arms also frowned. He couldn't guess what kind of trump card Lin Xian had. Ouyang Kuan sneered. "No matter what kind of trump card you have, you can't win against me." "Is that so?" Lin Xian smiled, and his hands quickly formed a seal. "Release the seal." A slight sound came from his body, and suddenly, a vast aura rushed out. "This is? Late Harmonious Spirit Realm." Everyone widened their eyes. He actually hit his cultivation. This is too terrifying. Many people went crazy. Lin Xian was able to remain undefeated after hiding his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ouyang Kuan, they wouldn't have known that Lin Xian was actually a late Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivator. Sui Yang and the others looked at the arena, their faces burning. They had always thought of themselves as geniuses, and they didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, they never thought that they would be defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had suppressed his cultivation level to fight them. He actually hit his cultivation level. Iron Arms was also surprised. Even with his cultivation level and eyesight, he couldn't see Lin Xian's hidden cultivation level. This kid is interesting, maybe he can create some surprises. On the arena, Ouyang Kuan looked at Lin Xian with a dignified expression. "It's useless. Even if you are at the peak of the Harmonious Spirit Realm, you still can't win against me, let alone a late Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivator. Now, it's time to end this." His voice was still echoing, but his figure still appeared in front of Lin Xian. A purple light bloomed on his body, dancing like a divine flame. His 5 fingers turned into a claw, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian quickly retreated, and at the same time, he unsheathed his Star Extinction sword. The sword hilt quickly hit the purple palm, creating a clanging sound. Then, Lin Xian held the long sword and slashed out. The sword light was fleeting, silently stabbing at Ouyang Kuan's shoulder. This sword attack combined the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind. Not only was it sharp, but it was also extremely fast. In a flash, Ouyang Kuan's spirit energy defense was cut open. However, Ouyang Kuan's strength was extraordinary. His shoulder shook, and at the same time, he used his fingers like a knife and quickly cut the sword. The long sword vibrated, creating a strange sword light in the air. With a tearing sound, a corner of Ouyang Kuan's iron blood battle robe was cut off. "What, he almost injured brother Ouyang!" the crowd below exclaimed. Many people only saw the corner of the robe falling, but they couldn't see the trajectory of the sword and Ouyang Kuan's movements. Only Zui Yang and a few others could see it clearly. On the high platform, the elders of the Great Flag sect narrowed their eyes. Lin Xian's sword cut off the corner of Ouyang Kuan's clothes, causing a commotion. Looking at Lin Xian, whose aura had changed greatly, Ouyang Kuan's face became serious. He was surprised that the sword light could break through his defense. Moreover, the sword light was so fast that he was caught off guard. Universe Devil Subduing Palm. Purple light pulsed all over his body. It was as if he could suppress everything. Ouyang Kuan's body was covered in purple light. His aura was comparable to that of a spirit transformation realm warrior. With a wave of his palm, purple chi filled the sky. It was like a ray of light from outer space. It attacked Lin Xian with a terrifying aura. The entire arena was covered in purple light. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not dare to resist it. Looking at the terrifying attack on the arena, the crowd below exclaimed. Some of the weaker disciples turned pale. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only swung his sword. He had raised his sword will to 50% for this strike. The sword chi was shocking. It split the purple light in half and quickly slashed at Ouyang Kuan. The 50% sword intent was too shocking. It caused the swords of the surrounding warriors to tremble as if they were about to fly into the arena. What kind of sword intent is this? It's so terrifying. I can't breathe. Oh my god, this aura is far beyond that of a small success sword intent. Can he even hide his sword intent? Everyone was stunned. Even the elders were shocked. It was common to hide one's cultivation level. It was also relatively easy to do. However, a person's realm could not be hidden unless he did not use it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this rule. Not only did he hide his cultivation level, but he also hid a part of his sword intent. This method was terrifying. In the crowd, Zui Yang's face was pale. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Xian. However, facing this sword intent, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In the arena, Ouyang Kuan's face became gloomy. Every time he was full of confidence and used the tone of a senior to educate Lin Xian, the latter would show unexpected strength. This was clearly a slap to his face. 50% sword intent, this brat actually comprehended 50% sword intent. Ouyang Kuan's body flickered with purple light, sometimes high and sometimes low. He had once joined the Green Dragon Society. Back then, he had met many swordsmen who had comprehended sword intent. Some of them had even comprehended 70% sword intent. However, those people were far older than Lin Xian. He had never seen someone as young as Lin Xian who had comprehended such sword intent. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Ouyang Kuan's heart was heavy. He had originally intended to reserve his strength for when he faced the chief disciples of other sections. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to use his full strength. To be able to force me to use my full strength, even if you lose, you should be proud. Ouyang Kuan's voice was cold. The purple chi on his body flourished, like a purple cloud that quickly flowed. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. The chi on Ouyang Kuan's body floated quickly and separated from his body, gradually forming a blurry figure beside him. Everyone looked at the figure with fear on their faces. This was because they saw that the illusory fog eventually turned into a human figure, whose appearance was 80% similar to Ouyang Kuan. What is this? A doppelganger? Everyone was stunned. In the stands, Tai Shou and the others frowned. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. I didn't expect him to succeed. Rumor has it that this secret technique is comparable to an Earth-rank martial art and is extremely difficult to cultivate. I didn't expect to see it again today. Lin Xian's talent is heaven-defying, but Ouyang Kuan's talent is not bad either. Once this secret technique is used, even if Lin Xian has 50% sword intent, it will be difficult for him to resist. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the figure that looked like a clone. He quickly used his eye technique to sense, but he found that the doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as Ouyang Kuan's. How is this possible? Just as he was surprised, Ouyang Kuan and the purple figure quickly rushed over, turning into two purple rays of light. He waved the star extinction sword, and the sword chi drew a half-moon arc in front of him, forcing the two to retreat. However, the two of them attacked from the front and back, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. They actually suppressed Lin Xian tightly. Everyone was stunned. Just when they thought that Lin Xian would win, such a situation actually occurred. As expected of eldest senior brother. He even has such a secret technique. It seems that Lin Xian will lose for sure. That's for sure. This secret technique is equivalent to the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Xian is, it is impossible for him to resist two spirit transformation realm martial artists. However, although the secret technique is powerful, it must have a certain limit. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Some people guessed that it might not take too long. Indeed, Ouyangkuan's attacks were fierce, and he looked like he wanted to end the battle quickly. He had just mastered the purple extreme diffusing light technique, so he could only use it for a short time. However, this was enough. After all, no one could resist the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. Universe Devil Suppressing Hand. Ouyangkuan and his doppelganger used two secret techniques at the same time, attacking Lin Xian from the left and right. If this attack hit, Lin Xian would lose half of his life, even if he didn't die. The referee elder's expression became serious. He was ready to help at any time. At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian sighed and grasped the hilt of the Wind Shadow Sword. Originally, he didn't want to reveal his trump card. However, facing such an attack, he had no choice but to do so. It was either the 70% sword intent or the Wind Shadow Sword. After thinking about it, he decided to use the Wind Shadow Sword. After all, the Wind Shadow Sword was easy to recognize. Moreover, he wanted to hide his 70% sword intent as a final killing move. Seeing that the huge purple palm was about to wrap Lin Xian quickly pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword. With two swords in hand, Lin Xian lightly tapped his feet and spun like a whirlwind. A terrifying sword light stirred up the surroundings. The sword light flashed and filled the entire stage. In an instant, Lin Xian's doppelganger appeared on the other side of the stage. Boom, the terrifying sword light disappeared and the two purple palms split apart. Not only that, the doppelganger was split into two and quickly disappeared. Ouyangkuan's iron-blooded battle robe was also torn apart. The terrifying sword intent pierced through his inner armor and left a sword mark. However, Lin Xian was very careful. The sword mark only stayed on the surface and didn't hurt Ouyangkuan. Ouyangkuan's body stiffened and cold sweat flowed out of his forehead. In that instant, although he saw the sword chi's path and tried his best to resist, the sword chi was too terrifying. It instantly pierced through his defense. Everyone was stunned. They didn't see the entire process. They only saw the stage being surrounded by the purple aura. In the next moment, the shocking sword light enveloped the entire stage. Although they didn't see the entire process of the battle, they saw the result clearly. Lin Xian was unharmed, but there was a sword mark on Ouyangkuan's chest. The winner was immediately determined. The referee elder was also stunned. That sword strike just now gave him a breathtaking feeling. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this result. The elders in the stand stared at the green jade sword in Lin Xian's hand. Is that sword a high-grade spirit-grade treasure? Yeah, why does it look so familiar? It looks like the evil king's sword. Iron Hand looked at the Wind Shadow Sword and slowly said, "That's right, it should be the Wind Shadow Sword. I didn't expect this little guy to obtain it." What? It really is the Wind Shadow Sword. No wonder he could defeat Ouyangkuan. The elders exclaimed. High-grade spirit-grade treasures were very precious in the Dragon Star country. Moreover, the terrifying attack bonus allowed the owner to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Ouyangkuan stared at the Wind Shadow Sword in Lin Xian's hand with a face full of unwillingness. However, a loss was a loss, so he could only leave in anger. Damn, I didn't expect Lin Xian to have a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. This kind of treasure is rare even in the great sects. Ouyangkuan actually lost, but it wasn't an unjust loss. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to compete with a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. This kid is really lucky to have a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. The group of people discussed spiritedly. They all attributed Lin Xian's victory to the Wind Shadow Sword. However, they didn't know that the Wind Shadow Sword was only one of Lin Xian's many trump cards. Even without the Wind Shadow Sword, Lin Xian could still win the competition. However, he didn't want to reveal his other trump cards. With the end of the competition, the Azure Dragon Association Spot Challenge also came to an end. Lin Xian became the biggest dark horse and took first place. He had obtained the Azure Dragon Association spot, and there was also a mysterious prize waiting for him. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone was curious about this mysterious prize. However, no matter how much they guessed, they still didn't know what it was. After the competition, Lin Xian was called away by Lord Iron Hand. Iron Hand stared at Lin Xian in the ancient study. To be honest, I didn't expect you to reach this point. Before this, I didn't even think that you could get a spot in the Azure Dragon Society. The rest will depend on your performance at the Azure Dragon Gathering. I'll do my best to get a good ranking. Lin Xian said. With your current strength, it is indeed not possible for you to obtain the Azure Dragon Chi. If you can enter the top 100 this time, you might be able to break into the top 30 next time. Iron Arms said. Azure Dragon Chi? Impossible? Lin Xian was stunned. In the entire Azure Dragon Society, there are only 72 people who can obtain true Dragon Chi. These people are all peerless geniuses, their strength is beyond your imagination. Iron Arms continued. In the history of the Great Banner sect, the best result was only to reach the top 50. As for the rest, it would be hard for them to even reach the top 100. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he had expected. After all, he was aiming for first place. I want to know the strength of the top few martial artists of the Azure Dragon Association. Iron Arms was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to ask such a question. In his opinion, Lin Xian was biting off more than he could chew. However, he still gave an explanation. There are 4 peerless geniuses in the entire Tiannan region. These people all come from 5-star sects and have a very deep foundation. For example, the first place is Infinite Tyrant. He is the chief disciple of the Sky Dominator sect and has reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It is even rumored that he once fought against a spirit-detecting realm martial artist and didn't lose after hundreds of moves. Late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Fought against a spirit-detecting realm martial artist? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the first place to be so powerful and have reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Iron Arms continued. In addition to Infinite Tyrant, there is also the Myriad Sword Sect's Zhou Jianying. Last time, her sword intent had already reached 70%. This time, it must be even more terrifying. It is rumored that she is very close to reaching the large success stage. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Association is far more difficult than you think. Lin Xian took a deep breath. These geniuses were indeed beyond his expectations. No wonder Iron Arms didn't have much hope for him. With his current level, he would probably be defeated in one move if he met these people. Although you can't fight against these geniuses, if your cultivation improves a little more, you can still obtain a spot in the Azure Dragon Association. Azure Dragon Association was the title given to the top 72 martial artists. These people could enjoy the aura of the Azure Dragon, so they were called Azure Dragon Geniuses. Also, you don't have to be too discouraged. Your talent is extraordinary. I believe you will be able to shine in the next Azure Dragon Association. Regarding Lin Xian's talent, Iron Hand still acknowledged it. At such a young age, he had already comprehended 50% sword intent and also had the concept of wind. This kind of talent was really rare. My cultivation improves a little. More? Lin Xian was puzzled. The reason he improved so quickly was because of the nefarious monarch crystal. Otherwise, even if he was a peerless genius, it would be impossible to improve his cultivation in such a short time. Seeing the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes, Iron Arms smiled and said, "Come with me." The two of them walked towards the depths of the Great Banner sect. The back mountain was the Great Banner sect's forbidden area. Besides Iron Arms, no one else was allowed to enter. At this moment, Iron Arms led Lin Xian into the forbidden area. Passing through a dark cave, the two of them arrived at the underground world. Below them was a huge palace. The decorations were almost the same as the Great Banner sect's main hall. This is? Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't know why Iron Arms would bring him here. Iron Arms pushed open the blood-red door and led Lin Xian in. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian felt a bone-piercing chill, as if he had entered a 10,000-year-old ice cave. "You're here." A weak voice sounded. This voice carried a trace of exhaustion. "Sect Master, are you okay?" Iron Arms asked with concern. "Sect Master?" Lin Xian was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. In front of him, there was a blue throne. It emitted a cold air that could be felt from far away. And on top of the ice throne, there was a woman lazily leaning on it. The woman's face was cold and there was endless exhaustion between her eyebrows. Her exquisite body was leaning on the ice throne. Vaguely, there was a trace of a black flame jumping about. This person is actually the Great Banner sect master. Lin Xian was shocked. While living here, he had learned that Iron Arms was the Great Banner sect master. However, he had never heard of the sect master. Not only him, but many of the disciples didn't know. Even the core disciples had never seen her before. Lin Xian never would have thought that the mysterious Great Banner sect master was actually a woman. Moreover, she looked very weak. This person is injured, and it's not light. Wine Lord transmitted, do you see that black flame? That kind of flame can probably even burn a spirit connecting realm martial artist to death. It can even burn a spirit connecting realm martial artist to death? Xianxia was shocked. He carefully looked at the black flame. With his outstanding soul, he could clearly feel the terror of the flame. He really didn't know how this woman had survived. Fortunately, she has the blue ice throne. Otherwise, she would have already been burned to death. Lin Xian took a deep breath and respectfully said. Junior Lin Xian greets Senior. Iron Hand explained with a smile, he is not Ouyang Kuan. He defeated Ouyang Kuan in this competition and won first place. Oh? The cold woman's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Lin Xian again. Late harmonious spirit realm, comprehending sword intent. Eh? This aura, there is even the concept of wind. He is indeed a genius. Lin Xian was shocked. The woman only glanced at him and she could see through him. Perhaps even a late spirit detecting expert like Iron Hand could not do this. Sanfeng, since you brought him here, there should be no problem. Can you bring him to the immortal transformation pool? The cold woman's voice was lazy as if she was unwilling to say more. Alright, I will bring him to the immortal transformation pool. Sanfeng? At this moment, Lin Xian was shocked again. This woman actually called Iron Hand Sanfeng. Could it be Jiang Sanfeng? Lin Xian suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed Iron Hand to the bronze door at the side. Inside was a completely different world. There was a pool with a diameter of about 10 meters in the middle. It was shrouded in multicolored light and colorful mist. As soon as they entered, they could feel a rich spirit energy rushing towards them. Such rich spirit energy. Lin Xian was shocked. This energy was not much weaker than the energy inside the evil king's crystal. Could this be the reward for the first place? Lin Xian's heart was burning with excitement. This was the immortal transformation pool. It only opened once every 10 years. It contained pure energy that could help a cultivator increase their realm. Go and soak yourself in it. I will bring you out after 3 days. Lin Xian quickly nodded. He could not wait any longer. If everything went well, his cultivation could increase again. This was very important to him. After all, he needed to increase his cultivation after hearing about the strength of the Azure Dragon Association's geniuses. Iron Hand left and closed the bronze door. Lin Xian quickly entered the immortal transformation pool and began to absorb the energy inside. Strands of pure energy quickly entered his body. Under the effect of the longevity art, these strands of energy turned into spirit energy in his body. 2 days later, Lin Xian's cultivation increased greatly, reaching the peak of harmonious spirit realm. This speed was too terrifying. No wonder Iron Hand had said that the prize for the first place could affect the Azure Dragon Association's ranking. At this rate, it was very likely that he would break through again and reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. It was only natural that an increase of 2 levels would affect the Azure Dragon Society's ranking. However, this sort of fortune was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. After all, the immortal transformation pool was only opened once every 10 years, and only the champion of the great sects were able to enjoy such treatment. Fortunately, Lin Xian had won first place. Otherwise, he would not have had a chance. There's only 1 day left. I must absorb as much as I can and try to break through again. Humph. Brat, no matter how hard you try, you will only be able to reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to obtain the true dragon chi with your current cultivation. Even if he managed to squeeze into the Azure Dragon Genius, I'm afraid that his weak true dragon chi wouldn't be able to lock onto the Great Dragon Sword's position. Wine Lord said. Then what should we do? Lin Xian said, right now, I can only do my best to improve my cultivation and strive to squeeze into the top 72. It wasn't that Lin Xian wasn't talented enough. His talent was already heaven-defying. However, his cultivation time was too short. If one were to count seriously, it would only be 2 years. Moreover, he didn't have a powerful sect to rely on. All the resources and treasures he had were obtained by risking his life. As for those peerless geniuses, they were nurtured by their sects the moment they were born. They never lacked any heavenly treasures. In addition, many of those geniuses had participated in the previous immortal transformation. Compared to these geniuses, Lin Xian's foundation was still too weak. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian asked. There is a way, but it depends on whether you dare to do it or not. Wine Lord said with a smile. Really? Lin Xian was delighted. As long as I can increase my cultivation, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Alright, then I'll tell you. Do you see the flame on the girl's body outside? As long as you absorb it, your strength will increase greatly. What? Absorb that black flame? Lin Xian widened his eyes. With his current strength, a wisp of the black flame could burn him to ashes. Wine Lord, are you sure you don't want to burn me to death? Lin Xian's face fell. With me here, how could I burn you to death? Wine Lord said, however, the moment you absorb it will be painful. If you can't endure it, all your previous efforts will be wasted. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Lin Xian's eyes were firm. Alright, I'll teach you the secret technique now. Use this method to reach the spirit transformation realm first, then absorb the black flame, Wine Lord quickly said. Relax your mind and don't resist. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and emptied his soul. The next moment, he was pulled by a mysterious force and his consciousness temporarily left his body. His vision blurred, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in front of Wine Lord. In front of him, Wine Lord leaned against the divine tree with a wine gourd in one hand. He looked very carefree. Little Xian, we meet again. This is? Inside the mysterious little sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He had been here once before, and that was when he first learned of Wine Lord's existence. Little Xian, since you'll find the great dragon sword sooner or later, there's no harm in telling you some things in advance. Wine Lord's black hair fluttered, and his slightly lazy face looked very serious at this moment. Of the 5 swords in the world, whoever obtains one is honored. One of them is the Great Dragon Sword, which represents an offensive saint technique. It can be said to be the most offensive. Aside from it, there are 4 other divine swords. One of them is the Devouring Sword, which was originally controlled by me. The Devouring Sword is said to be able to devour everything in the world. Legend has it that when evolved to the extreme, it can even devour time and space. Later, due to some reasons, my physical body fell, and only my remnant soul came here. Now, I only have the incomplete Devouring Sword in my hand, but it should be enough to pass to you. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Jiao Ye's origin to be so shocking. He actually controlled one of the 5 swords in the world. But, if you pass it to me, what will you do? Lin Xian asked. Although he longed for power, he did not want anything to happen to Wine Lord. In my current state, I'm afraid I'll die if I leave this space. Rather than that, I'd rather pass on the Devouring Sword to you. In the past, your cultivation was too weak. If you exposed these things too early, it would be disadvantageous to you. Now, for the sake of the Great Dragon Sword, I have no choice but to pass it to you in advance. Wine Lord. Lin Xian's eyes were moist. All this time, it was Wine Lord who had selflessly helped him. This kindness was like a father's love, and he would never forget it. Alright, it's not like we're parting forever. Why are you so sad? Wine Lord said. Besides, I'm passing it to you with selfish motives. If you can find the reincarnation sword in the future, I hope you can do me a favor. Alright, let's get down to business. I'll teach you the devouring sword now. With that, Wine Lord pointed his finger at Lin Xian's forehead. Instantly, countless black vortexes appeared in all directions, emitting a terrifying aura. An indescribable rhythm resounded, as if it was the sound of the great Tao. Countless terrifying scenes surrounded Lin Xian. Inside the cave, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the immortal transformation pond with his palms facing the sky. Beside him, the snow-white little monkey swam happily in the pond, continuously drinking the spiritual liquid in the pond. Suddenly, a vortex appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows, and it grew bigger and bigger. The black vortex rotated, forming a strange suction force, rapidly absorbing the spiritual liquid in the pond. In an instant, 1/3 of the spiritual liquid was sucked into the black vortex. Lin Xian's aura increased rapidly, and soon, he reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, his aura was still increasing rapidly. Boom! Lin Xian's aura exploded, forming a terrifying shockwave behind him. In the next moment, his cultivation reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like two swords that cut through the void. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of the sword god, exceptionally sharp. Following his awakening, the black vortex on his forehead didn't disappear, but became even more violent. However, his cultivation didn't increase this time. Beside him, the snow-white little monkey cried out anxiously. It opened its little mouth and crazily absorbed the spiritual liquid. There wasn't much spiritual liquid left in the immortal transformation pond, and with Lin Xian and the snow-white little monkey's absorption, it quickly reached the bottom. Whoosh! The snow-white little monkey entered the demonic beast pouch. Lin Xian also withdrew the black vortex and slowly stood up from the immortal transformation pond. This was because he felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. Without a doubt, only Iron Arm could enter this secret palace. Sure enough, in the next moment, Iron Arm pushed open the bronze door and entered. However, when he saw the dried-up immortal transformation pond, he was stunned. In the past, generations of geniuses had come here to absorb, but at most, they could only reduce the spiritual liquid by 1/3. How could there be someone like Lin Xian, who had absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the immortal transformation pool? Taisho felt a burst of pain in his heart. That was a strange treasure of the Great Flag sect. It was extremely mystical and could increase a martial artist's cultivation for a short period of time. Now that the treasure had been sucked dry, it would take decades for it to recover. Seeing Iron Arm's pained expression, Lin Xian faintly smiled. I can see that the sect master's body is being tortured by the black flames. I have a way to get rid of the black flames. What, you have a way? Iron Arms was shocked, but soon he looked over with a suspicious gaze. Do you really have a way? He couldn't be blamed for not believing it. It was just that the black flames had tortured the sect master for hundreds of years. Over the past 100 years, Sect Master Leng had used all kinds of methods but was unable to remove it. He could only use the ice throne to suppress it. One could only imagine how terrifying the black flames were. But now, a young man actually told him that he had a way to get rid of the black flames. Of course, Iron Hand didn't believe him. This black flame is abnormally strange and violent. I'm afraid that only the Black Dragon clan of the Demon Clan has such power. What, you know? Iron Arms exclaimed. Of course, not only do I know, but I can also help Sect Master get rid of the black flames. Come with me. Iron Arms was too excited. For the past 100 years, Sect Master Leng had been tortured by the black flames countless times. Moreover, their Great Flag sect had fallen from a 5-star sect to a 4-star sect. If their sect master could get rid of the black flames and recover his strength, then Great Flag sect would be able to become a 5-star sect again. At that time, they would become the only overlord of the Dragon Star country. And all of their hopes were placed on Lin Xian. Soon, Iron Arms led Lin Xian out of the bronze cave and into the main hall. Reaching the peak of the harmonious spirit realm in 3 days is not bad. Sect Master Ling's lazy voice sounded. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. He hit his cultivation base again. In everyone's eyes, he was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. His real cultivation base had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, and his strength was comparable to a mid-stage spirit transformation realm warrior. Even if he met a late-stage spirit transformation realm warrior, he would still have the strength to fight. Of course, he could still fight an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior, but there was still a gap between him and the four peerless geniuses. Sect Master, I have good news for you. Iron Arms said excitedly, there is hope to get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. Alright, Sanfeng, after so many years, I have heard such words many times. Don't say it again. Sect Master Lung shook his head slightly. You should focus on preparing the Azure Dragon Association. If I can get more Azure Dragon True Chi this time, I might be able to suppress the black dragon flame again. Sect Master, what Lord Iron Arms said is true. I might be able to help you get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. You? Sect Master Lung didn't believe him. Young man, it's better to be down to earth. She thought Lin Xian was a bootlicker. However, Lin Xian's next words made her sit up in shock. Do you feel the most pain every day during the Z hour and the most relaxed during the Chen hour? What? Sect Master Lung was speechless. When she opened her eyes, a terrifying pressure filled the hall. Sanfeng. Sect Master, I didn't tell him these things. Iron Arms was equally shocked. However, he was very happy. The more Lin Xian said, the more capable he was. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Lin Xian was shocked. This aura had probably surpassed the spirit detecting realm. What is this woman's cultivation level? He was puzzled. Honorable realm. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Above the spirit detecting realm is the honorable realm. This woman has long reached the honorable realm. However, after being tortured by the black dragon flame for all these years, I'm afraid she only has 10 or 20% of her strength left. Honorable realm. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was the true overlord of a region. The sect that the honorable realm belonged to was a 5-star sect. The top forces in the entire South Horizon region were also those enormous 5-star sections. Can you really cure it? Sect Master Lung's body trembled slightly. The aura in the entire hall was violent. The terrifying pressure made Iron Arms break out in cold sweat. However, under such circumstances, the black flames in Sect Master Lung's body suddenly counterattacked. Her body was instantly enveloped by the black flames. Not good. Iron Arms' expression changed drastically. He instantly took out a broken iron blood flag and pressed it against the black flames. On the ice throne, a terrifying icy aura was emitted, suppressing the black dragon flame. However, the black dragon flame was abnormally violent. It seized the moment when Sect Master Lung lost control and counterattacked crazily. Seeing that Sect Master Lung was about to be unable to hold on, Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent resonated. A low dragon roar was heard. Suddenly, the black flame seemed to be frightened. It quickly retreated and burrowed into Sect Master Lung's body again. Lin Xian's aura actually suppressed the black dragon flame. Sect Master Lung and Iron Arms were stunned. At this moment, Sect Master Lung's chest heaved up and down as she gripped the ice throne with both hands. It had been 100 years, almost 100 years. She finally had hope. Taking a deep breath, Sect Master Lung calmed down. She raised her hand slightly and took out a scroll. This is a divine sword visualization painting. It's a treasure that I obtained from the ancient ruins. This visualization painting is a treasure for a swordsman. If you can help me get rid of the black dragon flame, I'll give you this treasure. Divine sword visualization painting? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Since it was obtained from the ancient ruins, it must be extraordinary. He did not think too much about it. After all, he had absorbed the black dragon flame and it was beneficial to him. He did not expect Sect Master Lung to give him a divine sword visualization painting. How could he miss out on such a treasure? Thank you, Sect Master. I'll do my best. Then, Lin Xian came before the ice throne and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, I hope you don't resist during the process of absorbing the black dragon flame. Otherwise, the black dragon flame will be dormant in your body and you won't be able to absorb it completely. Sect Master Lung nodded. In the next moment, she withdrew her spiritual power and left the ice throne with light steps. Lin Xian sat on the ice throne and was ready to take action at any time. Sure enough, when Sect Master Lin gave up resisting, the black dragon flame in her body suddenly flourished and enveloped her instantly. Buzz, a black vortex appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows and produced a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped the black dragon eye. In just a moment, more than half of the black dragon flame was sucked away. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled and countless black dragon flames enveloped his body. A stinging burning sensation came, making him feel like he was better off dead. It was as if his soul had been ignited. Lin Xian nearly lost his mind and lost control. Fortunately, he had comprehended the dragon sword essence and his will was extraordinary. Maintaining a trace of clarity, he controlled the black vortex with all his strength. Soon, all the black dragon flame was sucked into the vortex. After these black dragon flames left Sect Master Lin's body, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly spread the great dragon sword intent to every part of his body. Moreover, he used the cold energy of the frozen throne to suppress the black dragon flames. The sword of devouring unleashed its power and sucked away all the black flames. Although it was only for a moment, the pain made him feel as if he had experienced tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. The black dragon flames were completely devoured by the sword of devouring. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he had wavered in the slightest, the black flames would have burned him to ashes. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving my life." Sect leader Lung smiled. Beside him, Iron Arms also said gratefully, "Young Master Lin, you are the benefactor of the Great Flag Sect." "Seniors, you're exaggerating." Lin Xian smiled faintly and left the ice-sealing throne. "Young Master Lin, this is the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. It should be able to give you some inspiration. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Lin Xian took the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram and left the underground palace with Iron Arms. In the following days, Lin Xian began to increase his strength with all his might. In the mysterious space of the small sword in his body, there were two more things. One was the spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool, and the other was a ball of black flames. The violent black dragon flames were abnormally quiet, as if they were afraid of something. The spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool was only effective for harmonious spirit realm warriors. After Lin Xian entered the spirit transformation realm, it lost its effect. However, he planned to use the spiritual liquid to help the Snow-White Little Monkey and Little Gold increase their strength. Little Gold was also a mutated beast. With the help of the spiritual liquid, it quickly grew into an 8th-ranked demonic beast. At this moment, 3 purple gold lines condensed behind Little Gold's back. Its aura was abnormally strong. Lin Xian put it away with satisfaction and turned to look at the Snow-White Little Monkey. After the Snow-White Little Monkey consumed the liquid, its appearance didn't change much. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. The little monkey's origin was very mysterious. Even the 3-headed pig wasn't its opponent. Wooji Wooji, the Snow-White Little Monkey, rubbed its head against Lin Xian's face. It seemed to be more intelligent. After playing with the Snow-White Little Monkey for a while, Lin Xian entered the mysterious small sword again. This time, he planned to refine the black dragon flames. However, the process was very difficult and might take a long time. After all, the black dragon flames could even burn venerables to death. He had to be careful. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the sword of devouring in addition to the great dragon sword intent. Although it was broken, it was more than enough to resist the black dragon flames. Taking out a strand of black flames from the black dragon flames, Lin Xian absorbed it into his body and began to absorb the terrifying and violent energy. 3 days later, he opened his eyes and felt his aura become stronger. He let out a mouthful of turbid air and stopped cultivating. Instead, he took out a scroll. It was the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. On the scroll, a longsword was drawn. It was very lifelike, as if it was going to fly out of the scroll. Lin Xian looked at it and felt a strange concept. It was as if he was looking at some ancient battles. After a long time, he withdrew from the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. This time, he felt a lot of things. Just like that, time passed quickly as he cultivated and comprehended. It was less than a month before the Azure Dragon Association. All the major forces had already begun their preparations. Dragonrise Nation, 6 major forces, 4 major families, a total of 40 geniuses would participate in the Azure Dragon Association. The Azure Dragon Association would be held in the ancient Azure Dragon City. It was far away and required a teleportation array. This kind of long-distance teleportation array was very ancient and didn't exist in the Dragonstar Nation. They would need to go to the nearby 5-star Heavenly Fire sect. Therefore, the geniuses of the Dragonstar Nation would first go to the northern teleportation array to the Heavenly Fire sect. Then, they would go to the Azure Dragon City through the ancient teleportation array of the Heavenly Fire sect. Daki Gate. Everyone gathered at the Martial Arts Square. Ouyang Kuan and the others had arrived early. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? I don't know. He shouldn't miss it. Humph. He's so arrogant. I wonder what reward he got this time. A group of people discussed. Look, he's here. Everyone turned around and saw a figure quickly approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the Martial Arts Square. You're late. Ouyang Kuan's voice was cold and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The first place should have belonged to him, but Lin Xian came out of nowhere and made him lose face. Not only that, but he also took away the mysterious reward. Sorry, I've been cultivating recently and delayed some time, Lin Xian said with a smile. Cultivating? Humph. Let me see the results of your recent cultivation. Ouyang Kuan sneered and suddenly attacked. As soon as he attacked, he used extreme purple light speed. His real body and doppelganger flew out quickly, and the merciless purple hand slapped toward Lin Xian. His aura was 30% stronger than before. As expected of eldest senior brother. He can still increase his strength in such a short time. I'm afraid Lin Xian is in danger. Lin Xian smirked. He didn't even pull out his sword. Instead, he used his fingers as a sword and drew an illusory sword shadow in front of him. These days, he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture and his sword art had become more profound. A sword light slashed out and turned into countless sword chi, breaking the extreme purple light splitting art. Boom, Ouyang Kuan retreated awkwardly with a pale face. What? He forced Ouyang Kuan back in one move? He didn't even pull out his wind shadow sword. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was able to win last time because of his wind shadow sword. But this time, he defeated Ouyang Kuan without even pulling out his sword. This kind of improvement was heaven-defying. They were already shocked by Ouyang Kuan's improvement, but compared to Lin Xian, it was not even worth mentioning. Ouyang Kuan's face was pale with fear. He was defeated by Lin Xian in one move. This kind of disparity made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Hehe, Lin Xian, what kind of reward did you get? Huafei asked curiously. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. He channeled his spirit energy and a vast aura gushed out. This is? Peak Harmonious Spirit Realm. Everyone widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Ouyang Kuan's voice trembled. 1 month, in just 1 month, he went from late Harmonious Spirit Realm to Peak Harmonious Spirit Realm. This speed was too terrifying, not to mention Lin Xian, even the 4 peerless geniuses couldn't do it. Is this the reward for the first place? Huafei widened his eyes. Lin Xian smiled and didn't explain. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with reverence in their eyes. Even Ouyang Kuan didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Xian already had the strength to challenge those of a higher realm. Now that his cultivation had increased, it would only take 1 move for him to kill Ouyang Kuan. Lin Xian didn't show off his cultivation to show off. He just didn't want to be defeated by others. His goal had already jumped away from these people. Only the peerless geniuses in the Azure Dragon Assembly could make his blood boil. Not long after, he looked up at the sky. In the sky, 3 Jiao dragons roared ferociously. The bronze chariot floated in the air, exuding a savage aura. Greetings, Sir Iron Hand. The 5 of you, follow me to the northern teleportation platform. Iron Hand's voice came from the bronze chariot. Immediately, Lin Xian's group of 5 rose into the air, rushing towards the bronze war chariot. Apart from Lin Xian's group of 5, Iron Arms and 2 other elders were also going to the Azure Dragon Society. The group stepped onto the bronze chariot and quickly flew towards the teleportation formation in the north of the Dragon Star Nation. There, all the young warriors of the Dragon Star Kingdom headed for the Heavenly Fire Sect. The teleportation array in the north of the Dragon Star Nation was located in a huge desert. Half of the 6 great forces and 4 great clans had already arrived. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the 6 great factions seemed quite calm because they had the same status as the Great Banner sect. However, the people of the 4 great families were quite nervous. This was especially so for the Jiang family's elder, who looked at the bronze war chariot with a complicated expression. "Big brother Lin." Among the Jiang family warriors, Jiang Yuding cried out. Beside her, a 5-colored peacock also called out to Lin Xianming. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The snow-white peacock on his shoulder was also jumping happily. "Sister Ting, do you know that person?" A white-robed youth near Jiang Yuding had a solemn expression. He lifted his gaze slightly and looked at Lin Xian, but he realized that he could not see the latter's cultivation level. "Yes, Big Brother Lin saved Anan before. He's my benefactor," Jiang Yuding said happily. Lin Xian and the others walked out of the bronze war chariot and landed in an empty space below. While the crowd was sizing them up, Lin Xian was also observing the young warriors around him. These people had extraordinary strength and powerful auras. A few of them were as strong as Ouyang Kuan. They were probably the chief disciples of other factions. "Little brother Lin." A simple and honest voice sounded. Lin Xian turned around. "You really came." This youth was the companion that Lin Xian had met in Qingshan City, Dongfang Xiong. At this moment, Dongfang Xiong still had a simple and honest expression, but his aura was even more powerful. His aura was much stronger than Ouyang Kuan's. "This is the power of bloodline." Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Dongfang Xiong to have the power of bloodline. This kind of talent was much higher than ordinary geniuses. The two of them were talking when a mocking voice sounded. "Ouyang Kuan, I haven't seen you in a few years, but you're still the same. It looks like you won't be able to become a spirit transformation realm warrior in this lifetime." Lin Xian turned around and saw a group of young men walking over. They were currently teasing Ouyang Kuan. Ouyang Kuan cried out, "Spirit transformation realm. You've actually entered the spirit transformation realm." Spirit transformation realm. The surrounding warriors all looked over. The Great Flag sect disciples were even more shocked. To be able to enter the spirit transformation realm at this age, he was definitely a genius. One had to know that in the entire Dragon Star Nation, only this youth had reached the spirit transformation realm. Who is this person? Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the white-robed youth with a hint of interest. His cultivation was also at the spirit transformation realm, but he hid it so no one knew. "This person is called Zhao Kuang. He's from the Dragon Star Nation's royal family," Hua Fei explained. Like Ouyang Kuan, he had also participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. However, his ranking was higher than Ouyang Kuan's, and he had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. He probably had a chance to compete for the Azure Dragon Society spot. "This person is very strong." Dongfang Xiong's expression was also serious. Soon, all the participants arrived. At this moment, Zhao Kuang stood in the center and spoke loudly. "This time, you're not only representing your sect, but also the Dragon Star Nation. Therefore, I'll be leading the team this time." "What? You'll be leading the team?" Everyone was in an uproar. Although he said he was leading the team, he was actually becoming the #1 person in the Dragon Star Nation. "You're leading the team? Why?" Someone was unconvinced. Everyone present was a genius and was very proud. How could they be willing to admit defeat? "Because of my strength." Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. The aura of the spirit transformation realm erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. A heart-palpitating aura pressed down in all directions, causing the expressions of the geniuses to change slightly. Other than Lin Xian, everyone felt a sense of oppression. Whoever is unconvinced can come up and challenge me. Zhao Kuang's gaze swept past everyone. His cold gaze shocked many people. One had to know that Zhao Kuang was an old man who had participated in the Azure Dragon Society once. He was very experienced and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. With this kind of strength and identity, he could suppress the geniuses of the other factions. I'm not convinced. Someone stood out. It's that monster from the Star Ocean sect. It's said that he's only 20 years old this year and can already defeat the older generation of spirit transformation realm cultivators. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. The monster from the Star Ocean sect walked out. He was wearing a blue robe and had a cold and arrogant expression. He didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. What's so great about the spirit transformation realm? I've killed many spirit transformation realm cultivators. Everyone thought that Zhao Kuang was arrogant, but they didn't expect the Star Ocean sect to be even more arrogant. He dared to say that Zhao Kuang was old. Although Zhao Kuang had participated in the last Azure Dragon Assembly, his real age was only around 30 years old. He was considered very young among the 400 to 500 years old spirit transforming realm cultivators. I will use facts to prove that you are indeed old. The Star Ocean sect genius was very confident. Presumptuous. Arrogant. The royal disciple shouted coldly. Zhao Kuang stopped the disciple behind him and said with a playful smile, "Since you don't want to admit defeat, I will play with you." Everyone was excited and looked at the field nervously. Lin Xian frowned and asked doubtfully, "Won't the upper echelons of the sect do anything?" Hua Fei shook her head playfully, "They won't, as long as no one dies. These are all genius disciples, too strict of a discipline will restrict their nature." That's true. Lin Xian nodded and looked at the field. The Star Ocean sect genius shook his arms 9 times and a star appeared in the sky. A vast and boundless chi gushed out and rushed toward Zhao Kuang along with his swinging palm. Suppress. Zhao Kuang's hand fell and his terrifying palm enlarged, forming a green lotus that covered the sky. This was the strength of a spirit-transforming realm cultivator. He could not simply control the surrounding spiritual chi, but his body could also merge with the spiritual chi to attack. The huge green lotus was 100 meters tall with crystal-clear petals. It spun rapidly and created a terrifying impact. Even 10 harmonious spirit realm cultivators would not be able to resist such power. Boom, the vast starlight and the green lotus collided, and the terrifying energy shook the surroundings. Everyone was shocked. This power was far beyond their own. As expected of a spirit-transforming realm cultivator, his spiritual chi usage is too brilliant. Hua Fei said with envy. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. The Star Ocean sect genius was suppressed but he didn't show any signs of losing. The Star Ocean sect genius was extraordinary to be able to resist Zhao Kuang. One should know that geniuses were able to fight above their level. For example, Zhao Kuang was an early spirit-transforming realm cultivator. However, his strength was comparable to an ordinary mid-spirit transforming realm cultivator. However, the Star Ocean sect's monstrous genius was able to resist until now with his peak harmonious spirit cultivation base. Humph. Green Lotus Mountain. Zhao Kuang harumphed coldly. Being unable to capture a harmonious spirit warrior after such a long time made him lose face. The gigantic lotus blossomed, covering the sky and forming a green mist. On the other side, the monster from the Star Ocean sect was cloaked in the radiance of the stars. Behind him was a vast ocean, rolling up thousands of waves. The waves merged with the starlight, forming the power of the sea of stars that rushed into the sky. Boom, the void trembled, almost shattering. Zhao Kuang took a step back and frowned. The monster from the Star Ocean sect kept retreating. However, he quickly transferred the force to the ground and didn't suffer much damage. Humph. What are you talking about? A spirit realm expert is only SOSO. The Stellar Ocean sect monster refused to accept this and wanted to fight with his life on the line. The starry sky above his head spun and formed a terrifying energy. Alright, save your strength for the Azure Dragon Assembly. A terrifying giant hand appeared, stopping the competition. Lin Xian raised his head and discovered that it was the upper echelons of the Star Ocean sect. Although the competition did not continue, at the last moment, that terrifying aura formed by the Star Ocean sect freak made them fearful. Anyone else can continue to challenge me, Zhao Kuang said coldly. Everyone was silent. Zhao Kuang's strength was very strong. They had no chance of winning at all. Even if they forced a draw, it would be meaningless. The Zhao clan is the royal family. Moreover, Brother Zhao is a spirit transformation realm expert. It's natural for him to lead the team. The disciple of the Red Leaf clan was the first to express his opinion. With this example, the other forces agreed. In the end, only the Dragon Elephant sect and Great Flag sect didn't agree. What do you mean by this? Zhao Kuang looked at the disciples of the two sections. Hehe, I'll take you on. Beside Lin Xian, Dongfang Xiong stood up with a silly smile. The disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect shrugged and didn't stop Dongfang Xiong's actions. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. There was actually someone who dared to challenge Zhao Kuang. Another one courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Brother Xiong, do your best. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, Brother Lin, I'm confident. Dongfang Xiong walked onto the stage. Hehe, take my fist. With that, a terrifying fist swung out. Boom, with one punch, the entire ground cracked and all the air in front of him was sucked out. Damn, what kind of strength is this? So terrifying. Green Lotus Mountain. Zhao Kuang swept his palm and formed a green lotus in front of him. Bang, the iron fist smashed into the green lotus. It was as if two mountains had collided, causing the ground to tremble. Spirit energy surged, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Humph. It's useless. Zhao Kuang was wrapped in the green lotus and his face was filled with disdain. Dragon Elephant Fist. Dongfang Xiong roared and used the ultimate technique of the Dragon Elephant sect. A terrifying force surged out and collided with the green lotus, causing wave-like ripples to appear. Cracks that resembled a spider web appeared on the surface of the crystal-clear lotus flower. Furthermore, the cracks rapidly expanded and covered the entire petal. What, he actually cracked the petal of the green lotus? The disciple of the Zhao clan screamed in horror. This green lotus was formed from a cultivation technique. Their Zhao clan's cultivation technique was an earth-grade martial art. The moment the green lotus appeared, it was incomparably mysterious. Coupled with the use of a genius like Zhao Kuang, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to break it. However, Dongfang Xiong had actually cracked the green lotus with just his physical strength. It was too terrifying. Die for me. Green lotus condense. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy as the spirit energy in his body surged out. The huge green lotus blossomed with a dazzling light and gradually condensed as if a real green lotus had been reborn. The huge green lotus petal was like a sharp heavenly blade as it slashed toward Dongfang Xiong. Not good, that kid is in danger. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. Damn, that kid actually took it head-on. He's courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He used his eye technique and could vaguely see the blood in Dongfang Xiong's body surging. There was a layer of faint golden light in his body. This is the power of bloodline? Lin Xian was shocked. The bloodline power in Dongfang Xiong's body was much stronger than those of the bloodline disciples he had seen before, even he felt a sense of apprehension. A layer of golden light appeared in Dongfang Xiong's body. He circulated his bloodline power and punched the green lotus. A terrifying force shook the surroundings like an earthquake. Boom, in the sky, the green lotus condensed from an earth-grade martial art was split in half by the punch and fell to the ground. Zhao Guang's pupil shrank. He quickly retreated and used the divine lotus fist to force Dongfang Xiong back. Boom. Boom. Boom, Dongfang Xiong retreated, creating several deep pits in the ground. Everyone was stunned. Although Dongfang Xiong was pushed back in the end, the scene of him exploding the green lotus with one punch was deeply imprinted in their minds. Especially the Zhao family members. The corners of their mouths twitched and their faces were filled with fear. What lotus? It's as hard as a turtle shell. Dongfang Xiong rubbed his fist and sat down beside Lin Xian with a silly smile. Oldly, does that youth have that kind of bloodline? At this moment, the upper echelons of the major factions were communicating with their divine senses. The one who spoke was an elder of the royal family. Elderly of the Dragon Elephant sect smiled and said, "You will know in the future whether or not he has that kind of bloodline. However, that kid from your Zhao family is not very good. He actually tied with 2 rising stars in a row." Humph. The royal family elder coldly snorted, but he had to admit that those 2 youths did have the qualifications to fight against Zhao Kuang. The new generation surpasses the old. It can be imagined that it won't be long before this world belongs to the young. Iron Hand sighed. Humph, what young? The royal family elder sneered. Your Great Banner sect's leader this time isn't very good. It's far worse than the previous years. Is it bad? You will know when the time comes. Iron Hand smiled indifferently. He had seen Lin Xian's terror before. Even now, he still couldn't figure out the youth's background. However, in his opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Xian to defeat Zhao Kuang. Below, after the battle between Dongfang Xiong and Zhao Kuang, only the Great Banner sect was left. Zhao Kuang looked at Ouyang Kuan with a playful expression. What is the meaning of your Great Banner sect? What, you want to challenge me? His words are full of disdain. Ouyang Kuan's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists, but then he put them down. He had sparred with Zhao Kuang several times, but he lost every time. Now that Zhao Kuang had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, the gap between them would be even greater. If I get the first place reward, I will definitely be able to enter the transcendent realm. Ouyang Kuan's heart was filled with anger. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a strange sneer. He decided to provoke Zhao Kuang and give Lin Xian a good beating. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. I have no objection to you being the leader, Ouyang Kuan said in a deep voice. However, this is the leader of the Great Flag sect, not me. Even if you ask me, it's useless. What? Not you. The surrounding disciples were stunned. They all knew Ouyang Kuan's strength. He was definitely able to suppress the other disciples of the Great Banner sect. The smile on Zhao Kuang's face froze as he stared at Ouyang Kuan. You dare to trick me? Ouyang Kuan shrugged his shoulders. He's the first in this competition. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Then, he pointed at Lin Xian. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian, but they soon revealed suspicious expressions. Even Zhao Kuang sneered, him? He's still a teenager, right? Is there no one else in your great sect? You're all cowards. The others also roared with laughter. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was too young. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, the aura on his body was very faint. They weren't sure of his cultivation, but they guessed that he was at most a late harmonious spirit realm. However, they soon stopped laughing because all the geniuses of the Great Banner sect were looking at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Could it be that this teenager is the leader this time? Everyone was stunned. It's really you? Zhao Kuang looked down at Lin Xian. The Great Banner sect is really declining. They actually let a young brat be their leader. What a joke. Alright, I'll be the leader of the Dragon Star country this time. Zhao Kuang turned around and said loudly. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian stared at Zhao Kuang's back and narrowed his eyes. Originally, he didn't plan to take action, but this Zhao Kuang was too arrogant. It was fine if he raised his status, but he shouldn't have stepped on the head of the Great Banner sect. Since you're the leader, shouldn't you ask for our Great Banner sect's opinion? Lin Xian stood up and asked coldly. The disciples of the Great Banner sect heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Indeed, Zhao Kuang's words made them sullen. However, the gap between them made them unable to take action. But Lin Xian stood up at the crucial moment. He was the hero of the Great Banner sect, however, he sneered in his heart, what an idiot, daring to go against Zhao Kuang. Let's see how you'll die this time, Zhao Kuang's face darkened. He quickly turned around and looked at Lin Xian coldly. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out his palm and a green lotus appeared, pressing down mercilessly. The void trembled as a terrifying spiritual energy enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the spiritual energy. "Little brother Lin, do your best. I have faith in you." Dongfang Xiong cheered from the side. Lin Xian looked at the green lotus above his head and narrowed his eyes. F***ck, this brat is scared silly. He's not even moving. Too weak. Why did the Great Banner sect send someone like him? Zhao Kuang sneered and pressed his palm down mercilessly. Boom, Lin Xian's body was penetrated. The disciples of the Great Banner sect exclaimed. They thought that Lin Xian was dead, but soon, they were stunned. Because the figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and quickly dissipated in the air. He dodged? When did he dodge? Everyone was shocked. They didn't see it clearly at all. Zhao Kuang's face darkened. To be honest, he didn't see it either. Damn brat, why is he so fast? He cursed in his heart. At the same time, he used the green lotus to cover his body. Just as he finished his defensive measures, Lin Xian instantly appeared behind him. He waved his arm and a terrifying sword chi slashed down. Like 3,000 lightning bolts, the violent sword chi slashed on the green lotus, emitting a sonorous sound. That terrifying force caused Zhao Kuang to stagger. Die for me. His face was sinister. He didn't expect to suffer a loss. He waved his palm and 2 green lotus petals slashed into the void. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. Whoosh, Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Kuang again. He waved his arm and slashed out another thunderous sword chi. Green Lotus Mountain. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Zhao Kuang couldn't catch him at all and could only passively defend. Fortunately, his Green Lotus technique was an earth-grade martial art. It was tough and sturdy. The terrifying lightning struck the Green Lotus, causing countless sparks to fly. It's useless. No matter how fast you are, it's useless. You're too weak. You can't break my defense at all. Zhao Kuang laughed loudly. The surrounding air vibrated, forming countless lotuses that bloomed in the air. The terrifying aura interweaved into a large net that quickly fell. However, Lin Xian sneered. You can't break my defense? Are you sure? The lightning sword light disappeared. Lin Xian waved his arm and stabbed out with sword chi. Wind Emperor's sword. This sword contained a terrifying sword intent. It pierced through the Green Lotus defense and stabbed into his chest. Bang, Zhao Kuang's body stiffened. The Green Lotus illusion on his body quickly faded. Drops of blood dripped to the ground. The elder of the royal family was shocked, but when he sensed that Zhao Kuang had only suffered superficial injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. Do you still think the disciples of the Daji sect are bad? Iron Hand mocked. You. The elder of the royal family looked at Iron Hand coldly and snorted. Iron Hand didn't care and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. With the strength that Lin Xian had displayed, he could enter the top 100 of the Azure Dragon Society. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have a trump card. When the time came, it was very likely that he would enter the top 72. Below, the crowd was stunned. It took a long time for them to exclaim. I'm not dreaming, right? Zhao Kuang was injured. Oh my god, who is this kid? His sword chi is so terrifying. When did the Daji sect have such a heaven-defying genius? The monsters of the Star Ocean sect looked at Lin Xian with fighting spirit in their eyes. The people of the Dragon Elephant sect had strange expressions. Anyone who was with Dongfang Xiong must be a monster. Lin Xian returned to the Daji sect with a smile. He looked at Ouyang Kuan with a sharp gaze. Ouyang Kuan's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat flowed down his back. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength made his heart tremble. To be able to injure Zhao Kuang, this kind of strength was enough to kill him. From now on, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian anymore. Brother Lin, good job. Dongfang Xiong shouted. Hua Fei and the other disciples also cheered. Zhao Kuang's face darkened and his body trembled. His aura quickly surged and a green lotus appeared behind him. Kid, how dare you injure me? As the first person to break through to the spirit transformation realm in the Dragon Star country, he thought that he was a peerless genius and wanted to lead the young martial artists of the Dragon Star country. However, he didn't expect to be injured by Lin Xian. He couldn't bear it. He had to kill Lin Xian to calm the anger in his heart. "Are you sure you want to fight?" Lin Xian was fearless. He slit his fingers and grabbed the black scabbard. A wave of sword chi rushed into the sky. Terrifying sword intent surged, as if countless sword lights had passed through everyone's hearts. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was as if there was a divine sword hanging above their heads that could fall at any time. This is sword intent. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. A swordsman who had comprehended sword essence was definitely a terrifying existence. Zhao Kuang was also shocked. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Lin Xian, who had comprehended sword intent. However, the current situation made it difficult for him to back down. Just as the battle was about to break out, a resounding voice sounded from the sky. "All right, everyone stop. Whatever grudges you have, wait until the Azure Dragon Assembly," the royal elder said in a low voice. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance made him feel uncertain. He didn't want Zhao Kuang to get injured at this time. Hearing this, Zhao Kuang heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart was in his mouth again. "Lin Xian, are you willing to be the leader of the Dragon Star Kingdom?" Iron Arms asked. "Not interested." Lin Xian shook his head decisively. He was indeed not interested. Being the leader would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he had to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram and absorb the energy of the black dragon flames. There was no extra time at all. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, everyone's expression was strange. This guy really didn't care at all. However, the royal elder heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, let Zhao Kuang be the leader. No one objected. Lin Xian didn't object, so the others naturally couldn't say anything. However, after this battle, everyone's opinion of Lin Xian and Dakemen had completely changed. Even the royal family didn't dare to easily cause trouble for Dakemen. Hua Fei and the others felt very happy when they felt the respectful gazes around them. They looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have such a status. Zhao Kuang was going crazy. He wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. He was now the leader of Longxing Kingdom, but he couldn't feel happy. This feeling was like he was picking up trash that Lin Xian didn't want. "Arrogant brat, wait until the Azure Dragon meeting, I'll let you know my true strength." This storm passed quickly. Not long after, many participants stood on the teleportation platform. With a flash of white light, these people disappeared. Heavenly Fire Sect, a 5-star sect, the true overlord of the Tiannan region. There were not only experts in the sect, but there were also terrifying existences like supremacies. Moreover, their younger generation was very powerful. Among them, the most dazzling genius was Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, Jin Wudao. He was one of the 4 peerless prodigies and ranked 3rd in the previous Azure Dragon meeting. Every title was so dazzling that people of the same generation couldn't raise their heads. At this moment, there was a huge teleportation array near Heavenly Fire Sect. With a flash of white light, a group of figures appeared. Lin Xian's spiritual power vibrated and he quickly woke up. Immediately after, he felt a scorching aura rushing towards him. This heat wave was very shocking, making him wonder if he was teleported wrongly. He looked up in surprise and saw that the surroundings were fiery red. In the distance, there was a towering volcano that pierced the clouds. Flames rose from it, making for a terrifying scene. Flaming Mountain, where Heavenly Fire Sect was located. The disciples of Heavenly Fire Sect all cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques. On Flaming Mountain, it could speed up their cultivation. At this moment, disciples from many countries had arrived near Flaming Mountain. Near Heavenly Fire Sect, there were 4 strong countries and dozens of large countries. In addition, there were also some powerful families and sections. Dragonstar Strong Country was one of the 4 strong countries, so their arrival attracted the attention of many people. Especially Heavenly Wind Strong Country, which didn't have a good relationship with Dragonstar Strong Country. At this moment, they were looking coldly at Lin Xian and the others. Zhao Kuang, this time I'll beat you until you can't get up. The leader of Heavenly Wind Strong Country was a purple-haired youth. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zhao Kuang. Lin Xian looked over and found that the purple-haired youth's cultivation was also at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Other than the purple-haired youth, the other cultivators of Heavenly Wind Strong Country were about the same as Dragonstar Strong Country. Xiling, this time I'll let you know how powerful I am. Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. Arguments like this happened everywhere in the vicinity. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head and closed his eyes to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up again. Another group of cultivators walked out. Everyone looked over and soon, Dragonstar Strong Country and the other strong countries lost interest. The Sky Mountain Empire's martialists who walked out of the teleportation array were not weak, but they were still lacking compared to the Dragonstar Empire. At this moment, Heavenly Mountain Strong Country's cultivators felt the powerful aura around them and their expressions were a little unnatural. Feng you're still young. After this experience, you'll definitely be able to achieve good results next time. Ling Fengzi nodded. As a genius of Black Wind Sect, he had high hopes placed on him. However, when he came here, he realized how weak he was. He even saw several young cultivators at the spirit transformation realm. This kind of cultivation was an overlord in Heavenly Mountain Strong Country. Ling Fengzi's body froze because he saw Lin Xian. For a moment, he had the urge to rush over. However, when he realized that Lin Xian was in Longxing Nation, he broke out in cold sweat. Impossible. How did he get the Longxing Nation's quota? Ling Fengzi could not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The Black Wind Sect elder beside him was also stunned. Although he had never seen Lin Xian before, Lin Xian's portrait and deeds were widely known in Skyhill Nation. Back then, their Black Wind Sect had even pursued Lin Xian with all their might. Who would have thought that in less than a year's time, Lin Xian would actually attend the Azure Dragon Genius Assembly? Furthermore, he was a genius from Longxing Nation. For a moment, he even had the urge to run. If Lin Xian discovered them, their Black Wind Sect might very well be annihilated. One had to know that Black Wind Sect was merely a 3-star sect and was considered an overlord in Skyhill Nation. However, such a force was not even worth a fart in Longxing Nation. Longxing Nation's 6 major forces all had the strength of 4-star sections. It was far from what they could compare to. The only fortunate thing was that Lin Xian was currently resting with his eyes closed and did not see them at all. Ling Fengzi and the rest carried a flustered mentality as they quietly arrived in the crowd. Lin Xian closed his eyes and split a trace of his soul spirit to observe the surroundings. He also summoned the Snow-White Monkey to watch over him. Most of his energy was placed on comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram. The more he comprehended the diagram, the more profound he felt it was. In addition to Wine Lord's guidance from the side, Lin Xian's attainments in Sword Dao became more and more valiant. The Dao of the sword was ever-changing, and there were countless branches within it. For example, some pursued power, some pursued speed, and some pursued unpredictability. These were all sword Daos, but the forms they displayed were vastly different. Lin Xian had the Strength-type Thunderclap 3000 and the Speed-type Wind Emperor's One Sword. His Great Dragon Sword Intent was an Attack-type Sword Intent. Once the Sword Intent was unleashed, it was invincible and could destroy everything. The Sword of Devourer, on the other hand, was a little strange. Although its attack power was inferior to the Great Dragon Sword, it had reached the pinnacle in other aspects. Lin Xian was in the middle of comprehending when he suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. This was because he could feel a powerful intent coming from the teleportation array. What a sharp concept. This was Saber Intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the teleportation array. After a short while, the teleportation array flashed with white light, and one figure after another appeared. Terrifying and violent saber intent spread out in all directions, like sharp saber radiance cutting through the void. Everyone looked at the teleportation platform in shock. 2 old men walked out of the teleportation platform first. The 2 of them had ordinary looks and stooped figures, like old men in their twilight years. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes that made one's heart palpitate. Twin Blades Heaven and Earth, these 2 old men have also come out. Iron Arms was shocked. Lin Xian was surprised. The two of them were not weaker than Iron Arms. If they joined forces, there was a high chance that they could defeat Iron Arms. This is the Godly Knife sect, the top of the 4-star sections. All their disciples are saber cultivators and their attack power is terrifying. Hua Fei explained from the side. The Godly Knife sect. Lin Xian looked up. On the teleportation platform, 2 people from the younger generation stood in front. The person on the left had a smirk on his face and a long blue saber hanging from his waist. This young man looked gentle, but the aura he exuded was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Next to him was a young man with a cold expression. He carried a long crimson saber on his back and his saber intent was shocking. Leng Yidao. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect to meet an old friend here. Leng Yidao was from the snow-seeking sect in the state of Great Xia. He had comprehended saber intent a long time ago. After the state of Great Xia changed, he fled the state of Great Xia. He did not expect to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect. Let's go, junior brother. These people are too weak, the smirking youth said. Everyone was angry, but no one dared to refute him. The Godly Knife sect was a top 4-star sect and its foundation was far beyond that of other sections. Moreover, this martial artist named Han Fei was one of the 5 talents. His strength was beyond imagination. In the last Green Dragon Society, there were 4 peerless geniuses who dominated the crowd. After them, there were 5 talents. They were slightly weaker than the 4 peerless geniuses, but each of them was a legendary existence. They were far from being comparable to the others. Leng Yidao nodded. He knew the strength of this senior brother. He was afraid that no one present could take a blow from him. He took a step forward and was about to leave. However, when he looked at the crowd and saw a person, he stopped. Hey, junior brother, why did you stop? Han Fei turned around. Leng Yidao looked at the crowd with a trace of excitement on his face. The surrounding crowd was stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, the young martial artists of the Dragon Star Kingdom were shocked. Leng Yidao's gaze was so sharp that they could not bear it. Brother Leng, long time no see. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. I knew that a genius like you wouldn't be absent from the Green Dragon Society. Leng Yidao's voice was cold even when he saw an acquaintance. Genius? The disciples of the Godly Knife sect exclaimed. They knew that Leng Yidao's talent was second only to Han Fei. Now, he called another person a genius. How could they not be shocked? Han Fei smiled and looked at Lin Xian with great interest. His eyes were as bright as divine light. Huh? Not bad. He was not affected. Han Fei was stunned. His knife intent was very powerful. Ordinary people could not resist his gaze, but Lin Xian was not affected at all. This was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Junior brother, your old friend is very good. I like him. Han Fei smiled like a child. Brother Lin, can you fight with me? Leng Yidao said in a deep voice. Of course. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Boom, 2 auras erupted quickly and collided in the sky. Sword intent and saber intent were both concepts with extremely sharp offensive power. Once these 2 concepts appeared, it immediately caused the surroundings to fall silent. The surrounding martial artists turned pale and trembled. The aura was very fierce, as if it could destroy them with just a trace. What a terrifying knife intent. I'm afraid it's almost on par with Han Fei. The Godly Knife sect is amazing. They have 2 peerless swordsmen. Who is that kid? His sword intent is so terrifying. It's not weak at all. Everyone was frightened and kept retreating. In the crowd, the people of the Black Wind sect were frightened. Lin Xian's aura was too strong. They could not resist at all. Ling Fengzi was even trembling. A year ago, Lin Xian could not defeat him. But now, he was afraid that he could kill him with a sword qi. In the field, the 2 did not continue to fight. Instead, they quickly withdrew their auras. Brother Lin, I hope I can fight with you at the Green Dragon Society. Leng Yidao said in a deep voice. He had wanted to fight with Lin Xian for a long time, but he never had the chance. Leng Yidao's strength was shocking, but Lin Xian's ability to contend with him was even more shocking. One had to know that even Zhao Kuang couldn't block Ling Yidao's blade intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had blocked the attack effortlessly. When did Dragon Star Nation have such a genius? The people from Windy Nation were shocked. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed Zhao Kuang's, but he wasn't the leader. This was too strange. Song Yu, go test his strength, Fan Chao, the leader of Xuanwu Nation, said. Xuanwu Nation was ranked first among the 4 nations, and their strength was above Dragon Star Nation. However, Lin Xian's strength worried them, which was why Fan Chao wanted to test him. Song Yu was ranked 3rd in Xuanwu Nation, and his strength was stronger than Zhao Kuang's. With him, they should be able to test Lin Xian's strength. Song Yu sneered. Although Lin Xian's sword intent was terrifying, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation wasn't at the spirit transformation realm, so his true combat strength shouldn't be that strong. Song Yu arrived at Dragon Star Nation and sneered, since we have nothing to do now, why don't we spar? He ignored Zhao Kuang and the others and stared at Lin Xian. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy. Song Yu obviously didn't take him seriously. Although Dragon Star Nation was weaker than Xuanwu Nation, he couldn't sit back and do nothing in front of so many martial artists. Song Yu, don't go too far. Why don't you play with me? Song Yu turned and said ferociously. Zhao Kuang's heart sank. As the leader of Dragon Star Nation, he didn't dare to fight. If he lost, it would be a huge blow to Dragon Star Nation's reputation. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and whisper, Lin Xian, why don't you spar with him and let him know how powerful Dragon Star Nation is? Everyone was stunned. They all knew Zhao Kuang's character. He was arrogant and no one dared to offend him in Dragon Star Nation. Now, he was speaking so softly to a young man. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. If it had been Ling Yidao or his senior brother, Lin Xian would have made a move. However, the Song Yu in front of him was clearly someone like Zhao Kuang, so he wasn't interested at all. Brat, you're courting death. Song Yu furiously attacked. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was the 3rd genius of Xianwu country, but he was looked down upon by a harmonious spirit brat from Dragon Star country, he couldn't bear it. As he punched out, ripples appeared on his fist, releasing a terrifying power that blasted towards Lin Xian. Sensing this power, Hua Fei and the others quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. This was the power of the spirit transformation realm. They couldn't resist it. Even Zhao Kuang's expression changed. It seemed that Song Yu's strength had improved, however, Lin Xian merely flicked out a sword ripple and broke this terrifying punch. Song Yu let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. He looked at Lin Xian in horror. The people from Black Tortoise country were even more shocked. Song Yu was ranked 3rd among them. In the past, he alone was enough to crush the entire Dragon Star country. But now, Song Yu was forced back by a single sword chi. I want you dead. Song Yu was furious. He was going to fight with his life. The spiritual energy on his body fluctuated, forming layers of rock-like armor. His arms were completely petrified, and his body was filled with a shocking amount of energy. I'll take you on. Beside Lin Xian, Dongfang Xiong rubbed his palms. His body was hazy and covered with a layer of golden light. Dragon Elephant Fist. A terrifying fist swung out, sucking away all the spiritual energy in the area. Boom, another earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Song Yu was forced back again. This time, the rock-like armor on his arms cracked. What, he was forced back again? Everyone was stunned. The people from Black Tortoise country were dead silent. This time, the one who forced Song Yu back wasn't Lin Xian, but a tall and honest young man. Who is this person? How could he force Song Yu back? After all, Song Yu was a spirit transformation realm martial artist. His cultivation was far stronger than his peers. However, both of his attacks were repelled, and the opponent was a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. This was like a dream. Impossible. Fan Chao from Xianwu country couldn't believe it. He licked his dry lips and looked towards Dragon Star country. The senior elders from Xianwu country harumphed coldly with a gloomy expression. Awesome, I want more. Dongfang Xiong was excited. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This guy was really battle-hungry. Song Yu's face darkened. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson and embarrass Dragon Star Country. But now, it seemed that he was the one who made a fool of himself. When did Dragon Star Country have so many monsters? I don't know, but it seems like Dragon Star Country is going to rise. Everyone was discussing. At this time, the teleportation formation reacted again. Another overwhelming aura appeared, and it was getting stronger. Many people were shocked. They stopped paying attention to Dragon Star Country and stared at the teleportation formation. Lin Xian also looked over with a frown. Song Yu took advantage of this gap and ran back to Xianwu Country. Light flickered, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Dozens of figures appeared. The person in the lead had an outstanding temperament and was handsome. His silver robe was embroidered with a crescent moon. The powerful aura he exuded was even stronger than Han Fei's. Yu Yan! Someone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a strong pressure. Yu Yan, a genius of the Fantasy Moon sect. He's also one of the 5 heroes, and his ranking is higher than Han Fei, Hua Fei said. No wonder he was so strong. Lin Xian was shocked. With his current strength, he might not be able to compete with the 5 heroes. In the crowd, Han Lu stopped smiling. Her eyes flashed with blade light. On the side, Ling Yidao burst out with a shocking blade intent as if he was going to split the void. However, the disciples behind him showed an infatuated expression. So beautiful, not only them, but most of the male martial artists around were also infatuated, looking at the beautiful woman in front of the teleportation formation. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Beside Yu Yan, there was a woman in white. She had a beautiful face and an exquisite figure, as if she had walked out of a painting. In particular, there was an inexplicable aura on her, as if she could steal people's hearts and souls with a single look. What a powerful woman. When did such a genius appear in the Fantasy Moon sect? Han Fei's voice was a little solemn. Humph, Ling Yidao snorted coldly. His voice was like a blade light, cutting through everyone's hearts and immediately waking them up. What's going on? Everyone woke up and felt a lingering fear. At that moment, they seemed to be in an illusion. If it weren't for that blade intent, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out for the rest of their lives. It seems that her illusions have become stronger again. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. That stone bead was really magical. Yu Yan walked out and looked at Han Fei as a greeting. He completely ignored the others. Very soon, she revealed a smile. This smile seemed to be able to melt even the cold ice. Everyone was mesmerized once more. While at this time, that beauty in white winked at Lin Xian, revealing a playful expression. Lin Xian rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. This lass was clearly trying to scam him. Sure enough, the next instant, countless pairs of eyes around looked at Lin Xian, their gazes carrying a hint of flames of jealousy. Why do I feel like you all know each other? Hua Fei asked in puzzlement. A friend of mine. Lin Xian smiled faintly. The Great Flag Sect's disciples were stunned, the corners of their mouths twitching. In the beginning, they thought that Lin Xian was a country bumpkin. But the longer they interacted with each other, they discovered that Lin Xian was even more terrifying. Not only was his own strength formidable, but his friends were also more perverted than the other. Dongfang Xiong, Ling Yidao, as well as the absolute beauty Zhao Shui, they were all pinnacle geniuses. Yu Yan frowned slightly. Although he did not turn around, he sensed everything clearly. This junior sister of his, he knew her temperament. She looked charming, but if one really interacted with her, they would know that under that warm exterior, there was a heart that rejected people 1,000 miles away. But he did not expect that Zhao Shui would make such an expression towards people. That kind of cute expression was what he had never seen before. His soul force revolved and sensed Lin Xian's cultivation. Following that, the corners of his mouth revealed disdain. Trash. This bit of strength was not worthy of competing with him for a woman. Following that, several youths who thought that their strength was pretty good wanted to worm their way into being friends with Zhao Shui in the name of challenging. But these people were all defeated by one look. At this point, not only was Zhao Shui absolutely beautiful in everyone's eyes, but she also had an additional layer of mystery. During this period, Zhao Shui still used her gaze to tease Lin Xian from time to time. Finally, Lin Xian was seriously scared and could only close his eyes to comprehend martial arts. Humph. Yan Qi, you go and teach that punk a lesson for me. Yu Yan transmitted his voice. Understood. A cold youth walked out. He had a crescent moon painted on his face, appearing very bewitching. You, come out and fight. Yan Qi was very arrogant and overbearing. He pointed the spear in his hand at Lin Xian. Hee, as expected, someone is challenging you. Zhao Shui's voice rang out in Lin Xian's mind. Sigh, Lin Xian sighed. He naturally knew that this was because of Zhao Shui. He quickly stood up and unsheathed the absolute star sword. Sword chi like silk. These days, he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture and had a new understanding of swordsmanship. This sword move was his new use of sword chi. Originally, his sword chi was abnormally violent or as fast as lightning. However, this sword chi was as soft as silk. Strands of green sword chi flew out and intertwined in the air, quickly entangling Yan Qi. Break! Yan Qi was enraged, the long spear in his hand danced, forming a crescent spear light. Even though his strength was above Song Yun's, there was nothing he could do against this soft sword chi. He could only watch helplessly as the sword chi entangled him. This scene shocked the Mirage Moon sect's disciples. Although Yan Qi's strength was only average among them, it was very easy for him to crush a country like the Dragon Star Nation. But now, he was actually restrained by his opponent in one move. Slash. Although Yan Qi could not move his body, he used a soul power attack. The Mirage Moon sect was originally good at soul power attacks, so soul power attacks were Yan Qi's ultimate move. Let's see how you die. Yan Qi sneered. He had already imagined Lin Xian's miserable state after his soul was injured. Thinking of this, he revealed a cruel expression. But soon, he couldn't make it out. Because when his soul power attack came into contact with Lin Xian, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no effect at all. How is this possible? Yan Qi's eyeballs almost popped out. He could not believe it. He once again used a strange soul power attack, but there was still no reaction. This time, not only him, but all the Mirage Moon sect's disciples were stunned. Even Yu Yan furrowed his brows. Hua Fei stood beside Lin Xian. She could clearly feel Yan Qi's soul power. That soul power far surpassed hers. He had probably reached the peak of a 4-star inscription master, however, this kind of terrifying soul power strangely disappeared every time it came into contact with Lin Xian. Hua Fei's eyes widened. She sensed carefully, but did not discover anything. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Do you still want to continue? You. Yan Hui was driven mad. He could not beat him, and his soul power attack had no effect. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You win." With a slight flick of his finger, Lin Xian withdrew his sword chi. Everyone was shocked. Even the Mirage Moon sect's disciples lost. Was this Lin Xian still human? Wasn't this a little too powerful? Why do I feel that he has the strength of an Azure Dragon genius? The Mirage Moon sect's disciples' faces were gloomy. Among them, Yu Yan locked his gaze on Lin Xian. As strong as he was, he did not discover how Lin Xian avoided the soul power attack. Lin Xian did not have any intention of explaining. He became more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. In fact, it was very simple. He used the Sword of Devouring, a consummate skill that was said to be able to devour everything. Devouring a little soul power was as easy as flipping his hand. In the following time, some people sparred and some closed their eyes to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the day when the super teleportation array opened. Yu Yan observed Lin Xian for a while and then gave up. Although he did not know what method Lin Xian used, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian in one move. Thinking of this, he retracted his gaze, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the distant fiery mountain. That was the place where the person he wanted to challenge was. His goal was to become a peerless genius. This time, he must stand at the peak of the Azure Dragon Society. How confident are you this time? Han Fei suddenly asked. Half. Yu Yan replied. The premise was that they had not improved too much. Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what the two were talking about. However, the expressions of the people from the Godly Knife sect and the Mirage Moon sect all changed. To be able to make two peerless geniuses talk so solemnly, there were only 4 peerless geniuses. These 4 peerless geniuses, apart from the Heavenly Fire sect's Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, who else were there? Lin Xian asked curiously. To be honest, he did not know. The 4 peerless geniuses, Heavenly Fire Crown Prince Jin Wudao, Sword Dao Fairy Zhou Jianying, Iron Monkey King Yan Shan, and the number 1 unparalleled overlord, Infinite Tyrant. Han Fei said in a deep voice, the 4 great geniuses have unparalleled combat strength, representing the top strength of the South Horizon region's younger generation. Especially the number 1 Infinite Tyrant, he suppresses all heroes with his fists. Everyone fell silent. The 4 great geniuses were like 4 mountains, pressing down on everyone until they could not breathe. This was a golden age. To be able to witness so many geniuses was an honor. In previous eras, most of the time, only 1 genius would appear, at most 2. But in the recent 100 years, there were 4 great geniuses appearing together. It could be said to be the golden age of martial arts in the past 1,000 years. The martial artists born in this era were lucky because they could witness the miracle of an era. But at the same time, they were also unfortunate. At that moment, the power of the 4 peerless geniuses was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Many people felt powerless, but there were also some geniuses who had high fighting spirit in their eyes. Their goal was to challenge the martial artists of a higher level. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could only strive to obtain the most true dragon qi. Thinking of this, he once again increased the absorption of the black dragon flame. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian successfully absorbed a trace of the black dragon flame. The spiritual energy in his body was purer and thicker, and it even had a trace of fire aura. After the wind and thunder energy, he had another type of energy. However, his use of the fire attribute energy was still shallow, and he was far from being proficient in using the wind and thunder energy. This time, he did not continue cultivating. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the flaming mountain in the distance. Is it going to open? He was looking forward to it. Countless colorful lights appeared in the flaming mountain, and a pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth. It expanded rapidly, and finally enveloped the entire flaming mountain. Soon, the huge pillar of light disappeared, but an even more ancient aura surged out. The ancient teleportation portal has opened. Let's go. Yu Yan led the Fantasy Moon sect disciples toward the flaming mountain. The Godly Knife sect followed closely behind, and the other strong countries also moved. Lin Xian stood up and took a deep breath. Let's go. Immediately, the people of the Dragon Star Kingdom followed behind him and flew into the distance. The closer they got to the flaming mountain, the more Lin Xian could feel the shocking heat. The black dragon flame in his body seemed to be challenged, and it was restless. Using the art of longevity, Lin Xian suppressed the restlessness. Fortunately, the fist-sized black dragon flame in the mysterious small sword was not affected. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him. The Heavenly Fire sect was indeed a 5-star sect. The concentration of spiritual energy and the scale of the buildings inside far surpassed that of a 4-star sect. It could be said that this was the most majestic sect Lin Xian had ever seen. They did not delay and flew toward the ancient teleportation portal. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge formation. The formation was 1,000 meters wide, and it was completely made of black metal. There were complicated inscriptions on it, and it gave off an ancient aura. At this moment, there were already 6 Heavenly Fire sect elders standing in front of the ancient teleportation array. Greetings, Senior. Yu Yan and the other young geniuses said respectfully. Lin Xian used his eye technique to probe the other party's situation. Then, he revealed a look of shock. These 6 people were all spirit detecting experts, as expected of a 5-star sect, they could easily gather 5 spirit detecting experts. It has to be said that even large sects didn't have more than a handful of spirit detecting experts. It seemed that the difference between a 4-star sect and a 5-star sect was not just the difference of having a venerable. One of the spirit detecting realm elders nodded and said, "Wait here. The transfer array will open soon." The crowd waited patiently, and not too long later, a terrifying surge of heat descended from the sky. It was as if Mars from outer space was crashing into the Earth. What terrifying heat! Everyone panicked and activated their protective shields one after another. Lin Xian also formed a defensive barrier, but it didn't affect him much. The black dragon flame in his body emitted a wave of energy that flowed through his body, counteracting the heat wave. He raised his head and looked up. In the sky, there was a majestic figure that looked like a god of fire. There seemed to be a layer of mysterious energy around him that blocked all senses. This figure released countless rays of light like a sun as it descended towards the ground. In an instant, the defenses of the martial artists below showed signs of melting. Even Iron Arms and the other spirit-detecting experts had serious expressions and didn't dare to be careless. Boom, the God of Fire's figure had already landed on the ground. Countless flames spread in all directions as if a volcano had erupted. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He felt as if he was floating in a sea of fire and could be annihilated at any time. This kind of aura was too uncomfortable, as if he couldn't control himself. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and quickly used the Sword of Devouring to quietly devour the flames that were surging towards him. Only then did he feel a little better. He turned around and found that most people were like him. Their faces were scarlet red and they couldn't breathe. "Greetings, Venerable." "Scarlet Flame." Iron Arms and the other spirit-detecting experts said. "Venerable." Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Venerable Scarlet Flame was a peak existence in the Tiannan region. He had seen the sect master of the Great Flag Sect, Venerable Lung, before. However, Sect Master Lung was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Now that he saw Venerable Scarlet Flame, he realized how terrifying a Venerable was. Such a person could probably kill everyone present with a raise of his hand. He sized up the fiery figure in front of him, but he couldn't find anything. He couldn't see anything at all. "Brat, don't challenge the Venerable's dignity," Wine Lord quickly reminded. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly withdrew his soul power. "With your current level, even if you use all your senses, you won't be able to sense anything. Moreover, you might anger the Venerable and bring trouble to yourself." Lin Xian nodded. Facing Venerable Scarlet Flame made him feel as if he was walking on thin ice. Venerable Heavenly Flame nodded slightly in response to Iron Arms and the others' greetings. The terrifying flames around him contracted and surrounded his body, forming scarlet ripples. Only then did the crowd realize that there were dozens of young disciples behind him. One of them was wearing a flame robe and had long scarlet hair. He had a stalwart figure and a stern face, emitting a violent aura. At this moment, the red-haired man's gaze swept across the crowd. It was like 2 flame spears piercing through the void. Anyone who met his gaze would feel as if their soul was being burned. So scary. Zhao Kuang's eyes were red. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Yu Yan, Han Fei, and a few other geniuses could resist such a gaze. What a sharp gaze. Who was this person to be able to suppress so many geniuses? "Jin Wudao," Yu Yan said in a deep voice. "What? He's the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince." Everyone was shocked. They had long heard of the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's reputation, but this was the first time they saw him. As expected of a peerless genius, one gaze was enough to make people collapse. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He had finally seen the top geniuses of the Tiannan region. This Heavenly Flame Crown Prince only gave him one feeling: strong. At this moment, Jin Wudao retracted his gaze and revealed a trace of disdain. "It seems like there are still no geniuses worthy of my attention this time. In this world, only Infinite Tyrant can pique my interest." The Heavenly Flame Crown Prince no longer paid attention to Yu Yan and the others. "Master, please activate the array." "Activate the array," Supremacy Scarlet Flame said in a deep voice. Immediately, the 6 spirit-detecting realm elders began to activate the ancient array bit by bit. Taking advantage of this, Lin Xian quickly analyzed the heavenly flame crown prince's combat strength. The peak of the spirit transformation realm was far superior to his peers. Moreover, he also sensed a terrifying bloodline power in Jin Wudao's body, as well as a blazing energy source. Each of these things could crush everyone, but the heavenly flame crown prince was able to gather all of them. It was truly terrifying. In addition to a 5-star sect like the Heavenly Flame sect, the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's cultivation techniques and artifacts were definitely the best. Such a person could crush all geniuses. Just as Lin Xian was analyzing Prince Heavenly Flame's combat strength, the ancient teleportation array beside him was activated. Prince Heavenly Flame strode forward and followed behind Supremacy Scarlet Flame into the teleportation array. Behind him were the other disciples of Heavenly Flame sect. Then, Fantasy Moon sect, Godly Saber sect, and other forces all stepped into the ancient teleportation array. With a flash of light, Lin Xian felt a powerful spatial force on his body. Then, countless black lines appeared in front of his eyes. When he woke up again, he had already arrived at an unfamiliar place. There were ancient buildings all around, and the walls and pillars were filled with sword scars. It was filled with the vicissitudes of history. This was an ancient city, an incomparably huge ancient city. Just as Lin Xian stepped down from the teleportation array, he felt the great dragon sword intent in his body vibrate. This is true dragon qi. Lin Xian was shocked. There was a shocking true dragon qi under the ancient city. According to Wine Lord, the great dragon sword intent was born from the great dragon sword, and the great dragon sword was formed by a true dragon fusing with the origin of heaven and earth. It could be said that it came from the same source as the true dragon qi. Therefore, when he stepped into the ancient Azure Dragon City, the great dragon sword intent had such a reaction. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian controlled the trembling great dragon sword intent in his body. He knew that he was getting closer to the great dragon sword. At this moment, Lin Xian looked back and realized that the warriors around him had different expressions. Prince Heavenly Flame's body was covered in flames, and his eyes were emitting a shocking light. This was the place where he would once again create glory. As for Yu Yan, Han Fei, and the rest, their expressions were solemn. The other warriors were mostly looking at the ancient buildings around them curiously. Lin Xian followed the crowd and walked towards the ancient battlefield. In the center of the ancient Azure Dragon City, there was a vast area. In the center, there were 4 martial stages with a radius of 1,000 meters. They were made of black gold, similar to the ancient teleportation array. There were already many people near the ancient martial stages. They were probably the participants from the other forces in the Tiannan region. Among them, 3 people were the most eye-catching. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. He saw a woman at first glance. He was dressed in green and looked simple and unadorned. He carried an antique sword on his back and his eyes were as sharp as a divine sword. Her body was filled with an extremely sharp aura, as if a divine sword would be unsheathed at any moment. What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he immediately noticed the woman in green. He could clearly sense the terrifying sword intent within the girl in green. With his current mastery of the great dragon sword will, he was afraid that he would not be able to win. Needless to say, this green-clothed woman was one of the 4 great geniuses, the Sword Dao Heavenly Maiden, Zhou Jianying. Lin Xian realized that Zhou Jianying's sword intent was very proficient. Even if she hadn't reached great accomplishment, she wasn't far from it. He roughly estimated that this woman's sword intent was at least 80% complete. Then, he looked at the person on the left. This person was dressed in a long black robe. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, only revealing half of his pale face. A strange and eerie aura was emitted from his body. His aura was no weaker than that of the woman in green. What was even stranger was that there was a huge oval-shaped package wrapped in white bandages behind him. This strange shape and terrifying aura made the surrounding people not dare to approach. This person was the Iron Puppet King, who could control puppets. It was said that he had a puppet with the strength of a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. It could be said to be extremely powerful. The 2 of them had powerful auras that suppressed the other geniuses. However, there was an even more domineering aura that filled the area. That aura was extremely domineering, as if nothing was in its eyes. A golden-haired man stood in the center, looking disdainfully in all directions like a golden god of war. The aura on his body seemed to have surpassed that of the heavenly flame crown prince and the others. Ba Wuji, the leader of the four great prodigies, was also the champion of the previous Azure Dragon League. Not only did he cultivate the Earth-class hegemonic Qi technique, but he also had the Overlord bloodline. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he could unleash his domineering aura to the extreme. The four great prodigies faced each other from a distance, emitting terrifying auras as they collided in the void. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped the area, forming a terrifying pressure zone. Everyone trembled and retreated with pale faces. They couldn't withstand the aura of these great prodigies at all. Lin Xian was surprised. He executed the great dragon sword intent and circulated it in his body to counteract the violent pressure. At the same time, he looked around. Most of the people had retreated, and only a small number of martial artists were resisting. A bright moon condensed behind Yu Yan, emitting endless light and pushing away the terrifying pressure. Han Fei's saber intent soared into the sky, destroying everything. In addition, there were 3 young geniuses who were proudly resisting. A silver-haired girl was surrounded by snowflakes, and a bone-piercing chill filled the air. She held an ice staff in her hand, like a snow maiden from the Ice Kingdom. There was also a thin young man holding a lightning trident, emitting terrifying lightning from his body, as if the god of thunder had descended to the world. The last person was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand and a bamboo flute at his waist. He was handsome and elegant. These 5 people were the 5 great prodigies, second only to the 4 great prodigies. Only these 5 people could resist the pressure of the 4 great prodigies. However, no one knew that there was someone else who could resist. Lin Xian appeared to be calm in the face of this pressure, but he quickly withdrew. Now was not the time for him to compete with the 4 great prodigies. He had to accumulate strength and wait until he absorbed enough black dragon flames to break through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. At that time, he would be able to compete with the 4 great prodigies. The 4 great prodigies didn't fight for long before quickly dispersing. They wouldn't fight here. Everything would have to wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. Next, it was to verify the identity information and receive the items needed by the Azure Dragon meeting. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon, Lin Xian finished verifying the information and received a set of bronze battle suits. Not only him, every participant received a set of battle suits. However, Lin Xian found that these battle suits were not the same. For example, he, Dongfang Xiong, and the others were all wearing bronze battle suits. Zhao Quan, Fan Chao, and the others who had participated in the previous meeting were wearing silver battle suits. In addition, there were silver battle suits and golden battle suits. Many martial artists were curious, not understanding what the different colors of battle suits represented. However, when they put on the battle suits, they exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian put on the bronze battle suit, but it didn't have any effect. However, Zhao Kuang's silver battle suit changed. A wisp of aura rose from the ground and entered his battle suit. Immediately, his battle suit emitted a faint light. The silver battle suits emitted a silver light. Their light surpassed that of Zhao Kuang and the others. What was even more shocking was that a few golden battle suits emitted a dazzling light that far surpassed the silver battle suits. Lin Xian wore the bronze battle suit the most, accounting for about 2/3 of the participants. Next were the silver battle suits. Only a few martial artists wore golden battle suits. Among them, the 5 great prodigies all wore golden battle suits. As for the 4 great prodigies, they wore 5-colored battle suits. Streams of true dragon chi flowed around them like ferocious true dragons. Seeing the different forms of battle suits, some martial artists started to complain. Soon, the crowd got an explanation. The color of the battle suit was based on the ranking of the previous Azure Dragon Gathering. For example, those who had never participated in the Azure Dragon Gathering would wear bronze battle suits. Lin Xian and the others were wearing bronze battle suits. Those who had entered the top 300 would wear silver battle suits, such as Zhao Kuang and the others. Those in silver battle suits would enter the top 100. As for the top 72 Azure Dragon geniuses, they would all have a trace of golden light. For example, the silver gold battle suit. The 5 heroes would wear gold battle suits. The last 4 geniuses would wear 5 colored exquisite battle suits, which represented an unparalleled status. The ranking was very clear. As long as one wore the battle suit, it would be clear at a glance. Moreover, the battle suits contained the true dragon chi of the corresponding ladder. However, it could not be used for the time being. One would have to wait until the end of the competition to enjoy the effects of the true dragon chi. I see. Lin Xian understood. The final ranking would be based on the battle suit. If one's battle power was extremely strong, then even the bronze battle suit could evolve into a 5-colored battle suit. The corresponding martial artist would then become the 5th exceptional genius. The winner of every match would obtain the true dragon chi, while the loser would lose the true dragon chi. After understanding this, the crowd could only wait for the next competition. At this moment, 5 figures appeared on the ancient city in front of the ancient martial platform. The 5 of them had powerful auras, as if they were the rulers of the world. Their terrifying auras shrouded the surroundings. Supremacy Red Flame was among them. Those who could be with Supremacy Red Flame were definitely supremacies. The crowd was shocked. The sudden appearance of 5 supremacies was definitely a shocking scene. One of them was wearing a green ancient robe. He looked young, as if he was only in his 20s. However, his aura was even more powerful than Supremacy Red Flame's. That's Supremacy Green Lotus. Although he looks young, his real age is at least 500 years old. Lin Xian was shocked and looked toward the ancient city. Supremacy Green Lotus was sitting in the middle, and the other 4 supremacies were sitting beside him. It seemed that Supremacy Green Lotus was above the other 4 in terms of both status and strength. Supremacy Green Lotus is an elder of the Martial Alliance. His strength and status are above average among the supremacies, Iron Hand explained. Martial League? Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of it. This Martial League is so powerful? Even Venerable Red Flame has to be courteous to him? Of course. You should know that the members of the Martial Alliance are all venerables. What? All of them are supremacies. Lin Xian was stunned. This level of strength was definitely above that of a 5-star sect. Moreover, in the entire Tiannan region, there was probably no one who could match him. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, Iron Hand continued to explain. The Martial Alliance is indeed filled with venerables. However, these venerables do not belong to the Martial Alliance alone. For example, Supremacy Chihua. He's the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Fire sect and a member of the Martial Alliance. In the Martial League, other than a few rogue supremacies, the rest are similar to Supremacy Red Flame. Upon hearing that, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the Martial Alliance was an independent force, that would be too terrifying. What exactly is this Martial League for? Is it just for the sake of managing the Azure Dragon Society? Isn't that a little wasteful? There were a total of 13 members in the Martial Alliance. They decided everything in the Tiannan region. Moreover, they were also the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. Control everything? Fight against the Black Dragon Society? Lin Xian was stunned. These 2 things were too shocking. There were tens of thousands of countries in the Tiannan region with hundreds of millions of people, and they were controlled by 13 people. This was indeed a world where the strong were respected. Moreover, the Martial Alliance was the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. How powerful was the Black Dragon Society to be able to fight against the Martial Alliance that was full of venerables? Lin Xian asked the question in his heart. The Black Dragon Society ran amok in the Tiannan region back then and occupied almost half of the territory. If it wasn't for the Martial Alliance's resistance, the Tiannan region would have become hell on earth, Iron Hand said in a deep voice. The Black Dragon Society's leader's magic power is monstrous. It's said that he's already 1 step away from the Venerable Realm and has reached an even higher level. He has 2 envoys and 4 guardians under him. Each of them has the strength of a Venerable Realm cultivator. The battle back then was very tragic. Society leader Lung was injured in that battle and went into seclusion. Lin Xian was silent. he thought of the black dragon flame. It seemed that it was left behind by a certain venerable realm cultivator in the Black Dragon Society. In the past, the Azure Dragon Society would at most send 1 or 2 venerables, but this time, 5 appeared. I guess it's related to the Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society? Lin Xian's expression was serious. Yes, at the southwest border of the Tiannan region, the remnants of the Black Dragon Society have revived, and their forces are growing stronger. Recently, there's a rumor that the remnants of the Black Dragon Society seem to be doing something big. They seem to want to revive one of the 4 guardians. At first, I thought it was a rumor. However, looking at the Martial Alliance's actions, it seems that the rumor is most likely true. Originally, I wanted to let you experience it more and go all out in the next Azure Dragon Society. Now, it seems that you'd better go all out this time and try your best to get some true dragon chi. Iron Hand said. Lin Xian nodded. Iron Hand's words were clear. If the Black Dragon Society revived, the Tiannan region would be in trouble again. At that time, there might not even be a next Azure Dragon Society. Just as Lin Xian and Iron Hand were talking, the 4 ancient martial platforms suddenly shone brightly. Lin Xian sensed a strange aura coming from the bronze armor, as if it wanted to rush to the 3rd martial platform. Don't resist. In the Azure Dragon Society, everything has to follow the guidance of the true dragon chi, Iron Hand explained. Lin Xian relaxed his body. Indeed, under the guidance of the true dragon chi, he arrived at the 3rd martial platform. Not only him, but all the contestants' armor also emitted a strange aura, and they were all pulled into the martial platforms. Soon, everyone was assigned. Lin Xian observed and found that the distribution of the true dragon chi was very balanced. The situation in each martial platform was about the same, and the levels were even. Among them, the 4 peerless geniuses were in charge of the 4 martial platforms, and the 5 heroes were in the 4 corners. Lin Xian was in the 3rd martial platform, and the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince was in charge. Among the 5 heroes, Yu Yan was also in the 3rd martial platform. Lin Xian quickly scanned and found that Ba Wuji was in the 1st martial platform, Zhou Jianying was in the 2nd, and the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince was in the 3rd. Yan Shan was in the 4th martial platform. This situation was the same as their ranking in the Azure Dragon Society. Among them, Zhao Shui was in the 2nd martial platform, Ling Yidao was in the 1st martial platform, and Dongfang Xiong was in the 4th martial platform. Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and Lin Xian were in the 3rd martial platform. After the distribution, Venerable Green Lotus on the ancient city spoke, his calm voice reverberating in all directions. The opponents will be guided by the true dragon chi. Intentional killing is not allowed during the competition. Violators will be stripped of their true dragon chi. I announce that the Azure Dragon Gathering will begin now. The loud voice spread out in all directions. Then, 4 figures quickly appeared on the 4 arenas like ghosts. These 4 people were all at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. They were the judges this time. As soon as Venerable Green Lotus finished speaking, the ground around the arenas trembled. Stands rose from the ground. There were millions of spectators in the stands. These martial artists were here to watch the Azure Dragon Gathering. They came from all over the Tiannan region. Due to the rules of the Azure Dragon Gathering, they couldn't show their faces. Now that the Azure Dragon Gathering had begun, they could finally watch the geniuses of the Tiannan region compete. Waves of shocking cheers shook the heavens and the earth, affecting the young martial artists present. Many people were excited and their blood boiled. If they could stand out in the Azure Dragon Gathering, it wouldn't take long for their names to spread throughout the Tiannan region. Just thinking about it made them excited. When the competition began, the 4 arenas bloomed with light. An invisible force guided everything. In the 3rd arena, a young man with a long spear went up. He was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. He appeared on the arena in a flash, looking high-spirited. His long spear danced in the air, creating countless spear shadows that shook the void. As the first martial artist to go up, he naturally wanted to perform well. However, when he saw his opponent, his expression was uglier than crying. Because his opponent was Prince Heavenly Flame came to the arena with an impatient expression. His opponent was only in a silver battle suit. Such an opponent couldn't increase his true dragon aura at all. One had to know that he already had the 5-colored exquisite battle suit. Only a martial artist of the same level or a golden battle suit could increase his true dragon aura. The other martial artists had no effect at all. Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The martial artist with the long spear took a deep breath and held his spear tightly with both hands. He came from a 4-star sect and was a top genius in the sect. As a genius, his pride wouldn't allow him to lose without a fight. Take my strongest attack, Cloudless Gale Stab. The martial artist's long spear vibrated, forming a terrifying spear light that pierced the sky. However, Prince Heavenly Flame only flicked his finger and a wisp of flame floated toward his opponent. The terrifying spear light trembled in the void. However, when it touched the wisp of flame, it quickly dissipated. Not good. The spear-wielding martial artist's face changed greatly. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit chi and formed a solid defense in front of him. However, all of this seemed very fragile in front of that ball of fire. In just an instant, his entire body's defense was roasted away, and his body felt as if it had fallen into a volcano. A burnt smell came from his body. Plop, the spear-wielding martial artist fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out from the silver armor and entered Prince Heavenly Flame's body. However, the 5-colored battle suit didn't change at all. Bring him for treatment, the referee said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Just a flame was enough to defeat the silver-armored warrior. Prince Heavenly Flame's strength was terrifying. For a moment, a dark cloud enveloped everyone's heart. Not only the third arena, the same thing happened in the other arenas as well. On the first arena, Infinite Tyrant didn't even make a move. He used his aura to defeat his opponent. On the second arena, Zhou Jianying's gaze was like a sword, directly sending her opponent flying. On the fourth arena, Yan Shan was controlling a corpse puppet and almost bit off his opponent's neck. If the referee hadn't stopped him in time, his opponent would have been a dead man. Everyone was shocked and trembled. Venerable Green Lotus had already warned them not to kill as they wished. However, Yan Shan acted as if he didn't hear it. He continued to do his own thing and attacked viciously. He's a madman. Everyone was afraid and no one dared to provoke him. Many people even decided that if they met Yan Shan, they would surrender immediately. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. The 4 exceptional geniuses were abnormally powerful. They sent their opponents flying in one move. This scene immediately attracted the cheers of the millions of spectators. The sound of the cheers dispersed the clouds in the sky. After the 4 exceptional geniuses attacked, the competition continued. After watching a few battles, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that with his current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to squeeze into the top 72. However, his goal wasn't just that. His main goal in joining the Green Dragon Association was to absorb as much true dragon chi as possible so that he could sense the direction of the Great Dragon Sword. According to Wine Lord's analysis, he would need to at least reach the golden armor level to be able to sense it. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Since the Green Dragon Association gathered all the young geniuses in the entire Tiannan region, the competition would take a long time. During this period, as long as he increased his strength, there was still hope. Thinking of this, he used his soul to control the Sword of Devouring to absorb the black dragon flames while watching the competition. He even swallowed the Divine Sword visualization diagram into the mysterious small sword. Then, he separated a wisp of his soul to cultivate the Divine Sword visualization diagram. After reaching the level of a 4-star inscription master, one could do 4 things at once. This was because refining elixirs was a multitasking process. A genius alchemist like Lin Xian could multitask all the more. Wisps of black dragon flames were absorbed by the Sword of Devouring and quickly entered his body. Under the operation of the art of longevity, they were gradually converted into his spiritual power. He controlled it very carefully. The amount of black dragon flames he absorbed each time was just the limit that his body could bear. This way, he could safely absorb the energy and temper his body to the maximum. The Divine Sword visualization diagram was even more unpredictable. Lin Xian comprehended a lot from it. His swordsmanship was also improving, and his great dragon sword essence had become sharper than before. Lin Xian believed that if he continued to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram, it would not be long before his sword essence improved again. At that time, he would be able to contend with Zhou Jianying's sword essence. Just as Lin Xian was multitasking and improving his strength, the battles in the 4 arenas were fierce. In the first arena, Ling Yidao, who was wearing a bronze battle suit, went up. His opponent was a warrior in a silver battle suit, holding a metal sledgehammer. Haha. Another newcomer in a bronze battle suit. This time, I'm going to win 3 times in a row. The warrior laughed proudly. Then, he swung the metal sledgehammer and smashed it into the void. A sledgehammer the size of a house appeared in the sky and smashed toward Ling Yidao. Humph! Ling Yidao's saber light shone brightly as if it was going to pierce the sky. The dazzling saber light rushed up and instantly chopped the sledgehammer the size of a house into 2 halves. Then, the dazzling saber light sent the warrior in the silver battle suit flying. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out of the silver battle suit and entered Ling Yidao's body. Suddenly, his bronze battle suit bloomed with a trace of silver light. What? This kid actually sent Jiao Laolu flying with 1 move. Damn. What a terrifying saber light. Who is this kid? There were many new geniuses like Ling Yidao in the 4 arenas. Many people were amazed. They realized that this year's Azure Dragon Society was even more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian was cultivating while watching the battles. At this moment, his bronze armor emitted a ray of light as if it was guiding him to the arena. He knew that it was his turn. Then, he stood up. Lin Xian stood up slowly and leaped onto the arena. His opponent was a warrior in silver armor, holding a blue sky profound steel longsword. His aura was as strong as the clouds. Eh? It's a newcomer, and a harmonious spirit. The warrior in silver armor laughed. Seems like I'm lucky to meet such an opponent. Kid, surrender now. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when I attack. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian's lips curled. You're courting death. Yun Tianyang shouted angrily. How dare a bronze brat talk to him like that? His long sword moved slightly, drawing a strange sword light. Misty Cloud Sword Art. He's a disciple of the Yun family. Seems like that bronze brat is going to be unlucky. Yeah, I heard that the Misty Cloud Sword Art is extremely strange. It leaves no trace and kills without leaving a trace. That brat won't be able to dodge it. There were many whispers around the 3rd arena. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the sword light filling the sky. Although the sword light was strange, there was nowhere to hide in front of him. Using the phantom demonic steps, he left behind an afterimage, while his real body dashed toward Yun Tianyang at top speed. Chi chi, chi. 2 sword chi suddenly appeared behind the afterimage and pierced into its body. Got him. Yun Tianyang sneered. The Misty Cloud Sword Art of the Yun family was unpredictable. Ordinary people couldn't catch it. In his opinion, this bronze brat was courting death for daring to challenge him. Below the arena, Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and the others were shocked. Did Lin Xian lose? Impossible. With Lin Xian's strength, it's impossible for him to lose. The 2 shook their heads. Sure enough, the phantom that was stabbed trembled and dissipated, disappearing from the spot. It's an afterimage. When did that kid leave? Most of these warriors came from other factions in the southern heaven region. They did not know about Lin Xian's performance near the Heavenly Fire sect. Therefore, Lin Xian's ghost-like speed had shocked them. Yun Tianyang's pupils contracted as well. He cursed inwardly as he quickly formed countless sword energies around him. However, he was still 1 step too slow. Dozens of green sword chis were as soft as willow branches as they quickly wrapped around him. Instantly, Yun Tianyang was wrapped up into a green dumpling. With a wave of his arm, Lin Xian threw Yun Tianyang off the stage. Suddenly, Lin Xian's true dragon chi increased, and a silver light bloomed on the bronze armor. What? That's it? Everyone was stunned. Yun Tianyang was a martial artist at the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, the Misty Cloud Sword technique was extremely strange. It allowed Yun Tianyang's battle prowess to increased by several levels. But now, he was subdued by a harmonious spirit warrior with a bronze armor. This contrast was hard for everyone to accept. Is this guy also an expert? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. Humph. Useless thing. You can't even block a single attack. Below the stage, a cold-looking young man in a brocade robe said with a gloomy face. This brat is too despicable. How dare he hurt a disciple of the Yun family? Humph. He better not let me see him or I'll teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Yun family were furious. This brat is so fast. It seems like his strength is not bad. A young man with an explosive hairstyle said. There were a few strands of golden light on his silver armor. It was obvious that he was an expert. Judging from the current situation, he only had outstanding speed. If this was all he had, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Azure Dragon gathering. In front of the young man with the explosive hairstyle stood a martial artist in a golden armor. He was surrounded by lightning and emitted a terrifying aura. Lei Zhen, one of the 5 geniuses, came from the lightning sect. His lightning attribute technique was extremely violent. In the third group, other than Jin Wudao and Yu Yan, the others were nothing to worry about. All of you in the third group must fight for as many spots as possible to enter the Azure Dragon Genius battle. Lei Zhen said in a deep voice. Don't worry, senior brother. The disciple of the lightning sect said with a smile. They had outstanding strength and had participated in the previous Azure Dragon gathering. It could be said that they had both strength and experience. Other than a few peerless experts that they couldn't defeat, they didn't put the others in their eyes. Eh? It's my turn, the young man with the explosive hairstyle said. Then. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived on the stage. Instantly, the area within 100 feet radius became a terrifying sea of lightning. Haha, lightning punishment. With a loud laugh, the young man with the explosive hairstyle waved his hand. Suddenly, several huge bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck his opponent's head. Instantly, a terrifying scene appeared on the stage. His opponent's body emitted a dazzling light as he resisted with all his strength. At the same time, he retreated rapidly, trying to dodge the lightning attack. You want to run? Humph. The young man with the explosive hairstyle snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a huge blue electric saw appeared in the air. In an instant, the air in front of him was split in half. The martial artist from the Yun family trembled and fell down powerlessly. On the silver armor, the wisp of golden light dimmed and entered the body of the young man with the explosive hairstyle. Then, the young man with the explosive hairstyle turned into a bolt of lightning again and disappeared from the stage. He's from the lightning sect. What a terrifying method. Everyone was terrified as they looked at the injured figure on the stage. Their hearts trembled. Lin Xian looked at the young man with the explosive hairstyle and was surprised. His opponent's attack was swift and fierce. Moreover, the intensity of the lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than his. Then, he looked at Lei Zhen in the crowd who was wearing a golden armor and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In the crowd, Lei Zhen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head. 2 rays of light like divine lightning exploded near Lin Xian's courtyard. In an instant, the surrounding people stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. Humph, overestimating yourself. Lei Zhen sneered and silently turned his head. In that instant, he saw a trace of battle intent in Lin Xian's eyes. However, as one of the 5 great talents, how could he put Lin Xian, a bronze martial artist, in his eyes? He actually dares to challenge eldest senior brother. This guy is courting death. The young man with the explosive hairstyle sneered. Senior brother, don't worry. Leave this person to me. I'll teach him how to behave properly. Then, the young man with the explosive hairstyle looked at Lin Xian and made a beheading gesture. Lin Xian frowned. The lightning sex people were really vicious. He merely looked at the other party and the other party wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Beside him, Zhao Kuang and Hua Fei's hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, what did this guy do? He actually dared to anger Lei Zhen? Zhao Kuang cursed in his heart. Although he knew that Lin Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to fight against Lei Zhen. The others were also shocked. They all distanced themselves from Lin Xian, not daring to stay close to him. Humph, this kid is really courting death. He actually dared to provoke Lei Zhen. The Fantasy Moon Sect's disciples sneered. Everyone in the Illusionary Moon Sect knew that their senior apprentice brother, Yu Yan, was interested in Zhao Shui. However, this Lin Xian was actually so close to Zhao Shui. This was simply provoking their senior apprentice brother, therefore, the Illusionary Moon Sect's disciples hated Lin Xian to the bone. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that his actions had already attracted the hostility of many people. He was currently thinking of a plan. Just as the Lightning Sect's disciples wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson, Lin Xian was also scheming against the Lightning Sect's disciples. He had a bold plan in his heart. Although he had absorbed the Black Dragon's flames and had the fire attribute in his body, his power was still not enough. It was far from the lightning attribute. He had already comprehended the concept of wind. If he could comprehend the concept of lightning, he would be able to greatly increase his combat strength in a short period of time. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the Silver Thunder body could no longer satisfy his needs for defense. He had to quickly evolve to the Golden Thunder body. Only then would he be able to gain an advantage in the spirit transformation realm. And all of this required a large amount of energy. Lin Xian had used the power of heavenly lightning to evolve the Silver Thunder body last time. One could imagine how much lightning energy was needed to evolve to the Golden Thunder body. Therefore, Lin Xian's attention turned to the Lightning Sect's disciples. Now that he had the Sword of Devouring, he could completely devour the lightning energy released by the Lightning Sect's disciples. These people were all spirit transformation realm experts. The energy they contained was terrifying. Moreover, there was Lei Zhen, an outstanding person who contained pure lightning energy. If Lin Xian could absorb his lightning energy, then he would be able to quickly break through to the Golden Thunder body. Moreover, he would have a high chance of comprehending the concept of lightning. After all, he was only one step away from the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian revealed a smile. The competition continued. Soon, the bronze armor on Lin Xian's body reacted again. With a tap of his foot, he appeared on the stage again. His opponent was a martial artist wearing silver armor. Moreover, there was a golden glow on his body. When this youth saw Lin Xian on stage, he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, a bone-piercing chill spread out around him. Countless dark blue ice crystals appeared within a radius of 100 feet, and snowflakes were even floating in the sky. This person was actually an ice attribute martial artist. After doing this, he sneered. He had watched Lin Xian's matches before, and Lin Xian's ghost-like speed was frightening. However, as long as he could restrain Lin Xian's speed, he was not afraid of any other methods. He was able to restrain Lin Xian's speed because he was an ice attribute martial artist. As long as they were within 10 feet of him, their speed would be slowed down, and they might even be frozen. Once Lin Xian slowed down or froze, he would definitely win the match. However, what surprised him was that this time, Lin Xian did not use his ghost-like speed. Lin Xian waved his arm, forming a huge lightning sword chi in the air. The sword chi was terrifying like 3,000 thunderbolts, releasing a violent aura as it crashed down. Instantly, the ice element man's ice defense was mercilessly blasted apart. The huge lightning sword chi exploded, forming a sea of lightning that enveloped him. When the silver lightning dissipated, the ice element martial artist's body was charred black, his hair standing on end, and his body emitted a burnt smell. A trace of true dragon chi entered Lin Xian's bronze armor. What? Lightning. Lin Xian is also a lightning attribute martial artist? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian did not display any attributes in the previous matches, so everyone thought that Lin Xian's speed was extraordinary, and his other attacks were mediocre. However, they did not expect him to be able to use such a terrifying lightning attribute. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. After Lin Xian defeated his opponent, he did not leave quickly. Instead, he turned to look in the direction of the Thunder Sect disciples, and revealed a provocative smile. Then, with light steps, he came down from the stage. This guy is courting death. The Thunder Sect disciples were furious. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy, and lightning crackled on his body. Someone actually dared to challenge them, this was something that had not happened for many years. Moreover, the other party was merely a bronze martial artist, an ant-like existence in his eyes. Such a person had no right to challenge the Thunder Sect. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of challenging the Thunder Sect. The Afro youth's eyes shone with a cold light. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to challenge the Thunder Sect. This was simply courting death. Zhao Kuang's heart trembled. He could not wait to escape from this place, lest the Thunder Sect misunderstood his relationship with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a calm expression. He wanted to provoke the Thunder Sect disciples to attack, only then would he have the chance to absorb the lightning energy. The match continued, and Zhao Kuang entered the stage. His opponent was actually the Yun family's youth in the brocade robe. Zhao Kuang was very wary of the Yun family's Misty Cloud sword technique, so he planned to defend and counterattack. However, that strange sword light was very sharp, and it cut through his defense, leaving a terrifying sword mark on his body. I admit defeat. Zhao Kuang screamed. Soon, he lost the true dragon qi in his body. Many people were shocked. Zhao Kuang's strength was enough to enter the top 200, but he could not withstand Yun Feng's sword. The Yun family was indeed one of the three major sword families. The Misty Cloud sword technique was strange and unpredictable, killing without leaving a trace. That youth should be the head disciple of the Yun family, Yun Feng. Looking at his strength, he should be able to enter the top 50 this time. I think he has a chance to enter the top 30. Everyone discussed, their hearts filled with fear. The three major sword families? Lin Xian was puzzled. Someone explained, the three major sword families refer to the Yun family, Shui family, and Xia family. These three family sword techniques are unique, each forming their own path. Their disciples are also elites. They are known as the three major sword families below the myriad sword sect. So that's how it is. The three great sword clans are interesting. Lin Xian understood. Yun Feng's Misty Cloud sword technique was clearly more advanced than Yun Tianyang's. Even he would have to put in a lot of effort to go against it. Look, the Xie family disciple in the first arena is attacking. Someone exclaimed. Xie family? One of the three major sword families? Lin Xian looked up. A cold-looking youth walked out of the first arena. His opponent was Fan Chao, the head disciple of one of the four major countries. Fan Chao's expression was solemn as he sent out hundreds of palm shadows in succession. Facing such a terrifying attack, the youth quickly drew his sword. The air trembled slightly, then he sheathed his sword, turned around, and walked down the arena. That's it? Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what he was going to do. However, the next moment, the palm shadows dissipated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared on Fan Chao's shoulder. Everyone gasped, their hearts filled with fear. What a fast sword! They did not see the trajectory of the sword light at all, and they did not even see the youth's movements clearly. The sword light was beyond their perception. Lin Xian was also shocked. He only sensed the general trajectory, but he did not catch the precise sword light. It was his first time encountering such a thing. Lin Xian exclaimed. He realized that the Xie family's youth's strength was even above Yun Feng's. The Azure Dragon Association was indeed amazing. They could actually gather all the geniuses in the Tiannan region. Lin Xian was excited. Normally, it would be difficult for him to meet such an expert, but the Azure Dragon Association gave him such an opportunity. Here, he could see all kinds of sword techniques. This would be of great help to his growth. Moreover, he knew that whether it was the Xie family swordsman or Yun Feng, they must have held back most of their strength. Moreover, the two of them might have comprehended sword intent or some other concept. However, Lin Xian had never fought with them before, so he could not figure out their strength. I really hope I can fight with these genius swordsmen. The competition progressed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already participated in 4 battles. In these 4 battles, he had won all 4 of them. On his bronze armor, there were 4 additional silver auras. He believed that it would not be long before his bronze armor became a silver armor. In the 3rd arena, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame defeated his opponent in one move every time he attacked. Lei Zhen, Yu Yan, and the others also won easily. Zhao Kuang was unlucky. He was injured earlier, so he only had 1 victory and 3 losses. Huafei had 2 victories and 2 losses. However, she was still young. Moreover, this result was already very good for her. At this moment, Lin Xian entered the arena again. His opponent was also a martial artist who won all 4 battles. This was a young man with bronze skin. The muscles on his body bulged like a dragon. In his previous battles, it was as if he took the opponent's attack and then defeated his opponent with one punch. It could be said that he was a very powerful martial artist, especially his defensive ability. At this moment, the youth Yuan Shan looked at Lin Xian and revealed a wild smile. Very good. If I defeat you, my bronze armor will become silver armor. The surrounding crowd discussed. Lin Xian and Yuan Shan were both new geniuses. Moreover, both of them had 4 silver auras. No matter who it was, as long as they won one more battle, they would become silver armor. I think Yuan Shan has a higher chance of winning. After all, his terrifying defense is unmatched. Lin Xian might not be able to break through his defense. Yeah, even that spirit transformation realm cultivator from before couldn't break through the Yuan Mountain's defense. That guy is really too abnormal. Everyone discussed among themselves. Even though Lin Xian's performance was very outstanding, in front of Yuan Shan's astonishing defense, Lin Xian's abnormal speed and violent lightning seemed to have met his nemesis. Brat. Let me tell you, your moves are useless against me. Neither speed nor lightning can break through my defense. Yuan Shan was very confident. His body blossomed with yellow light, and 3 shield-like phantoms quickly revolved around him. Moreover, there was a layer of ancient yellow light on his skin. Like Diamond One, it emitted a metallic luster. We'll know once we give it a try. Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his arm, and a huge lightning sword energy came crashing down. Boom, lightning suddenly appeared, the lightning sword chi collided with Yuan Shan's defense, forming a sea of lightning golden light. However, the terrifying lightning only forced Yuan Shan back, and didn't break through the 3 rotating defensive shields in front of him. Haha, you can't even break through my first layer of defense. You'll lose for sure. Yuan Shan laughed loudly. As expected, Lin Xian is restrained. No wonder. Not to mention him, even if a spirit transformation realm middle stage cultivator came, they might not be able to break through Yuan Shan's defense. Everyone discussed, and they all thought that Lin Xian would lose for sure. The lightning sect disciple looked at the stage and sneered, looks like we don't need to do anything. Someone can take care of that brat. The fantasy moon sect disciple also sneered, he can't even wear the silver armor, and he wants to pursue junior sister Zhao Shui with this kind of strength? What a fool's dream. However, Lin Xian smiled indifferently. It was indeed tougher than expected. He swiped his finger and quickly took out the black scabbard. Holding the star extinction sword, Lin Xian's aura instantly became fierce. What, he's a swordsman? Everyone was shocked. Humph. So what if you take out a weapon? You still can't break through my defense. Yuan Shan sneered. He strengthened his defense again, and then slapped out with his palm. As a body refinement cultivator, not only was his defense outstanding, his attack was even more terrifying. His bronze fist quickly became bigger, and rushed towards Lin Xian like a small mountain. 3,000 lightning haste. The star extinction sword was unsheathed, and terrifying lightning flashed in the air. Silver lightning surged and slashed towards Yuan Shan. Crack crack, boom, under everyone's shocked gazes, the defensive shield in front of Yuan Shan instantly cracked, and a scarlet sword mark appeared on his diamond-like skin. Puff, Yuan Shan's body flew out. Sheathing his sword, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood proudly. What a violent sword art. Everyone was shocked. That sword attack just now didn't have any fancy moves. It completely used the power of lightning to tear through Yuan Shan's defense. This sword art could be said to be terrifying, at this moment. The Cloud Tribe, Lightning Sect, and Fantasy Moon Sect disciples all looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with deep enmity and seriousness. It was especially so for the Yun family. Lin Xian's display of 2 completely different sword techniques had surprised them. One must know that a swordsman's style was hard to change. Lin Xian squinted his eyes, he could feel that the bronze armor on his body was undergoing some kind of change. As expected, when the true dragon Qi entered the bronze armor again, the armor gave off a silver light. The silver armor is complete. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He finally broke through the lowest bronze armor level and reached the silver armor level. With his current true dragon Qi, Lin Xian estimated that he should be in the top 200. Lin Xian's performance shocked many people, but this was just the beginning. After this, Lin Xian continued to sing. 5 consecutive wins, 6 consecutive wins, all the way to 10 consecutive wins. Lin Xian won 10 matches, and became a dazzling star. The silver armor on his body had already condensed 2 rays of golden light, like 2 small golden dragons that constantly swam. This kind of battle record directly shocked everyone. One must know that everyone present was a genius. In such a genius competition, the probability of achieving 10 consecutive wins was very small. Only extremely powerful newcomers could achieve such a dazzling result. Without a doubt, in everyone's eyes, Lin Xian had already become a terrifying existence. Not only him, but in the other 3 arenas, there were also super powerful new stars. In the first arena, Ling Yidao's aura was sharp, and his blade light soared into the sky. He had won 10 consecutive battles. That cold blade intent made people's hearts tremble. Zhao Shua's white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Every time she attacked, she could make her opponent fall into an endless illusion with a glance. She had yet to be defeated. Dongfang Xiong was like an ancient fierce beast, using violent power to suppress his opponent. Moreover, he became braver as he fought, and his strength rapidly increased in battle. For example, the Xia clan had a superstar whose sword technique was unparalleled. In fact, after 10 matches, no one was able to clearly see how he drew his sword. The Lightning sect also had a superstar disciple. His lightning aura was violent, second only to Lei Zhen. Peerless geniuses rushed out like bamboo shoots after the rain, competing with the geniuses from the previous batch. On the ancient city, the 5 supremacies smiled in satisfaction. Another batch of geniuses? These are new geniuses that have surpassed the previous batch. The geniuses from these 2 batches are the strongest in the past 500 years. Back then, the Tiannan region was destroyed by the Black Dragon cult and lost many geniuses. Now, it seems like it has recovered. Supremacy Red Flame smiled. At this moment, a palm-sized jade bird flew over from the sky and landed on Supremacy Green Lotus's shoulder. The jade bird chirped a few times as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Indeed, after a while, Supremacy Green Lotus frowned. Hearing the message from the jade bird, Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. What's going on? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were puzzled. As a supremacy, they were already at the peak of the Tiannan region. Basically, there was nothing that could make a supremacy worried. However, Supremacy Green Lotus revealed a rare worried expression. According to the Martial Alliance, there are remnants of the Black Dragon cult among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. What? The remnants of the Black Dragon cult are also here? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were shocked. Supremacy Green Lotus's message was clear. The remnants of the Black Dragon cult were not among the audience, but among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. It was obvious that they had a motive for doing so. True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. They must be here for the True Dragon Aura. Then what should we do? There are more than 700 participants here. How can we know who it is? It shouldn't be a disciple from the previous batch. Otherwise, we would have already received the news. Moreover, if the Black Dragon cult wants to obtain the True Dragon Aura, they will definitely send out young experts. Therefore, we only need to keep an eye on the new geniuses. The 5 supremacies' hearts were heavy. They would never allow the Black Dragon cult to obtain the True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus was worried that the True Dragon Aura was related to the Black Dragon cult's leader. He had participated in the war against the Black Dragon sect, so he knew some inside information. I hope my guess isn't true. Venerable Green Lotus stared down. The martial artists below naturally didn't know. They were still nervously watching the competition. Lin Xian sang loudly all the way, continuously achieving consecutive victories. Half of his silver armor had already turned a faint golden color. As the Number of matches increased, everyone's strength was gradually revealed. On the third arena, the heavenly flame crown prince suppressed everyone and no one could match up to him. Behind him were Lei Zhen and Yu Yan, the two heroes. Both of them were wearing dazzling golden armor. In addition to them, there were also a few warriors in golden armor. Obviously, these were the masters of the previous batch. These warriors in golden armor were the top existences of the third arena. They represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Other than them, there were a few other people who were extremely eye-catching. That was the new rising star of this year's batch. These people were strong, far stronger than most warriors. Some of them were even as strong as warriors in golden armor. Among them, the most dazzling were three people. Lin Xian, Thunder Sect's Shang Wanhao, and Yun family's Yun Hai. These three people had maintained a winning record since the beginning of the competition. They had never lost. Everyone could accept the rising stars of the Thunder Sect and Yun family. After all, they were both top forces. However, Lin Xian's appearance was unexpected. The overall strength of the Dragon Star Nation was different. In the past, it was impossible for such a rising star to appear. Many people were secretly investigating Lin Xian's background. On the ancient city, the five venerables looked at Lin Xian and frowned. Ever since they learned that the remnants of the Black Dragon sect had infiltrated, they had been keeping a close eye on the rising star. As for Lin Xian, a star genius without a strong background, he naturally attracted more attention. Who is this young man? What's his background? Venerable Green Lotus asked. Soon, a spirit-detecting realm warrior came to report. Venerable One, we have investigated him. That young man is Lin Xian, a disciple of the Dragon Star Nation's Great Banner Sect. Great Banner Sect? The five venerables were slightly surprised. Speaking of Great Banner Sect, they were no strangers. The sect leader of Great Banner Sect, Leng Rushuang, used to be a member of the Martial Alliance. Do you have any other clues? Venerable Green Lotus asked. According to our intelligence, this Lin Xian was not originally a disciple of Great Banner Sect. Moreover, he is not from the Dragon Star Nation. What? The five venerables were shocked. It seemed that this young man called Lin Xian was very suspicious. Where is he from? Why did he join Great Banner Sect? I have already asked the people of Great Banner Sect. It is said that Lin Xian joined Great Banner Sect to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. As for his background, he once appeared in the Tianshan Nation and became the champion of the Pill King tournament. As for what happened in the Tianshan Nation before, we are not too clear about it. Continue investigating. We must get to the bottom of his background. Venerable Green Lotus said. At present, this Lin Xian's identity was the most suspicious. What's there to investigate? Who cares if he is or not? Capture him first. Venerable Red Flame snorted. If there is no other way, search his soul directly. Venerable, according to our intelligence, this Lin Xian seems to have a close relationship with Venerable Leng, the spirit-detecting realm martial artist said. Oh, he has a relationship with Leng Rushuang? The venerables were surprised. It seemed that this Lin Xian was more mysterious than they had imagined. He actually had a relationship with Venerable Leng. One had to know that Venerable Leng had been injured for hundreds of years and had been cultivating in seclusion. Even they could not see her. However, if Lin Xian had a relationship with sect leader Leng, he must not be simple. Go and investigate first. Don't act rashly, Venerable Green Lotus instructed. Lin Xian naturally did not know that he had been targeted by the venerables. He was cultivating while watching the competition in the arena. Soon, he raised his eyebrows and revealed an excited expression. This was because the person who had entered the arena was a young man with lightning and a terrifying aura. This young man was the rising star of the lightning sect, Shang Wanhao. What a terrifying power of lightning. This Shang Wanhao's strength is probably very close to Lei Zhen's. Yeah, ordinary spirit transformation realm martial artists can hardly get close to him. As expected of a rising star. His aura is indeed extraordinary. The crowd below the arena discussed animatedly. Kid, your strength is not bad. However, your winning streak ends here. On the opposite side, a young man with a blood-red whip sneered. This young man's aura was equally powerful. Most of the armor on his body glowed with a golden light. Only a small part of it was silver. It was obvious that this was an expert. He's a green dragon genius from the previous cohort. I remember that he was ranked 51st, the top 72 were all green dragon geniuses. They had been baptized by the true dragon chi in the previous cohort and were much stronger than their peers. It seems that the kid from the Thunder sect is in danger. Yeah, he actually met a veteran green dragon genius. However, the disciples of the Thunder sect had a mocking expression. They were not worried about Shang Guanhao's safety at all. In the arena, Shang Guanhao looked at his opponent with a disdainful expression. What green dragon genius? You can only kneel in front of me. The lightning on his body shone brightly. A huge lightning ball condensed in front of his chest and shot forward quickly. Wherever it passed, lightning filled the air and the void trembled. Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced. Luo Fei's blood-red whip shook and hit the lightning ball with a terrifying force. Boom, the two collided and formed a terrifying energy wave that spread quickly. The area within a 100-meter radius was in chaos and the energy wave continued to spread. Luo Fei is at the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Shang Guanhao can actually tie with him. The two of them exchanged blows quickly. Terrifying energy waves exploded in the arena. Fortunately, the ancient arena was big enough. Otherwise, the energy waves alone would have injured some martial artists. Sea of Lightning Spirit Transformation. Shang Guanhao shouted coldly. The sea of lightning behind him rolled and condensed into a ferocious lightning beast. The terrifying aura made many people's hearts tremble. Everyone was horrified. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Shang Guanhao was finally serious, he could use this opportunity to observe the martial arts of the Thunder sect. In the arena, the ferocious lightning beast roared and its momentum shook the sky. Then it turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward quickly. The lightning beast was lifelike as if it really existed. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Luo Fei sneered and lashed out with his blood-red whip. Spirit transformation? I can do it too. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red whip shook and turned into a 100-meter-long blood-red python that pounced on the lightning beast. The two forces collided and waves of energy spread in all directions. In the end, they turned into two streams of spiritual chi and dissipated in the air. Shang Guanhao's face was gloomy. He waved his arm and condensed a lightning-long blade that slashed forward. The saber radiance was astonishing. It was as if divine lightning had struck down. Luo Fei was not to be outdone either. The blood-red whip seemed to come alive, shattering the lightning saber light with every strike. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Shang Guanhao was proud and arrogant. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, he finally shouted angrily. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly rose and formed countless thunder and lightning halos. A violent aura that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens emanated from his body. This is the essence of thunder. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared at Shang Guanhao. After waiting for such a long time, he finally waited for the other party's concept of lightning. Die. After using the essence of thunder, Shang Guanhao became even more violent, as if he was the god of thunder. Behind him, a 100-meter-tall thunder hammer appeared, as if it was the hammer of the thunder god. Damn it. It's actually the concept of thunder and lightning. In the distance, Luo Fei's face was gloomy. The concept of thunder and lightning was incomparably violent. Within the concept, it was an extremely terrifying existence. He was afraid that Shang Guanhao's strength would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Luo Fei did not dare delay any longer. He quickly activated the blood python concept. Thunder and lightning overflowed, and a sea of thunder filled the sky. On the other side, the blood python roared with terrifying killing intent. The two concepts collided, and the arena was in a mess. The terrifying energy spread out rapidly like waves. The aftermath was enough to shatter an ordinary warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian stared at Shang Guanhao, carefully comprehending his concept of thunder and lightning. He even secretly used the devouring sword to absorb some of the thunder and lightning aura at the edge to comprehend quickly. In his body, the silver thunder and lightning trembled as if they were about to leave his body. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was now one step closer to the concept of thunder. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the concept of thunder, he was afraid that he still needed to fight with his opponent. Just as he was comprehending the concept of thunder, there was a shocking change in the arena. Shang Guanhao held the hammer of the thunder god in his hand. Thunder and lightning surged behind him, forming huge thunder and lightning wings. He flapped his wings and disappeared instantly. His figure flashed and appeared behind Luo Fei in an instant. The huge thunder and lightning hammer fell and hit Luo Fei, sending him flying. Luo Fei fell into the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. The Thunder Wings flight technique. You have learned this secret skill. Everyone was shocked. They had heard of the Thunder Wings flight technique. It was said that only Lei Zhen had learned this secret skill. They did not expect Shang Guanhao to have learned it so fast. Lin Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Shang Guanhao's speed was definitely not slower than his illusory demonic steps. It seems that the secret skill of the Thunder sect is indeed magical. It can be used at such speed. Lin Xian could also evolve the Thunder Wings. However, he knew that his evolution speed would not be as fast as Shang Guanhao's. Only by mastering a secret skill could one maximize their speed. I really want to fight with him. Lin Xian's blood was boiling. Luo Fei was defeated and his true dragon chi was lost. At this moment, Shang Guanhao's silver armor was mostly covered with golden light. At this moment, the golden light on his body had surpassed that of Lin Xian and Yun Hai. He had become the most powerful among the rising stars. Junior brother Shangguan, you did well. You can definitely enter the top 30. The young man with the afro from the Thunder sect laughed. Top 30? My goal is to be in the top 10. Shang Guanhao said proudly. My goal is to be on the same level as eldest senior brother. Shang Guanhao from the Thunder sect had won. However, Yun Hai from the Yun family was not so lucky. He had encountered Lei Zhen. Yun Hai performed the Misty Cloud Sword technique to the extreme. Behind him, clouds and mist filled the air. His aura was no weaker than Yun Feng's. At the same time, he also performed the Cloud Will to form an even more powerful attack. Facing one of the top 5 talents, he did not dare to relax. He used his most powerful move right from the start. Misty Cloud Sword. As he swung his sword, the clouds in the sky moved rapidly. The sword radiance was fleeting and the cloud will was surging. This move was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. However, Lei Zhen only snorted coldly. A pair of lightning wings that were almost 100 meters long appeared on his back. They streaked across the sky at high speed. As the lightning flashed, the clouds and mist were sliced apart. Wherever the lightning passed, a deep crack appeared on the black gold ground. Boom, Yun Hai was enveloped by the lightning. He fell powerlessly, his chest charred black. Facing the lightning wings, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lei Zhen had held back. Otherwise, that attack just now would have been enough to cut open his body. Everyone was shocked and even more respectful of Lei Zhen. Even someone as powerful as Yun Hai could not withstand one attack from Lei Zhen. Perhaps only the top 5 talents could contend with him. Lei Zhen's speed was too fast and he could only capture a bit of the lightning aura. Obviously, this was not enough for him to comprehend the concept of lightning. However, he believed that as long as he could fight with the disciples of the lightning sect, he would soon be able to condense the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of lightning and continued to absorb the black dragon flames. As the fire-attributed energy in his body increased, Lin Xian gradually had a new idea in his mind. That was elemental fusion. For example, lightning and fire elemental fusion, wind and lightning elemental fusion, wind and fire elemental fusion. He had once used the black scabbard to fuse the wind and lightning elemental fusion, and its power definitely exceeded that of a single elemental power. If he could fuse the two violent powers of lightning and fire, the terrifying energy attack would reach an unimaginable level. He had already begun to experiment. He could now use the power of wind and lightning, but he was still experimenting with the power of lightning and fire. On the ancient battle platform, the competition quickly progressed. In the fourth arena, Dongfang Xiong let out an angry roar. The golden light in his body surged, and his red blood was dyed with a layer of golden light. The violent energy tore the air apart, and the sky was filled with golden light. A blurry figure condensed behind him, and it seemed to emit a terrifying power. Even so, he still could not defeat his opponent. Because his opponent was one of the four great prodigies, Xianxia's fingers moved as he controlled two puppets to fight Dongfang Xiong. He had a mocking expression on his face, obviously not taking this competition seriously. Of the two puppets, one was a mummy with a metallic luster, and the other was a huge scorpion. The two puppets were as fast as ghosts as they attacked Dongfang Xiong together. Only Dongfang Xiong's strong defense could resist the attacks of the two puppets. Otherwise, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would not be able to resist. Even so, Dongfang Xiong was still injured. The huge purple scorpion stinger slid, forming a strange light that instantly left a wound on Dongfang Xiong's body. A ball of pale golden blood flew out, shining faintly in the air. The blood was absorbed by the huge bandage behind Xianxia. The package wrapped in bandages trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. What is in the bandage? Everyone was shocked. They felt a heart-shaking power from it. But no one knew what it was, because no one could make Xianxia use the thing behind him. Perhaps only the other three geniuses had the ability to do so. Every time Xianxia fought someone, he would absorb the blood of his opponent. However, this time, the bag on his back actually emitted an excited fluctuation after absorbing Dongfang Xiong's blood. He actually possesses the power of the bloodline. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cruel light as he licked his lips. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black iron pipe extended from his palm, instantly rushing towards Dongfang Xiong. The black pipe drew a black arc in the air and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Xiong's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and dodged to the side. However, the huge purple scorpion puppet used its two poisonous pincers to tightly clamp onto the eastern wind bear, causing him to be unable to move. Puff, the black tube was inserted into Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and quickly absorbed his blood. Streams of faint golden blood flowed out quickly, and the golden figure behind Dongfang Xiong also began to dim. Scram! The eastern wind bear roared into the sky and merged with the shadow behind him. Instantly, a shocking power burst forth. Bang! The puppet scorpion's poisonous pincers were broken in two. Dongfang Xiong quickly moved away from the black pipe. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. In that instant, he felt as if he was facing death. However, Xianxia didn't seem to want to let Dongfang Xiong go. His peach arm swayed, and the black pipe quickly pierced towards him. I admit defeat, Dongfang Xiong said. He had no choice. The black pipe was too strange. It could absorb the blood in his body. Moreover, losing to the four prodigies wasn't shameful. The fact that he could last for so long already proved his strength. Although Dongfang Xiong admitted defeat, Xianxia didn't stop. The black pipe instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong again. The audience below the stage exclaimed. They didn't know why Xianxia was collecting the blood, but they knew that he must be plotting something. It seemed that Dongfang Xiong's blood was special and had been targeted. Fortunately, the judge acted in time and knocked the black pipe away. Xianxia's expression was gloomy. He sneered and stared at the judge with his cold eyes. Everyone was shocked. What was Xianxia planning to do? Did he dare to attack the judge? The spirit-detecting realm judge coldly snorted and a powerful pressure spread out from his body. Xianxia's eyes flashed. In the end, he didn't make a move. However, he looked coldly at Dongfang Xiong and sneered. Dongfang Xiong's body tensed. He felt like he was being stared at by a demon. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They didn't dare to look Xianxia in the eye. Lin Xian also saw this scene. He frowned. Firstly, he was worried about Dongfang Xiong's injuries. Secondly, he felt an extremely uncomfortable palpitating feeling from the bandage on Xianxia's back. What's inside? Lin Xian was puzzled. It doesn't look like a puppet. I can feel signs of life, Wine Lord transmitted. I don't know what it is exactly. That white bandage has a mysterious power that can block soul perception. The four prodigies are indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed. The competition continued. Soon, it was his turn again. This time, his opponent was the Thunder Sect's youth with the afro. After seeing his opponent, Lin Xian finally smiled. He finally met a disciple of the Thunder Sect. It seemed like his thunder concept would be formed soon. When Song Ke saw Lin Xian, he sneered. Previously, Lin Xian's provocation had angered them. Now, he finally had the chance to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you provoke our Thunder Sect? Now, you'll pay for your foolish actions. Lightning surged on Song Ke's body, condensing into a tiger head. As he opened his palms, a lightning tiger bathed in lightning appeared in the air. It roared and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't pull out the Star of Extinction sword. He had already made up his mind. Once he fought with a disciple of the Thunder Sect, he would absorb as much lightning energy as possible to evolve his silver thunder body. The devouring power covered his body. Lin Xian's body bloomed with silver lightning. He quickly used the silver thunder body to meet the roaring lightning tiger. F***CK, is this kid crazy? He's not dodging? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a move. The disciples of the Thunder Sect sneered. Song Ke was ranked third among these people. He was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had practiced the Thunder Tiger Fist to the large success stage. Not to mention Lin Xian, even those martial artists wearing light golden armor wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Under everyone's doubtful gaze, the terrifying Thunder Tiger Fist collided with Lin Xian and enveloped him. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. Is his brain cramping? He actually dared to take it head-on. With his speed, he should be able to dodge it. Hua Fei and the rest turned pale with fright. In the arena, Song Ke sneered. What an idiot. However, his smile froze in the next moment. The blue lightning that filled the sky disappeared quickly, and so did the lightning tiger. The silver light on Lin Xian's body shone brightly, forming a terrifying aura. What? He's fine. It was unbelievable that he could withstand the Thunder Tiger Fist. Was this kid still human? The disciples of the Lightning Sect were even more shocked. They knew the power of the Thunder Tiger Fist. With Lin Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to withstand it. However, not only did Lin Xian catch it, he was also unscathed. He was not hurt at all. This strange phenomenon shocked them. Even Lei Zhen's brows were tightly knitted together. In the arena, silver lightning flashed like a silver dragon. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had absorbed all the lightning energy. Such pure lightning energy. As expected of a disciple of the Lightning Sect. He was satisfied. However, Song Ke's face darkened. Lin Xian withstood the Thunder Tiger Fist unscathed. Song Ke's face was as black as an iron pot. Damn it. What did this kid do? How could he ignore my Thunder Tiger Fist? I don't care. I must get rid of this kid quickly. Otherwise, I'll lose all my face. Song Ke's face darkened. As he moved, lightning gathered on his limbs, forming a giant tiger claw. He slammed it toward Lin Xian. The claw easily tore through the air. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He continued to take the Thunder Tiger claw head-on. The sword of devouring in his body secretly spun quickly. It absorbed the lightning he touched and converted it into pure lightning energy to strengthen his body. What? This again? Song Ke's eyes narrowed when he saw Xian ignore his lightning attack again. He roared into the sky and quickly formed a giant lightning energy ball. He threw it downward. Boom, the terrifying thunder lightning ball instantly enveloped Lin Xian, forming a gigantic circular lightning arc above the entire arena, covering the entire area. Humph. That's what you get for being so arrogant. Now that you've been hit by my lightning energy ball, you have no chance of surviving. Song Ke laughed loudly. Everyone was silent. This energy ball was too terrifying. It was enough to blast away several nearing transformation intermediate stage martial artists. Lin Xian would definitely not be able to take it. The disciples of the lightning sect were jubilant. How dare you go against the lightning sect? You've overestimated yourself. Shang Guanhao also sneered, how can you be called a rising star with such a level? However, Lei Zhen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the stage. He could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. Soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Shang Guanhao's face darkened when he saw Lin Xian unscathed with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He had just mocked Lin Xian's strength, but now, Lin Xian had actually appeared unscathed. This was clearly a slap to his face. Humph. Shang Guanhao's face turned cold. In the arena, Song Ke fell into great shock. As a genius disciple of the lightning sect, he had gone through countless battles. He had even fought with the 5 great talents before. However, there had never been a battle like this one. It was too strange, all his attacks seemed to have lost their effect and could not cause any damage. For a moment, he wondered if he had fallen into an illusion. Lin Xian absorbed a large amount of lightning and was in a good mood. He looked up at Song Ke in the sky and smiled. I say, did you not eat? The power of lightning is so weak. If you really can't do it, why don't you get someone else? Although Lin Xian's voice was not loud, it spread clearly in all directions. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This kid was too arrogant. The disciples of the lightning sect were even more furious. Among them, Shang Guanhao's body surged with lightning. He could not wait to jump into the arena and fight with Lin Xian. Song Ke was so angry that his whole body trembled. The lightning on his body formed a terrifying aura. Kid, you've completely angered me. No one can save you today. With that, he pulled out a long spear from his storage ring. It was a dark golden spear with intricate patterns engraved on it. It emitted a fierce aura. With the long spear in hand, Song Ke's aura rose again. Since the lightning could not hurt Lin Xian, he planned to use a weapon to attack. He did not believe that a mid-grade spiritual treasure could not hurt his opponent. Lightning surrounded his feet. Song Ke turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at Lin Xian. On the tip of the spear, a terrifying spinning force of lightning was formed. The attack was enough to pierce through any defense. Seeing Song Ke take the initiative to attack, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He lightly tapped his feet and used the illusory demon steps to quickly dodge the amazing spear. Then, he quickly reached out and grabbed the spear shaft. Go to hell. Song Ke did not expect Lin Xian to dare grab his weapon. He immediately shouted in anger. The lightning in the sky condensed into a huge lightning saw and mercilessly fell. The devouring sword in his body quickly revolved. He began to madly absorb the lightning on Song Ke's body. Not good, retreat. Lei Zhen suddenly shouted from below. He's absorbing your lightning. What? Absorbing the lightning. The crowd was shocked and looked at the arena in disbelief. The disciples of the lightning sect were also surprised. Even they did not dare to casually absorb the lightning of others. But Lin Xian was so bold. Was he not afraid of being injured by the violent lightning? Lei Zhen's face was gloomy. He had been suspicious from the beginning. Only now did he confirm that Lin Xian was indeed absorbing the lightning on Song Ke's body. This guy must be trying to strengthen his body. As one of the top 5 talents, Lei Zhen's eyes were sharp. He could see Lin Xian's intention at a glance. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame looked at the arena and revealed a playful smile for the first time. You dare to absorb the lightning? Interesting. But you're too weak. You're not worth my time. With Lin Xian's current strength, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame did not put him in his eyes. In the arena, Song Ke was terrified. In fact, he did not need Lei Zhen's reminder. He already knew that Lin Xian was absorbing his lightning. That was because the lightning in his body was out of control and was crazily rushing into Lin Xian's body. What is this guy trying to do? How can he absorb so much lightning? Isn't he afraid of his body exploding? Song Ke was shocked. He wanted to abandon his spear and retreat, but he realized that Lin Xian had already grabbed him. Retreat. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to attack. He just wanted to stay far away from Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian would not give up such a good opportunity. He used the illusory demon steps and stuck close to Song Quebec. Every time they clashed, Lin Xian would absorb a part of Song Kei's lightning. In the end, Song Kei's aura became weaker and weaker. He was no longer Lin Xian's opponent. "I admit defeat," Song Kei shouted in fear. He did not dare to continue the fight. There was only 1/3 of the lightning left in his body. If he continued the fight, his lightning would be sucked dry. Hearing Song Kei admit defeat, Lin Xian could only stop attacking. Feeling the power of lightning in his body, he sighed softly. Song Kei was strong, but the lightning he provided was not enough to evolve the Silver Thunder Constitution. After devouring Song Kei's true dragon chi, Lin Xian's body shone with golden light again. Most of his silver armor was covered with golden light, just a little bit away from becoming a real light gold armor. The crowd was amazed. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations once again. The disciples of the Thunder sect were even more frightened. A martial artist who was not afraid of lightning and could even absorb lightning was the nemesis of the disciples of the Thunder sect. Lin Xian's ability to absorb lightning had indeed shocked everyone. Especially the disciples of the Thunder sect. He was their nemesis. Many of the disciples of the Thunder sect looked at Lin Xian with deep fear. They did not want to fight with such an opponent. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy. He looked at Lin Xian with a cold murderous look. Shang Guanhao, who was beside him, was furious. He took a step forward and his aura suddenly exploded. "Nemesis of the Thunder sect? I can kill you with one hand." He stared at Lin Xian, wishing he could fight him for 300 rounds. Facing Shang Guanhao's fierce gaze, Lin Xian was still fearless. He had just tasted the sweetness of victory from Song Kei and was eager to fight with the disciples of the Thunder sect. Their gazes collided, creating countless sparks in the air as if swords and sabers were clashing. At this moment, the armor on both of them vibrated. Then, under the guidance of the true dragon chi, both of them flew into the arena. What? The crowd was shocked. They had never seen such a thing. Could it be a coincidence? No, it should be their fighting spirit that affected the true dragon chi. That could happen? The crowd was surprised. In the Green Dragon Assembly, it was not possible to fight with anyone. Both sides of the battle were completely guided by the true dragon chi. That was why they were surprised. In the arena, Shang Guanhao laughed. "It seems that even the heavens are helping me. Kid, this time I'll let you know the power of the Thunder sect. I can kill you with one slap. It seems that your lightning energy is purer. I hope it can satisfy me," Lin Xian said calmly. The crowd was excited. They did not expect the two dark horses to meet. It was definitely going to be an intense battle. Who do you think will win? If it was in the past, it would definitely be Shang Guanhao. His strength is much stronger than Lin Xian's. But now, Lin Xian can actually absorb the lightning. Maybe he can win. There was a lot of discussion below the stage. Most people were optimistic about Lin Xian because the way he absorbed the lightning energy was too strange. Shang Guanhao roared to the sky. His whole body was covered with lightning, which condensed into a pair of huge lightning wings behind him. He was about to go mad with anger. As the number one dark horse of the third arena, he didn't take anyone seriously. But now, everyone actually looked down on him. He couldn't accept this. Only by killing Lin Xian could he once again prove his strength. The thunderbolt wings vibrated, and Shang Guanhao disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside Lin Xian. The enormous lightning wings were like heavenly blades, abnormally sharp. They quickly swept past Lin Xian and cut him in half. Dead? Everyone was shocked. No, it's an illusion. At this moment, the body that was cut in half disappeared instantly, and Lin Xian's real body appeared in another place. The thunderbolt wings were powerful, but his illusory demonic steps was not to be trifled with. Moving his body again, Lin Xian rushed toward Shang Guanhao. This time, he must condense the golden thunder body. Shang Guanhao was so angry that he laughed. "Let's see how much lightning you can absorb." Concept of thunder. Around him, countless blue lightning arcs formed a strange energy that enveloped the whole area. At the same time, a 100-meter-tall thunderbolt hammer appeared behind him, emitting a violent aura. As soon as Lin Xian approached, he felt a strong impact from the concept of thunder. In an instant, the silver lightning on his body was suppressed. The lightning that contained the concept of thunder was many times more powerful. Even if he had the devouring sword, he didn't dare to absorb too much. Seeing Lin Xian's state, Shang Guanhao laughed arrogantly. I thought you were powerful, but this is all you have. You're defeated. Shang Guanhao waved the thunderbolt hammer and smashed it down. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Shang Guanhao to be so violent and domineering that he could suppress Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was capable of absorbing lightning. No wonder he's the #1 dark horse. His combat strength is terrifying. It seems that Shang Guanhao is going to win this match. The disciples of the Thunder sect were all excited, waving their arms and shouting. The power in Lin Xian's body burst out. He couldn't compete with Shang Guanhao with a silver thunder body alone, so he quickly displayed the concept of wind. The surrounding air froze as if it was under Lin Xian's control. His body was like a wisp of smoke, passing by the thunderbolt hammer and constantly moving around Shang Guanhao. The huge thunderbolt hammer fell, causing the whole arena to tremble. The violent power was like waves hitting a huge rock, spreading in all directions. Even a warrior in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm would be easily torn apart. Lin Xian was like a sailboat of the Thunder Sea sect, constantly swaying. However, he had successfully resisted the concept of thunder. What? He resisted it? This is the concept of wind. Lin Xian actually has the concept of wind. Everyone was shocked. After resisting the concept of thunder, Lin Xian no longer held back his cultivation. The aura of the spirit transformation realm suddenly burst out. At the same time, the silver thunder body on his body flashed, forming a whirlpool-like thunder pattern, quickly absorbing the surrounding lightning. Spirit transformation realm. He is a warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Has he been suppressing his cultivation before? Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful trump card. At the same time, this also proved his strength. Lin Xian had won more than a dozen matches in a row and finished them easily. Now, he was finally forced to use his trump card. The early stage of the spirit transformation realm and the concept of wind. Is this your trump card? Shang Guanhao sneered. In front of me, you can't withstand a single blow. Thunder God's Fury. Shang Guanhao floated in the air, holding the huge Thunder God's hammer. Dozens of terrifying thunderbolts fell down around him. Unsheathing the Star Extinction Sword, Lin Xian slashed up. The terrifying sword radiance surged and split the thunderbolt in half. At the same time, the silver whirlpool on his body spun rapidly, absorbing the surrounding lightning. Sword chi crisscrossed and lightning danced. The terrifying momentum attracted everyone in the surroundings. Not only the third arena, but the warriors in the other arenas were also alarmed. In the past, such a fierce battle would only appear in the Azure Dragon Genius ranking battle. They didn't expect it to appear in the preliminaries this time, except for a few top experts. Everyone else had a serious expression. This kind of battle power made their hearts palpitate. Especially the newcomers who were participating this time, they all revealed a sense of powerlessness. In the ancient city, the 5 venerables whispered. That Lin Xian is really strange. He can actually absorb lightning. I think he is most likely a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. Venerable Chi was snorted. Why does his footwork look so familiar? It's very similar to the Earthrank footwork of the Dragon Star Nation. It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Not only is he related to Lin Ningxuang, but he also seems to have obtained the inheritance of the evil king. Don't worry. If he is really a spy, he will show himself when the real Dragon Chi comes out. Venerable Green Lotus was like an experienced hunter, waiting for his prey to enter the cage. At this time, the collision in the arena became more intense. Lin Xian quickly absorbed the power of thunder and lightning while fighting with Shang Guanhao. At the same time, he also comprehended the essence of thunder. However, the golden thunder body was more difficult than he had imagined. The thunder and lightning energy needed was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. On the contrary, Lin Xian felt that he was about to break through the essence of thunder. Shang Guanhao waved the thunder hammer in his hand crazily, but he was very shocked. Lin Xian's means were completely out of his expectation. As time went by, Lin Xian's thunder and lightning power became more and more powerful, while his became weaker and weaker. Although the spiritual qi around him was replenishing, he would definitely be defeated in a long time. It seems that I can only use that move. Shang Guanhao gritted his teeth and then quickly merged with the thunder hammer in the air and the thunder wings behind him. Buzz, the air trembled, and a huge ball of thunder and lightning wrapped around him. Lin Xian frowned. He felt an amazing energy from the ball of thunder and lightning. It seemed that his opponent had used an extremely powerful trump card. Before he could react, the ball of thunder and lightning had exploded, and Shang Guanhao's figure appeared in front of everyone again. At this time, Shang Guanhao was covered with a layer of thunder and lightning armor, and the thunder wings behind him had shrunk to about 1 meter. The huge thunder hammer had also become the size of an ordinary weapon, but its aura had become more powerful. Moreover, there was a thunder horn on his forehead, which was entwined with ancient thunder and lightning patterns. After the transformation, Shang Guanhao's aura was extremely powerful, almost 50% stronger than before. The thunder wings behind him vibrated, and he disappeared in an instant. So fast, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He moved quickly and left his original position. However, the thunder hammer had already fallen. He had no choice but to block it with his sword. Boom, the horrible power of thunder and lightning sent him flying. The essence of thunder turned into a thunder snake and drilled into his body. What? Lin Xian was sent flying. What kind of secret skill is this? It's horrible. Shang Guanhao has become so powerful. Everyone was shocked. Shang Guanhao's strength had increased so much that it had completely surpassed Lin Xian's. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp sword light. In the next moment, a shocking sword will erupted from his body. Dazzling sword will surged and swept across the void. Shang Guanhao moved quickly, but the sword essence was too horrifying. It shrouded him directly. He could only sweep the thunder and lightning hammer in his hand. Horizontally, forming a ring of thunder and lightning that attacked the sword light that filled the sky. Dozens of sword chi fell at the same time, and the terrifying sword will showed its power. Shang Guanhao's body trembled and he was about to fall. What? No way. Lin Xian still has the strength to fight back? This is sword intent. This guy actually has such a shocking sword intent. The Cloud Tribe disciples' expression turned serious. As a Kendo clan, there were only a handful of people who had comprehended sword intent. They would be extra cautious when facing a swordsman with sword intent. Other than the Yun family, the disciples of the Shui family and the Xie family were also paying close attention. The disciples of the Thunder sect were even more shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Perhaps only Lei Zhen could completely suppress him. Lei Zhen looked at the sky and whispered, I didn't expect Shang Guanhao to be forced to this point. Is he forced to use his trump card? Previously, he didn't think highly of Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had taken out shocking trump cards time and time again, forcing Shang Guanhao into a desperate situation. As expected, Shang Guanhao felt the terrifying sword will and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had used all his trump cards. Now, he was only left with the bloodline power. Originally, he wanted to use it after the Green Dragon Genius battle. Now, it seemed that he had to use it early. You're really powerful to be able to force me to this point. But, let's stop here. Shang Guanhao said in a low voice. Then, a strange power was quickly awakening in his body. In the next moment, streaks of ancient thunder runes appeared on his body and covered his entire body. Moreover, the thunder armor on his body had also changed. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a thunder beast. A terrifying pressure shrouded the entire area. The entire space seemed to have frozen. Everyone tensed up. They felt a pressure coming from their bodies. It was as if the blood in their bodies had frozen. Shang Guanhao's black eyes turned into the color of thunder. He stared closely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body trembled. He felt a pressure coming from the depths of his bloodline. It was as if he wasn't facing a human, but an ancient ferocious beast. For a moment, the blood in his body flowed slower. What a terrifying bloodline power! Lin Xian was shocked. He felt the changes in his body and was shocked. He had never encountered such a situation before. The bloodline power is the power of inheritance. A high-level bloodline power is enough to crush everything. This is the benefit of the bloodline power. Not only can it strengthen oneself, but it can also weaken the opponent, Wine Lord said. But you don't have to worry. Although you don't have the bloodline power, you have the devouring sword. It's enough to fight against the bloodline power. Indeed, it was difficult for ordinary people to fight against the bloodline power. However, Lin Xian was different. He had mastered the devouring sword. Although it was broken, its power was beyond imagination. Although Shang Guanhao's bloodline power was powerful, it was not enough to stop Lin Xian from moving. He took a deep breath. The devouring sword secretly operated and devoured the bloodline power. Feeling the blood and spiritual power in his body returning to normal, Lin Xian exclaimed. It was indeed the devouring sword. It could even devour something illusory like bloodline power. He focused his eyes and operated the lightning. Suddenly, lightning surged around him and an inexplicable power appeared. Thunder Essence. He has comprehended the Thunder Essence. Before this, Lin Xian had not comprehended the Thunder Essence. Now that he had used the Thunder Essence, it could only mean that Lin Xian had just comprehended it. Comprehending it in a battle. This talent was too terrifying, one had to know that concepts were not cabbages. It was not something that anyone could comprehend just because they wanted to. Moreover, Lin Xian had shown 3 essences, which really shocked everyone. Even Shang Guanhao was slightly stunned. He had used the bloodline power and thought that he could crush Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that not only did Lin Xian break the bloodline power, but he also comprehended the Thunder Essence. Looking at Lin Xian, Shang Guanhao was jealous. Except for the lack of the bloodline power, Lin Xian's strength and talent were monstrous. Die! Shang Guanhao shouted angrily. He would not allow a genius who surpassed him to exist. The lightning patterns on his body shone and his blood surged. The thunderbolt hammer carried the bloodline power and the Thunder Essence. It attacked Lin Xian mercilessly. At this moment, he was like the Thunder God. He was mighty and extraordinary. Lin Xian's aura changed greatly. He was like an unsheathed sword. Wind Thunder Slash. With a slash, the entire arena was drowned in the power of wind and thunder. Strong winds blew and thunder surged, forming a terrifying momentum. The violent energy exploded and drowned Lin Xian and Shang Guanhao. The crowd couldn't see clearly and could only wait anxiously. When everything dissipated, Lin Xian's face was pale as he landed on the ground. Opposite him, Shang Guanhao's thunder armor was shattered and the thunder horn on his forehead was split in half. There was a terrifying sword mark on his neck that almost chopped his head off. Everyone gasped. Shang Guanhao was defeated. Not only that, he almost lost his life. He was the #1 dark horse, but he was defeated by Lin Xian. For a moment, the crowd was filled with fear for Lin Xian. After absorbing Shang Guanhao's true dragon energy, Lin Xian's silver armor changed. The silver light on it faded and was replaced by a faint golden light. Shang Guanhao's body was trembling with endless fear in his heart. That slash made him feel the pressure of death. Although he didn't want to believe it, he still lost. The disciples of the Thunder sect were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept this result. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy as a strong killing intent emerged from his body. Together with the violent thunder and lightning, it formed a shocking killing aura. At this moment, all the martial artists near the third arena were trembling. They felt a tremor from their souls. It's over. Lei Zhen is angry. I'm afraid Lin Xian is in trouble. Lei Zhen was indeed angry. Lin Xian had injured 2 of the Thunder sect's geniuses, and Shang Guanhao had suffered a serious sword injury. He wanted to cripple Lin Xian, but not now. He would let Lin Xian know how powerful the Thunder sect was during the Green Dragon Genius Tournament. Many martial artists were gloating. They couldn't wait for Lei Zhen to kill Lin Xian immediately so that they would have one less competitor. However, there were also many people who were worried for Lin Xian. Zhao Shua's white robe fluttered, and there was a trace of worry on her peerless face. Leng Yidao, Dong Fengxiong, and the others also looked at him with concern. Feeling Lei Zhen's killing intent, Lin Xian's heart trembled. However, he was not afraid. Firstly, he had grasped 70% sword intent, and his might was second only to the heavenly sword goddess, Zhou Jianying. Moreover, he had already comprehended the concept of lightning, and his strength had greatly improved compared to before. Moreover, he had begun to experiment with new attacks. As long as he could fuse a few types of concepts, his strength would increase by a large margin. At that time, he would not be afraid of Lei Zhen. Lin Xian ignored Lei Zhen's murderous gaze as he sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to cultivate. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul to control the devouring sword to continue devouring the black dragon's flames. Lin Xian focused most of his attention on fusing the attribute energy. He could already easily fuse the power of wind and thunder. What he needed to do next was to fuse thunder and fire, as well as fuse the concepts of wind and thunder. The lightning and fire energies in his body clashed against each other, creating a great resistance. It was as if they were born unable to fuse together. Lin Xian used his soul power to sense the surroundings and tried every possibility. In the outside world, everyone was still in shock. After Lin Xian defeated Shangguan Hao, he became the biggest dark horse in the third arena. The situation in the other three arenas was not so clear. Most of them had several geniuses fighting side by side. In the first arena, Leng Yidao displayed 50% saber intent. His terrifying attacks were swift and fierce to the extreme. Anyone who fought against him was sent flying by his saber. The Xie family's genius, Xiaojian, had a sword technique that no one could match. Until now, no one had been able to clearly see how he attacked. The Eastern Bear's divine power was monstrous, and his strength was incomparable. The wounds on his body had already healed, leaving only a small scar. This kind of terrifying self-healing ability was shocking. It must be the power of his bloodline. Lin Xian carefully observed the situation in the arena while cultivating to increase his strength. At this time, Iron Hand's voice sounded in his mind. Lei Zhen's concept of lightning has probably reached 70%. If you are not confident, don't fight with him. Iron Hand reminded. After all, the violent power of lightning was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, they could be seriously injured. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Iron Hand then said, "There's one more thing to be careful of. The Martial Alliance seems to be investigating your identity." Investigating me? Lin Xian was stunned. The Martial Alliance was a top force. Why would they investigate a nameless kid like him? It seems to be related to the Black Dragon sect. Be careful. I've already informed sect leader Leng. No matter what, you're our Great Flag sect's benefactor. Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. Although he did not know why the Martial Alliance was investigating him, since it was related to the Black Dragon sect and had alarmed a powerhouse like Venerable Lord Leng, it must be very serious. By then, he would have no idea what was going on. Before he figured it out, he could only proceed with caution. Hey, look! Yu Yan and the Prince of Heavenly Flame are fighting. Just as Lin Xian and Iron Hand were talking, the arena changed again. The crowd was shocked and went crazy. The entire ancient city was in a frenzy. Countless spectators were shouting, and their voices were earth-shattering. Their strength was definitely at the top of the Azure Dragon gathering. Their battle must be very exciting. Lin Xian stopped what he was doing and looked toward the arena. The Prince of Heavenly Flame stood proudly. Countless flames rose around him and intertwined. On the side, Yu Yan waved his hands, forming a bright moon behind him that emitted a silver glow. Facing the Prince of Heavenly Flame, he did not hold back and used his strongest attack. A silver metallic luster appeared on his giant palm. It was like a silver armored arm. It covered the sky and slammed down on the Prince of Heavenly Flame. The silver moon behind him rose and slashed at the Prince of Heavenly Flame. Its power had reached the limit of the spirit transformation realm. At the same time, two rays of light shot out from his eyes. A strange illusion shrouded the Prince of Heavenly Flame. The physical and spiritual attacks intertwined, causing the spiritual energy in the arena to fluctuate wildly. A terrifying killing intent spread out. Plop! Plop! A few martial artists who were closer to the arena were accidentally hit by the illusion and fell to the ground. This scene made everyone's heart tremble. The Prince of Heavenly Flame was indeed worthy of being one of the 5 great families. He was already so far away, but he could still be affected by the illusion. One could imagine how much pressure the Prince of Heavenly Flame was under. Lei Zhen, Bing Ling, Xiaoyaozi, and the others were also shocked. They were powerful, but most of their attacks were physical. They were very wary of Yu Yan's terrifying soul attack. Looking at the power of the illusion, it's much stronger than the previous Azure Dragon gathering. It seems like Yu Yan's strength has increased a lot. Below, Lin Xian was also shocked. Yu Yan's illusion had completely surpassed his. If he did not use the Great Dragon Sword intent, it would be difficult for him to resist the illusion. Facing the physical and spiritual attacks, the Prince of Heavenly Flame's face was cold. The spiritual energy in his body jumped and turned into a fire dragon that roared ferociously. Suddenly, a blazing aura shrouded the surroundings as if it was going to burn everything. 8 fire dragon shadows appeared behind the Prince of Heavenly Flame. They circled around each other and formed a mysterious pattern. In an instant, the illusion attacks and the silver moon palm were burned into nothingness. That flame seemed to be able to burn one's soul. Prince Heavenly Flame was too terrifying. His aura wasn't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Everyone's heart trembled. The 8 fire dragons behind him roared ferociously, forming a terrifying dragon flame that charged towards Yu Yan. In the next moment, Yu Yan was severely injured. The silver moon behind him shattered, and he was sent flying. Everyone was stunned. One punch, just one punch, and one of the 5 heroes, Yu Yan, was sent flying. It wasn't that Yu Yan was weak, but that Prince Heavenly Flame was too terrifying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Yan's expression became very ugly. His strength had increased by several folds compared to 10 years ago, but he still couldn't withstand a punch from Prince Heavenly Flame. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to him. This feeling of helplessness made him despair. However, as a hero, his ability to accept failure was still very strong. In a moment, he walked out from the shadow of failure, and his expression returned to normal. Since he couldn't defeat a prodigy, then he would fight for the first place among the heroes. Thinking of this, Yu Yan's eyes lit up again. However, Prince Heavenly Flame revealed a disappointed expression. He didn't care about the others and looked at Infinite Tyrant. Only Infinite Tyrant was worthy of his full strength. Prince Heavenly Flame looked at Infinite Tyrant, and the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram behind him became more solid. Sensing Prince Heavenly Flame's battle intent, Infinite Tyrant snorted coldly. He stood up and released an aura that looked down on the world. 2 invisible forces clashed, tearing the void apart. The terrifying power made everyone tremble. Fortunately, the 2 of them only looked at each other and didn't intend to continue. Heavens, too terrifying. Just a look can probably kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. The rumors are true. The 4 prodigies all have the strength of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. In the face of this terrifying aura, the martial artists below couldn't resist at all. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns looked at Infinite Tyrant and Prince Heavenly Flame with a satisfied smile. Looking at this aura, Infinite Tyrant had probably reached the 3rd level of the Tyrant River technique. Old Fae, your dominating heaven sect has indeed produced a peerless genius. Hee, Old Man Scarlet Flame, looking at the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram behind Jin Wudao, he should have reached the 3rd level as well. Indeed. Ever since he lost to Infinite Tyrant in the last competition, Wudao has been training bitterly all these years. Finally, he has reached the 3rd layer of the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram, Paragon Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Old Fae, I heard that Infinite Tyrant wanted to break through to the spirit-detecting realm. I wonder if he succeeded? Another sovereign asked. Wuji indeed has the ability to break through, but he didn't do so. You also know that the hegemonic Qi of Heavens and Earth technique requires a sufficient amount of true dragon Qi, so he plans to break through immediately after the Green Dragon gathering. Hearing this, several people sighed in their hearts. Ba Wuji was not even 30 years old, but he had already reached the spirit detecting realm. With his talent, it was very likely that he would reach the Exalt realm before the age of 50. If that was the case, then Infinite Tyrant's future achievements would be limitless. He might even be able to break through to a higher level. One had to know that a spirit-detecting realm martial artist had a lifespan of over 500 years. Once one became a venerable realm martial artist, their lifespan would reach 1,000 years. Therefore, Infinite Tyrant had a high chance of breaking through to the realm above the venerable realm. The competition continued, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first stage of the competition was nearing its end. Soon, the True Dragon Geniuses would be ranked, and the second stage would be the True Dragon Genius ranking competition. The closer it was to the end, the crazier the battles became. Because this was their last chance, many people used their trump cards and fought with their lives on the line. Even if they couldn't compete with the True Dragon Geniuses, fighting with so many geniuses and accumulating some experience would be of great help to the next Green Dragon gathering. Finally, the first stage ended. According to the luster of each martial artist's battle armor, the top 72 were chosen. These 72 martial artists were the True Dragon Geniuses. The 4 huge arenas moved and merged together, forming a super large black and gold arena. At this moment, the super arena was emitting a faint light, forming a mysterious force that resonated with the battle armor of each contestant. The 5-colored battle armor on the 4 prodigies bloomed with light. The 4 of them were guided by the True Dragon Chi and quickly arrived on the super arena. Then, the 5 prodigies went on stage, followed by the martial artists in golden battle armor. Soon, the arena was filled with more than 20 people. Almost all of them were seniors who had participated in the previous Green Dragon gathering. At this moment, Lin Xian's light golden battle armor vibrated. He was guided to the super arena by an unknown force. Then, Ling Yidao, Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, and the others also came on stage. Soon, all 72 martial artists stood on the arena. These 72 points represented the top battle strength of the Tiannan region's younger generation. At the same time, they were the future hope of the Tiannan region. The martial artists below the arena looked at the 72 people on the super arena with envy. Among them, the disciples of the Great Flag sect were even more excited. Before this, they had never thought that Lin Xian would be able to enter the Green Dragon Geniuses list. But not only did Lin Xian enter, he even became one of the biggest dark horses. In the spectator stands, iron arms nodded continuously. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that Lin Xian's limit was to enter the top 100. He did not expect that not only did Lin Xian enter the top 72, but judging from the color of his battle armor, he was at least in the top 40. Such a result had already surpassed the Great Flag sect's best record. However, at the same time, he was worried about the pressure from the Martial Alliance. He did not know why the Martial Alliance was investigating Lin Xian, but he believed that Lin Xian had nothing to do with the Black Dragon cult. In the ancient city, the 5 supremacies looked at the super arena with a solemn expression. Are we really not going to stop him? Supremacy Chihua asked in a deep voice. If he's really a Black Dragon cult member, we'll be in danger if he obtains the True Dragon Chi. Don't worry. This is only the beginning of the True Dragon Chi. The Black Dragon cult member won't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, we're only suspecting. We don't have any proof. If Lin Xian isn't the Black Dragon cult member and we attack him, wouldn't we alarm the real Black Dragon cult spy? Don't worry. Before the Azure Dragon Genius ranking battle ends, I believe that the Black Dragon cult member will definitely give himself away. Supremacy Green Lotus said. In the super arena, Lin Xian felt the True Dragon Chi beneath him and was extremely excited. After fighting for so long, he could finally obtain the True Dragon Chi. Soon, he felt the True Dragon Chi beneath him vibrating. An unknown force flowed into his body through his feet. Boom, in the next moment, his body was enveloped by the True Dragon Chi. He was not the only one. The 72 Azure Dragon Geniuses in the super arena were all enveloped by the True Dragon Chi. The True Dragon Chi covered the martial artists' bodies and transformed into true dragons, roaring ferociously. Among them, the True Dragon Chi on the 4 sky prides was the strongest. The five-colored true dragon bared its fangs and claws as it roared into the sky. The other three were more than 70 feet long. Behind them were the golden true dragon auras of the five heroes, which were about 60 feet long. Lin Xian's golden true dragon aura was about 15 feet long. At this moment, he was using the method that Wine Lord had taught him to sense and use the true dragon aura in his body. Under the effect of his secret technique, the true dragon aura in his body spiraled and roared, finally fusing with the great dragon sword intent. The next moment, his soul seemed to have passed through the boundary of time and space and arrived at a magical place. He saw an ancient building in front of him, as well as an ancient battlefield full of vicissitudes and murderous aura. In the deepest part of the battlefield, there was a divine sword stabbed into the ground. On the hilt of the sword was a ferocious dragon head with a savage aura. The sword was covered in dragon scales. However, the dragon-shaped divine sword was broken. Lin Xian was shocked. If he guessed correctly, that should be the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword is broken? Lin Xian was shocked. He looked again, trying his best to see clearly. However, the next moment, the scene suddenly changed. In a huge palace, there was an ancient altar. Black prismatic crystals floated around it and slowly rotated. In the center was the phantom of an azure dragon, which sometimes turned into a long sword and sometimes into an azure dragon. This is the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian took a deep breath, full of shock. At this moment, the true dragon aura in his body became weaker and weaker, and the scene in front of him became more and more blurry. However, just as the scene in front of him was about to disappear, he suddenly saw a figure not far away. It was a young man in a black robe. His face was fair and unusually handsome. The young man stared at the azure dragon phantom with a sinister smile on his face. Suddenly, he looked above the azure dragon phantom and frowned. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not know why there was someone here, and the black-robed young man seemed to have discovered his existence. Fortunately, the true dragon power in his body disappeared in the next moment, and the scene in front of him disappeared. Lin Xian's body trembled, and he came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. The black-robed young man's eyes were too sharp, as if they were going to pierce through him. "What do you think? Do you see it?" Wine Lord asked. Lin Xian used his soul power to communicate with Lord Alcohol and told him everything he saw. Wine Lord fell silent after seeing this. "I know what you want to ask, but I don't know. When I was still in the outside world, the great dragon sword didn't have a core, and the sword body and sword spirit were still together. I don't know why, but the sword spirit left, and the great dragon sword broke. As for that black-robed young man, I don't recognize him either. However, he was actually able to find the location of the great dragon sword spirit. That is truly astonishing. Then will he obtain the great dragon sword?" Lin Xian asked worriedly. He had struggled for so long for the great dragon sword. It could be said that the great dragon sword was related to his future. Not only was it his capital to become stronger, but it was also his hope to save his family. Don't worry, although he found the great dragon sword, according to the scene just now, he won't be able to get close to the great dragon sword soul in a short period of time. So you still have a chance. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt relieved. He had to obtain enough true dragon aura in this azure dragon society. He had to find the exact location of the great dragon sword. The first stage of the azure dragon society's elimination round had ended. Next was the second stage of the True Dragon Genius ranking battle. The ranking battle was also known as the challenge battle. Based on the amount of True Dragon aura in each participant's body, they would be ranked accordingly. From the last place to the first place, they would be challenged one by one. Each participant had 3 chances to challenge. If a warrior won consecutively, it would count as a chance. If a lower-ranked warrior challenged a higher-ranked warrior, if he won, he would directly replace the opponent's ranking. On the other hand, if a higher-ranked warrior failed, he would lose the corresponding ranking. Hearing the rules, the 72 Azure Dragon geniuses in the super arena began to look at the participants around them. With only 3 chances, they had to formulate a challenge plan. Only then could they obtain more True Dragon aura and a better ranking. Soon, everyone's initial ranking was revealed. Among the four prodigies, the first was still Infinite Tyrant, and the second was Heavenly Sword Goddess Zhou Jianying. The third was Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, and the fourth was Xianxia. These four people's initial ranking was the same as last year, there was no change. After these four people, it was the five prodigies ranking. Leading the five prodigies was the godly knife sex Han Fei, who was also ranked 5th overall. The 6th was Yu Yan, the 7th was Lei Zhen, the 8th was Bing Ling, and the 9th was Xiao Yaosheng. Lin Xian was ranked 29th, the highest among the newcomers. Xia Jian was ranked 32nd, Shui Erin was ranked 35th, Zhao Shui was ranked 37th, and Dongfang Xiong was ranked 40th, Yun Hai was ranked 45th. Because Shang Guanhao was heavily injured in the fight with Lin Xian, he was ranked 50th in the end. Now that the rankings were out, it was time to challenge. The first to come out was the 72nd ranked warrior. It was his first time challenging the 70th ranked warrior. After a fierce battle, he won. The true dragon chi on his body increased, and his ranking also rose to 70th. Then he challenged the 65th ranked warrior. But this time he failed. After his failure, although he was still ranked 70th, his true dragon aura decreased by a lot. He did not use the remaining 2 challenges for the time being, choosing to keep them. Seeing this, everyone was more clear about the rules. It seemed that there were many benefits to winning a challenge. Not only did the ranking increase, but the true dragon aura also increased. Although the ranking did not change after a failure, the true dragon aura would decrease. Although this did not seem to affect the ranking, the final ranking was determined by the amount of true dragon aura in one's body. So even if the name did not change, if the true dragon aura in one's body was not enough, one's ranking would only drop. The challenges went on quickly, and everyone was cautiously observing to understand each other's strength. At this juncture, everyone could become an opponent, so they did not let down their guard. Not long after, Shang Guanhao stood up. He looked around, and when he looked at Lin Xian, there was a trace of hatred and deep fear in his eyes. Shang Guanhao was terrified of Lin Yun. He would never challenge Lin Xian again. His first opponent was the 46th ranked warrior. After being nourished by the true dragon aura, Shang Guanhao's injuries were much better. So, with his strength, there was no suspense when he fought the 46th ranked warrior. Soon, he blasted his opponent away. Then, he challenged a martial artist ranked 43rd and won as well. After winning consecutively, Shang Guanhao's eyes shone. He had found his initial confidence. Then, he stared at Dongfang Xiong. Since he could not attack Lin Xian, he could only attack Lin Xian's friends. No matter what, he had to vent his anger. Lin Xian smiled. He was not worried about Dongfang Xiong. That kid's talent was not inferior to his. Seeing someone challenge him, Dongfang Xiong grinned. He rubbed his palms together and looked very excited. Great! Finally, there's a fight. I'm dying of boredom. Come on, let's fight. Dongfang Xiong grinned and looked very expectant. Humph, you're courting death. Thunder wings. Shang Guanhao didn't plan to waste time with his opponent, so he used the thunder wings as soon as the fight started. He flapped his wings and came in front of Dongfang Xiong. The thunder hammer in his hand smashed toward Dongfang Xiong. Dragon Elephant Fist. Dongfang Xiong's body was covered with a layer of golden light. He punched out a terrifying fist toward the thunder hammer. Boom, the two collided, and the roar shook the world. The terrifying fist hit the thunder hammer, and countless cracks appeared on the latter. What? He actually cracked the hammer of thunder and lightning. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Shang Guanhao's strength was obvious to all. If it weren't for his injury, his ranking wouldn't be so low. With his strength, it was very likely that he would make it to the top 30. Now, Dongfang Xiong had blasted the thunder hammer away with only one punch. The scene was too terrifying. Damn it! Shang Guanhao's expression changed greatly. He quickly used the thunder essence and condensed the thunder hammer again. With the thunder essence, the thunder hammer became more violent. Its power was enough to penetrate a warrior in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, Dongfang Xiong was not afraid. He punched again. The sky was full of golden light, and the roar kept echoing in the ancient city. This time, the thunder hammer was completely knocked away. It turned into countless thunder fragments in the air and scattered on the ground. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. It was smashed by the thunder hammer? Dongfang Xiong's terrifying power really shocked everyone. This young man with a silly smile was like an archaean fierce beast with unimaginable strength. Impossible. Shang Guanhao was terrified. He was once again shrouded by the shadow of failure. It's not over yet. Watch out for my bloodline power. The bloodline power in his body surged. A silver armor quickly formed on Shang Guanhao's body, and ancient thunder runes covered his body. After using the bloodline power, Shang Guanhao's strength increased again. He was like the thunder god, mighty and extraordinary. Bloodline power, I have it too. Dongfang Xiong's smile didn't change as the golden blood in his body surged. Golden light bloomed all over his body, and a golden phantom appeared behind him, as if it was going to cross time and space from ancient times. With a shake of his thunder wings, Shang Guanhao instantly appeared in front of Dongfang Xiong. The thunder hammer in his hand and thunder cry on his forehead released two terrifying rays of light at the same time. They intertwined and instantly pierced towards Dongfang Xiong's heart. However, Dongfang Xiong was not afraid. He waved his fist, and the golden shadow behind him did the same. That golden void was too terrifying. With just a raise of his hand, it contained boundless power, as if 100,000 mountains were trembling. Bang! With one punch, Shang Guanhao spat out blood and flew backward. Everyone was shocked. They had seen the power of Shang Guanhao's bloodline. That kind of pressure was enough to make people tremble. However, the power of Dongfang Xiong's bloodline seemed to be stronger. The golden shadow was so powerful that it could destroy everything in its path. It directly sent Shang Guanhao flying. Lin Xian wasn't surprised by Dongfang Xiong's victory. What surprised him was the bloodline power in Dongfang Xiong's body. That golden shadow made his heart palpitate. This kid's bloodline is unusual. It seems to be a bloodline on the myriad spirit list. Myriad spirit list? Lin Xian was puzzled. It's a list passed down from ancient times. All the bloodlines on the list have mysterious power, Wine Lord explained. It's said that the top bloodlines are even more powerful than the 5 swords of the world. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Great Dragon Sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. It represented offensive saint techniques. It was really amazing that the top bloodlines on the myriad spirit list had such magical power. After Shang Guanhao lost to Dongfang Xiong, he didn't continue to challenge. Instead, he walked out of the ring with a gloomy face. Not long after, it was Yun Hai's turn to fight. Yun Hai was the most outstanding disciple of the Yun family's younger generation. He was also a dark horse in the 3rd ring. He won consecutively in his first challenge and was ranked 40th. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Anyway, he still had 2 more chances. He wasn't afraid of failure, so he wanted to challenge Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword will was terrifying, but Yun Hai believed that he could definitely beat Lin Xian in terms of sword techniques. After receiving the challenge, Lin Xian's body swayed and came to the super ring. Holding the black scabbard, Lin Xian's aura became extremely fierce. Misty Cloud Sword Technique. Yun Hai stabbed out with his long sword. It was like an antelope hanging its horn, without a trace. The ethereal sword and the fleeting sword light were indeed impossible to guard against. However, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Holding the Star of Extinction sword, Lin Xian quickly performed the returning wind-whisking willow sword. The sword light flashed like a breeze and willow branches. It was unusually soft and contained endless killing intent. Ding! Ding, ding! The sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out in the void. Countless sparks and sparks flew. The 2 long swords collided, and the blades collided with unusual precision. He blocked it? How is that possible? The Yun family disciples were shocked. Yun Hai was even more shocked. His Misty Cloud sword technique was at the greater success stage. If Lin Xian used his sword will to forcefully break his sword technique, he could still accept it. However, Lin Xian didn't use his sword will. He only used his superb sword techniques to break his sword technique. Is the gap between us that big? Yun Hai felt bitter. In the next moment, Lin Xian's sword technique suddenly changed. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword light disappeared and merged with the wind. This sword was even stranger than the Misty Cloud sword technique. What? I can't sense it. Yunhai was terrified. He couldn't sense Lin Xian's sword aura at all. With a soft sound, Yunhai's defense was broken, and a sword mark appeared. The cold sword edge drew across his chest, causing his hair to stand on end. I admit defeat. Yunhai's face turned green as he admitted defeat. Lin Xian kept his sword and stood calmly. At this moment, Yunhai finally knew the gap between the two of them. Lin Xian was very strong, far above him. After this match, the Yun family disciples were shocked. However, the other two Kendo families' interest in Lin Xian increased greatly. Especially Xiaojian, Shuiren kept staring at Lin Xian. He couldn't wait to fight now. However, it wasn't their turn yet. The two of them could only wait. Then, Zhao Shui went on stage. Relying on her strange soul attack, she reached the 33rd place in her first try. With 2 more chances left, Zhao Shui stepped down. Soon, a young man in a white robe walked up. This person had a fair face and a handsome appearance. However, his smile gave people a very dangerous feeling. It's actually Shuiren. I didn't expect it to be his turn. I wonder who he will challenge this time. Who knows what this madman is thinking? However, I know that whoever he challenges will be unlucky. On the stage, Shuiren revealed a cruel expression. He pulled out his sword and stabbed towards Lin Xian. What, he wants to challenge Lin Xian? Everyone exclaimed. Normally, when a martial artist challenged someone, they would first challenge someone they were more confident in. This way, they could increase their ranking and true dragon chi as much as possible. Then, they would try to challenge someone they were interested in. But this Shuiren actually challenged Lin Xian right from the start. This was really out of everyone's expectations. One had to know that Lin Xian was strong enough to be ranked in the top 20. Even some seniors didn't dare to challenge him, let alone Shuiren. Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat Lin Xian? Who knows, he's a madman. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He had also seen Shuiren's matches, and he was indeed a madman. Because in battle, Shuiren was completely crazy. He didn't care whether he was injured or not, and only focused on attacking the enemy. There was once when he even risked being injured to defeat the enemy. However, what was shocking was his powerful recovery ability. No matter how heavy the injury, it seemed that he would be able to recover in a short time. This was the reason why he dared to go crazy. Since he was challenged by this madman, Lin Xian could only end the battle quickly. His body emitted a sharp sword intent, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart, and slashed towards Shuiren. Shuiren pursed his lips, and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. The blood-colored sword in his hand turned into a blood-colored light, and also quickly stabbed out. Behind him, the blood-colored sword intent condensed into a blood-colored killing sword, floating in the air. The two sword intents collided, and countless sword chi flew out in all directions. Deep sword marks were left on the hard black crystal ground. Everyone was shocked, and quickly left the stage. It had to be said that the two sword intents were too terrifying. Not only did they cut open the abnormally hard ground, but they also caused the void to distort. Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Shuiren's blood-colored sword intent, on the other hand, carried a shocking killing intent. The two quickly attacked, and terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions. Shuiren's eyes flashed with madness as he stabbed his sword towards Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian also stabbed at Shui's chest, but Shui didn't dodge at all. Lin Xian sighed. As expected of a lunatic. If it was a normal person, they would have run away long ago. He didn't want to fight head-on with the other party. He didn't have the terrifying healing ability of the other party. With a tap of his foot, he used the illusory demonic steps to escape. At the same time, he used the phantom sword art. Countless sword chi surged, forming an illusory sword formation in the air, enveloping Shui. The phantom sword was a combination of physical and illusory attacks. It could be said that it was even more unpredictable than the misty cloud sword art. Moreover, under the influence of Lin Xian's great dragon sword will, it became even sharper. The phantom sword formation released countless terrifying sword chi that slashed toward the Shui man. Among these sword chi, there were real and fake ones, bewitching everyone's minds. Puff puff, Shui Ren roared. He had been careless and suffered a hidden loss. The phantom sword chi had almost chopped off his arm. Demonic blood sword. The divine sword behind him that was dripping with blood emitted a bewitching light as it slashed down rapidly. Dozens of huge blood-colored sword chi slashed down, tearing apart the layers of encirclement and blasting the phantom sword formation apart. At this moment, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and arrived behind Shui. The Wind Emperor mercilessly attacked, and a terrifying sword chi pierced into Shui's body. Shui's body trembled, and blood gushed out crazily. However, he suddenly turned his head, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The blood-colored sword chi pierced out, slashing toward Lin Xian. Shui didn't care about his own injuries, and blindly slashed out 3 times toward Lin Xian. One of the slashes even merged with the blood-colored divine sword behind him. Lin Xian quickly retreated, but he was still swept by the blood-colored sword chi. In an instant, his defense was cut open, and the blood-colored sword chi hit his body, leaving a sword mark. At the crucial moment, he used the illusory demonic steps to the extreme and quickly dodged. Even so, he was still injured. Lin Xian frowned. Shui was just like the rumors. They didn't care about their lives. They were simply lunatics. Although Lin Xian suffered a loss, Shui's situation was even worse. A terrifying sword chi mark appeared on his body, and his bones were already visible. However, Shui didn't care at all. The blood-colored divine sword behind him emitted a bright light, and a few drops of fist-sized blood flowed into his body. Soon, the sword chi mark quickly fused, leaving behind a shocking scar. Then, he revealed a sinister smile again. Damn, it healed so quickly. What kind of sword intent is this? Its recovery ability is too abnormal. This is an unkillable cockroach. Everyone's expression changed. Although the wound was healed, Shui was still shocked. Lin Xian's sword intent was too terrifying, and there was still a trace of it left in his body. He could only suppress it temporarily. After pondering for a while, Shui decided to use his strongest attack to quickly end the battle. He raised the long sword in his hand and merged it with the blood-colored divine sword behind him, slashing out a sword chi. The void distorted, and the blood-colored sword chi quickly descended with a terrifying momentum. The gigantic blood-colored sword chi filled the sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent, like a blood-colored river hanging in the sky. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and the cold killing intent made them tremble. Wind and Lightning Sword. Lin Xian quickly merged the power of wind and lightning, and struck out a terrifying sword attack. The sword chi collided, and the sound shook the sky. At the point of collision, countless sword ripples were released, spreading out in all directions like waves. The 2 sword intents rampaged wildly, as if they wanted to cut the void into pieces. Everyone was shocked. This kind of power was enough to kill a mid-stage flower spirit realm martial artist. Especially the blood sword intent, which could destroy one's soul. However, such a terrifying move was still blocked by Lin Xian. Not only that, everyone noticed that the blood-colored sword chi in the sky was quickly spreading to both sides, as if it was being split apart. That's right, it was being split apart. Lin Xian's wind and lightning sword chi split apart the blood-colored sword chi. The wind and lightning sword chi merged with the power of wind and lightning, and its power was beyond imagination. After the blood-colored sword chi was split apart, Shui's face was filled with shock. However, he didn't have much time to think, as a sword light arrived in front of him. In a panic, he could only summon the blood-colored divine sword in front of him to block it. Boom! Chi-chi, Lin Xian's terrifying sword light sent him flying, and the blood-colored divine sword became dim. I admit defeat. Shui gritted his teeth and said when he saw the dim blood-colored divine sword. He was called a lunatic, but he wasn't really a lunatic. The reason why he dared to fight without caring about his life was because of the blood-colored divine sword. The blood in the blood-colored sword chi's shadow could allow him to recover quickly, which was why his fighting style was to harm himself. But now, Lin Xian had almost split his blood-colored divine sword in half, which terrified him. Therefore, he could only choose to admit defeat. F*ck, even this lunatic admitted defeat. Lin Xian is too scary. Yeah, looking at his strength, he definitely has the possibility of getting into the top 20. As expected of the biggest dark horse among the newcomers, his strength was really powerful. At this moment, the true dragon geniuses were also shocked. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not provoke Lin Xian again. However, not everyone thought this way. Xiaojian stared at Lin Xian with a terrifying battle intent in his eyes. As a swordsman, he would sooner or later fight with Lin Xian. Moreover, he believed that although Lin Xian's attack power was terrifying, he would not be able to dodge his fast sword. After defeating Shui Yiren, Lin Xian's true dragon qi became even more powerful, almost reaching 6 feet. With this true dragon qi, Lin Xian found that his absorption speed of the black dragon flame had also increased. Returning to the resting area, Lin Xian quickly absorbed the black dragon flame. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm and would soon reach the middle stage. If this cultivation speed were to spread out, it would definitely scare a lot of people to death. However, the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was mainly because of the black dragon flame. The energy contained in the black dragon flame was too terrifying. It had to be known that it had once tortured a venerable for nearly 100 years, so one could imagine how much energy it contained. Lin Xian had been absorbing for so long, but he had only absorbed about 1/5 of it. In the battle with Shui Yiren, Lin Xian had shocked the majority of the people, so no one dared to challenge him during this time. He was also happy to do so. While cultivating, he also tasted the fusion of concepts and the power of thunder and fire. However, the fusion of concepts was more difficult than he had imagined. On the contrary, the fusion of the power of thunder and fire was almost complete. At the same time, during this time, he had been comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram, so his sword intent had also increased. Although he had not yet broken through to the 8th layer, he had made a lot of progress compared to before. Just as Lin Xian continued to cultivate, Xiaojian went on stage. He first challenged the 30th ranked martial artist. In the end, his opponent was defeated without seeing his sword move. Then, Xiaojian looked at Lin Xian, the battle intent in his eyes continued to rise. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Xiaojian to also challenge Lin Xian. Compared to Shui Yiren's crazy fighting style, Xiaojian's fast sword was even more shocking. Because until now, no one had been able to see the trajectory of his sword. It was too fast, so fast that before anyone could react, the battle had already ended. I think Xiaojian might be able to defeat Lin Xian. After all, no one can dodge his fast sword. Yes, even the 30th ranked martial artist could not resist his fast sword. Not necessarily. I think Lin Xian is more dangerous. Don't forget about his terrifying sword will. Once his sword will is unleashed, it can destroy everything. Everyone had different opinions, they were all looking forward to this match. Lin Xian gladly accepted Xiaojian's challenge. As a swordsman, he wanted to fight with all kinds of swordsmen. Moreover, Xiaojian was known as the king of fast swords, which aroused his great interest. Whether or not he could block Xiaojian's swift sword, Lin Xian was not completely sure. After all, watching and personally experiencing were two different things. Xiaoxian's Xianxia b. Ajian Xiaxia was Xiaxian and used to the Xiao quickly long as Xiaojian sheathed his sword, as if he had never moved. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. However, a deep sword mark appeared under his feet. What happened? What just happened? Everyone was surprised. They did not understand. The sword mark on the ground indicated that Xiaojian had already made his move. But why was Lin Xian not injured? The sword mark was very deep and terrifying. It was impossible for Lin Xian not to resist. But the two clearly did not move. Most people didn't understand, but those who were ranked at the top frowned. As peerless geniuses, they could naturally see what had just happened. In that instant, both of them moved, but their speed was too fast. Xiaojian used the fast sword drawing technique and sheathed his sword. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly turned his body, dodging the sword qi and quickly returned to his original position. Because the two's speed was extremely fast, it looked as if they had not moved at all. When everyone heard this, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The two's speed was too shocking. They had actually deceived everyone's eyes. Fortunately, both of them were monstrous geniuses. If it was another ordinary spirit transformation realm martial artist, they would have been instantly killed. To be able to dodge my sword drawing technique, interesting. Xiaojian's eyes flashed. However, it won't be so easy to dodge next. He gripped the sword at his waist again. Lin Xian also held the Star Extinction Sword, ready to attack. The sword light flashed and the terrifying sword chi instantly arrived in front of him. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The speed of this sword was several times faster than before. He used the illusory demon steps and quickly dodged. However, the sword chi still cut through more than half of his defense. Everyone below the stage was shocked. Such a fast sword. Lin Xian's defense was actually broken. As expected of the king of the fast sword. Zhao Shue's face was filled with worry. Even with her powerful soul force, she was unable to completely lock onto the sword chi. Presumably, Lin Xian was also the same. Stinking brat, nothing must happen to you. Zhao Shui prayed in her heart. The Xie family disciples revealed smiles. Lin Xian was very strong, but against Xiaojian, his chances of winning were not high. You actually dodged it again. It seems your strength is really strong. However, you definitely won't be able to dodge the next sword. Xiaojian was very confident. Fast concept. In the next moment, the sword chi flashed. This sword seemed to cross the limit of distance. The sword chi instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. It's actually a concept. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder Xiaojian's speed was so fast. He actually comprehended the fast concept. Thinking of this, he quickly used the wind concept, causing the surrounding air to quickly move. The blue air trembled, forming a great resistance. Xiaojian's sword chi, under the effect of the wind concept, revealed its true form. What, this is also possible? Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw Xiaojian's sword chi. The sword chi paused for a moment, cutting through the air resistance. This only happened in a split second, but it was enough time. Lin Xian used his extreme footwork and arrived at a safe place. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was right. No matter how fast the sword chi was, it still needed to move in the air. As long as the air resistance increased, it could slow down the speed of the sword chi. Therefore, to defeat Xiaojian, one did not need to be faster than him, but only needed to slow down the speed of the sword chi. What a strong resistance! Xiaojian's face sank. Then he sneered, "Don't think that you can block my sword chi like this." Sword burst. Xiaojian once again pulled out his sword. This time, in addition to the terrifying speed, it also carried a berserk power. Wherever it passed, the air exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. Lin Xian's wind concept was affected, becoming extremely unstable, causing his influence on the sword chi to weaken to the extreme. Lin Xian was once again in danger from the sword chi. Fortunately, his illusory demon steps was very powerful, allowing him to narrowly avoid the sword chi. However, this was not a solution. After a long time, he was likely to be hit again. Lin Xian displayed the concept of wind around his body, and then superimposed the concept of thunder on top of it. Although the two concepts could not completely fuse, the power was much stronger than the concept of wind alone. Superimposing concepts, this kid really dares to think. Xiao Yaoxing exclaimed. One had to know that concepts were extremely mysterious. Most people could not comprehend them, let alone superimposing them. Therefore, when everyone saw Lin Xian superimposing the two concepts of wind and thunder together, they were very shocked. Even the four great prodigies showed a dignified expression. The concept of wind and thunder appeared, once again slowing down the speed of the fast sword. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xian began to counterattack. However, the concept of speed could not only be used on sword techniques, but also on movement techniques. Therefore, Xiaojian's movement technique was equally terrifying. When Lin Xian swung his long sword, he had already arrived at another place. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Therefore, you cannot defeat me. Xiaojian was very confident. As long as he attacked a few more times, he would be able to cut apart Lin Xian's concept of wind and thunder. At that time, he would win. The concept of speed, what a terrifying concept. This kind of speed already allows Xiaojian to stand in an invincible position. Looks like this time Lin Xian is really going to lose. There is no other way. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the top 20 martial artists may not be able to break Xiaojian's concept of speed. Unless he is like the four great prodigies, crushing him with absolute strength. Am I going to lose? Lin Xian frowned. To tell the truth, Xiaojian's speed really gave him a lot of trouble. His concept of wind and thunder was not mature enough. If it reached 60 to 70%, it would be easy to defeat Xiaojian. But now, it seemed that he could not rely on the power of wind and thunder. He needed to find another way. Let's end this. On the opposite side, Xiaojian's aura surged. It seemed that he was going to use some kind of consummate skill. Looks like I can only use that move. Lin Xian clenched the Star Extinction Sword. Facing Xiaojian's concept of speed, Lin Xian decided to use his trump card once again. Heavenly Meteor. It's useless. No matter what you use, you can't keep up with my speed. Xiaojian was very confident. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. That was because he saw Lin Xian becoming one with his sword and transforming into a dazzling sword aura, rushing towards him like a dazzling meteor. That speed was even faster than his concept of speed. This is impossible. Xiaojian was horrified. He used his concept of speed and dodged to the side. Two streaks of light flashed in the arena before disappearing like shooting stars. Everyone opened their eyes wide and craned their necks to look at the arena. In the arena, Lin Xian held his sword with both hands. His face was rather pale, and there was blood dripping from the tip of his sword. Could it be that Xiaojian is injured? Everyone looked to the other side. Of Xiaojian's a sword. Of Xiaojian. What kind of sword technique is this? Speed Xiaxia. Xiaojian covered the wound on his left arm. His heart was in turmoil. Ever since he comprehended the concept of speed, he had never been defeated. This time, he challenged Lin Xian. He wanted to destroy his opponent's limelight and win the title of the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such a unique skill. His speed even surpassed his own. Who is this guy? His sword technique is so powerful. Xiaojian's eyes were uncertain. Lin Xian once again proved his strength with his powerful sword technique. This time even Zhou Jianying of the Four Heavenly Prides gave Lin Shua a few more glances. Your sword technique is good, but your cultivation is too weak. Maybe you can enter the top 10 next time. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that this genius would give such a high evaluation. Then, everyone had a general understanding of Lin Xian's strength. This time, Lin Xian's strength was at most between 10th and 20th. This was already very terrifying. It was Lin Xian's first time participating, and he was only 18 years old. This talent was second only to the four geniuses. Enter the top 10 in the next tournament. Lin Xian smiled faintly. With his current strength, he could only enter the top 10 next time. However, he still had the powerful 70% sword intent as a trump card. His strength was increasing every moment. To be honest, as he absorbed more and more energy from the black dragon flame, he did not know how strong he would become. However, he was sure of one thing. He would enter the ranks of the 5 geniuses at the very least. The following matches were boring. The challengers did not take any risks. Instead, they chose opponents that they were confident in. Just as the matches were going on, the 5 venerables in the ancient city once again received news of Lin Xian's identity. A spirit-detecting realm martial artist said respectfully, "Venerables, we have found Lin Xian's origin." Oh? Speak. He comes from a small country at the border, the Xia country. The Xia country? Wasn't it already occupied by the Black Dragon sect? Venerable Scarlet Flame frowned. It seems that Lin Xian is most likely a spy sent by the Black Dragon sect. According to our intelligence, Lin Xian seemed to have been chased by the Black Dragon sect. As for what happened after that, and whether he joined the Black Dragon sect, it is still unknown. However, I heard that he had a conflict with the Black Dragon sect's Black Heart Hall in the Tianshan country. Moreover, he also attacked the Black Dragon sect. The 5 venerables were silent. The evidence now showed that Lin Xian was most likely a spy from the Black Dragon sect. What are you waiting for? Quickly capture him and torture him. Venerable Scarlet Flame said. What do you think? Venerable Green Lotus asked. To be honest, I don't believe that Lin Xian is a spy. After all, someone who can comprehend that kind of sword intent would not submit to the Black Dragon sword, Venerable Sword said. Moreover, Lin Xian has had many conflicts with the Black Dragon sect. He shouldn't be a spy from the Black Dragon sect. How about this? Wait until the 3rd round, Venerable Green Lotus said. To be honest, Lin Xian's talent was shocking. If there were no accidents, he could become another sword genius. If such a person could be used by the Martial League, there might be another Venerable in the future. Therefore, Venerable Sword and Venerable Green Lotus did not want to make a move unless there was no other choice. Below, Lin Xian did not know that danger was getting closer and closer to him. It was now his turn to challenge, so he stood up and walked to the stage. In his first challenge, he won consecutively and reached the 19th rank. In his first challenge, he entered the top 20. His strength was too strong, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was one of the new geniuses who entered the top 20. If there were no accidents, his ranking would be stable in the top 20. Lei Zhen snorted and looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. He would not allow Lin Xian to enter the top 20. Even if Lin Xian entered, he would beat him back. The challenges continued, and soon, martial artists began to issue challenges to the 5 heroes. The 2 went up the stage and greeted each other. The 13th warrior was a disciple of the Heavenly Fire sect. Although he wasn't as strong as the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, he was still a top genius. On his body, there were flame patterns floating and jumping, emitting a mysterious and scorching power. Bing Ling was a peerless genius of the Ice Crystal Valley. She wore a blue dress and her black hair was slightly curly. Her fair face had a chill. Around her, there were ice crystal ripples and snowflakes dancing in the air. On the ground, ice began to form and spread rapidly. In an instant, the area within 100 feet turned into a world of ice and snow. Humph! The Heavenly Fire sect disciple snorted and shot out several fiery light pillars. At the same time, he waved his hands, forming a wave-like palm wind that turned into a sea of fire. Bing Ling waved her ice staff and spun it rapidly. Frost danced in the air as if it was going to freeze one's soul. Ice and fire, 2 opposite attributes, collided on the stage, emitting a violent aura. Everyone was shocked and retreated. The 2 forces were too powerful and the impact of their collision was even more terrifying. The ice crystal flames had spread to the edge of the stage. How terrifying. As expected of a top genius. Lin Xian looked up and saw that the flames around the Heavenly Fire sect disciple were frozen, forming fiery ice crystals. Endless cold air surged towards him. As expected of one of the 5 heroes. This ice is too shocking. It can even freeze flames. I'm afraid that in terms of attributes, only the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince can restrain her. The Heavenly Fire sect disciple's face was gloomy. He circulated his spiritual energy and 2 fire dragons appeared behind him, intertwining to form a mysterious pattern. This is the fire dragon pattern. Everyone exclaimed. Legend has it that the fire dragon pattern can burn everything. Suppress. The Heavenly Fire sect disciple shouted coldly as the fire dragon pattern behind him rapidly expanded to cover the front. Traces of scorching flame spewed out from the dragon's head and surged towards the ice crystals below. Soon, the ice sculptures melted as if they would crack at any moment. Ice ceiling throne. Her voice was cold as she waved her ice staff. A blue figure appeared behind her and sat cross-legged on the throne. The figure was abnormally tall and emitted an extremely cold aura as if it could freeze everything in the world. The blue figure waved his hand and a blue aura crashed into the fire dragon pattern in the sky. The iceberg and the sea of fire collided fiercely in the void, as if a huge explosion had occurred. In the end, it was the ice spirit who used her powerful cultivation to forcibly seal the fire dragon diagram. The fierce battle ended just like that. The ice spirit sealed the fire dragon diagram with her powerful ice power. The heavenly fire sect disciple did not dare continue fighting and could only surrender. After that, a few more martial artists challenged the 5 heroes. Xianxia held a folding fan in his hand as his figure fluttered in the air. He was exceptionally confident as he defeated his opponent while talking and laughing. Lei Zhan's body was covered with lightning and was incomparably violent. Anyone who fought with him was unable to get close to him. No one could block Yu Yan's illusionary arts. Han Fei was even more terrifying. No one could resist his saber light. The challenges continued. Soon, Xianxia went up. His opponent was Lei Zhan. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was terrifying, and lightning filled the sky. Xianxia leisurely strolled in the sea of lightning, his fan shadow surging. The two of them first competed with their moves, and then it was a battle of wills. Their terrifying and wonderful methods made people gasp in admiration. In the end, it was still Lei Zhan who won slightly and defeated Xianxia. Then, the ice spirit also challenged Han Fei. Terrifying saber intent soared into the sky. Han Fei attacked with all his might, striking out saber shadows that filled the sky. The ice spirit waved her staff, striking out icebergs that rushed into the sky. The void trembled as the dark blue mountain shadow in the sky charged forward. The two spiritual forces collided, and violent energy overflowed as if it was going to tear the void apart. Space-splitting cross-slash. Han Fei waved his saber, and 2 huge cross-shaped saber beams formed in the air, rushing towards the ice spirit. Everywhere they passed, everything was shattered. Phoenix dance 9 heavens. The ice spirit's staff spun, forming a huge ice phoenix around her that flew into the sky. The saber beams and the ice phoenix collided, and the sky fell into an energy vortex. Some of the martial artists who were closer were affected, bleeding from their mouths and noses as they fell to the ground. The other martial artists were horrified as they frantically retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Xian's figure fluttered. At the same time, 2 beams of sword qi rushed out from his body, shattering the violent energy that rushed towards him. As expected of the 5 heroes. They are indeed powerful. He sighed. With his strength, he would probably need to go all out to compete with these people. When everything calmed down, the crowd looked towards the arena. In the arena, Han Fei stood with a saber in his hand, with a thick layer of ice on his body. On the opposite side, the ice spirit's chest rose and fell rapidly, and her forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. On her shoulder, a very thin saber mark appeared. Drops of round blood beads flowed out. The ice spirit smiled bitterly. She knew that Han Fei had shown mercy just now. I admit defeat. She shook her head. Your ice power is very strong. I'm afraid it will only take a few years for you to freeze me. Han Fei put away his long saber. He was also shocked. If it weren't for his strong saber intent, he would have been frozen just now. The battle between the two was very exciting. While the crowd was still reminiscing, Lei Zhan had already come to the arena. In an instant, half of the arena was covered by a sea of thunder. Lin Xian, come up and die. Lei Zhan's voice was loud and clear, like the roar of the thunder god. What? He wants to challenge Lin Xian? The crowd was shocked. This was the first time that a high-level martial artist challenged a low-level martial artist, and the gap between their ranks was very big. The crowd was excited. Lei Zhan must be avenging Shangguan Hao. I'm afraid Lin Xian is unlucky. Lei Zhan is quite strong. Isn't it better to get rid of an opponent? Many people sneered. They couldn't beat Lin Xian, so they naturally hoped that someone could defeat him. However, Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, and the others were worried. Although Lin Xian was strong, it was still too difficult for him to defeat Lei Zhan. If it was the next competition, with Lin Xian's talent, there would be some hope. Lin Xian's face was cold. Lei Zhan was definitely a terrible opponent. He slightly sensed the spiritual power in his body and found that he would soon reach the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Well, let's see what the strength of the 5 heroes is. Lin Xian clenched the black scabbard and walked into the arena. How many moves do you think Lin Xian can withstand? Don't be silly. He'll definitely admit defeat as soon as he comes up. One had to know that with his results, he could definitely enter the top 20. If he was injured by Lei Zhan, his strength would be damaged and his ranking would drop greatly. The crowd discussed and thought that Lin Xian would admit defeat as soon as possible. Lei Zhan's voice was cold when he saw Lin Xian walk up. I won't give you a chance to admit defeat. Then, a pair of 100-meter-long lightning wings appeared behind him, and he disappeared in a flash. Lin Xian quickly retreated. He wouldn't admit defeat. What? He didn't admit defeat? The crowd was shocked. Is Lin Xian really going to fight Lei Zhan? Puff. Puff, puff. Countless phantoms were destroyed. Lei Zhan was like a bolt of blue lightning, quickly moving around the arena. Everyone was dizzy. Their eyes hurt from staring, but they still couldn't see the two's movements clearly. Whoosh, Lei Zhan suddenly appeared and quickly rose into the sky. High in the sky, he channeled all the spiritual energy in his body and formed countless lightning feathers. Lightning feathers. These lightning feathers were like thousands of arrows, piercing down. The entire arena was covered by the terrifying lightning feathers. What a terrifying move. Lin Xian can't hide anymore. The audience below exclaimed. Sure enough, the sky full of lightning feathers made Lin Xian appear. But in the next moment, a glaring sword light flashed and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, quickly slashing out. A huge sword chi of 100 meters long swept across and slashed upwards. The sky full of lightning feathers forcibly cut open a huge crack in the sky. Kid, I'll let you know the true power of a lightning sect disciple. Lei Zhan was like a lightning god, standing in the void. The lightning aura on his body crushed the surroundings. With a point of his finger, the huge lightning turned into a flood dragon and rushed down. Today, I'll use your lightning to improve my gold lightning body. Lin Xian roared. Waving the star extinction sword, dozens of sword chi rushed into space. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The lightning dragon and the terrifying sword chi collided, and the two energies burst out with extreme power. Chi, the thunder flood dragon let out a wail as it was cut in half. Lin Xian secretly channeled the devouring sword, forming a devouring power that quickly absorbed the lightning dragon. What? Lin Xian is absorbing lightning again? He's dead. Lei Zhan will definitely be furious. Sure enough, seeing Lin Xian absorb lightning again, Lei Zhan's face became ferocious. Flapping his wings, he turned into a lightning bolt and tore through the void. Lightning wings flight technique. Lightning flashed, and Lei Zhan's real body appeared behind Lin Xian. The lightning trident in his hand pierced out, and the lightning essence spread out. At this moment, the entire sky was covered by a sea of lightning. The sky shook, and cracks appeared on the hard ground of the arena from the lightning strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xian twisted his body and waved his absolute star sword, which collided with the lightning trident. The afterimage disappeared, and the sword chi of thunder light swept across. The two of them exchanged several moves. Lei Zhan's hair stood on end as he roared towards the sky. His aura suddenly increased greatly. His lightning trident instantly blasted Lin Xian away. Descent of the Thunder God. In the next moment, the lightning on his body surged, forming a huge lightning giant. Terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Lin Xian was sent flying by the lightning and slid far away. At this moment, a terrifying lightning palm descended. Boom, Lin Xian was pinned down, and the entire ground caved in. It's over. He's been caught. He definitely won't be able to escape. Looks like we can only admit defeat. Everyone sighed. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Lei Zhan controlled the huge lightning giant and looked around disdainfully. He exerted force in his palm, and the lightning crazily pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt the space around him being squeezed, as if countless giant mountains were moving, as if they were going to crush him into meat paste. Absorb for me. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He quickly used the devouring sword and began to absorb the lightning energy. To be honest, although he was trapped, it wasn't difficult for him to escape. As long as he used 70% of his sword intent, he could break the lightning palm. However, he didn't do that. He wanted to use this opportunity to absorb the lightning and evolve his body into the Gold Thunder body. A large amount of lightning energy entered Lin Xian's body. Soon, a trace of golden light appeared on his Silver Thunder body. It's almost done. Lin Xian was ecstatic. However, Lei Zhen soon found something fishy. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would still be thinking about his lightning in such a dangerous situation. Fury of Thunder. Lei Zhen was really angry. He used the thunder concept and condensed a thundercloud. Not good. This is the Annihilation Purple Thunder. It's said to be able to destroy everything. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. The terrifying lightning energy fell and blasted towards Lin Xian. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the arena below was enveloped by the purple lightning. It's over. In this situation, Lin Xian will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. The referee also frowned. He sensed and wanted to stop the match. However, at this moment, a loud laugh came from the sea of lightning. Haha, this is so satisfying. I didn't expect you to have such lightning energy. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Several terrifying wounds appeared on his body. Some parts of his body were badly mutilated. You're courting death. Lei Zhen activated his spiritual energy. The purple lightning in the sky intertwined and formed the Annihilation Purple Thunder. Since you want to die, then turn into ashes in this lightning. The huge purple lightning descended and formed a dazzling light. It quickly annihilated everything. The crowd closed their eyes and frantically retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the Annihilation Purple Thunder. After a long time, the crowd opened their eyes. The entire black gold arena was full of scars as if it had been bombed. A terrifyingly deep pit appeared where Lin Xian was, and even his body was buried under the black rock. Humph, this is what you get for challenging the lightning sect. Lei Zhen walked in the air with a cold expression. Is he dead? Why can't I see Lin Xian? F***ck, I can't sense him either. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at the ruins. There was no way he could stand up. Lei Zhen's expression was cold. However, before he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light shone from the ruins below. Boom, the ruins exploded and countless black stones flew. A golden figure appeared, like a golden god of war. Golden Thunder body has finally been formed. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. The purple lightning had indeed been a great threat to him. Fortunately, everything was over, and he had also condensed the golden lightning body. With the crystal thunder body, his defense in the spirit transformation realm could be said to be abnormal. Even if he encountered a spirit detecting realm martial artist, he would be able to hold his own. Thank you for your divine thunder of annihilation. Lin Xian laughed. Lei Zhen's expression became very ugly. Not only was his opponent not dead, his strength had increased greatly. This was a slap to his face. It was a slap to the lightning sect's face. Die for me. The lightning trident pierced out, forming two lightning lasers that shot toward Lin Xian. Humph, try my golden thunder body. Lin Xian punched out, and his golden fist rushed into the void. The sky was filled with golden light, dazzling everyone's eyes. Boom, Lin Xian took a step back as the two bolts of lightning in the sky shattered with a loud bang. What, he broke Lei Zhen's attack with his bare hands. The crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian, who was at a disadvantage a moment ago, had become so powerful. What kind of body refining technique is this? It's so terrifying. Dong Fengxiong stared at Lin Xian's golden thunder body, his eyes shining. What a terrifying power. I'm itching again. The crowd was speechless. Only Dong Fengxiong, with his abnormal body constitution, could compete with Lin Xian. Lei Zhen's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't expect Lin Xian's strength to increase so much. It seems that if I don't show my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. Lei Zhen's body quickly descended. Thunder transformation. The situation was similar to Shangguan House. However, Lei Zhan's lightning form was much more powerful than Shang Guanhao's. Lightning flashed and covered Lei Zhan's body with a layer of lightning armor. Even his head was covered. Behind him, there was a 2-meter-long tail covered with lightning thorns. It was terrifying. The lightning tail swung and immediately smashed a groove in the hard ground. After the transformation, Lei Zhan was like a lightning monster, full of explosive power. He took a step forward and rushed forward like lightning. Wherever he went, the void would be torn apart. He used the thunder essence to the extreme, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian slashed out with the wind and thunder essences. However, Lei Zhan's thunder essence was too powerful. Lin Xian's sword chi was cut in half. Boom, the lightning trident fell and tore the ground. Lin Xian quickly retreated with a dignified look. In that strike just now, Lei Zhan's concept of thunder had probably reached 70%. This level of thunder essence was far beyond his wind and thunder essence. It seems that I can only use the dragon sword essence. Facing Lei Zhan's thunder essence, Lin Xian held the star sword tightly. In the next moment, a ferocious and sharp sword intent erupted from his body. It's useless. Even your sword essence can't resist my thunder essence. Lei Zhan's expression was cold as he strode forward. Soon, Lin Xian's sword essence reached 50%. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to increase it. What? His sword essence increased again? How is this possible? Oh my god, is he still holding back his sword essence? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Especially the disciples of the 3 Kendo families. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. 60% sword essence. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with sword light. It wasn't enough. He activated the dragon sword essence in his body again. According to his estimation, Lei Zhan's thunder essence had reached 70%. Therefore, he also planned to activate his sword essence. With a dragon roar, the azure dragon sword chi surged out of Lin Xian's body and roared ferociously. At this moment, the weapons on the surrounding warriors all trembled. It was as if he was bowing to the center of the arena. This is 70% sword intent. Everyone was shocked and gripped their weapons tightly. 70% sword intent. Lin Xian actually possesses 70% sword intent. Is this his trump card? At this moment, Xiaojian, Shuiren, and the others were all shocked. With their strength, they were completely unable to contend against 70% sword intent. If Lin Xian went all out, they would not even be able to withstand a single strike. This guy is too scary. Is he really a newbie? I'm afraid he will become the second Zhou Jianying. Many people believed that as long as Lin Xian continued to grow, he would sooner or later become one of the 4 great prodigies. 70% sword intent. Yi Daolong sucked in a breath of cold air. He had originally planned to fight with Lin Xian, but now it seemed that the chances were slim. Beside him, Han Fei comforted him, "Don't worry, you'll reach this level sooner or later." Even the 4 prodigies were shocked when they saw the 70% sword intent. Especially Zhou Jianying, who stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. The one who was most shocked was Lei Zhan. He originally thought that he could completely crush Lin Xian with his 70% thunder essence. In this way, not only could he avenge Shangguan Haohao, but he could also promote the Thunder Sect's reputation. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian actually possessed the same level of sword intent. So what if you have 70% sword intent? If you don't know how to use it, you're still trash. Lei Zhan shouted coldly and launched a terrifying attack. Moonbreak. Lin Xian, who had displayed 70% sword intent, was unusually calm. His body was filled with sword chi, which condensed into a huge crescent-shaped sword chi and rushed forward. This sword chi was extremely violent. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. Lei Zhan's attack instantly collapsed as if it was made of paper. What? How can it be so powerful? Lei Zhan was shocked. He originally thought that even if Lin Xian displayed 70% sword intent, it would at most be a draw. However, Lin Xian's sword intent was so powerful that it directly shattered his attack. Was this really 70% sword intent? Let's end this. Star burst. Lin Xian activated the dragon sword intent to the extreme. He became one with the sword and slashed out a sword light. Thunder collision. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth and formed the strongest defense in front of him. However, this sword was too amazing. It directly hit the weak part of the defense and quickly tore it apart. Then, the sword intent cracked and a shocking explosion occurred. There was an earth-shattering sound. Lei Zhan was surrounded by countless sword lights. Lin Xian withdrew the star sword and waited quietly. He was confident that this sword could definitely defeat Lei Zhan. As expected, when the sword light disappeared, Lei Zhan's battered figure appeared. The thunder armor on his body was completely shattered and there were countless sword marks on it. One of them even cut open the skin on his abdomen and almost cut him in half. Compared to the physical injury, the most serious injury was the mental injury. As one of the 5 talents, he thought that defeating Lin Xian was just a piece of cake. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian's trump cards were all beyond his expectations. Especially the last 70% sword intent, he could not resist it. Now he realized that he had indeed underestimated this young man. The reason why he did not use his trump card at the beginning was probably because he wanted to preserve his strength and use his thunder to refine his body. Thinking of this, he felt bitter and even regretted challenging Lin Xian. You won, what? Lei Zhan admitted defeat. The disciples of the Thunder sect were all stunned, especially Shang Guanhao. His eyes were filled with horror. Ever since he started cultivating, he had made his senior brother Lei Zhan his lifelong goal. Now, his idol had been defeated, and the one who defeated his senior brother was a newcomer like him. Thinking of how he had provoked Lin Xian in the past, Shang Guanhao felt a lingering fear. If Lin Xian had used all his strength at that time, he would definitely have been killed in one strike. Is the world going to change? Finally, one of the 5 talents has fallen. The crowd went crazy. One had to know that the 4 talents and 5 talents were recognized as the strongest in everyone's hearts. They originally thought that no one could shake their position in this year's competition, and that the only change was the internal ranking. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to defeat Lei Zhan and successfully become one of the 5 talents. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian had changed. Their eyes were filled with respect. If Lin Xian was said to be an extremely talented newcomer with limitless prospects in the past, now, he had proven with his strength that not only was he talented, but his combat strength was also strong. He could create a record now. Defeating Lei Zhan was the best proof. This guy really made it into the 5 talents. Iron Hand was shocked. Lin Xian had given him too many surprises, and they shocked him again and again. Before this, he thought that Lin Xian could only make it into the top 100, but now Lin Xian had become one of the 5 talents. Among them, Venerable Lord Sword looked at Lin Xian with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Not bad. He actually comprehended 70% sword intent, and it's very powerful. Although he's not as good as Jianying, he shouldn't be too far behind. I'm afraid he'll be another sword venerable in less than 100 years. Venerable Blue Lotus nodded with a smile. There were only 13 venerable lords in the entire Tiannan region, and Venerable Lord Lung was severely injured and her strength was greatly reduced. Normally, it would be fine, but now that the Black Dragon sect was restless and showing signs of revival, there would be another fierce battle soon. Once the Black Dragon sect counterattacked, the battle would not be over in a few years. It might last for decades or even centuries. If that was the case, the emergence of a venerable lord would greatly change the situation. Therefore, these venerable lords valued every genius. I think it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. If he's a spy from the Black Dragon sect, wouldn't that increase the enemy's strength? Venerable Scarlet Flame snorted. The other venerable lords were also silent. They were not 100% sure that they could prove Lin Xian's innocence. Don't worry, we'll definitely find out his true identity before the Azure Dragon Society ends. Venerable Blue Lotus said. If Lin Xian was innocent, they would definitely use the best resources to nurture him. If Lin Xian was really a spy from the Black Dragon sect, they would definitely kill him with all their might. Lin Xian absorbed Lei Zhan's true dragon aura, and the true dragon aura in his body reached more than 60 feet. At that moment, the great dragon sword intent in his body seemed to be summoned. Lin Xian was shocked. He did feel a calling from afar. Great dragon sword. He was overjoyed. It seemed that his true dragon aura could already form a connection with the great dragon sword. Still not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He still needed to continue absorbing the true dragon aura. If he could become one of the 4 prodigies, he might be able to sense it clearly. However, he did not act rashly. With his current strength, it was not possible for him to become a prodigy. He had to wait until he broke through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xian left the stage. Then, Yu Yan appeared. Previously, in the first stage, he had fought with the Prince of Heavenly Flame and was sent flying with a single move. Therefore, he didn't plan to challenge the 4 heavenly talents anymore. Instead, he set his eyes on Han Fei. If he could defeat Han Fei, he would become the first of the 5 heroes. At the same time, he was also the strongest person below the 4 great geniuses. This kind of honor was also extremely great. Thinking of this, he challenged Han Fei. As his voice fell, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Han Fei and Yu Yan were ranked next to each other, and their strength was about the same. This battle must be very exciting. Looks like Yu Yan has already given up on challenging the geniuses. So what? It's not just him. I'm afraid that even the 5 heroes don't have the strength to fight against the geniuses. The crowd was not surprised. Although the 5 geniuses were strong, there was still a big gap between them and the 4 geniuses. Han Fei was not surprised by Yu Yan's challenge. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a saber light and flashed into the ring. In the distance, a silver moon rose behind Yu Yan. It carried a terrifying aura as it floated in the void. Wherever the moonlight passed, the air would distort, as if an indescribable change had taken place. It's an illusion. This is illusory moon ascension. Everyone exclaimed. This was a large-scale illusion. Wherever the moonlight shrouded, it would be an illusion. Void slash. On the other side, Han Fei unsheathed his saber, and a resplendent saber light streaked across the sky. Wherever the saber light passed, the silver moonlight was torn apart, flying to the sides like a veil. What a terrifying saber intent, it can even tear apart an illusion. Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel that Han Fei's saber intent was not weaker than his sword intent. The saber streaked across the sky and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Soon, the silver moonlight around Yu Yan was completely torn apart. Humph, he snorted coldly, and the illusory moon intent rose. Han Fei had rich combat strength and would not fight with Yu Yan at all. The other party was an illusion martial artist, so he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would fall for it if he was not careful. Therefore, Han Fei did not hold back from the beginning. Streaks of resplendent saber light shattered the void and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Crack! Crack, the saber fell, and the hard ground split open, forming terrifying cracks. The cold saber intent was even more shocking, lingering in the void for a long time. Yu Yan's expression was cold. He quickly rushed towards Han Fei with the bright moon illusion. At the same time, he quickly waved his palms and struck out the falling moon palm. The sky was filled with palm shadows that carried ripples, scattering in all directions. These palm shadows looked beautiful, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each of them carried a terrifying soul attack. If an ordinary mid-stage spirit transformation realm martial artist encountered them, their soul would probably be severely injured on the spot. Void-splitting cross-slash. Han Fei held the saber with both hands and quickly slashed out. Buzz, in the sky, a huge cross-shaped saber aura shone and rushed forward. This was one of Han Fei's ultimate skills. Previously, he had relied on this saber to defeat Bing Ling. The saber aura was dazzling like a cross of death, enveloping Yu Yan. Yu Yan's expression was solemn. He had to be careful when facing this powerful attack. The silver moon behind him rotated, and the moonlight in the sky rotated rapidly, forming a vortex that stirred up the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from the vortex and slapped towards the void. As soon as the slender hand appeared, the entire space immediately sank, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Everyone's faces turned pale as if they were enveloped by 100,000 mountains. So terrifying, what move is this? Moon God descends. I didn't expect Yu Yan to even use this move. Someone exclaimed, rumor has it that when the Mirage Moon Sex cultivation technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can summon the Moon God descends. I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Moon God descends? Lin Xian frowned. Was there really a god in this world? His eyes flickered as he looked at the arena. He waved his slender hand and collided with the huge cross-shaped saber aura. Boom, a dazzling light erupted in the sky, forming a huge white energy ball that spread out in all directions. The terrifying attack was like the end of the world, making one's heart tremble. The white light retreated, and the two figures fought again. Divine Saber of Destruction. Han Fei's saber intent was astonishing, and he slashed out a terrifying saber light again. This saber almost covered more than half of the sky. The vast saber light surged in the air like a blood-colored river. Illusion Path Crescent Moon Break. Yu Yan rose into the air and also launched his strongest attack. He fused with the silver moon behind him, releasing a hazy light. A palm, like a divine palm from outer space, pressed down. Waves of air rolled, saber aura crisscrossed, and the arena was drowned again. Crack! Boom! Countless black gravel splattered, piercing the void and flying in all directions. Some martial artists were caught off guard and were sent flying by these stones while vomiting blood. Damn it, it's too terrifying. Even the gravel can hurt people. Everyone quickly retreated, feeling a lingering fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at the arena. Han Fei won. His saber intent happened to restrain Yu Yan's illusion, Sword Dao Goddess Zhou Jianying said. In the end, it's still a battle of intent. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame said coldly, if Yu Yan's illusory moon intent is strong enough, he can completely restrain him. The four geniuses spoke, and every word they said hit the nail on the head. When the storm dissipated, the figure in the arena appeared. Yu Yan's sleeve was cut off, and a long saber was placed horizontally above his head, emitting a terrifying saber intent. I admit defeat. Yu Yan said unwillingly. Thank you for letting me win. Han Fei retracted his saber and smiled indifferently. Everyone exclaimed, and the audience in the stands was in an uproar. Their cheers were like a tide, shaking the world. Yu Yan left the arena, but Han Fei didn't move. He was still standing in the arena. Because this time it was his turn to challenge. Holding the saber tightly, his eyes burst out with astonishing fighting spirit. Divine Saber Sex Han Fei challenges Zhou Jianying. Han Fei's voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word caused the void to tremble. Everyone was excited again. Han Fei was going to challenge the four geniuses, not only that, he was going to challenge the second-ranked Sword Dao Goddess. Han Fei is the leader of the 5 heroes. He does have the strength to challenge the 4 heroes. Yes, his saber intent has reached 70%. He might have the strength to fight. Lin Xian was also excited. Han Fei's saber intent was similar to his. This battle might allow him to figure out Zhou Jianying's strength. Your saber intent is not bad. I will use the same level of sword intent to fight you. Zhou Jianying stepped on the ground like a fairy. She carried an azure sword on her back that was like a shining star. It was dreamy and illusory. However, she didn't draw her sword. Instead, she used her finger to replace the sword and pointed diagonally. What? Zhou Jianying wants to fight barehanded? Isn't she underestimating Han Fei? What do you know? I saw her attack 10 years ago. It was too stunning. It was like a divine rainbow descending into the world. No one could stop it. The more everyone talked, the more shocked they became. In the arena, Han Fei's expression was solemn. He wasn't dissatisfied with Zhou Jianying's barehanded battle. The other party was already lucky to be able to fight with him. Take my saber, space-splitting cross-slash. As soon as he came, Han Fei used his ultimate skill. A huge cross-saber chi quickly slashed forward. Break! Zhou Jianying spat out a green lotus from her mouth and waved her jade-like fingers. A ripple-like sword chi slashed down. The sword chi looked weak, like a fleeting shadow, but when it came into contact with the huge cross-shaped sword Qi, it was immediately sliced in half. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the terror of this sword. Not only that, but he also found that Zhou Jianing's use of sword intent was very delicate, which was far beyond his. For example, the sword strike just now contained a terrifying sword intent that was hidden very deeply. However, at the moment of collision, an extremely powerful attack power erupted and destroyed everything. The utilization of this kind of sword intent surpassed the vast majority of people. I'm afraid Zhou Jianing didn't even use half of her strength. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that the four prodigies were far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was not vexed. In terms of the use of sword intent, he was stronger than Zhou Jianing. What he lacked now was the maturity of his sword intent. I can only rely on the divine sword visualization painting. These days, he had been comprehending the divine sword visualization painting and his sword intent had reached the peak of 70%. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to 80%. However, he welcomed another piece of good news. After continuing to absorb the black dragon flames, he finally reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. So far, his strength had substantially improved. If he fought with Lei Zhen again, he would probably only need 3 moves to defeat him. This was the gap between realms. The current Lin Xian was several times stronger than before. Now, he should be able to challenge the 4 prodigies. Lin Xian thought to himself. With his strength and trump cards, he was already able to compete with the 4 prodigies. Moreover, he also had his greatest trump card, the Sword of Devouring. With it, Lin Xian even dared to challenge spirit-detecting realm martial artists. In a good mood, he looked at the arena. In the arena, Han Fei's first attack failed and he slashed out again. Divine Saber of Destruction. The blood-red saber aura filled the entire sky like a blood-red river, hanging across the 9 heavens. Looking at this attack, Zhou Jianing's eyes lit up. She raised one hand and slashed up. A ray of sword light flew into the sky like a graceful swan. It was like a 5-colored divine pillar connecting heaven and earth. This attack directly hit the weakest part of the blood-red saber aura. With a roar, the blood-red saber aura shattered like a glass plate, scattering across the sky. Han Fei was very strong, but Zhou Jianing was stronger. Every attack of hers carried a terrifying sword intent. Although her sword intent was also 70%, it was much more powerful than Han Fei's saber intent. After 2 defeats, the saber aura in Han Fei's eyes became even brighter. He looked up to the sky and roared. His whole body was like a divine saber that was unsheathed, extremely sharp. Take my strongest attack, saber breaking the sky. The huge saber aura pierced through the sky and the terrifying aura made the entire arena tremble. In the sky, the clouds were instantly destroyed. Endless light condensed, and then the long saber fell down. So terrifying. Retreat. The surrounding crowd was horrified and retreated crazily. Lin Xian's body flashed and he also rushed back. At the same time, he was also slightly surprised. The power of this attack was very close to the first sword of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. The arena trembled and a terrifying crack appeared. The saber aura shrouded Zhou Jianing. At this moment, everyone was looking at the arena. He was hit head-on. Can Han Fei win? Such a terrifying attack. Even if she's an elite, she'll probably be injured, right? Everyone was discussing and feeling bewildered. However, at this moment, a stunning sword aura bloomed from the arena, piercing through the saber aura and rushing in all directions. This sword aura was so dazzling that the saber aura in the sky lost its luster. The sword aura slashed down and the mighty saber aura was mercilessly torn apart. Han Fei's face turned pale. His body stiffened and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. When the saber aura disappeared, Zhou Jianing's beautiful figure appeared. She was dressed in green and pointed her sword at the sky. Although she was a girl, she had an indescribable sharpness. It was as if everything in front of her had become fragile. This was the demeanor of a sword Dao heavenly maiden. After 3 attacks, Han Fei had no chance of winning at all. He smiled bitterly and admitted defeat. The crowd was in an uproar and kept shouting. Zhou Jianying's strength was crazy. They would probably never forget the last sword attack for the rest of their lives. Lin Xian was also amazed. She was indeed a genius, especially her attainments in the sword Dao, which could be said to be terrifying. Even the last sword strike had given him some enlightenment. Immediately, he fell into the divine sword visualization painting and quickly comprehended it. Whoosh, the snow-white monkey rushed out and stood on his shoulder, covering its mouth and yawning. Lin Xian was comprehending it this time, so the safety task was naturally left to it. The little monkey blinked its black gem-like eyes and looked around curiously. The appearance of the little white monkey shocked them. However, in the next moment, they looked puzzled. Why did I feel so scared just now? What kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel like it's that legendary species? Are you talking about that? Impossible, how can that thing exist? The venerable ones were bewildered. They tried to confirm it but could not find the same feeling they had before. In desperation, they could only give up temporarily. The competition continued. Lin Xian was still comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram and did not pay attention to the others. However, the others were all excited. Because the next contestants were all Skype rides. In the arena, Yan Shan carried a huge bandage on his back and looked around with a sinister smile. Then, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Was Yan Shan going to challenge Lin Xian too? No way, how could the four great Skype rides challenge someone with a lower ranking? At this moment, Yan Shan also sent a voice transmission. What's going on? You want me to challenge that brat? A mysterious voice transmission came from the bandage on his back. That brat is a little strange. I can feel the aura of the Great Dragon Sword on him. Great Dragon Sword? Are you sure? Yan Shan was shocked. Try it. With your strength, you should be able to make him use all his strength easily. Hearing this, Yan Shan sneered. He turned his head slightly and stared at Lin Xian with a sinister gaze. I want to challenge him. The crowd exclaimed. Yan Shan was really going to challenge Lin Xian. This was too crazy. One had to know that the four great Skype rides were completely ahead of everyone else. Yan Shan wanted to challenge Lin Xian, which was undoubtedly bullying. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. They wanted to know how Lin Xian would answer. However, Lin Xian stood in place like a statue, not reacting at all to what was happening outside. However, the little white monkey looked at Yan Shan and gestured, finally revealing a look of disdain. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. A monkey dared to look down on Yan Shan. Many of them felt their brains crash. Zhao Shui and the others were worried. Afraid that Lin Xian would get hot-headed and rush onto the stage. However, they still heaved a sigh of relief in the end. Because Lin Xian did not respond. If you don't respond within the time limit, you'll be deemed to have admitted defeat, the referee said in a low voice. Soon after, Yan Shan obtained a strand of true dragon chi from Lin Xian's body. Humph. Useless guy. Yan Shan snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xian. Looks like this Lin Xian isn't stupid. I thought he would still rush forward. Are you kidding me? That's Mount Yan we're talking about. Who would dare go up there? But there seems to be something wrong with Lin Xian. What's wrong? He must be trying to play dumb to avoid the competition. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian wouldn't accept the challenge, they were still disappointed by his silence. It seemed that although Lin Xian was strong, he still couldn't compare to the four great prodigies. Even the few supremacies in the ancient city sighed. They felt that Lin Xian lacked sharpness. Then, Yan Shan challenged Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, who was in front of him. The two of them exchanged blows, creating a terrifying scene. The 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram appeared behind Crown Prince Heavenly Flame, as if it could burn everything. That scorching aura made everyone's heart tremble. On the other side, Yan Shan summoned 3 ferocious puppets. Each of them had the strength of a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. The 3 puppets worked together to fight a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. As the two of them exchanged blows, each of their attacks could tear apart a normal spirit transformation realm martial artist. At the 103rd move, the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram released endless flames that suppressed the entire stage. Xianxia's 3 puppets were entangled by the flaming dragon and couldn't move at all. His hand reached for the bandage on his back, but he gave up after thinking about it. In the end, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame won. The crowd was in an uproar and took a long time to calm down. At this time, Lin Xian also woke up from the divine sword visualization diagram. The sword light in his eyes was even sharper, as if it could cut through the void. After the epiphany just now, he finally broke through and reached 80% sword intent. However, before he could rejoice, his body froze. He could still feel the aura of the great dragon sword, but now he couldn't feel anything. After carefully sensing with his soul power, Lin Xian found that the true dragon chi in his body had decreased by a lot. What's going on? He was stunned. As far as he knew, the true dragon chi couldn't be stolen, let alone lost for no reason. Wu Ji, the snow-white little monkey gestured and restored the scene just now. Suddenly, Lin Xian's face darkened. He was very surprised that Yan Shan had challenged him. One had to know that he didn't have much interaction with Yan Shan, and Yan Shan was one of the 4 great prodigies. It was even more impossible for him to challenge him for no reason. Unless there was something he didn't know. However, what made him even more angry was that he was judged to have failed because he didn't respond for a long time. Thus, he lost the true dragon chi. This guy has gone too far. Lin Xian glared at Yan Shan with rage in his eyes. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to steal his true dragon chi was an enemy. The 4 great prodigies? Lin Xian sneered. It's time for a change. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yan Shan turned around and smiled disdainfully. In his eyes, Lin Xian was like an ant that couldn't arouse his interest at all. If it weren't for the existence behind him challenging him, he wouldn't have bothered with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian actually dared to look at him like that, which made him very unhappy. You don't know what's good for you. Yan Shan retracted his gaze. He had already decided that after the Azure Dragon Association was over, he would find a chance to make Lin Xian his puppet. Although Lin Xian didn't know Yan Shan's plan, he wouldn't let him go. He would make Yan Shan spit out the true dragon chi that he had stolen. If it was in the past, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to do it. But now, not only had he entered the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, his sword intent had also reached 80%. It could be said that his strength had increased by several times. If he were to face Lei Jin now, he could almost kill him with one strike. One had to know that it wasn't easy to increase one's sword intent, and with every increase in level, one's strength would increase rapidly. Lin Xian, who had comprehended 70% sword intent, and Lin Xian, who had comprehended 80% sword intent, were 2 completely different people. He calmed down and continued to watch the competition. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame challenged Infinite Tyrant. Both of them were domineering and violent. Just the aura they released was unbearable for the audience. You're not my match. That was clear 10 years ago. Infinite Tyrant was very domineering. He didn't put Crown Prince Heavenly Flame in his eyes at all. That was 10 years ago. That might not be the case now. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame said proudly. Now that my 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon diagram has reached greater mastery, I'll definitely be able to suppress you this time. Suppress me? Infinite Tyrant was slightly stunned. Then, he looked up to the sky and laughed. His body released an aura that looked down on the world. Then come at me. He didn't say much. Instead, he waved his fists and punched forward. That punch was too terrifying. It could definitely kill anyone below the 4 great prodigies. Fire Dragon Fist. Prince Heavenly Flame wasn't afraid at all. A fire dragon behind him coiled around his right arm, forming a fire dragon armor. The fire attribute spiritual energy roared and surged forward. The 2 fists collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Even the spirit detecting realm judge's pupils shrank as he looked at the arena with a solemn expression. Boom, violent energy spread out and quickly dissipated. Too weak. Is this all you've got? Infinite Tyrant had one hand behind his back as he looked arrogant. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, suppress. The fire dragon diagram behind Prince Heavenly Flame shone brightly as flames soared into the sky. the entire sky was dyed red. The space distorted as if it was about to melt. 8 fire dragons roared as they circled around to suppress Infinite Tyrant. Good timing. Infinite Tyrant roared. His robe fluttered in the black wind as he looked down on the world like an overlord. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. He was like a king as he quickly punched out. A tyrannical aura surged out and enveloped the entire area. The surrounding martial artists were terrified. Their bodies trembled as they almost knelt on the ground. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could sense that those 2 martial arts were Earth-grade martial arts. Their power wasn't any weaker than his Gale Lightning Sword art. However, Infinite Tyrant's aura was too powerful. His disregard for everything made his domineering fist of heavens and earth even more violent. Boom. Boom boom, the fire dragons and fists collided. The space was torn apart and a terrifying black crack appeared. However, the crack quickly disappeared. Even so, the crowd was still stunned. They would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns were even more shocked. Their attacks weren't any weaker than a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. In fact, they were even stronger than an average spirit-detecting realm martial artist. At least, an average spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to create a crack in space. Their strength has increased by a few times over the past 10 years. Sovereign Green Lotus exclaimed. I'm afraid Infinite Tyrant is still better. Sovereign Sword exclaimed. Jin Wudao isn't bad either. In the past, he would definitely be the number 1 of the younger generation. Indeed, the current 4 great geniuses would have been able to take first place in the previous Azure Dragon gatherings. However, the 4 of them were gathered together. It had to be said that this was a flourishing age. Geniuses emerged in large numbers, suppressing several generations. Look, the results are out. A paragon cried out. Everyone looked over and saw the 8 Baron Fire Dragon and the Berserk Fist colliding. The 2 were in a stalemate. However, in the end, it was still the hegemonic fist of heavens and earth that won, tearing the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon portrait apart. Prince Heavenly Flame groaned and took a few steps back. Was it over? Everyone was astonished. As expected, it was still Infinite Tyrant who was superior. However, the flames on the Crown Prince's body surged, making him look like a flaming god of war. This is the final move, 8 Desolation Fire Dragon, burn heaven and earth. Prince Heavenly Flame bellowed. The 8 fire dragons behind him rose into the sky and intertwined, forming an even larger fire dragon. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with fiery red dragon bodies. The sea of fire in the sky spread and attacked into the distance. Retreat! The spirit-detecting realm referee furrowed his brows and shouted to the surrounding martial artists. What? Everyone was stunned and quickly retreated. The next moment, the huge dragon head spat out mountain-sized red dragon flames that covered the entire arena. The aura was too terrifying. Just a trace of it was enough to kill any spirit transformation realm martial artist. In an instant, Infinite Tyrant and the super arena were enveloped. The spirit-detecting realm referee rose into the sky. Chi-chi, the fiery red dragon flames were terrifying. They melted the entire arena, and the heat wave was still spreading rapidly. Everything that came into contact with it was reduced to ashes. Everyone was terrified. Fortunately, the referee reminded them. Otherwise, they would have turned into a pile of ashes. Lunatic, he's really a lunatic. Will Infinite Tyrant be burned to death if he's hit head-on? Many people were worried. There was no way around it. The flames were too terrifying. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be finished. The sea of fire continued, and more than half of the plaza was about to collapse. At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus waved his sleeve in the ancient city. An inexplicable green chi flow fell into the sea of fire, forming a green lotus. The green lotus spun and absorbed the surrounding flames. At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the arena again. A hole appeared in the sea of fire. Infinite Tyrant's body was covered in flowing light, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. Overlord Spear. The spear stabbed out, and the world lost its color. The fiery dragon in the sky was pierced, and it let out a wail before quickly dissipating. Infinite Tyrant withdrew his spear and looked at the heavenly flame crown prince. He spun his spear again. The spear light tore through the sky. The heavenly flame crown prince tried his best to resist. He merged with the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram behind him and attacked the spear light. There was a shocking explosion, and the heavenly flame crown prince was sent flying. The flaming dragon diagram on his body shattered, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to circulate his chi and prepared to fight again, but he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You can't do it." Infinite Tyrant stood with his spear and looked around. Then, he looked at Zhou Jianying and Xianxia and sighed. "Is there no one in the entire South Heaven region who can match me?" He was lonely. He stood at the peak, but no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The heavenly flame crown prince's face turned ugly. He originally thought that he could compete with Infinite Tyrant, but he did not expect to be defeated by his spear. "What a domineering spear technique!" Lin Xian exclaimed from below. That shot just now made his hair stand on end. He compared himself to the heavenly flame crown prince and realized that even he could not shatter that spear. However, he would not be as pathetic as the heavenly flame crown prince. That was because he had the sword of devouring. As long as he wanted to, he could devour that spear. "I really hope to fight with him." Lin Xian was filled with fighting spirit. Originally, he only wanted to compete with Zhou Jianying, but now it seemed that he had to add Infinite Tyrant to his list of opponents. Such a martial artist was worthy of his full strength. After absorbing the heavenly flame crown prince's true dragon energy, Infinite Tyrant's true dragon energy reached 84 feet. That true dragon energy suppressed the surroundings. Yan Shan looked at the true dragon energy with a trace of greed in his eyes. Then, he touched the bandages on his back. "Humph, Infinite Tyrant, I'll give you a big gift when the time comes." In front of him, the sea of fire disappeared and the arena was revealed. More than half of the black gold arena was burned and a terrifying pit appeared. The surroundings were charred black and the bottom could not be seen. At that moment, the true dragon energy under the ground surged and emitted a 5-colored light that shrouded the deep pit. Soon, the ground returned to normal and the black gold arena was intact. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the true dragon energy to have such an effect. If he absorbed it into his body, could it heal his wounds? This idea was very risky because before the Azure Dragon Society ended, these contestants could not use true dragon chi. But Lin Xian seemed to be absorbing its power, which could be said to be very heaven-defying. Of course, he would not treat his life as a joke. So, he only absorbed a little bit. In the next moment, a trace of joy appeared on his face. "I can actually absorb it." Although the process was very slow, Lin Xian could clearly feel a mysterious power entering his body from the true dragon chi. "I wonder what effect it will have if I absorb more." Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to absorb with all his might. At this moment, Zhou Jianying walked up the stage. Dressed in green and surrounded by sword chi, she was like a sword god reborn, sharp to the extreme. As the second-ranked prodigy, her target was very clear, and that was Infinite Dominance. However, her battle with Infinite Dominance was very simple, with only one move. But this move was better than all the previous ones. A sword light, stunning the 9 heavens, quickly slashed towards Infinite Dominance. Countless fine spatial cracks appeared in the place where it passed. Infinite Dominance was still incomparably domineering, the golden spear in his hand piercing out like a scorching sun. After one move, a millstone-sized black hole appeared in the void and quickly merged. The stage beneath their feet was torn apart again. Infinite Dominance stood with his spear, looking around disdainfully. Zhou Jianying's face was a little pale, especially her right hand, which was trembling. As expected of the Overlord bloodline, only you can use the hegemonic chi technique to this extent. Zhou Jianying did not continue to attack. The sword just now had already determined the outcome, and it would be futile to continue fighting. Moreover, now was not the time for the final battle. In the entire Tiannan region, only you can arouse my interest. Infinite Dominance sighed. In the end, only Infinite Dominance was left. However, he did not challenge anyone. As the top prodigy, he did not put anyone in his eyes. After the first round of challenges, the 4 prodigies' rankings did not change, but there was one more newcomer among the 5 prodigies. Lin Xian replaced Lei Zhen's ranking and was ranked 7th. He was the highest ranking among the newcomers. Soon, the second round of challenges began. Lin Xian spared a sliver of his soul to observe the battle. Zhao Shui, Ling Yidao, Dongfang Xiong, and the others fought harder and harder, and they all made it into the top 30. Everyone was shocked. Although these people were also dark horses, they didn't expect that they would be able to defeat strong opponents consecutively and advance to the next round. Lei Zhen went crazy and did his best to defeat Xiao Yaoxing and enter the top 5 again. He looked at Lin Xian with hatred, but he didn't dare to challenge him again. The current him was no longer a match for Lin Xian. The ice spirit entered the arena. She looked at Lin Xian curiously, preparing to give it a try. In the end, Lin Xian stepped onto the stage and sent him flying with 3 strikes. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. One had to know that last time, he had fought with Lei Zhen for a long time. Bing Ling's strength was about the same as Lei Zhen's, but this time, she was sent flying by 3 sword strikes. This was simply too shocking. Lei Zhen felt a lingering fear in his heart. His back was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, he didn't challenge Lin Xian again. Otherwise, he would have been the one sent flying. After defeating the ice spirit, Lin Xian's true dragon energy had become stronger, and he had returned to his original height of 6 feet. However, he wasn't happy. If it wasn't for Yan Shan, his true dragon energy would have been even more. In the next moment, his gaze was sharp as he looked into the distance. Yan Shan, get up here and die. His voice was so loud that it made the void tremble. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian actually wanted to challenge Yan Shan, moreover, he used such an arrogant tone. Lin Xian must be crazy. He's courting death. Who knows? Could it be because of Yan Shan's challenge? No way. Didn't he not dare to accept the challenge last time? Everyone was puzzled. They all thought that Lin Xian was crazy. Yan Shan's face was so gloomy that it was terrifying. As one of the top 4 prodigies, even Infinite Tyrant didn't dare to speak to him like this. Now, a worm that he regarded as an ant dared to speak so arrogantly, he couldn't stand it. Lowly worm, I'll refine you into a half-human puppet and let you suffer the punishment of hell for eternity. Yan Shan's body was filled with killing intent as if he was the king of hell. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Interesting. I thought he was a coward. I didn't expect him to have such a domineering side. Infinite Tyrant looked at Lin Xian with a hint of interest. Zhou Jianing pursed her lips. She could feel the powerful sword intent behind Lin Xian's confidence. That sword intent was even more powerful than before. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Xian's words. After all, the top 4 prodigies couldn't be humiliated. On the ancient city, Venerable Lord Sword also narrowed his eyes. Little guy, interesting. Whoosh, Yan Shan came to the arena. He waved his hand and summoned 8 puppets. 2 of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, while the other 6 were at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. That was a terrifying lineup. Other than the top prodigies, no one could stop them. Zhao Shui's palms were sweating. Brat, don't try to be brave. Yidao Leng and Dongfang Xiong were also nervous. After all, their opponents were the top 4 prodigies. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Reptile, you will pay for your ignorance. Yan Shan controlled the 8 puppets and said with a hideous smile. I don't have any good swordsman puppets. After I make you, my collection will be even more perfect. Hearing that, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The 8 puppets on the arena were all made of living people. The Iron Puppet sect was really perverted. Although they were cursing, they were still worried for Lin Xian. How can he fight with so many puppets? Sigh, he's still too young and impulsive. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got. Don't think you can bully others just because you're a prodigy. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of bullying me. You're courting death. Xianxia snorted and controlled the 8 puppets to charge forward. His control was exquisite and contained the principles of array formations. It made the already powerful lineup even more powerful. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by 8 puppets. Destroy. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He swung the absolute star sword in his hand, and a dazzling sword light shone. What followed was a terrifying sword intent. It was cold, sharp, and so powerful that it made people despair. The entire arena was shrouded by this shocking sword intent. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and activated their defensive armor to resist. It couldn't be helped. This sword intent was too sharp. Even though they were far away, they still felt pain in their bodies as if they were pierced by thousands of swords. The most shocked person was Zhou Jianying. As a swordsman, she could clearly feel this sword intent. 80% sword intent. She exclaimed. What, 80% sword intent? Everyone was shocked. When did Lin Xian's sword intent become so powerful? However, before they could think about it, the dazzling sword light suddenly fell. The void trembled and shattered like a mirror. Countless black cracks spread out. It was terrifying. Lin Xian used 80% sword intent right from the start, and a sharp sword chi instantly enveloped the entire arena. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire arena split apart with a loud bang. Everyone was shocked that Lin Xian had split the arena in half. Where's Xianxia? Everyone looked at the arena. On the arena, 8 puppets were lying on the ground. Their bodies had all been cut in half, and there was even a trace of terrifying sword intent lingering around them. Xianxia wasn't injured, but his face was very ugly. He didn't expect that the insect he had always regarded as an ant would show such strength. This kind of sword intent wasn't much weaker than Zhou Jianying's. What a terrifying sword intent. Is another heavenly talent going to appear? Han Fei was shocked. The other 3 geniuses were surprised. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Zhou Jianying, in particular, stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Damn you, you've pissed me off. Xianxia's voice was murderous. He opened the puppet bag and summoned 3 more black puppets. These are late-stage puppets of the spirit transformation realm. It seemed that Xianxia was really angry. Xianxia had used these puppets in his battle with the Prince of Heavenly Flame. Even the blazing flames didn't burn them. Whoosh, Xianxia controlled the 3 puppets and rushed toward Lin Xian together with his real body. This time, he must take down Lin Xian. Clang. Clang. Clang, the 3 puppets were as fast as ghosts, constantly changing their positions around Lin Xian. They attacked fiercely, all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. Lin Xian slashed out with his long sword, and sword waves spread out. The 8th level sword intent gushed out, stunning everyone. The 3 black puppets were all hit by the sword waves and were knocked back. None of them could get close to Lin Xian. Xianxia's 5 fingers danced, and his spiritual power connected to the 3 puppets. Immediately, the 3 puppets attacked again. Humph! Wind Slayer. Lin Xian's long sword slashed down horizontally, and the eerie sword chi disappeared, completely. Blending into the wind. Chi, flying out like a gust of wind, those silk-like spiritual power were all cut off. In an instant, the 3 puppets stopped moving. What? The puppet technique has been broken? No way, is Xianxia going to lose? Everyone was alarmed and started discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian didn't slow down at all as he charged towards Xianxia. This time, he used the moon-shattering sword chi. The crescent sword chi was aimed at Xianxia's vitals. Xianxia abruptly raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. Then, he flipped his palm and took out 2 black wooden boards. He gently knocked on them. Bang! Bang! A deep voice sounded, and a black figure instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! That figure withstood the crescent sword chi. Huh? What? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and frowned. It was the black puppet that had blocked his sword chi. At this moment, the black puppet's arm had split open. The black metal formed a shield and blocked the sword chi. What a tough body! Lin Xian exclaimed. It wasn't afraid of his sword chi. In the next moment, he sensed two attacks coming from behind him. With a tap of his foot, he retreated like a ghost. Puff, two cold lights appeared in the air, emitting a heart-trembling light. The air fluctuated, and two more black puppets appeared. Their palms split open, revealing two pitch-black daggers covered in purple liquid. It was obvious that they were highly poisonous. Xianxia stood in the middle of the field, hitting the black wooden boards. The three puppets seemed to have received some kind of command and moved quickly. It seemed that the silk-like spiritual power wasn't the only way to control the puppets. It seemed that he had to kill the three puppets. Lin Xian's aura became fierce. He pointed his sword lightly, and the green sword chi was like smoke, faintly discernible. A terrifying sword chi was contained within. Chi, the sword light flashed as fast as lightning. Lin Xian's sword pierced the black puppet's joint. Sword chi gushed out as he directly destroyed the key part. "Brat, how dare you!" Xianxia was finally enraged. He roared and quickly moved forward. However, Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he floated away. "Damn it!" Xianxia's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so terrifying that he could accurately find the puppet's weakness. One had to know that even Prince Tinhua couldn't find these weaknesses. This was the terror of a swordsman. He could find the weakness and kill it in one strike. Seeing that one of the puppets couldn't be used, Xianxia raised his guard. However, not long after, the remaining two puppets were also destroyed by Lin Xian. Xianxia didn't have time to be angry because the terrifying sword chi was already rushing toward him. Boom, he waved his palms and deflected the sword chi. Then, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Everyone only knew that his puppets were powerful, but they neglected his own strength. However, as one of the four prodigies, how could his combat strength be weak? Even without the puppets, he could still become a prodigy. "Humph, brat, don't waste your energy. Prodigies have no weaknesses," Xianxia said coldly. "No weaknesses?" Lin Xian laughed. "You overestimate yourself. In my opinion, your body is full of weaknesses. You're courting death." Xianxia was furious. No one dared to talk to him like that. Buzz, the absolute star sword pierced out, and the sword chi flickered. The sword was too fast. Xianxia didn't even have time to react before the tip of the sword was already in front of him. So fast. Below the stage, Xiaijin was shocked. Lin Xian's sword exceeded his speed concept. Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat. The terrifying sword chi made his hair stand. Damn it. He retreated, but the sword chi was still close to him and was getting closer. Helpless, he could only pull the white bandage in front of him. Ding, ding. Ding, the white bandage was like a wall, blocking the sword. Lin Xian withdrew his sword and retreated to a safe distance. For some reason, he felt uneasy facing the white bandage. The others were also stunned. Xianxia had been carrying the white bandage and no one knew what was inside. However, he didn't use it in his battle with Prince Heavenly Flame. He didn't expect that he would have to use it in advance against Lin Xian. "Brat, you can die in peace now that you've forced me to use my ultimate move," Xianxia said hatefully. Lin Xian's killing moves had almost injured him a few times. He was both shocked and angry. He grabbed the white bandage and tore it off. Suddenly, the thick bandage fell off, revealing the thing inside. A figure appeared and stood quietly in the arena. It was a man in black with a demonic face and his eyes closed. His appearance made the entire space become oppressive. "What is that?" Everyone's heart trembled. The other three prodigies also felt uneasy. On the ancient city, the five supremacies frowned deeply. Among them, Sword Supremacy said slowly, "I seem to have seen this face before, but I can't remember it." "I have the same feeling," Green Lotus Supremacy said. It was a bad feeling, making the five of them feel uneasy. End of chapter 481. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.